Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Vicki Lynn Belk, a young mother, vanished in Charles County, Maryland in August 1979. Later, evidence of a vicious kidnapping, sexual assault, and deadly shooting was found on her body in a remote wooded area. The community was rocked by the horrible crime, and Vicki's family was left with unsolved questions and indescribable sorrow. A lack of leads, witnesses, and forensic evidence caused the case to go cold despite investigators' best efforts. After decades without a conclusion, an unexpected arrest was made in 2023 thanks to advances in DNA. What made the offender carry out this heinous deed? Will Vicki and her loved ones receive justice at last? Let's dive right in. A paradox exists in Suitland, Maryland, which is a census-designated community in Prince George's County. It appears to be a quiet town that offers a blend of suburban and urban living, making it an ideal place to raise a family. The community's residents love to spend their weekends in the well-known parks in the area, where they can take in the serene atmosphere and stunning scenery. Beneath this serene exterior, Suitland has a higher crime rate than the national average. It is comparable to both small rural towns and large metropolitan areas that face high crime rates. The community's safety and the steps required to address its higher crime rate are called into question by this striking disparity. It started like any other day in Suitland on August 27, 1979. The community was bathed in a warm glow as the sun rose above the peaceful streets. Vicki Lynn Belk, 28, and her boyfriend James Hill were having a typical Monday morning. They got up, ate breakfast, and prepared to work at the offices of the Department of Agriculture. They drove James's 1972 Buick out of their apartment and began their journey, making a partial stop at Stadium Armory Station before continuing on into Washington, D.C. For the last portion of their trip, they chose to get out of the car and ride the metro. Vicki reminded James that she would be running errands during her lunch break that morning before they parted ways. James bid them farewell quickly and went on with his work, oblivious to the tragedy that lay ahead. When James finished his work for the day, Vicki intended to meet him in the parking lot and take the subway back to the car. James accepted the plan, believing it to be simple, and promised to see her soon. Without suspecting anything unusual, he said this. But when James got off work that afternoon, he was unable to locate Vicki or his vehicle in the parking lot. He glanced around, but neither she nor the car was there. As the minutes passed, he began to worry that perhaps she was running late. He thought she might be back at their apartment, so he found another way home, but she wasn't there either. There was silence when he called her name. James frantically called every friend and relative of Vicki's he could recall throughout the night. In the hopes that someone would know where she might have gone, he asked each person if they had any idea. However, nobody appeared to be aware of her location, so James was left with only more concerns and questions. James was not reassured by this. He was unsure of what to think or do. He had been clueless about Vicki's whereabouts the entire day and night. By the following morning, James's concern had escalated into a desperate situation. He called the Prince George's County Police because he was so concerned. He informed them that he had not seen his girlfriend in almost 24 hours and that he was now deeply worried about her safety. He wanted to locate her and safely bring her home with the assistance of the police. James attempted to report his girlfriend Vicki missing to the Prince George's County Police Department early on August 28, 1979, but the authorities informed him that an official report could only be made 72 hours after Vicki's disappearance because she was an adult. For James, it was infuriating and unbelievable. How come the police didn't act right away? All he could do was wait and hope that Vicki would come back, which was an agonizing thought. As he considered all the horrible things that might be happening to her, each minute seemed to drag on forever. When he informed Vicki's family, they became very concerned, particularly Maydell Belk, Vicki's mother. Maydell was a strong woman who became anxious and scared because she was unable to comprehend what was happening. She couldn't stop thinking about how dependable and responsible Vicki had always been, and how it wasn't unusual for her to call or let her loved ones know where she was going. Vicki's failure to check on her son was definitely out of the ordinary, and Maydell's mind was churning with the worst-case scenarios. As Vicki's family awaited news, the uncertainty was intolerable. Their fear increased as each hour seemed to drag on forever. Their anxiety grew during the 72-hour waiting period. As they waited for the police to intervene, Their minds were racing with horrible ideas and anxieties, and they felt helpless and dreadful. Vicky Lynn Belk, the oldest of 6 children in the close-knit Belk family, was born on March 20, 1951, to proud parents Lonnie and Maydell Belk. Vicky assumed a nurturing role as the responsible and caring oldest sibling, showing kindness and devotion to her younger brother Lonnie Jr., also known as Ricky, and her 4 younger sisters, April, Grenda, Judy, and Kay. The Belk family's children were raised in the lovely Virginian city of Alexandria. Vicky and her sister Judy broke the color barrier at George Mason Elementary School in Alexandria, making history as the first African-American students to do so. For upcoming generations of African-American students in the community, this groundbreaking accomplishment cleared the path. They later received their degrees from T.C. Williams High School in 1969, which is evidence of their diligence and willpower. Vicky grew up in a family that steadfastly upheld their values and relentlessly battled for their rights during the unrestricted civil rights era. The Belk family persisted in seeking equality and justice in the face of hardship and discrimination. The community was inspired by the bravery of the Belk family. Vicky stood up for her community's rights and spoke out for what was right, just like her family did. She was a leader who sought to improve the justice and fairness of society. As a leader, Vicky was respected and idolized by her siblings. Her generosity and compassion, which were apparent in all she accomplished, drew them in. Vicky persisted and became the first person in her family to earn a college degree in spite of many challenges and few opportunities. She graduated from St. Augustine's College in Raleigh, North Carolina, with a Bachelor of Arts in Education in 1974. Vicky's skills and knowledge were recognized. Vicky began a successful career by breaking down barriers and accomplishing great things, and in 1979, at the age of 28, she landed a prestigious job as a management analyst in the Department of Agriculture's Office of Operations and Finance in Washington, D.C. Vicky, a single mother, put a lot of effort into raising her young son, Lamont Belk. She also had a time-consuming and hard-working job in Washington, D.C. Vicky volunteered at Oakland Baptist Church, where her great-grandfather was a co-founder, in spite of the difficulties. She had a strong religious and community commitment. Vicky's family always found time for one another, despite everything, because they were so close. Judy, Vicky's sister, married at Oakland Baptist Church in August 1979. To commemorate this momentous day, the entire family gathered. Vicky was a key player in the wedding preparations and served as Judy's maid of honor. James Hill, her boyfriend and co-worker at the Department of Agriculture, accompanied her to the wedding. Following the wedding, Vicky resumed her usual activities. She still put in a lot of work, looked after her son, and spent time with James. Nobody was aware of Vicky on August 29. Every lead seemed to end in disappointment for her family and friends who had been looking for her. They had no idea that their hopes would soon be dashed by a terrible discovery. At 7 p.m. on that fateful evening, a teenage boy from the area rode his bike down Metropolitan Church Road. In Maryland, he was riding close to the intersection of Route 227 when he noticed something. It was hard to see as he rode because of the long shadows cast by the waning daylight. However, he noticed something. He noticed a strange, still figure in the brush. His interest sparked him to get off his bike and approach the object carefully. His heart sank as he got closer. The body was dead. In a panic, the boy ran home to tell his mother about the horrifying discovery. She called the authorities right away. Authorities confirmed the heartbreaking fact that the remains were those of Vicky Lynn Belk at 910, who acted quickly after reaching the scene. Vicky's body was found about 20 feet from the road in a wooded area. She appeared to be in a desperate attempt to repel an assailant because she was lying on her back with her legs outstretched and her fists clenched close to her collarbone. She was shot in the head and died as a result. Unexpectedly, the medical examiner's further investigation revealed that Vicky had experienced sexual assault. Vicky's parents, Lonnie and Maydell Belk, were contacted by the Charles County Sheriff's Office and asked to visit the police station. They made a suggestion that they knew something about Vicky. Lonnie and Maydell came with mixed feelings, hoping that maybe Vicky was just hurt and had been located at last. But when they got to the sheriff's office, their hopes were dashed. They couldn't handle the heartbreaking news they got. They had brutally attacked, killed, and mercilessly abandoned their firstborn daughter on the side of the road. Following Vicky's horrific murder, her family was overcome with trauma and grief. The man who did this to her daughter was cursed by her mother. They were completely traumatized by the violent and disorderly nature of the crime. They gathered themselves in spite of their suffering and trusted the detectives with the case, hoping that Vicky's killer would be apprehended and given a fair punishment. Detectives secured the crime scene, carefully looked for clues, and gathered evidence as part of the immediate investigation into the homicide. Vicky's pantyhose, brown shoes, hair samples, nail clippings, jewelry, bra, dress, and slip were among the items the detectives found at the crime scene. Despite being extensively tested several times, these items sadly failed to provide any noteworthy leads for the investigation. In addition, the detectives interviewed Vicky's family, co-workers, and witnesses to the crime scene innumerable times. However, despite following up on a number of leads, the investigation didn't appear to be moving forward. In the hopes that it would contain a vital clue that would help them find Vicky's killer, the detectives were still looking for James's car, which she had borrowed to run errands the day she vanished. Within a few days, James's Buick was discovered abandoned in Washington, D.C. Unfortunately, though, no evidence of the murderer was found. Even though there were no new developments in the case, the detectives were committed to finding Vicky's killer. In the hopes that it would eventually result in a breakthrough, they meticulously preserved every piece of evidence. Additionally, they were hoping that technological advancements would eventually aid in solving the case in the upcoming years. The case was further hampered by the lack of forensic resources and investigative methods at the time. Given the time period, other lines of inquiry were either non-existent or very limited. Detectives from Charles County and Maryland State Police worked together to re-examine the evidence in Vicky's case. To make use of cutting-edge technologies, they also collaborated with Sorensen Forensics in Salt Lake City, Utah, and Bode Technology in Lorton, Virginia. Together, they sought to solve the case and provide fresh insight into Vicky's killer. But they once again found themselves disappointed. The identity of Vicky's killer remains a mystery, as the investigation into her assault and murder gradually came to a standstill. DNA testing technology was not developed until the 1980s, and it was not in use when Vicky was tragically killed in 1979. After it surfaced, authorities started building a nationwide database of fingerprints and DNA samples from people accused of crimes. But until the 2000s, despite continuous research, no notable advancements were made. Advances in DNA technology by the early 2000s enabled detectives to re-examine the evidence in Vicky's case. Investigators were able to develop a possible suspect profile after re-examining Vicky's dress and finding a foreign bodily fluid. Even though testing technology had advanced, it still needed a lot of work. The created profile was judged inappropriate for comparison with suspects or database entry. Over the years, detectives continued to retest Vicky's possessions using new technologies, unfazed by previous failures. But in spite of their best efforts, no noteworthy progress was made, and the case was once again unsolved, leaving Vicky's family with unresolved questions. However, new evidence was found in 2022 when Vicky's clothing was re-examined with the aid of new technology. Important hints that had been overlooked for decades were made clear by this discovery. A male's DNA profile connected to the crime scene was discovered. This important finding gave investigators new hope that Vicky's killer would be apprehended at last. An important turning point in the case was reached when the new DNA profile was compared to profiles in the Combined DNA Index System, CODIS. When Noel Gehrman learned of a DNA match connecting Andre Taylor to the evidence gathered in Vicky's case on November 1, 2022, it was a momentous occasion. This crucial discovery led detectives to look into Taylor's past and his ties to Bryan's Road, Maryland, the scene of the crime, as he was a 62-year-old convicted criminal from Washington, D.C. Detectives found that Taylor's address on his arrest records from the 1980s was Bryan's Road, 4 miles from the location where Vicky's body was found. The investigation also showed that Taylor's DNA was added to the national database after he was arrested and found guilty of violent crimes in Washington, D.C. This important discovery strengthened Taylor's connection to the case even more. Once Taylor was identified as the suspect, the next task for the investigators was to find him. Detectives worked in conjunction with law enforcement partners from the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department Homicide, the U.S. Homeland Security Investigations, and the U.S. Baltimore Field Office of the Secret Service to find him. After months of unrelenting search, investigators eventually found Taylor in Washington, D.C., where he was living in a nursing and rehabilitation center. In order to get proof, detectives kept a close eye on him and gathered more details about his past. In March 2023, detectives visited Andre at the nursing home with a warrant in order to obtain a saliva sample for a new DNA comparison with the evidence from the crime scene. Detectives weren't worried about Andre running away because of his poor health and amputated leg. Even though the unexpected visit made him aware of his suspect status, the results of lab tests would not be available for weeks, and authorities were certain he posed no flight risk. Andre Taylor's life took a turn for the worse as he grew older. Even though Taylor had never met Vicki Belk, his actions would eventually bring him back to her case decades later. After killing a man during a street robbery in April 1989, Taylor was charged with murder. The prosecution contended that Taylor should be detained without bail, citing his lengthy criminal history. He had at least 10 prior convictions for drug and gun possession in his criminal history. Taylor received a substantial sentence of 5 to 15 years in prison because he was a repeat offender, even though he was only found guilty of carrying a pistol without a license in the homicide case. Following his release, Taylor made several arrests in the 2000 system and kept circling back and forth through the criminal justice system. Taylor's DNA was added to the federal database at some point during this time. This crucial entry would ultimately connect Taylor to Vicki Belk's murder, providing her family with some closure and justice for her heinous murder. A grand jury heard the case from the Charles County State's Attorney's Office on June 16, 2023, and after considering the evidence, found Andre Taylor guilty of 3 serious charges: first-degree rape, first-degree murder, and second-degree rape. 6 days later, on June 22, Taylor was arrested in Washington, D.C. by a team of detectives from the Charles County Sheriff's Office, the United States Marshal's Service, and the Metropolitan Police Department. Taylor was first detained in a Washington, D.C. detention facility before he consented to return to Charles County on June 27. Vicki Belk was 28 years old, and Andre Taylor was 18 when she was murdered in 1979. There is no proof that Andre Taylor and Vicki Belk were acquainted, according to a careful analysis of the original report and follow-up investigations since 1979. Furthermore, the Belk murder and the circumstances surrounding Taylor's arrests in Washington, D.C. are completely different. On June 22, 2023, Vicki Belk's family celebrated a momentous occasion. Vicki's family and detectives spoke to the media during a press conference after Andre Taylor was detained without bail. Although the tearful reunion brought back painful memories, it also brought closure. The family was content and joyful. "I thank God that we are alive and well to witness this historic occasion," Vicki's son said. "I was 7 years old in 1979. Vicki's family expressed their appreciation and treasured memories, saying, "Thank you to the court for holding this person in custody." Through their accomplishments and the establishment of the Vicki Belk Scholarship Foundation in 1980, they paid tribute to her legacy, in spite of the pain. About 100 students have benefited from the foundation, perpetuating Vicki's passion for youth and education. It wasn't over yet. Andre Taylor's sentencing was still pending for the family. Will this be the next one? After 45 years of waiting, will the family finally find peace? Will the memory of Vicki Lynn Belk be buried at last? In the decades-old murder case of Vicki Lynn Belk, a Charles County jury found Andre Taylor criminally liable for her untimely death and returned a guilty verdict on July 18, 2024. According to Assistant State's Attorney John Stackhouse, the 45-year-long incident resulted in generational trauma. Belk's son was raised without a mother figure. Her daughter had to be buried by her parents. Not knowing who killed their daughter, her parents were forced to lie on their deathbeds. There was never an opportunity for her grandchildren to meet their grandmother. However, throughout this case, I have never witnessed a family with such grace, grit, and determination. After decades of evading justice, Andre Taylor was finally held accountable for his horrible crimes. Taylor acknowledged raping Vicki Belk during a detective interview, but he denied having anything to do with her death. Nevertheless, indisputable proof revealed his guilt and connected him to the crime. A 4-decade wait for justice ended on August 25, 2024, at 12:30 p.m., when Andre Taylor was sentenced to life in prison for the horrific first-degree murder of Vicky Lynn Belk. He would be imprisoned for the remainder of his life because the consequences of his crimes had finally caught up with him. I can't thank the assistant state's attorneys enough for their tireless efforts to bring justice to this case, said state's attorney Tony Covington, who praised the team. The Belk family had been waiting for justice for 45 years, and this was the culmination of a long and agonizing journey. Even though Vicky wouldn't return, it provided closure and explanation. Vicky's legacy would endure, proving the strength of tenacity. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Victor Auxiliers, a seasoned skydiver, made another jump on a typical sunny day in Wiltshire County. The sensation of wind on her face, the rush of adrenaline, and the view of the infinite sky were all familiar to her. However, she became aware that something had gone horribly wrong shortly after she had deployed her parachute. The reserve parachute did not deploy correctly, and the lines were tangled. Victoria fell with a terrifying velocity. Her only concern during that heart-stopping moment was her kids and how they would be left without her. However, how could a seasoned teacher like this make such a mistake, and why? These questions led to the discovery of a terrifying mystery that would permanently alter Victoria's life. Victoria Cilliers, who is she? Victoria Cilliers was born in 1977 to a retired military officer in Edinburgh, Scotland's capital. She was lively, vivacious, and full of life from a young age. She devotedly pursued a number of sports during her school years, and when she made her first skydive at the age of 16, she instantly fell in love with the sky. Victoria entered the University of Glasgow's medical program after graduating from high school. She obtained her degree in physical therapy while still participating in sports. She joined the British Army as a physical therapist because she wanted to be like her father. Victoria developed into a highly accomplished skydiver in addition to her medical career. She completed more than 1,500 jumps and obtained her instructor's certification. As a mentor with the Army National Parachuting Association and a free-fall coach, she was a true professional. Through perseverance and hard work, Victoria rose to the position of captain by the time she turned 30, marking a significant career accomplishment. She made a good living while juggling her duties as a skydiving instructor and a physical therapist at a military hospital. Her private life, however, was less fortunate. She wed a medical colleague in 2008, but the union disintegrated after just 1 year. A tall, gregarious officer named Emile Cilliers entered the hospital where Victoria worked in the middle of 2009. He ended up attending one of Victoria's therapy sessions while he was recuperating from a skiing accident. He quickly became the love of her life and her second husband, a love that nearly cost her everything. Emile Cilliers, an unfaithful partner and perilous charmer. Let's now examine the primary antagonist of the narrative. Born in South Africa in 1980, Emile Cilliers came from a wealthy British expat family that ran a construction business. His parents catered to all of his needs and desires, allowing him to grow up pampered and conceited. Emile began dating Nicolene Shepherd, a young girl, when he was 17. He was already employed at his father's business and had completed high school by then. Emile knew how to make a good impression, dressed well, and always had money to spend. Shortly before her 16th birthday, Nicolene became pregnant and gave birth to their first child, a daughter. A second child was born to the couple approximately a year and a half later. However, they never made it to the altar, even though they had 2 children together. Emile asserted that he was not prepared for the obligations of family life. He kept having affairs with other women in spite of his role as a father. Although he didn't try hard to conceal his actions, he was always able to win Nicolene back and persuade her to stay with him. Emile made the decision to relocate to the UK in the early 2000s with the intention of establishing a prosperous career, purchasing a house, and eventually bringing Nicolene and the children to live with him. On a work visa, he went to the UK, But his trip didn't go as expected. Emil took on menial side jobs to make ends meet because he was having trouble finding steady employment. He often lived with different women and made fewer calls home to save money. Emil consistently refused Nicoline's requests to bring them to the UK or return to South Africa. Citing financial difficulties, he said he was unable to provide for them. However, he frequently bought pricey things for himself and lavished gifts on his many romantic partners. Nicolin and the kids were temporarily financially supported by Emil's parents. Nicolin's prospective mother-in-law then disclosed a startling secret during one of their conversations. Emil had just gotten married. Carly Taylor, a British woman, became his new wife. Nicolin called Emil that same day and demanded an explanation. He reassured her calmly that the marriage was solely for legal purposes, to obtain permanent residency in the United Kingdom. Nicoline tried to remain composed and trusted his story, but she soon discovered he had no intention of inviting them over. She packed one suitcase, gathered her children, and took a plane to the UK, determined to force Emil to take responsibility. She desired Emil to be involved in raising their kids. By this point, Carly was expecting their second child, and Emil and Carly already had a son together. Carly was unaware of the existence of Nicoline and her two children. The unexpected appearance of Nicoline surprised Emil and his expectant wife. In an attempt to make his shocked wife understand him, Emil had to switch to South African Afrikaans. He told Nicoline quite bluntly that he had no intention of continuing to be involved in their children's lives, and that their relationship was over. The always endearing Emil was forced to tell his wife who she was, but the heartbroken Nicoline fled in tears. However, Nicoline was portrayed as a villain rather than a victim in the highly embellished story he told Carly. For about 6.5 years, Emil and Carly were married, but their marriage was not happy. It was the same pattern as in his last relationship. Emil regularly cheated on Carly with several women he met wherever he went, even though they had 2 kids together. Interestingly, Nicolin, Carly, and later Victoria would all talk about Emil's incessant demands for intimacy, even weeks after giving birth. With little consideration for the discomfort or health hazards his partners might face, Emil signed a contract to join the Army Physical Training Corps shortly after he married Carly, joining the British Armed Forces. He basically turned into a fitness instructor who earned a respectable salary and a military rank. Emil and Victoria's love story. Emil broke his ankle in a skiing accident in 2009 and ended up in the hospital. Victoria, a physical therapist, was there when he first met her. Immediately sparks flew between them. It made no difference that Victoria was 3 years older. Emil tried his best to comfort her in any way he could, because she was still emotionally healing from a recent divorce. Victoria was initially unaware that her new romantic interest was still married. Similarly, Carly was unaware that her husband was meeting with a divorce lawyer and getting ready to file for divorce. When the truth was revealed, Emil attempted to blame Carly for his marriage's failure, but she responded by telling Victoria that Nicoline and Emil had 2 other children. This realization astounded Victoria. Her ostensibly ideal partner had a convoluted past, including 4 children and 2 prior relationships. Emil, however, insisted that he had never felt this way about anyone else and declared his unwavering love for her. Victoria had already fallen deeply in love with him. Even though those words might have meant nothing to someone else, she discovered that she could accept him for who he was, flaws and all, and forgive the lies. With time, Carly and Victoria were able to establish a true friendship in addition to becoming cordial. The 2 women had become so close that Carly even trusted Victoria to take care of her kids. Emil quickly proposed to Victoria after completing his divorce in 2010. The couple threw a lavish wedding after she gladly accepted. After her parents died, Victoria used the money she inherited from them to buy a large house in Wiltshire, where they now reside. The couple's first child, a daughter named April, was born in 2011. In 2015, their son Ben was born, expanding their family. Spending a lot of time with their children, the new parents seemed committed. Their family appeared to be content and strong from the outside. Victoria was an enthusiastic skydiver who had even introduced the sport to her husband, Emil. He became an expert in packing both main and reserve parachutes and obtained his own certification as a skydiving instructor, giving the family an additional source of income. With two gorgeous kids, a devoted husband who had just been promoted to sergeant, and a life that appeared ideal to their friends and family, Victoria's marriage seemed like a dream come true. However, Emile soon got tired of this seemingly perfect life. He started looking for affairs, and even though he didn't do much to conceal his actions, he would constantly beg Victoria's pardon on his knees. He would vouch for the fact that these liaisons were pointless and that she was the only person he loved. In order to keep up appearances, and the appearance of a perfect family in front of friends, family, and co-workers, Victoria repeatedly forgave him. As previously stated, Victoria had been an instructor at the Army Parachute Association and had a deep love for skydiving since she was a young girl. By early 2015, she had performed more than 2,500 jumps without any mistakes or mishaps. Naturally, Victoria had to take a break from the sport she loved so much during her pregnancy, and she missed it terribly. Her second child was born in early March 2015. Emile then shocked her on April 1st by telling her that he had reserved a tandem skydive for the two of them. Victoria was ecstatic, perceiving this as a considerate act from her spouse, who appeared to wish to inject some excitement into their everyday routine. The couple arrived at the skydiving base with their older daughter on April 4, the day of the scheduled jump. They prepared, but the weather abruptly changed against them. Heavy clouds rolled in and the wind increased, making it impossible for the plane to take off. The jump was rescheduled for Easter Sunday the following day. Upon arriving home, Emile abruptly informed Victoria that he would not be able to accompany her the following day. In addition to insisting that it would be best to leave the kids at home because they would only grow tired and no one else would be available to watch them, he said that urgent matters had arisen. Emile wished Victoria luck as he bid her farewell on the morning of April 5 and remained behind with their 5-week-old son and 4-year-old daughter. With a positive attitude, Victoria set out, looking forward to her long-awaited jump. However, the weather wasn't great again. After waiting for several hours, the group was finally given the all-clear to take off. The plane carrying 12 skydivers took off at around 3 p.m. One by one, the skydivers started their jumps at the proper altitude. Last to jump, Victoria Cilliers relished every moment of her ascent through the sky, but as soon as she pulled the cord to release her parachute, she knew something was seriously amiss. No matter how hard she tried, she was unable to untangle the tangled lines of her main parachute. Quickly, she sliced it off and proceeded to use her backup chute. The unimaginable occurred at that point. Approximately 1/3 of the reserve parachute opened. It looked like this might be the end, as Victoria started to spin wildly through the air at a terrifying speed. Victoria later acknowledged that, although she was afraid, she didn't consider dying. Her husband and their 2 young children were waiting for her at home and she was thinking about them. She tried to position her body to minimize the injuries from the inevitable impact and did everything she could to slow her fall. In her ears, the wind roared. She lost all sense of time and space as everything whirled around her. The world grew dark. Victoria was lying in a recently plowed field when she came to. She couldn't understand what had happened or why there was so much noise all around her. She was confused. Her co-workers were shocked to discover her alive after racing to the scene. They were taken aback, however, when Victoria opened her eyes and requested assistance in standing up. As it happened, she had been extremely lucky. Her fall had been cushioned by the soft, loose soil, avoiding potentially fatal injuries. Victoria had suffered a broken leg, collarbone, and multiple ribs, but she miraculously survived. However, her head, internal organs, and spine were largely intact on the side she landed on. After being airlifted to the closest hospital by emergency personnel, it is almost unheard of for both parachutes to fail, and it is rarely necessary to deploy a reserve parachute. Red flags were raised right away. After learning of the incident, the skydiving base's lead instructor made the decision to examine Victoria's parachutes in person. Although the main chute's lines were tangled, it was unclear if this was the result of a packer's error or if someone had purposefully sabotaged it. Things became even more suspicious when the reserve parachute was examined. There were 2 essential pieces of equipment missing. It appeared as though these parts had never been there and had never been torn away because there was no indication of damage. Victoria came perilously close to death as a result of the reserve chute's improper deployment. A mistake of this size was practically impossible because the parachute had been inspected at least 10 times by numerous experienced professionals. The lead instructor was extremely concerned about both parachute failures. He made the decision to report a possible murder attempt to the police on his own. It just so happened that, at about the same time, Victoria's best friend Caroline called the police with a similar worry. But Caroline didn't think twice about naming the suspect she had in mind. When Caroline learned of the suspicious accident, she became concerned. She told investigators that Emil, Victoria's husband, might be connected. Caroline claims that although the marriage appeared to be happy on the surface, Emil was actually a toxic and manipulative partner. Victoria disregarded numerous warning signs because she was so consumed by her love for him. An expanding study. The parachutes turned out to be important pieces of evidence during the police's thorough investigation into the incident. Victoria, meanwhile, recovered remarkably quickly and was in the hospital for less than a month. She credited her husband's constant care and support for her quick recovery. Emil seemed to be the ideal husband, showing her affection, taking care of the house, and assisting with their kids. Victoria was therefore taken aback when policemen arrived at their door to talk to Mr. Cilliers. Emil didn't fight back. He went to the station voluntarily to respond to their inquiries. Emil, a negligent father and an unfaithful husband, maintained his composure while being questioned, but he was aware that investigators would soon find text messages he had exchanged with his many lovers. He made the decision to discuss his affairs with others in the hopes of avoiding the disclosures. He acknowledged that he had been dissatisfied in his marriage and blamed Victoria for not providing for him. He claimed that although he had been preparing to divorce her for some time, he had put it off due to the children. Emil admitted that he had been seeing an Austrian ski instructor named Stephanie Galler for about 6 months, and even had plans to wed her shortly. Emil disclosed his financial difficulties as well. He owed a lot of money to a number of individuals and businesses that provided high-interest loans. He was a self-confessed gambling addict who regularly wagered and lost, which led to his debts skyrocketing. He said that some of his creditors had started threatening him, and he even implied that Victoria's death attempt might have been a warning to him. As it happened, Emil Cilliers did have a mountain of debt, but his account of the parachute incident sounded so implausible. The fact that Emil casually stated that he had personally examined his wife's parachutes and never left them in his sight, even bringing them with him when he used the restroom, only served to heighten investigators' suspicions. The police detained him for additional interrogation after this detail raised serious concerns. Officers conversed with Victoria at home during this time, telling her about the strange details and the suspicions expressed by the lead instructor and her friend Caroline. Victoria was shaken and in disbelief. She acknowledged her husband's extramarital affairs and financial difficulties, admitting that their marriage was far from ideal. She also disclosed that Emil had not been very enthusiastic about the birth of their youngest son and had hardly spent any time with her children. Victoria found it difficult to accept that her husband would ever wish to hurt her, in spite of everything. Emil didn't initially seem to have a strong reason to divorce his wife. First of all, despite his mounting debts, Victoria had always supported him financially and forgiven him for his infidelity, giving him unfettered access to her bank account. Emil led a comfortable life and indulged in his vices. Second, Victoria had safeguarded her resources. In her will, she left her savings account and the house she purchased prior to their marriage to her sister. Her sister would take on the role of guardian for the children in the event of her death, guaranteeing Emil would not be able to access the inheritance. Victoria feared her husband would waste everything because she knew he was not responsible for his finances. Emil was also aware of this and realized that her estate would not be advantageous to him. Investigators believed that he might have been motivated by the possibility that he would receive a life insurance payout of almost £200,000 sterling if Victoria died. Emil was also planning to move abroad with his new girlfriend as part of their future plans. Victoria recalled an important detail when questioned about the parachute. Taking Victoria's backpack with him, Emil had taken their daughter to the bathroom when she needed to use it on the day of the jump. According to the rules, all equipment had to be returned because the jump was cancelled that day due to bad weather. However, Emil persuaded Victoria to leave the equipment in a locker, claiming that doing so would avoid the lines at the equipment window the following morning and save time. Victoria insisted, however, that her husband was not allowed to tamper with the parachutes. She noted that he had only been gone for roughly 5 minutes, which was, in her opinion, not nearly enough time to make any changes to the equipment. Caroline talked about a terrifying experience that happened a week prior to the unsuccessful parachute jump during her interview. Victoria had almost died from a gas leak at home. Victoria and their 2 kids were left alone when Emil said he had to spend the night at the barracks the previous evening. Victoria smelled gas the following morning. When she called Emil to tell him, he told her that she was just dreaming and told her to start cooking without worrying. Fortunately, Victoria was not easily persuaded. When the technician from the gas company arrived after she called, they found a significant leak at the gas valve located inside a cabinet close to the stove. The valve nut's noticeable scratches indicated that someone had used a wrench to tamper with it. Emil was notoriously clumsy with tools, so it appeared that he was the one who made the marks. Additionally, there were blood traces on the valve from a cut he probably sustained while working on it quickly, and he hadn't bothered to clean up the evidence. According to investigators, he had loosened the nut just enough to start a slow leak, not enough to be noticeable unless there was an explosion. Later, Emil asserted that the valve had most likely come loose due to vibrations from a nearby building's construction. The incident was written off as a strange accident at the time, and no one suspected Emil of foul play. However, if an explosion had occurred, Victoria and their 2 small children might have perished, instantly resolving Emil's issues. Determined to depart for Austria with his new partner Stephanie, he swiftly came up with the plan with the parachutes after that plan failed. The suspected attacker is defended by the victim. Victoria persisted in defending her husband, claiming he could never want her dead, in spite of all the dubious evidence and witness statements. At that point, investigators decided it was time to expose her to the harsh reality of the man she had lived with. They told Stephanie about Emil's messages, in which he essentially asked her to marry him. He had written about his desire to start a new life, and his profound regrets about marrying Victoria. That wasn't all, though. Emil had profiles on several dating apps, was seeing a number of other women, and even went to speed dating events to meet new people for casual dates. But finding out that her husband had been having an affair with his ex-wife Carly was the greatest betrayal for Victoria. Unaware of Emil's dishonesty, Carly and Victoria were good friends who frequently worked out weekend custody arrangements for the children. Although Victoria acknowledged that the gas leak incident had raised suspicions from the beginning, she chose to ignore them because she believed her husband would never endanger their children. In addition, he had been gone nearly 3 times as long as Emil, who had only been in the bathroom for 5 minutes with her parachute. He said their daughter had spent a lot of time in the restroom when he got back. Victoria was also aware that her husband was using her credit cards to make extravagant purchases for his mistresses. Emil, however, had consistently maintained that fraudsters had somehow obtained his account details and pledged to notify the authorities of the theft, even though he never did. The case was taken to court because of Victoria's and other witnesses' strong testimony. An expert would only need roughly 10 minutes to sabotage both parachutes and repack them carefully enough to evade detection, according to a reenactment done during the investigation. The fact that Emil had allegedly attempted to harm his wife twice, putting not only her but also their children in danger, persisted even though the majority of the evidence appeared circumstantial. When the trial started in November 2017, Emil vehemently denied all of the charges. He asserted that he would never endanger his own children and that he would never harm the mother of his children. In addition, he claimed that Victoria had been on the edge of a breakdown after multiple heated arguments with him and that she may have tampered with her own parachute because she was suffering from severe postpartum depression. Victoria was experiencing an odd situation. Emil almost seemed to hypnotize her. She reiterated his allegations in court, saying he couldn't have hurt her or their kids. She even acknowledged that she had experienced depression following the birth of their son. Attendees at the trial were unable to ignore how strongly Emil continued to influence her. Emil was found guilty of all charges on June 15, 2018, and given a life sentence with the possibility of release after at least 18 years. Victoria finally admitted to herself that she had been living with a real monster for all those years, and she filed for divorce shortly after the trial. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A person's life can be completely transformed by the emotion of love. It can be tender and loving, or it can be hurtful and disappointing. Almost everyone has times in their lives when they meet someone who becomes special to them, but occasionally these relationships don't work out as planned. In this tale, a man and a woman fell in love, but their relationship ended because of a well-publicized investigation. What transpired between them? For what reason were their parents against their relationship? This video will teach you the answers to these questions. I want to start by saying that this is one of the most unbelievable stories I have ever posted on my channel. Why do those who are meant to protect and serve act indifferently? And everyone will be shocked by this story's conclusion. We will therefore talk about what happened in Kemerovo, Russia, in 2020. The administrative hub of the Kemerovo Oblast is the sizable Russian city of Kemerovo. It is located in western Siberia's southern region. It is one of the biggest cities in Siberia, with a population of over 500,000. On September 24, 1997, Vera Pekteleva was born in Kiselyovsk, Kemerovo Oblast. She developed into a happy, imaginative adult. She enjoyed singing, and she won several competitions while she was in school. Despite their divorce while she was in school, Vera's parents, Oksana and Yevgeny, remained friendly. Vera got along well with her mother's new husband and her father's new wife. She was characterized as a non-confrontational, upbeat, and kind individual. As previously mentioned, Vera was a creative person, so her family was taken aback when she chose to attend the State Technical University in Kemerovo after high school graduation, rather than pursue a career in the arts. Vera spent her free time visiting her mother, Oksana, who lived in Kiselyovsk, approximately 110 miles from Kemerovo. Vera met a man her own age, Vladislav Kanius, during one of these visits in 2016. The total opposite of Vera was Vlad, as everyone called him. He was reclusive, irritable, and lacked life goals. Vlad was raised in a dysfunctional household and left school after the 9th grade. He lived with his father after his mother abandoned her family. But the challenges in his life did not stop there. In the end, his father committed suicide as a result of his legal troubles. Vlad was profoundly affected by everything that transpired in front of his eyes. Vera fell in love with Vlad despite the fact that they had little in common. Vera's parents opposed this relationship because they were aware of Vlad's identity. Of course, the guy's life wasn't easy, and we felt sorry for him, but we wanted a completely different life for Vera. We disapproved of her choice. We waited for her to end this relationship, Oksana, her mother, said. Vera's father asked her to break up with Vlad after learning about him. But Vlad and his daughter remained together. She simply ceased discussing him with her parents. Vera's mother, Oksana, recalled, "Vlad was never at our family gatherings. He was not in the photos on Vera's social networks. It was like she was hiding him." An essential fact to note here is that Vera and Vlad moved into Kemerovo together in 2019. Vlad, who was unemployed and did not want to change that, loved living with Vera, and her parents helped pay for the apartment. She was intelligent, attractive, and always had cash in her pocket. She gave him financial support. The couple's relationship was strained. It was obvious that Vlad would not stop abusing alcohol. Her parents thought Vlad had beaten her. Vera ultimately made the decision to end this toxic relationship in November 2019, but her boyfriend was adamantly against it. As previously stated, Vera and Vlad shared an apartment that was partially funded by her parents. In November 2019, Vera made the decision to break up with Vlad. According to logic, Vlad ought to have moved out. He was not going to do it, though. He enjoyed living at the expense of others. This is a passage from Vlad's testimony. It will help you understand what transpired after Vera made the decision to break up with him. However, keep in mind that this is Vlad's testimony. Whether or not you believe what he says is up to you. He stated in his testimony, "On December 15, 2019, I got into a fight with Vera because she wouldn't let me go to a nightclub. Throughout our relationship, Vera started to frequently leave for Kiselyovsk and gradually started to distance herself from me. telling me that she was talking to someone else. Don't forget that a month prior to that, Vera told Vlad that she was ending their relationship. We continued to live in the same apartment during this period, and I also learned that she was seeing someone else through our mutual friend, who informed me that Vera was seeing another man, Alexander, from Kislyovsk, whom I did not personally know. I wanted to speak with Vera after learning that she was seeing Alexander. After our argument on December 15, 2019, she left and took some items with her, but I kept in contact with her over the phone, and on January 12, 2020, I called Vera and offered to help her move her remaining possessions to a different apartment. Vera accepted my offer to meet and move things, and we decided that I would assist her with the move. We decided to meet in the afternoon on January 13, and she was to come to me for her belongings. On January 13, 2020, at approximately 4 or 6 p.m., Vera arrived, and we packed her and my belongings since I wanted to leave this apartment as well and didn't want to live there without Vera. We drank beer, liqueur, and vodka while packing, and afterward I felt inebriated, and Vera was too. We drank until 5 in the morning on January 14, 2020. We didn't have any arguments while we were drinking, but when I started talking to her about our relationship, suggested that we should get back together, and revealed that I knew she was seeing another man, we started to argue. She didn't like it, so she began to curse, insult me, and hit me, specifically kicking me at least 5 times in the groin and hitting me in the face with her palm at least 8 times. I didn't feel any pain when she slapped me, but I did feel pain when she kicked me between the legs, which is how Vera began hitting me first, and I was upset because she had lied and claimed she wasn't seeing another man. Vera continued to insult me while claiming that I was intruding on her personal life because I was well informed about her. Vlad told the police that version of events. We'll then go over the opposing viewpoint, which provides compelling evidence that Vlad was dishonest in his testimony. Take note of this statement. We drank alcohol until 5 a.m. on January 14, 2020. There were no conflicts between us in the process of drinking alcohol. Vera had no intention of sharing the apartment with Vlad, much less partaking in alcohol. She requested a friend's assistance with the move. Vera left her friend a voicemail at 5:08 p.m. She claimed to have already arrived at the apartment and was gathering her belongings. She promised to arrive at her new apartment around 6 o'clock. Vera requested assistance from a friend to move her belongings from the taxi to the apartment. Vera left another voicemail 3 minutes later. She asked her friend to assist her with the move by coming to the apartment where she and Vlad shared. But before Vera could finish, Vlad interrupted, saying, "No one's coming in here." As a result, he opposed Vera's friend visiting the apartment. 4 minutes later, at 5:15 p.m., Vera asked her friend to come in a low voice, suggesting that things had gotten out of hand. This message appears to have been a request for assistance. She purposefully spoke quietly so Vlad wouldn't hear her. Vlad's commanding voice can be heard once more, at 5:25 p.m., when Vera sent another voicemail. He advises Vera's friend to wait for Vera to text her and not to bother them. Vlad recorded the voicemail himself at 7:19 p.m. Vera was unable to use her phone from that point on. The monster and she were left alone. But we must explain what happened next. The dreadful screams emanating from apartment 738 began to wake up the neighbors on the same floor at around 3 in the morning. A witness referred to the events as a massacre. 15 people gathered in the hallway outside the apartment because the screams were so loud. Among them was Vlad's brother. Since his brother had previously threatened to kill Vera, he recalled Vlad's words and understood that they would have to smash down the door. Since the apartment's door was iron, the neighbors began gathering tools to pry it open. Vera's heartbreaking sobs had been coming from the apartment all along. Eventually, the emergency service calls that people made were included in a different investigation. 30 minutes later, the police were still nowhere to be found. The event ended at 6:30 a.m. People called the police during these 3.5 hours, but nobody responded to Vera's call for help. While Vera was fighting for her life, the witnesses called the emergency services 7 times, but no one answered. Vlad was the last person to speak to them from behind the door. The neighbors eventually located a crowbar in a nearby parking lot and broke down the door after he said, "Vera, forgive me. I love you very much." Vlad was in the restroom by now, and Vera was already dead. He was inebriated. 112 operators were discussing life, laughing, drinking tea, and were extremely upset that they were being bothered, while Vera was suffering a terrible death at the hands of her ex-boyfriend, and the neighbors were futilely attempting to contact the police for assistance. It was only after Vera's death that the police showed up. They will later allege that one car ran out of gas and that no officers were available because everyone was attending to other calls. Consequently, the police officers who were on duty that evening and the 112 operators were also put on trial. The police station video was released while the investigation was underway, but translating it into English is pointless. One word sums it up for me: indifference. And even without subtitles, it is obvious. Recall that Vlad stated in his testimony that he and Vera did not have any disagreements until 5 in the morning, but the forensic analysis revealed that he was lying. 6 hours prior to her demise, Vera sustained her initial injuries. At around midnight, that is, it indicated that she had been beaten and injured by Vlad Knus for 6 hours prior to her passing. She had stab wounds among the approximately 100 injuries on her body. She had broken ribs and a nose. Her neck also had marks from strangulation. And prepare yourself if you were surprised by the police's inaction. You won't be any less surprised by what happened next. At the funeral of Vera Pekulova, over 1,000 people showed up. Not everyone could be accommodated in the church. Vera's mother, Oksana, claims that despite the funeral home's 4-hour makeup attempt, she was still unable to identify her daughter. Her injuries were that severe. Vlad Knus, meanwhile, was providing his version of events to the investigators. Naturally, he made an effort to minimize his involvement in this crime. Regarding that evening, he stated, "She didn't like it when I brought up our relationship, suggested that we get back together, and told her that I knew she was seeing another guy. She then began to curse, insult me, and hit me, specifically kicking me at least 5 times in the groin and hitting me in the face with her palm at least 8 times. When she slapped me, I didn't feel any pain, but when she kicked me between the legs, I felt pain. This is because Vera began hitting me first, which infuriated me because I knew everything about her, and she lied when she said she wasn't seeing anyone else. She kept insulting me during this time, so I became enraged and struck her with my palms several times, hitting her head about 4 times, but with little force. When I struck Vera, she fell to the floor, hitting the closet, and she struck me back, specifically hitting my head with her fists and palms, which hurt. I asked her to stop, but she didn't, and I recall that she scratched my back. I then grabbed her by the neck, and after noticing an iron on the floor, I wrapped the iron cord around Vera's neck, tightened it a little, and squeezed her neck for 1.5 minutes or 2. I didn't want to kill Vera, and I didn't know at the time that what I was doing could do so. I was tightening the cord around her neck to frighten her, to make her lose consciousness, to put her to sleep. She began coughing and wheezing for 15 minutes after I took the cord off her neck. Vera was in a prone position when I took the cord off her neck, but I later placed her on her back. At that point, she was unconscious, but she was also making noises, i.e. wheezing, and I assumed she was okay. Vera was not responding when I tried to wake her up, so I put my ear to her mouth and then to her heart to check if her heart was beating. She had no pulse and was not breathing. I don't recall what happened next, but I do recall that I ended up in the bathroom at one point while holding a knife. After a while, the door to the apartment opened and my brother and a policeman were inside, and then I was told to get dressed and taken to the police station. I had a knife with me because I wanted to hurt myself, and I didn't want to live because I knew Vera was dead. I want to apologize to Vera's family for what I did, and I acknowledge that my actions were the reason behind her death. I didn't intend to kill her. Vlad has a selective memory, as you have observed. He recalled strangling Vera, but he couldn't recall how he hurt her roughly 100 times. Furthermore, it was unclear how Vera, lying on her stomach on the floor, could have scratched his back and punched him in the face. It also became evident during the interrogation how Vlad's brother got to the scene of the crime. He lived in a different city after all. Vlad told the police the following. "I called my brother. I told him about what happened. I told him that Vera wasn't breathing, and my brother told me to call an ambulance and give her CPR. I tried to give her first aid, I tried to give her CPR and cardiac massage. He called his brother around midnight and threatened to kill Vera, according to information uncovered during the investigation. When questioned again about Vera's injuries during the second interrogation, he responded as follows. I admit that I caused Vera all of the injuries listed in the report, and I did not count the number of blows I delivered, but I may have been responsible for the injuries the expert discovered on her body. I don't recall how many times I struck her, but I believe it was the same amount. She screamed and insulted me during our argument, and I didn't like hitting her. When I did hit her, I didn't like her screaming, so I wanted her to stop talking. At the time, I didn't consider her suffering. Vlad Kanyus added that he and Vera had agreed to be intimate that night. Since it was impossible to prove the opposite, the charges associated with this were eventually dropped. Negligence charges were brought against emergency service providers and police officers. Unbelievably, they were not suspended from their jobs while the investigation was underway. They persisted in providing absurd justifications for their actions. For each of the 5 defendants, the prosecutor sought actual prison sentences. But the judge made a different decision. They were given suspended sentences ranging from 1.5 to 2 years. Additionally, the court mandated that each give the victims roughly $350. The police department also had to pay about $11,000 at the same time. Although the ruble is the currency of Russia, I have converted all amounts to US dollars so that everyone can understand them. According to the indictment, the police officers had gasoline, and even if they hadn't, they still ought to have taken the proper action to address the situation. However, they didn't view arriving at the scene as an urgent matter. Both police officers did not confess to any wrongdoing and refused to assist with the investigation. They claimed that the investigation team was at another address where a man's body had been discovered earlier when witnesses called to report the woman's screams and cries for assistance. It's likely that we will never find out what actually transpired that evening. Vera had no intention of residing in the apartment. She even asked a friend to assist her in moving. Thus, there is every reason to believe that Vlad poured alcohol into Vera's mouth while she was unconscious, or forced her to drink it. He had time to devise a story that would demonstrate that everything that occurred was accidental. Vlad Kanyus was given a 17-year prison sentence by the court in the summer of 2022. He partially acknowledged his guilt. Additionally, he was mandated to make a compensation payment of roughly $45,000. Vera's parents were shocked by what transpired next. Since they felt that 17 years was a very light sentence for what Kanyus had done to their daughter, they intended to appeal the decision. But Vlad was not even imprisoned for a year. Pictures of Kanyus in uniform were broadcast on the network in November 2023, and it was revealed in April 2023 that he had been pardoned by the president following 6 months of involvement in the war. You are all aware of the nature of the conflict Russia is currently embroiled in. Additionally, he was released from having to compensate Vera's parents in any way. In Russia, Vera Pektaleva's case has generated a lot of interest. Not less poignant was the news of Vlad Kanyus's pardon. The Russian president's press secretary said the following about it. There is a specific process for pardoning, and we have discussed it on numerous occasions. The first step is for the convicted individual to confess to his guilt. The Federal Bureau of Prisons makes the initial decision, followed by the regional level, the federal district, the Central Commission, and finally the president, who receives the documents for review. This is one method, and there is another in which prisoners, including those incarcerated for severe offenses, redeem themselves on the battlefield by using blood under shells and bullets. When Vera's parents found out that the person who killed their daughter was free and could start over, it's difficult to imagine how they felt. Such a chance will never come to their daughter. She was not given another chance. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Born on May 23, 1973, in a small Tennessee town, Matthew Winkler came from a family where religion was very important. His life was centered around church activities from a young age, and his parents, who were devout Christians, gave him a solid moral foundation grounded in Christian principles. Matthew was taught the value and strength of faith at a young age, and it seems that his relationship with God served as his beacon. He was the youngest of 4 children, and despite their lack of wealth, the family was content, despite their financial struggles. Although Matthew enjoyed his studies, it wasn't until he was in his teens that he realized his true calling when he started participating in church ministries and assisting with youth events. He exuded confidence, charm, and a unique ability to connect with others. He made the decision to become a pastor at the age of 18, having already completed his education. Following his high school graduation, Matthew enrolled at Henderson, Tennessee's Freed-Hardeman College. Students from all over the nation who were looking for a theological education were drawn to this university because of its strong Christian tradition. Despite his concentration on his studies, Matthew remembered to engage in extracurricular activities. He served as the soccer team's captain. He frequently planned events for students and took an active part in campus life. He immediately made a name for himself as a leader among his peers thanks to his enthusiasm and drive. He met Mary, his future wife, at the same college. Despite attending the same college, Mary's personality was very different from Matthew's. She was quiet and unassuming, and even though their paths crossed at different occasions, she did not receive the same level of attention as he did. Born in Tennessee, Mary came from a traditional family. Her family always upheld modest values, and she had a mild upbringing. She was more concerned with building a family hearth than she was with ambition, unlike Matthew. However, they were united by their shared religious convictions and a desire to serve God. Matthew first became acquainted with Mary while she was volunteering for student council-organized projects on campus. Her kindness and gentleness of heart impressed him. Mary wasn't looking for attention. She was not overlooked. He started their friendship, which swiftly developed into a more committed partnership for someone with Matthew's charm. Surprisingly, Matthew's vivacious personality was ideally matched by Mary's serene and prudent disposition. They were soon inseparable. The couple started assisting the underprivileged, volunteering at community events, and working together on church projects. In addition to being his wife, Matthew viewed Mary as a ministry partner who shared his philosophy of life. Mary, however, believed she had found a man who shared her beliefs and was supportive. After graduating from college, they got married and relocated to Selmer, where Matthew accepted a position as a pastor at the nearby Church of Christ. There was more to the Church of Christ in Selmer than just worship. It served as the town's most significant hub for activity. It was situated on a hill with a lovely garden all around, and the congregation always congregated there. The entire town seemed to have assembled for prayer. Matthew immediately won over the locals with his innate charm and talent for communication. He planned a lot of charity concerts, youth classes, and events to aid the underprivileged. Everyone was talking about him, and he rose to prominence in the community. Mary actively assisted him in this ministry in spite of her modesty. She was present when Matthew took care of the house, assisted with event planning, and delivered significant announcements to the congregation. She stayed in the background, unlike her husband, but everyone could always see how much she loved and cared for her family. The Winklers seemed to be the ideal family. Patricia, Mary, Alice, and Brianna are the 3 daughters that Matthew and Mary raised. You could frequently hear the children's laughter reverberating throughout the house because they were energetic and full of fun. The sisters were close and, even though they were young, already exhibited the same Christian values as their parents, but there was a very bad life going on behind the closed doors of their home. The tension between Matthew and Mary was occasionally apparent to those who knew the family a little better. Although some claimed that Matthew was an overly strict man, the rumors never spread beyond a small circle. Matthew was a man of strong character. In a small town, people hardly ever talked about such things openly, but their children, who were always happy and gregarious, showed no signs of trouble for most of them. The Winklers were still a role model. It started out as a typical spring morning on March 22. As the Christchurch congregation started to assemble for services, the town was just starting to awaken. The air was filled with the aroma of freshly cut grass and coffee poured into thermoses that residents frequently brought to meetings. But soon after, the unsettling news that Pastor Matthew had failed to arrive at church broke the stillness of that morning. He never skipped Sunday services, so this was out of the ordinary. After unsuccessful attempts to contact him, a number of parishioners visited his home to check on him. They saw that the door was unlocked and the windows were draped as they got closer to the house. Given how strict the Winkler family had always been about security, this seemed strange. They knew something had gone wrong as soon as they were inside. It was too quiet in the house. A distressing call was placed to emergency number 91 at 9 a.m. Matthew Winkler was the pastor of the Church of Christ, where James Barker, the caller, was a parishioner. Barker stated that because Matthew had not shown up for the morning service, he and a few other churchgoers who were worried about the pastor had made the decision to pay him a visit at his house. A few minutes after the call, Barker found Matthew's body in his bedroom, and police officers quickly arrived on the scene. In order to avoid interfering with the investigation, Barker and other parishioners had already left the house. The house appeared to be in good condition upon first inspection, but the atmosphere was strange. The only evidence of violence or damage in the house was the fight in the bedroom. There was no sign of the family's presence, as if they had just left the house. The police officers were astounded by the house's unremarkable appearance as soon as they entered it. There was an incomplete breakfast in the kitchen, toys on the floor, and cups of leftover coffee on the table in the living room. However, the initially seemingly normal atmosphere did not match what the police officers soon learned when they entered the bedroom. They saw Matthew Winkler's body right away. He was on the bed, face down, in pajamas that showed obvious signs of abuse. Death had finally caught up with him, as was later revealed. The pastor had a noticeable large wound on his back a few hours prior, which was clearly caused by a gunshot, but the gun itself was not present in the room. The police observed that the gunshot shell casing was on the ground as they placed Matthew's body down. This immediately suggested the presence of a firearm, but none was found. There was evidence of a struggle in the bedroom. The nightstand had been knocked over, and books and personal items were all over the floor. As though someone had attempted to hide or flee, the sheet was partially hanging off the bed, and the bedding was wrinkled. This implied that at the time of the crime, the victim and the offender were engaged in combat. A few crucial details were also noted by forensic investigators who arrived soon after the police. The family had gotten up early that day and was getting ready for their morning duties, as evidenced by the empty bottles of shampoo and shower gel in the bathroom. But there were concerns about Matthew's own death in the bedroom and his absence from the church service. The shoe tracks that did not match Matthew's shoes, however, were the most interesting discovery. Someone was in the room when the crime was committed, as evidenced by prints found on the carpet near the bed. The pastor's shoes were not the same size as these footprints. This suggested a potential offender who might have been both directly involved in the incident and a witness to the murder. On one of the night tables, police also discovered a partial palm print that they later determined belonged to Mary Winkler. Her whereabouts were unknown at the time of the murder, but the print provided unmistakable proof that she was present at the scene, making this fact contentious. A child's note was left on the kitchen refrigerator by the family's eldest daughter. The paper said, "Daddy, you are loved." In the midst of the tragedy, the message was especially poignant and made investigators wonder about the motivations behind the crime. After examining the house and documenting important evidence, police started questioning. James Barker, who saw the first events, was the first person interviewed. Barker attested that he and a number of parishioners visited the residence early on March 22 in order to locate the pastor, who had not arrived for service. The next question posed by a neighbor is whether the perpetrator knew the family, because he also stated that there were no indications of violence or forced entry in the house, who also claimed that he saw Mary Winkler on March 21st in the evening. According to him, there were no indications of tension or conflict, and the Winkler family seemed friendly and at ease. The Winkler family was described by numerous witnesses as calm and amiable, so this turned out to be a crucial point. Soon after, the police started interrogating the church employees, who also attested to the absence of any indications of disputes or questionable activities, but it soon became apparent that nobody had any clue as to where Mary and the kids might have gone. The main thing that caught people's attention right away was that Mary and the Winkler kids were nowhere to be found. The family may have been kidnapped or on the run because their car was out of place. This turned into the primary query that investigators were attempting to address. Following the discovery of Matthew's body, a massive search was launched for the Winkler's vehicle, and hotels and gas stations were inspected for possible routes Mary might have taken. When police learned that the Nissan Quest minivan had vanished, They immediately began a manhunt for it. Every patrol team within a few hundred kilometers was told to keep an eye out for vehicles that fit the description. Investigators also asked for surveillance footage from gas stations and major highways. Because Selmer is a small town, there were few options for escape routes, which gave police hope that the missing men would be found soon. The car was seen on a surveillance camera at a gas station in northern Alabama, roughly 200 kilometers from the crime scene, a few hours after the search started. 3 kids were in the backseat of the car, and the driver was a woman, according to the video. Although her motivations were still unknown, this discovery was the first concrete indication that Mary had left the state with the kids. Police started looking through Mary's cell phone's messages and calls while they searched for the car. Cellular carrier's information indicated that her phone was in operation in the Jackson, Alabama area. During the time that the car was spotted, Mary made a number of brief phone calls, none of which were to friends or family. This demonstrated her prudence and desire to avoid leaving an overt trace. Calls made the day before the murder were also examined by investigators. One significant discovery was that Mary had spoken with the bank where the family had a loan about their financial troubles. Based on this information, police theorized that strange financial relationships might have been the driving force behind the crime. Examining Mary's financial activity was another crucial area of attention. The family booked accommodations at a small Jackson motel using their credit card. Police were able to further focus their search as a result, and on March 23, 2006, just over 24 hours after Matthew Winkler's body was found, they went straight to the address that was provided. Mary Winkler and her 3 kids were discovered by police in a motel in Jackson. A tiny room with 2 beds was occupied by the family. Mary opened the door almost instantly when the officers knocked. She didn't appear panicked, but she did look exhausted. She later discovered that she had purchased the toys her 3 daughters were playing with on the way in. There was no opposition to Mary's arrest. After giving him a hug, the woman calmly climbed into the police car. The investigators were taken aback by her actions. She didn't try to escape or defend herself. She merely said, "I knew you would find us." This was a crucial detail because it showed that she was aware that she was going to be arrested. The kids were treated by psychologists at a nearby social assistance center. They looked healthy at first glance, but they were confused and didn't know what was going on. Patricia, the oldest daughter, informed center employees that her mother had asked them to be obedient while they were on a brief vacation. Investigators also spoke with people who knew the Winklers, including Mary. While neighbors characterized the family as amiable and successful, others noted that Mary had recently appeared to be depressed. According to one of her friends, she hardly ever interacted with people outside of her family and church. According to Matthew's church colleagues, he was a strict man, particularly when it came to family matters. This was inconsistent with the public portrayal of their happy marriage. The Winklers had substantial debts, according to officials at the bank where the family's loan was arranged, and a member of the congregation remembered that Mary had appeared distracted and depressed the day before. The bank sent a letter requesting repayment shortly before the tragedy. The family may have become tense as a result of this. The testimony of witnesses and the evidence collected suggested that the couple's relationship was not as perfect as it seemed. According to Mary, Matthew was emotionally harsh and frequently chastised her, but at the time following Mary's wink, there was no proof of physical abuse. Was taken into custody by police at a motel in Jackson Township. Investigators sought to ascertain her involvement in her husband's murder, and she consented to an interview. Despite appearing exhausted and depressed, the woman maintained her composure. She maintained that what happened was an accident, but her confession became the main focus of the case. Mary made it clear right away during her initial interrogation that she had no intention of concealing her role in the incidents. "It was an accident, but I did it." Her voice trembled as she told investigators about Matthew's death, but she responded to inquiries promptly and clearly. Although she acknowledged that she had picked up a shotgun the night of the murder, she maintained that she had no plans to kill her husband. Mary said it was a tense night. She claimed that she and Matthew had argued about money issues that had been accumulating for months. She claimed that Matthew had accused her of mishandling their finances and of keeping bank correspondence about their debt hidden from him. Mary remembered him telling her that I had ruined everything. Following her husband's remarks that evening, Mary disclosed that she felt depressed and humiliated. According to her, Matthew was frequently severe and insisted on complete order in the home. However, his criticism had gotten especially harsh in the last few months. He allegedly discussed that evening how her behavior had put the family in danger of going bankrupt. Following that altercation, Mary acknowledged that she felt confined. She said that in order to get her husband to listen, she took a shotgun. She claims that she only wanted him to stop yelling and had no intention of hurting him. He was standing by the bed when she came up to him, explaining that she had taken the weapon from a closet in the bedroom. "I wanted him to see me in a new light. I wished he would stop yelling." She said. Mary said she had no idea how the weapon operated. She claimed she didn't have time to realize anything because it happened so fast. "All I can recall is the sound. It was really noisy." She recalled realizing what had happened when she watched Matthew fall onto the bed following the shooting. Mary recalled that she first froze in place after the shooting because she was in shock and unsure of what to do next. She couldn't get close to her husband to check on him. Instead, she hurried to the children's rooms, where they were already asleep, woke them up, hurriedly packed her things, and walked out of the house. Mary claimed she was in total shock and was worried that no one would comprehend her when investigators questioned her about why she didn't call the police or an ambulance. With no specific objective in mind, she simply wanted to get as far away as she could, so she climbed into the family minivan and drove off, taking her kids with her. According to her, Mary denied that she was attempting to conceal or get away with it. She claims that she chose to simply leave because she was unsure of what to do. She added that protecting her kids was her first priority. Mary's confession raised a lot of questions, but also provided investigators with a foundation for prosecution. The shotgun needed a lot of force to pull the trigger and remove the safety, according to forensic specialists who examined the weapon. The fact that Mary brought the gun with her raised suspicions among the police, who began to wonder if the shooting was really an accident. Investigators suspected this was a deliberate choice or an attempt to conceal evidence after the murder. Despite being emotional, Mary's own confession did not rule out a premeditated crime. In an interview with psychologists, Patricia, the family's eldest daughter, claimed to have heard her parents talking loudly the night before the trip. The girl remembered that her mother had later entered the room, woken her up, and informed her that they were leaving, but she did not understand what was being said. Mary's claim that she left the house right away after the murder was supported by this testimony. To prevent traumatizing the children, the investigation used their testimony with caution. They did, however, support the idea that Mary acted emotionally, even though her actions following the shooting continued to be unpredictable. Investigators concluded that Mary's confession contained enough evidence to bring charges of second-degree murder. Her acknowledgement that she fired the shot herself, the fingerprints found at the scene, and the fact that the gun was found in the car's trunk were the primary contributing factors. After conducting interviews and compiling evidence, investigators also explained her attempts to escape to another state and her escape with her children, which they viewed as avoidance behavior. Prosecutors intended to present the case in a way that would demonstrate Mary's actions went beyond chance, so she was moved to the county jail to await trial. What was ahead was a trial that would spark extensive public outrage and become a national conversation point, not just in Tennessee. The trial had a national impact. In the spring of 2007, Mary Winkler's trial got underway in the Tennessee District Court. The case immediately sparked widespread public interest. Journalists from across the nation attended the hearings, in addition to Selmer residents. On the one hand, Mary was portrayed by the prosecution as a cold-blooded killer. The defense, however, contended that Mary suffered from years of emotional suppression and domestic abuse, which ultimately caused the tragic result. From the outset of the trial, the prosecution adopted a tough posture. Using evidence from forensic experts, prosecutors contended that Mary Winkler killed her husband voluntarily. They presented evidence that Mary's behavior the night of the murder was motivated and purposeful. The necessity of removing the safety and purposefully pulling the trigger on the weapon that fired the shot was one of the main points of contention. According to experts, the shotgun was operational and difficult to fire, so this was not an accident. Prosecutors also emphasized Mary's actions following the murder, including her running from the scene, disappearing with her kids, and trying to escape to another state, all of which suggested that she knew what she had done. In order to demonstrate that Mary's actions were intentional, the prosecution presented surveillance footage of her filling up her car and using a bank card as proof. Prosecutors contended that she fled in an effort to escape accountability rather than phoning the police or an ambulance. According to the prosecution, the couple's relationship tensions stemming from financial difficulties were the driving force behind the crime. The family's significant debts were disclosed by the bank in court documents. The prosecution claims that Mary concealed letters from creditors, which sparked a dispute the night of the murder. Prosecutors tried to show that the woman's decision to divorce her husband was ultimately prompted by this circumstance because they felt he controlled her and put psychological pressure on her. Mary's choice to hide the weapon in the car trunk following the murder caught the attention of the prosecution. Prosecutors emphasized throughout the trial that a person who unintentionally fired a shot would not have taken such actions, and that this was not only an attempt to conceal evidence, but also another sign that her actions were conscious. In contrast, Mary's defense centered on her emotional state and the aspects of her family life that might have contributed to the tragedy. Mary acted rashly under intense stress and fear, according to the defense lawyers. They attempted to demonstrate that the flight was the product of shock and panic, and that the shooting was an accident. The assertion that Mary had been experiencing emotional and psychological distress served as the primary defense. She told the court for years that her husband dominated every part of her life, frequently criticized her, and made decisions for the whole family. Mary's lawyers claimed that these situations made her feel scared and powerless, which ultimately caused her to lose it during her testimony. Mary stated that she took the shotgun that evening to persuade her husband to listen to her and cease the abuse, not to murder him. She maintained that the shooting was unintentional. Mary could have acted under the influence of stress and emotional distress, according to a psychologist the defense brought to the trial. The expert pointed out that people frequently do things they wouldn't normally do when they're depressed and afraid. Her actions following the murder were another area of focus for the attorneys. They maintained that she did not intentionally try to hide the crime when she fled. Mary's instinctive defense was to leave the scene of the tragedy with her children because she was afraid that no one would understand her. Mary appeared depressed long before the tragedy, according to defense witnesses, some of whom were close friends of Mary. They recalled that she seldom expressed her emotions, but occasionally brought up the fact that her husband could be too strict. These testimonies enhanced the overall picture of the family's relationship, even though they were insufficient to prove abuse. The jury deliberated for several hours before rendering a decision. Mary Winkler's manslaughter conviction was upheld. Although her behavior following the shooting suggested responsibility for what transpired, the court believed there was not enough evidence to consider her actions fully conscious. Due to a scheduling conflict with one of the attorneys on June 8, 2007, the sentencing phase was postponed from its original start date of May 18, 2007. A judge in Tennessee sent a yease on the manslaughter charge. Mary Winkler received a sentence of 210 days in prison. According to her record, she had already completed 5 months of that time, and the judge permitted her to spend up to 60 days in a Tennessee mental health facility. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We take a look at events that happened in 2019 in the UK. On April 28, 2019, 39-year-old care worker Emma Faulds vanished under mysterious circumstances. After receiving a call from her family 2 days later, the police began a thorough investigation to find out Emma's true fate. 700 square miles had to be searched by the police. In 2019, Emma resided in Kilmarnock. Located in southwest Scotland's East Ayrshire, Kilmarnock is a town and former burgh. There was quiet and comfort in her home, and she was always followed faithfully by her dog Maverick. Emma led a quiet, measured life. In addition to having a good heart, she was well known among her neighbors for her ability to relate to everyone. Emma regarded her dog Maverick, a cute West Highland Terrier, as a son, and more than just a pet. They would enjoy the fresh air and the splendor of nature while taking long walks together in parks and woods. Emma visited her parents on April 25, 2019. Her father, Ian, 70, and mother, Margaret Faulds, 70, were thrilled to see their daughter. Emma always brought a sense of coziness and warmth to her visits with her parents. Emma's parents talked about their plans and memories during dinner. Even though she had heard these stories a lot, she always discovered something fresh and motivational in them. Her parents occasionally reminisced about Emma's early years and how the family used to go on picnics at the lake. The conversation at the table was informal and laid back. Immersed in the recollections of her carefree childhood, Emma shared their laughter. However, the discussion continued. In order to prepare for the future, her parents informed her that they would be traveling to Brighton to see relatives who resided there. Emma remarked to herself how her parents, in spite of their advanced age, made plans with ease and joy, still full of life and adventure. They continued their conversation over a cup of coffee in the living room after dinner. For Emma, this evening served as a reminder of the value of family, of the unseen thread that unites generations, and of what is genuinely important in life, in addition to being a chance to spend time with her loved ones. Nobody could have predicted that the family's tranquility would vanish in a matter of days. Emma informed her parents that on Sunday, April 28th, she would be meeting up with her friend Ross Willocks. Ross and Emma had been friends for 18 years. Both of them were wardens at Kilmarnock Prison when they first met. Emma wanted to visit Ross after telling her parents that he had adopted a dog from a shelter. Emma told her sister via text that she was going to have a bit of a mad one. Ross resided in Monkton's Fairfield Park. Emma texted a friend at around 8 p.m. to let them know she was at Ross's house, where she would be spending the night and enjoying a glass of wine. Emma's phone was referred to as an extension of her arm because she was typically in constant communication with her loved ones. However, Emma didn't text or call any of her family members or friends the following day. Margaret, her mother, said this was completely uncharacteristic. Emma's parents were in Brighton visiting relatives on April 30th. Emma's employers called her mother, Margaret, to inform her that her daughter had failed to show up for work. Emma's parents were immediately aware that something was amiss because she spoke to a friend or family member every day. "We were on edge and decided to report her missing because it was so unlike her," said her dad. Around 4:30 p.m. when police officers broke into Emma's apartment on Fullerton Street in Kilmarnock that day, they found her pet dog, Maverick, home by himself. A neighbor had heard Emma sobbing. Everyone knew Emma well enough to know that she would never leave her dog alone. Emma kept Maverick in a cage during his recovery from a recent operation on his cruciate ligament to prevent him from jumping and running around. The investigation, known as Operation Soljan, immediately focused on Ross Willocks because he was the last person to see her alive. At approximately 11 p.m., Willocks informed officers that Emma had made the decision to drive back to her apartment, which was less than 9 miles away. He claimed that while they were at his Monkton home, she became anxious about her recently operated dog and wanted to bring it home. They chose to visit her apartment. He claimed that after traveling with her, he took roughly a dozen lines of cocaine. According to Willocks, Emma was cheerful and upbeat and was having fun. She was planning a cruise and discussing her upcoming 40th birthday. At around 7 a.m., he said, he took a taxi home. April 29. After Emma was reported missing, her sister, Myram Faulds, who works in Abu Dhabi, went back to Scotland to assist in the search. On May 1, 2019, she took a plane back to Scotland and started assisting with her sister's search. Emma vanished the following day, leaving a profound sense of unease and uncertainty in her wake. Her family launched a difficult and demanding search for her as soon as they couldn't get in touch with her. The police swiftly acted, coordinating with Emma's friends and relatives. Soon, informational pamphlets with Emma's picture were lining the city's streets. They asked that anyone with information about her contact the police, and they included information about her last known location. On social media, word of Emma's disappearance spread, and every post on her family page drew an increasing number of supportive comments and wishes for her safe return home. Desperate, Emma's family begged for assistance from the public every day. The authors wrote, "Any detail could be crucial. Please help us find Emma." The police also asked for assistance from the town's residents, realizing how urgent it was to solve the case. Private CCTV camera owners were asked to review their footage by detectives. Maybe something suspicious would be captured on camera, or perhaps Emma's figure would be glimpsed among the typical street scenes. A strong feeling of unease was mingled with both hope and fear. Everyone who knew Emma and cared for her, however, remained hopeful. The town was unified by the shared objective of locating Emma and returning her home, despite the fact that hundreds of total strangers did not remain uninterested. The police placed a high premium on gathering evidence related to Emma's disappearance. Every discovery might hold the key to the woman's unexplained disappearance, and every bit of evidence and witness statement added to the puzzle that investigators were attempting to solve. Every little detail had to be considered in their hard work. For detectives, every discussion with neighbors and family members became a source of fresh concepts and theories that might help explain Emma's fate. One of the key success factors was the investigative team's capacity to carefully examine the evidence. They were able to create a tenuous but significant series of events that ultimately led to Emma's demise because of their meticulous attention to detail and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Furthermore, it was critical that the investigators take into account both the psychological and physical evidence. They made an effort to learn more about Emma's personality, relationships with other people, potential enemies, and the reasons behind her actions that most people would find improbable. Emma's vehicle was essential to the chronology. At 5:39 p.m., dash cam footage showed the blue BMW 1 Series parked outside Ross Willocks's residence. April 28. Emma's car was parked outside her house the following morning, but strangely it was parked on the other side of the street. Emma always parked her car directly outside her apartment because she suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder. When the police were able to obtain footage from a private CCTV camera, they were extremely fortunate to discover that Emma was not the driver of the car, but rather a man. Let's examine the video that was made public by the police. If you pay close attention, you can see the driver cleaning the dashboard and steering wheel of the vehicle. Investigators think Ross Willocks was the driver of Emma's car and was aware of Emma's fate. After Emma was reported missing, her family and friends posted posters and handed out leaflets throughout Ayrshire. But Willocks chose not to participate. Sarah Falls, Emma's sister, told investigators that she spoke with Willocks after Emma vanished, and he provided her with 2 different accounts of what transpired. "Hi Ross, I'm just wondering if she's still with you. No one's seen her," she texted Willocks on April 30, 2019, to which he responded that she wasn't with him. In a subsequent message, Willocks told Sarah that he had driven Emma home himself. When Sarah inquired about the time of her departure, he replied, "Sunday. Maverick was getting rowdy with my dog, Patty, and Emma was getting stressed." Experts started using CCTV and cell phone analysis to map Willocks' movements as the hunt for Emma grew more intense. CCTV footage of Willocks purchasing bleach, rubber gloves, and tins of outdoor disinfectant from multiple stores was found. When we put all those pieces of evidence together, it painted a suspicious picture of Ross Willocks' movements. They also looked into his background and found that he had previously constructed wind farms in Dumfries and Galloway, close to the Galloway Forest, according to Detective Crombie. When cameras captured 2 trips to the region in the days after Emma vanished, this became crucial. The first was in his Mercedes SUV on April 29. The second was in a Jaguar he purchased for his wife, who was working overseas when Emma disappeared. Later, during the search of the Jaguar, a police dog trained to detect the smell of dead bodies repeatedly barked at the boot area, providing a positive indication. In addition to an officer with extensive local knowledge and experience working as a wind farm liaison, police also called in search specialists from the UK National Crime Agency. According to Detective Crombie, some areas of the 700-square-mile Galloway Forest Park resembled the moon's surface. Willocks' cell phone was examined by digital forensics specialists, who then superimposed the CCTV footage that was found on the routes he took in the 48 hours following Emma's disappearance. As previously stated, the police dog made a signal when searching Willocks' Jaguar. Even though investigators knew Emma was dead, they still needed more solid proof to find Willocks guilty. They had to locate Emma's remains. Police called for assistance from the public once more. The Mercedes on Monday, April 29, and the Jaguar on Tuesday, April 30, were both known to have been on the A714 Girvan to Newton Stewart Road. Detective Martin Fergus, who was in charge of the investigation, stated, "What Emma's family is going through is unimaginable, and our priority is to find her. I am thankful to members of the public who have been in touch and have provided us with valuable information which has led us to explore this area. I believe the A714 route is key to helping us find Emma, and I am appealing again to those who use this route regularly. Please take time to think back and consider if you saw a Mercedes or Jaguar car on this road, or parked up somewhere, or even off-road. If you have dashcam footage, please take the time to go through and check it. You may not realize it, but you could have captured footage of the vehicles in these locations, which could provide us with vital information and assist us in finding Emma. Since Willox was the sole suspect in the Emma Faulds disappearance case, he was constantly monitored by the police. Neil Moore, Ross Willox's best friend, gave the police another crucial lead. Moore claimed that after Willox requested to use his device, he noticed the searches on it. On May 8, 2019, Moore told prosecutor Paul Kearney that he discovered searches he had not made on his iPad. They included: do police put tracking devices on cars? Can cars be traced by GPS? And can UK police trace your car without a warrant? Willox was being watched when he was taken into custody at his mother's home on May 8 on suspicion of Emma's murder. Declaring that he had no idea where Emma might be, he entered a not guilty plea. The Galloway Forest is roughly 700 square miles in size. However, police were able to concentrate on a search area by employing specialized techniques. During Operation Salzan, in the search of the 700 square mile Galloway Forest area where Emma's body was suspected to be, police called in Professor Lorna Dawson. Among other things, the soil expert was asked to inspect Willox's Timberland boots. On June 11th, Professor Dawson presented her findings. Emma's nude remains were discovered 24 hours later, concealed in a section of Glen Truel Forest that is not typically traversed by people. When comparing the soil that covered Emma's body to the boots, there was a 92% match. Another potential match from the forest site was discovered beneath the Jaguar car's wheel arch. As a wind farm project manager, Willox was familiar with the area, but he told police that he was only there to walk his dogs if they saw him. He was also located in and around the area by mobile phone analysis. According to Detective Pakalek, Bear, his dog, who was trained specifically to locate dead bodies, started barking, signaling that he had discovered something. To conduct additional investigation, the officer went back to the location. Pakalek put on sterile gloves and stated, "I lifted the vegetation to see if it was a body part or torso. I could see the lower portion of a naked body." A service was held at Holmesford Bridge Crematorium after hundreds of mourners paid their respects at Kilmarnock's New Lay Kirk. Maverick, Emma's West Highland Terrier, was leading the procession out of the church while sporting a blue bow tie. Emma's relatives posted on the family's butcher shop's social media page that they felt compelled to make a public statement. Only now. They claimed that during this incredibly depressing and agonizing time, they had received fields of flowers, hundreds of messages, and countless cards. This proves that there is a great caring community spirit in Kilmarnock and further afield, indeed worldwide, they stated. The Faulds family and Emma's dog, Maverick, signed off on the message, saying, "Thank you all so much for your support and kindness you have shown us during the past few weeks. We're not there yet, and it will be a long time until we get answers to all the questions that have been haunting us, but knowing that everyone is with us makes it easier to bear." Emma Faulds' murder has been charged against Ross Willox. In addition, Willox is accused of trying to thwart the course of justice by concealing Emma's body for several days before disposing of it in a forest, and by trying to conceal his alleged role in her demise from April 28 to May 8, 2019. According to the prosecution, he searched online for information on blood and how to disable vehicle tracking and disposed of Emma's clothes, belongings, and cell phone. Prosecutors also claim Willox asked officers where Emma was and said he was concerned, leaving voicemails on her phone on multiple occasions while feigning to think she was still alive. Despite Emma's apparent neck injury, jurors were informed that her body was so decomposed that a pathologist was unable to determine what killed her. Dr. John Williams, a pathologist, testified in Glasgow's High Court that he examined Emma Faulds after her death, but because of the state of decomposition, Dr. Williams said he could only determine so much from her remains. He added that he was unable to pinpoint Emma's death date when questioned by prosecutor Paul Kearney. According to Dr. Williams's report, there were no significant natural diseases found, and she did not have any fractures to her arms, legs, or ribs. In response to the question posed by prosecutor Paul Kearney, So nothing to point to a natural cause, but with the great caveat that your examination was affected by the state of decomposition? Dr. Williams said, "That is right." It was discovered during the trial that Emma Fold's toxicology samples included traces of alcohol and painkillers. The jury was informed that the cause of death must be declared undetermined after Dr. Williams read from his report saying, "In summary, the medical cause of death has not been established. The degree of decomposition has limited many aspects of the post-mortem." Joanne Cochran, a forensic scientist, described to the court how, while inspecting the BMW in September 2019, she removed a tape from a seat lever. It matched Ross Willock's DNA profile, according to the expert. The trial also heard how blood was found in the accused's house. 2 tiny droplets that matched Ross Willock's father's DNA profile were discovered. According to forensic scientist Joanne Cochran, no additional blood was discovered, but there was a tiny staining of contact blood elsewhere that was thought to match the accused. At the trial, Willock's had denied murder. In his version of events, he claimed to have left Ms. Faulds fit and well after partying with her for a while before they drove to her apartment in Kilmarnock, Ayrshire, which was about 9 miles away. Willock's attorney, Donald Findlay, stated that it would not be suitable to offer any apologies on behalf of his client, who disputes his own responsibility. According to Findlay, he is not the kind of person I would have expected to have found himself guilty of a crime of murder. The murder of somebody that he knew and cared for. They cared for each other, not in any romantic sense, but as friends. Something catastrophic went wrong in the early hours of the morning and 1 life was lost. Margaret Faulds, Emma's mother, described the location of her daughter's discovery on the first day of the trial as, "No one would walk there or drive there. You would have to see it to believe how remote it was." Nevertheless, one individual went there with the intention of ensuring that no one would discover what he had done to his friend of nearly 20 years. Professor Lorna Dawson, a soil specialist, presented her results on June 11 after testing the Mercedes and Jaguar vehicles for soil and a pair of Willock's Timberland boots. Search teams eventually located Emma after refocusing on damp, marshy areas as a result of Professor Dawson's analysis. She informed the trial that the deposition site was not a place you would typically walk through, and that there was no natural path to it. Her words, "You would avoid it." Professor Dawson stated that rather than originating from a similar common bog habitat, the soil recovered from the boots came from the deposition site. A jury convicted Willock's of murder and attempted obstruction of justice following a 6-week trial. Miriam and Sarah, Emma's distraught sisters and parents, were there to hear the decision. The judge stated to Willock's, "You know what the sentence for murder will be. It will be life imprisonment. Be under no misapprehension. This was a foul crime on a young woman loved by her family. You would have visited upon them a lifetime of wondering if she was still alive had her body not been recovered as a result of the sterling work by the police and experts. It was in such a remote place, and you had intended her body would never be recovered." Willock's showed no emotion as he announced the decision. The heartless murderer acknowledged that he was not involved in Emma's search. He maintained that the bleach bottles were not used to remove any traces of a crime, but rather to clean his decking. Only he really knows what caused Emma's death, and it's still unclear what transpired between them at his house that evening. Ross Willock's received a life sentence in prison in June 2021. Before he can apply for parole, he must serve 20 years in prison. Only you will know what happened in your house that night that led to you killing your friend. You were not as clever as you thought you were, Willock's was told by Judge Mulholland. In a statement issued following the guilty verdict, Emma's family stated, "We are absolutely devastated by Emma's death, and her not being with us has left a tremendous void in all our lives. We cannot believe she was taken from us in such a violent way. And what makes it even worse is that Ross Willock's was supposed to be her friend. The last 2 years have been the worst our family has ever experienced, culminating in a 6-week murder trial in the High Court in Glasgow, which ended earlier today. The conclusion, as you are probably aware, is that the man who murdered our beloved Emma has been found guilty. I feel on behalf of my family that I should use this message to thank everyone, friends, customers, and the wider community, for their fantastic support, kindness, and help when needed. We know we will never get Emma back, but we feel, with all the professionals involved in the case, we've got justice for her." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, Don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lynette Dawson's seemingly ideal life was upended in January 1982 when she vanished without a trace in the quiet suburb of Bayview on Sydney's northern beaches. Lynette was a warm, loving wife, mother, and friend, so her family and friends were shocked by her abrupt absence. Lynette left her 2 young daughters behind when she left the family, according to her husband, Chris Dawson, a dynamic former rugby league player who is now a teacher. However, his story almost immediately sparked troubling questions. Why would a loving mother desert her kids? Why didn't she take any cash, clothing, or even a note with her? Let's explore the complex network of love, treachery, and unresolved issues that characterize Lynette's tale, a tragedy that defies extinction. Lynette Dawson, whose real name was Lynette Joy Sims, was born into a close, and affectionate family. She was the second of 4 children in the Sims family, which included an older brother named Greg and younger siblings Pat and Philip, and she grew up in Sydney's eastern suburbs. Lynette was well known from an early age for her good nature, upbeat demeanor, and strong bonds with her family. A short stroll from their house, Clovelly Beach is a charming spot where the Sims family frequently spent their weekends. For Lynette and her siblings, the beach, with its crystal-clear waters and expansive views of the coast, became a special place where they created innumerable memories of swimming, family vacations, and spending time together. Lynette married Chris Dawson, a dynamic and athletic man who had gained early notoriety as a rugby league player for the Newtown Jets in March 1970 when she was just 19 years old. The pair appeared to have a dreamlike romance, and Chris was well known for his athletic ability and attractive appearance. Lynette, who was deeply in love with Chris, helped him with his career while they were starting a family. Their union seemed to be a match made in heaven. The couple chose Bayview, a serene and picturesque suburb on Sydney's northern beaches, which is a great area to start a family. Lynette and Chris had 2 daughters, Chanel and Sharon, in the years after their marriage, and the family seemed to lead a happy life. Lynette balanced her commitment to her family with her career as a nurse and then as a childcare provider. She enjoyed taking care of her daughters and keeping their home cozy and loving, and she frequently put their needs ahead of her own. Chris, on the other hand, kept advancing his career by juggling his rugby commitments and teaching job. Chris was the devoted husband and father, and Lynette was the focal point of their seemingly perfect life for many years. But beneath the surface of their contented family life, their marriage was starting to show signs of strain. Chris's relationship with a young student at Cromer High School would soon fall apart due to his growing infatuation with her. Lynette had no idea at the time that her marriage, which had seemed stable, was about to fall apart, and that a string of startling incidents would soon shake the foundation of her family and alter her life forever, ultimately leading to her death. Joanne Curtis first appeared in Chris Dawson's physical education class at Cromer High School when she was 16 years old. Chris was married to Lynette Dawson, had 2 young daughters, and was in his early 30s at the time. They had no idea how Lynette's life would be destroyed by what started out as a teacher-student relationship. Despite the fact that Joanne was a teenager living with her family and that they were very different in age, Chris's love for her grew rapidly. His marriage to Lynette was strained as a result of his growing obsession. She observed his strange behavior and growing distance. In 1980, Chris asked Joanne to move in with the Dawsons while posing as Chanel and Sharon's babysitter. Chris started to express his feelings for Joanne more publicly after she moved into the Dawson residence. He frequently expressed his desire to be with Joanne and put pressure on her to share his feelings. He also diminished Lynette's sense of significance in the family. Concerning the disintegration of her marriage, Lynette confided in her friends. She was very private about her marital issues. Joanne also became aware of Chris's domineering behavior and felt trapped in a situation from which she was unable to quickly get out. Chris, Joanne, and Lynette's tension kept increasing. In response to Lynette's efforts to keep her marriage intact, Chris became increasingly fixated, making it difficult to distinguish between his personal and professional lives. Joanne's emotional struggles caused her to start separating from Chris, which made him even more desperate. Chris's inability to accept losing Joanne or control over the situation resulted in a growing sense of frustration that ultimately led to tragedy. Lynette Dawson vanished without a trace on January 8, 1982. According to Chris Dawson, Lynette abandoned their family and left behind her possessions, which included her wedding band, clothing, and personal effects. Chris said Lynette had called her mother, Helena Sims, multiple times after she left, stating that she needed time away to get her thoughts straight. Lynette had marks around her throat when she returned from marriage counseling the day before she vanished. Lynette explained that Chris had wrapped his hands around her neck in the elevator on the way to counseling when her sister Annette asked her about it. Chris claimed that Lynette left voluntarily, raising the possibility that she did so in order to get away from the demands of family life. Helena Sims was taken aback by the news at first, but she did not immediately doubt her son-in-law's justification. Lynette had always been a family-oriented woman and had been a loving mother to their two young daughters, Chanel and Sharon. Even so, her mother, who had only spoken to Lynette a few days prior to her disappearance, struggled to believe that Lynette would abruptly leave her family. Helena was worried at first, but she had no reason to believe that something darker had happened. Tragically, she accepted Chris's story, which turned out to be untrue. At first, Chris's account of what happened to Lynette's family and the police seemed credible. Lynette had told him she was going to spend some time with friends and would come back when she was ready, he said. However, there were a number of obvious contradictions in his story that were overlooked. First of all, it would have been unusual for Lynette to have taken any cash, credit cards, or identification with her. In addition, if Lynette had really intended to leave, she would have made plans for the care of her kids, but she hadn't. Chris Dawson appeared remarkably unconcerned in the days following Lynette's disappearance, even acting as if nothing had happened. However, Chris Dawson's quick response to Lynette's disappearance was what alarmed her family and friends. He moved Joanne into their bedroom a few weeks after Lynette disappeared. A burgeoning scandal centered on Joanne. Chris had started an affair with Lynette in the months before she vanished. It was an inappropriate relationship that was hard for anyone to overlook. Joanne was living with the Dawsons at the time, and Lynette's family and friends were taken aback by her presence in the house following Lynette's abrupt departure. Those who knew the Dawsons found it unsettling that this move was made so soon after Lynette was reported missing. It seemed less like the acts of a man lamenting the loss of his wife and more like a quick replacement. This development horrified Lynette's family, especially her brother Greg Sims. They found it incomprehensible that Chris could move on so fast, especially in such dubious conditions. Greg remembered being extremely uneasy as he watched what was happening. He and the rest of the family started to suspect that Chris was concealing something. Initially dismissed as a straightforward case of a wife abandoning her family, Lynette's disappearance started to take on a much darker appearance. Serious questions were raised by Chris Dawson's actions, particularly his inability to give consistent explanations for his wife's disappearance. Although he was adamant that Lynette had left on her own volition, his actions gave the impression that she had not. Furthermore, the fact that Lynette had always been a responsible mother who would never abandon her kids without a trace added to the family's growing suspicions. Lynette's family rejected Chris Dawson's story as time went on, and no new information surfaced. They started their own investigation because they thought something was amiss and wanted to find out the truth. They had no idea that the investigation into Lynette Dawson's disappearance would take decades, during which time Chris Dawson would continue to claim innocence, while details of his role in her demise would eventually surface. Lynette's family battled to learn the truth about her disappearance over the years. They were left heartbroken and perplexed at the time, but their quest for answers would ultimately result in a trial and a conviction. They clung to hope while pondering countless questions as they attempted to make sense of the bizarre and unsettling circumstances surrounding Lynette's abrupt disappearance. Lynette Dawson's disappearance was initially handled like any other missing persons case. When Lynette's friends and family started to voice their concerns, the police dismissed them, claiming that Lynette was an adult and could leave if she so desired. The investigation's initial dismissiveness and lack of urgency irritated Lynette's family, who knew her well and thought there might be more to the story. Chris Dawson's story went mostly uncontested, leaving them to deal with their mounting misgivings and anxieties. Chris's 1984 marriage to Joanne heightened suspicions that he was responsible for Lynette's disappearance. However, The toxic and domineering nature of their relationship was a major factor in their 1990 divorce. In subsequent interviews, Joanne talked about how she felt trapped and controlled by Dawson during their time together, particularly after Lynette vanished. Chris, however, insisted that Lynette had left willingly, and even said she had joined a religious commune. However, his actions seemed inconsistent with his story, as he quickly rebuilt his life with Joanne and filed for divorce a year after she vanished. This time was especially difficult for Chanel and Sharon, Lynette's daughters. In her memoir, My Mother's Eyes, Chanel, who was only 4 when her mother disappeared, later talked about feeling abandoned and unloved by Joanne. This complicated family dynamics and left long-lasting emotional scars. Time and a dearth of hard evidence caused Lynette's case to essentially stagnate between 1984 and 2001. Notwithstanding the disturbing allegations of Chris Dawson's domineering and violent conduct, the inquiry was unsuccessful. Concerns expressed by friends and family were ignored because authorities found it difficult to go beyond rumors and conjecture. Key leads that might have provided insight into Lynette's fate were either ignored or not sufficiently pursued, and the police made little headway. Throughout these years, Chris insisted that Lynette had left on her own volition, despite growing skepticism about his story. Lynette's family endured heartache and frustration during this time, but they persisted in their quest for information. To preserve her memory, they relentlessly pushed for the reopening of her case. The first judicial investigation into her case was carried out by the New South Wales Coroner's Court in 2001, marking a turning point despite the absence of official action. The fact that Lynette had no evidence of her own free will was one of the main issues brought up by the investigation. Additionally, it examined Chris Dawson's actions closely and raised the possibility that he was complicit in her disappearance. According to the coroner, Lynette was probably dead, and Chris Dawson ought to be held accountable for her alleged murder. However, since there was still no concrete evidence connecting Chris to her death or disappearance, the authorities did not immediately pursue the case further in spite of these findings. In 2003, a second court investigation was conducted as a result of persistent pressure from public advocates and Lynette's family. The inconsistencies in Chris Dawson's testimony and the pervasive suspicion surrounding his relationship with Joanne were the main topics of this inquest once more. Once more, the coroner found that there was a high probability that Chris killed Lynette, but the evidence was insufficient to reach a firm conclusion. Consequently, Chris Dawson was not charged by the Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP. The DPP refused to file charges on both occasions, stating that there was insufficient evidence. The family of Lynette was devastated. Despite the coroner's conclusion that Chris Dawson most likely killed Lynette, no charges were brought, leaving them in deep frustration and sadness as years went by without justice for her disappearance. They wouldn't give up, though. By 2018, most people had forgotten about the Lynette Dawson case. The young mother's tragic disappearance appeared to have remained unsolved for more than 30 years, with little chance of justice for her family. But that year, Hedley Thomas, an investigative journalist, reignited interest in Lynette's case with his groundbreaking podcast, The Teacher's Pet. Hedley Thomas uncovered important new information that challenged Chris Dawson's assertions and clarified hitherto unconsidered facets of the case. Thomas studied the chronology of Lynette's disappearance, spoke with witnesses, and reviewed police reports. His research exposed serious inconsistencies in Chris Dawson's statements, casting doubt on his assertion that Lynette had left her family on her own volition. Friends and relatives' testimonies depicted a failing marriage in which Chris was enamored with Joanne. The problematic dynamics of Chris and Joanne's relationship were also revealed in the podcast. Thomas emphasized the rapid escalation of their affair. Important insights were revealed by Joanne during the podcast, including her admission of Chris's domineering actions and the chronology of their relationship. This testimony turned out to be crucial to comprehending what transpired before Lynette vanished. The Teacher's Pet examined the emotional toll that Lynette's disappearance had on her family, in addition to pointing out contradictions in Chris's account. Her loved ones' voices were heard, especially those of her brother Greg Sims, who had fought for justice for decades. Listeners were made aware of the heartache and frustration that Lynette's family went through when the initial investigation was unsuccessful. The podcast also examined the initial police investigation's flaws. Thomas disclosed how important evidence was missed and how authorities were unable to make the connection between Lynette's abrupt disappearance, Chris's infidelity, and his desire to be with Joanne. Chris Dawson was able to avoid suspicion for years because of this lack of thoroughness. The teacher's pet had a significant impact despite the dubious circumstances. It brought Lynette's case back into the spotlight in Australia, sparking protests and demands for justice. After listening to the podcast, a number of people who had been silent for years came forward with fresh testimonies that clarified the case. Legal action was sparked by the podcast, which greatly increased the pressure on authorities to re-examine Lynette's disappearance. Chris Dawson was detained and accused of Lynette's murder in 2018, partly as a result of the disclosures made in the teacher's pet. The case eventually went to trial, which was a major turning point. In addition to uncovering fresh evidence, the podcast inspired public support, demonstrating the ability of investigative journalism to advance justice. Chris Dawson was residing in Queensland when he was arrested. Following his arrest, Dawson's attorneys issued a statement asserting his innocence and vowing to fight the charges. Dawson insisted that Lynette's disappearance was voluntary and that she had deserted her family. He persisted in denying any role in her demise. In 2022, Chris Dawson's trial for his wife's murder got underway in the Supreme Court of New South Wales, which was chaired by Justice Ian Harrison. Because of the case's widespread pre-trial publicity, the trial was held without a jury. Due in large part to the disclosures made public by the Teacher's Pet podcast, Dawson had gained national attention. Without tangible proof, like Lynette's body, the prosecution had a difficult time establishing their case. Rather, they relied on key witness testimony, circumstantial evidence, and a thorough analysis of Chris Dawson's actions prior to and following Lynette's disappearance. Joanne was one of the most important witnesses. Since she had already cut ties with Dawson in 1990, she mustered the guts to tell the truth, which was a pivotal moment in assembling the evidence against him. According to Joanne's damning testimony, Dawson had once brought her to see a hitman to talk about killing Lynette, but he later changed his mind. According to Joanne's story, he was prepared to go to great lengths to get rid of his wife. She also talked about how his domineering and cunning actions intensified following Lynette's disappearance. Joanne recalled how Dawson had moved her into the bedroom soon after Lynette disappeared, highlighting how quickly their relationship had developed and how he seemed unconcerned about his missing wife. Patricia Jenkins, Lynette's sister, provided more details about the Dawsons' tumultuous marriage. She testified that Lynette had told her about Chris's abusive tendencies and erratic temper. Patricia claims that Lynette said Chris was often irate and had black eyes flashing when they argued. In addition, Lynette had voiced concerns about the status of their marriage and her increasing sense of helplessness. Lynette's co-workers attested to her attempts to save the marriage in its last moments. They recalled how, following a counseling session, Lynette and Chris arrived at work hand in hand on January 8, 1982. Lynette vanished a few days later in spite of these efforts, and Chris's subsequent behavior sparked suspicions. Witnesses detailed his repeated assertions that Lynette had left voluntarily, leaving her children unaccounted for, and his lack of urgency in reporting her missing. Since Lynette Dawson's body was never located, the case against Chris Dawson was primarily based on circumstantial evidence. Nevertheless, the prosecution made a strong case based on the testimony of witnesses. When examined more closely, Chris's assertion that Lynette had voluntarily left her family to join a religious commune was refuted. It was mentioned that Lynette abandoned everything she owned, including money and most significantly her 2 daughters, a completely uncharacteristic behavior for a loving mother. Additionally, the court viewed his quick decision to put Joanne Curtis in his bedroom and his divorce filing within a year of Lynette's disappearance as extremely suspicious, indicating a clear motivation to get rid of Lynette and begin a new life with Joanne. Justice Ian Harrison rejected the defense's claim that Lynette had voluntarily left, even though her body was not present. He declared the alleged sightings of her to be untrustworthy and emphasized how Chris's claims were false. The court was persuaded by this evidence that Chris Dawson killed Lynette in order to end his marriage and start dating Joanne. Chris Dawson was convicted of Lynette's murder on August 30, 2022, and given a 24-year prison term without the possibility of release until 2040, when he would be 92 years old. Although Lynette's family received some justice as a result of the conviction, they are still devastated that her body has never been located. In order to properly honor her memory and achieve complete closure, they still hold out hope that her remains will one day be found. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that occurred in the U.S. state of Georgia in this video. At the age of 22, Laken Riley was a medical student at Athens Augusta University College of Nursing. She went for a run on February 22, 2024, and never came back. Her death, which attracted a lot of media attention, happened on a trail close to the university campus. Using surveillance footage, detectives investigated the case and apprehended the offender. Both the president and the media were alerted to Laken's passing. However, Joe Biden had to later issue an apology for remarks he made while discussing her passing. On January 10, 2002, Laken Hope Riley was born in Marietta, Georgia. She had 3 siblings and was the daughter of Allison Phillips and Jason Riley. Laken participated actively in the cross-country team at River Ridge High School in Woodstock, Georgia, where she graduated in 2020. Her high school athletic involvement demonstrated her dedication to health and fitness. Following high school, Laken pursued an undergraduate degree at the University of Georgia before transferring to Augusta University to obtain a nursing degree. She pursued her education at Augusta University with an emphasis on healthcare, which reflected her desire to work as a nurse. Laken was well known for her lively disposition and commitment to learning. In August 2023, she was awarded her honorary white coat, signifying the start of her nursing career and her dedication to compassion and humanism in the medical field. She was a cherished sister and daughter with a promising future, according to friends and family. Unfortunately, on the morning of her death, all of her dreams and plans were dashed. "Good morning, about to go for a run, if you're free to talk," Laken texted her mother, Allison, at 8:55 a.m. A doorbell camera recorded her leaving the house. She shared a rental home close to the university with other female students. Morning jogging was an essential part of Laken's daily routine because she loved running. Allison called her daughter at 9:24 a.m. after reading the message, but she didn't get a response. Allison didn't believe that anything negative could have occurred at that time. Since she was running, she figured Laken hadn't responded. Allison sent her daughter a text message 14 minutes later, saying, "Call me when you can." Allison kept attempting to call Laken, but no one answered. Allison texted Laken again at 9:58 a.m., saying, "You're making me nervous not answering when you're out running. Are you okay?" Laken's mother and sister kept trying to get in touch with Allison, but they were all unsuccessful. Other calls, including from Laken's stepfather, also went unanswered, and at 11:47 a.m., Allison texted, "Please call me, I'm worried sick about you." Another 2 hours or so went by. It was clear that something odd was happening. Laken's run could not have lasted longer than 3 hours, and she was always in contact with her family. The police were notified of Laken's disappearance at 12:05 p.m. Her dead body was discovered in a wooded area close to the lake where she had been jogging 30 minutes earlier. Her mother and sister had already arrived when the police discovered Laken's body. The moment Allison received the worst news of her life was caught on camera. Laken Riley died from a combination of asphyxia and blunt force head trauma, according to an autopsy. She suffered severe injuries, including several head traumas from blunt force. Her disappearance investigation was changed to a homicide investigation. Police used surveillance footage to identify the culprit behind Laken's ordeal. Laken texted her mother at 8:55 a.m. on the morning of her death, and a doorbell camera recorded her leaving the house. A security camera caught her running with her phone in her left hand toward the location, where she was eventually located 10 minutes later at 9:05 a.m. At 9:06 a.m., she was out of the camera's line of sight. Her heart stopped at 9:28 a.m., 22 minutes after the camera took her picture, according to data from the smartwatch she was wearing. Laken was dead. But it turned out that prior to her passing, Laken had called 929. 5 minutes after she stepped out of the camera's line of sight, the call was placed. Before the call was disconnected, the dispatcher who took the call had no time to speak. The 911 dispatcher followed instructions and made 2 follow-up calls to Laken's number, but neither time anyone picked up. Police searched the area surrounding the trail where Laken was discovered in the early phases of the investigation. Potential witnesses who might have heard or seen something strange were interviewed. A suspicious male who was also captured on camera was spotted by several people. The suspect is seen discarding his jacket in this video. 15 minutes after Laken's passing, the video was captured. Forensic analysis was essential in identifying the offender, in addition to witness accounts and surveillance footage. Laken had resisted frantically, as evidenced by the DNA samples that investigators took from the crime scene, including beneath her fingernails. In order to find traces of evidence that might connect the suspect to the murder, the forensic team also looked through objects discovered close to her body. The man on the tape was promptly identified by the police. On September 8, 2022, a 26-year-old Venezuelan named Jose Ibarra entered the country illegally. Ibarra crossed the southern border between the United States and Mexico close to El Paso, Texas, where he was met by Customs and Border Protection officers. He was released for additional processing after being granted parole. Ibarra initially stayed at a migrant shelter before starting to travel the nation, according to officials. On September 14, 2023, Ibarra was taken into custody by the New York Police Department and charged with violating a motor vehicle license and acting in a way that would cause harm to a child under the age of 17. He was accused of riding his moped with a child who was not wearing a helmet. Then, before a detainer could be issued, he was released by New York officials. Jose Ibarra and his brother, Diego Ibarra, relocated to Georgia from New York City. His brother deserves a few words as well. Diego Ibarra, 29, is linked to a dangerous Venezuelan gang, according to court documents. Diego Ibarra was taken into custody for using a fictitious green card to obtain employment at the University of Georgia. Diego's tattoos, attire, and use of gang symbols in social media photos, according to the prosecution, gave the impression that he was connected to a gang. In court filings, the gang was accused of being behind recent violent altercations with law enforcement and civilian victims in New York and other U.S. cities. Members who ride mopeds are accused of dragging victims to the ground in order to steal their devices during a series of violent phone robberies that are said to have occurred in New York City. Ibarra has tattoos associated with the gang, such as a 5-pointed star on the right side of his neck and a 5-pointed crown on the left. He poses with handguns in other photos. Since he is an undocumented immigrant and is therefore not permitted to legally possess firearms in the United States, prosecutors said this was a blatant violation of the law. About a mile from the wooded area where Laken Riley's body was discovered in Georgia, Jose Ibarra resided in an apartment complex. Laken had already been arrested for shoplifting at a nearby Walmart prior to the attack, but he was freed pending trial in December 2023-3. When he did not show up for the theft case in court, a warrant was issued for his arrest. If Ibarra had been taken into custody on the outstanding warrant, police could have stopped the attack on Laken, but they chose not to. Those who witnessed him on campus reported seeing him in places where students congregate. His location close to the scene of Laken Riley's death was also determined by investigators using digital footprints and cell phone data. Ibarra and Riley were not known to be related. At a press conference after the murder, Jeff Clark, the chief of police at the University of Georgia, stated, "This was a crime of opportunity, where he saw an individual and bad things happened." Ibarra was arrested after authorities gathered sufficient evidence to connect him to the crime scene. His hands were scratched from the fight with Laken. 3 counts of felony murder, 1 count of malice murder, 1 count each of kidnapping, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, obstructing an emergency phone call, tampering with evidence, and peeping Tom were among the charges brought against Ibarra. The peeping Tom charge stems from Ibarra's observation of an apartment window in a university housing building on the day Riley was killed. The funeral for Laken Riley took place on March 1, 2024. Her departure brought with it unexpected and unwelcome fame. Too much was known about her death and its raging aftermath, and too little was known about her life by many who had heard of her. It makes sense that those closest to her were reluctant to participate in interviews. The absence of someone like Lakin, whose light never stops shining, makes the world seem even more hopeless. Simon Mossad, the lead pastor of the church, wrote to the media, "Don't even begin to scratch the surface. She was a loving daughter, sister, and friend. She had a gift for making anyone she was around feel comfortable and seen. Lakin was special. She was a gift to anyone who knew her, smart, kind, compassionate, and thoughtful." A wooden sign was located on the shore of Lake Herrick in Athens, close to the spot where Lakin made her final run. The murder of Lakin Riley and the immigration status of the man accused of it swiftly became a rallying cry for some prominent Republicans to blame immigrants for crime in America and criticize the Biden administration for its handling of the southern border situation. Someone had used black tape to change the word lake to Lakin. The untimely death of Lakin Riley has caused national indignation and touched the hearts of Georgians everywhere. At the time, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp wrote on X, "Joe Biden's failed policies have turned every state into a border state, and I'm demanding information from him so we can protect our people when the federal government won't." The brutal murderer who took the life of Lakin was one of the millions of illegal aliens that the Biden administration simply released and unleashed upon our country, House Speaker Mike Johnson stated on X. During his Georgia campaign stop, Donald Trump had a meeting with Lakin Riley's family. "What Joe Biden has done on our border is a crime against humanity and the people of this nation for which he will never be forgiven," Trump said, claiming that Riley would still be alive today hadn't Joe Biden willfully and maliciously eviscerated the borders of the United States and set loose thousands and thousands of dangerous criminals into our country. He continued, "He was an illegal immigrant, and he should not have been in our country, and he never would have gotten into our country if Trump was president." Joe Biden, on the other hand, made a mistake in his speech, but did not downplay Lakin Riley's death. To the thunderous cheers of his supporters, Biden mispronounced the victim's name during the speech, saying instead Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. He also added, "Note the word illegal in that quote." Lakin's mother, Allison Phillips, posted on Facebook, "Biden does not even know my child's name. It's pathetic. If you were going to say her name, even when forced to do so, at least say the right name." Allison also wrote, "Amen," beneath a comment labeling the 81-year-old Biden a disgrace of a president. Following criticism from some members of his party for using the term to refer to those who entered or are currently residing in the United States illegally, Biden later apologized, but not for referring to the young woman as Lincoln. Instead, he apologized for referring to Ibarra as illegal. "I shouldn't have used illegal. It's undocumented," said Biden. At the same time, Trump attacked Biden for the remarks while on the campaign trail in Rome, Georgia. He said, "Joe Biden went on television and apologized for calling Lakin's murderer illegal," to furious booing and jeering. "Biden should be apologizing for apologizing to this killer." He compared his words to Biden's. "I say he was an illegal alien, he was an illegal immigrant, he was an illegal migrant," and charged that Biden, who has long been regarded as a compassionate leader, lacked regret. He's got no regret. He's got no empathy, no compassion, and worst of all, he has no intention of stopping the deadly invasion that stole precious Lakin's beautiful American life, Trump stated. Ibarra was indicted on 10 counts on May 8, 2024. He was refused bail after entering a not guilty plea to all counts. He requested a bench trial during a pre-trial hearing, waiving his right to a jury trial, which was scheduled to start on November 13 with jury selection. In the courtroom, family members of Lakin Riley gave statements. Allison Phillips, the mother of Lakin Riley, pleaded with Judge Patrick Haggard to punish Jose Ibarra harshly. "There is no end to the pain, suffering, and loss that we have experienced or will continue to endure," Allison stated when making a statement in court as part of the family impact. "This sick, twisted, and evil coward showed no regard for Lakin or human life," said Allison. "We are asking the same be done to him." Allison characterized her daughter as intelligent, industrious, considerate, kind, and, above all, a child of God. She claimed that her daughter worked with the elderly in nursing homes and went on mission trips. "This monster took away our chances to see Lakin graduate from nursing school. He took away our ability to meet our future son-in-law. He destroyed our chances of meeting our grandchildren, and he took my best friend. the mother of Riley said. Laken Riley's younger sister, Lauren Phillips, stated that she was unable to join her sister in celebrating her acceptance to the University of Georgia. I had to get accepted into my dream school, the University of Georgia, without my sister telling me how proud of me she is, and finally getting to live in the same town together again, she stated. She said she would miss Riley's contagious laugh, her smile, and her daily good morning messages, and referred to her as her sister, best friend, and role model. She lost her sense of security as well because of the murder. I cannot walk around my own college campus because I am terrified of people like Jose Ibarra, she stated. She referred to Ibarra as a monster and stated that she was certain he was the cause of her demise. As he read one of Laken Riley's final journal entries to her future husband, John Phillips, her stepfather broke down in tears. "To my future husband, I'm working every day to become the best wife I can be," Laken wrote in part. According to John Phillips, Laken's journal entry only scratches the surface of what was cruelly and tragically taken from her and her family. Prosecutors told the court how the nursing student battled for her life and dignity against a man who had gone hunting for women that day. As the trial finally began on Friday, November 15, Ibarra retaliated when she saw Laken Riley, according to prosecutor Sheila Ross. When she refused to be a victim, he bashed her skull in with a rock repeatedly, Ross stated. Riley's death was tragic, according to defense attorney Dustin Kirby, who also described the case's evidence as graphic and unsettling in his opening statement. He questioned how Ibarra's fingerprints could be on the phone if he was allegedly wearing gloves, though, and stated that there was insufficient evidence to prove that it was Ibarra. "The evidence in this case is very good that Laken Riley was murdered," Kirby stated. "Ibarra, a Venezuelan national and non-citizen of the United States, has no known relationship to the student and no violent criminal history, so the evidence that Jose Ibarra killed Laken Riley is circumstantial. Rather, investigators characterized Laken's death as an opportunity crime. Ibarra's fingerprint on Laken Riley's phone screen and her DNA beneath her fingernails were among the evidence the prosecutor produced. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation's medical examiner informed the court that Laken Riley suffered cuts, bruises, and scratches on her head, neck, torso, abdomen, left arm, and left leg. Ibarra struck Laken Riley in the head with a rock, according to prosecutor Sheila Ross, and 2 rocks at the crime scene contained Laken Riley's DNA. Additionally, according to the DNA expert's testimony, tests revealed that a jacket that police found in a trash can at Ibarra's apartment complex contained both Ibarra's DNA and a blood stain that tested positive for Laken Riley's DNA. Judge Patrick Haggard granted the wishes of Laken Riley's family and friends on November 20, 2024, when he found Ibarra guilty on all counts and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In addition, he imposed a second life sentence and 27 years of consecutive imprisonment on him. "Today, the integrity of our judicial process and the pursuit of justice transcended political considerations," said Deborah Gonzalez, the district attorney for Athens-Clarke County within her circuit. "No sentence can undo the harm caused by Jose Ibarra's actions, but we hope it brings justice to Laken's family and the community," she said. "Our hearts remain with Laken's family and friends as they continue to grieve this tragic loss." The Laken Riley Act was approved by the House of Representatives on March 7, 2024. The Laken Riley Act would allow states to sue the federal government for not enforcing immigration laws and would require federal detention of illegal immigrants who commit theft or burglary if it were to become law. In August, Riley received her honorary white coat, which represented compassion, humanism, and the beginning of her nursing career. And she had just made the fall dean's list. The nursing school issued a statement on Facebook. She was set to graduate in 2025. "The College of Nursing will miss Laken's spirit on campus, and our hearts go out to her family and friends. We know that she would have been a wonderful nurse, and her passing is a loss for the profession and the communities she would have graciously served." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lori Eisenberg called the Idaho authorities in February 2018 with a distressing message. She said she was sailing on Lake Coeur d'Alene with her husband, Larry Eisenberg, when he suddenly fell into the water. But after the body was recovered, a medical examination revealed a different picture, which made authorities believe that a more intricate and nuanced story was involved. Born in 1950, Larry Eisenberg earned a degree in forestry from the College of Idaho. He worked in forest cultivation, maintenance, and harvesting. He started working in the woodworking industry after completing his college education. He spent his entire life striving for success because he enjoyed working hard. In 1974, Larry married his first wife, with whom he had 2 children. But after the kids grew up, the couple got divorced. He soon met Lori Barnes, who was born in 1953. Lori's life used to be extremely impoverished. On occasion, her family even had to stay the night on farms that were deserted. She got married in 1973 at the age of 19, and the couple divorced in 1996, but they had 6 daughters together. She moved out after the divorce and became a single mother to her daughters. Many were drawn to Lori because of her amazing laugh and smile, and she was very good with people. Larry has consistently stated that he loves his wife more than anything else since they were married in 2004. Their neighbors and friends said their 17-year marriage was perfect. In northern Idaho, they led a contented life. Lori was the executive director of the North Idaho Housing Coalition at the time, which remodeled homes for impoverished families to buy or rent. Larry was retired but still involved in a number of community activities, and she was a well-respected member of the community. Lori and Larry decided to take their boat to Lake Coeur d'Alene on February 13, 2018, so they could watch the sunrise from Sunup Bay, a beautiful location. Given that Lake Coeur d'Alene is generally regarded as having serene waters, what happened that day was nearly unthinkable. But soon after they set sail, Lori looked very upset and used Larry's phone to dial 911. She reported her husband's drowning to the authorities. Lori described her desperate search for Larry in the water and her need for immediate help. At 11 a.m., officers reached the closest shoreline and sent a rescue boat to retrieve Lori so that she could receive medical care. Sheriff deputies asked the woman for any information regarding Larry's last known location when they arrived at the scene. Lori claimed she couldn't find her cell phone and didn't call emergency services until 2 hours after Larry went overboard. Additionally, Lori stated that she had to manually start the engine again because the ignition key had broken shortly before the incident. She then disclosed that after searching the neighborhood for Larry, she chose not to drive the boat back to shore out of concern that she would lose the trail. She eventually located Larry's cell phone and dialed 911 after taking out a blanket to stay warm. But after she finished speaking, the cell phone fell out of her grasp and into the lake. The officer observed that the woman's emotion appeared to be very real during this exchange. They all believed it to be an accident. Lori was assisted by medical staff in waiting for an ambulance so she could be monitored further. Officers towed the Eisenbergs' boat to a speedboat nearby so they could inspect it. Detectives noticed blood spatter in multiple locations as soon as they got on the boat, most likely from Lori's nosebleed. Officers discovered a switch and cord on the floor, despite Lori's assertion that the ignition key broke prior to Larry falling into the water. Because the switch and cord would have needed to be connected to the ignition switch in order for the engine to start later, investigators thought this was strange. Furthermore, the ignition key was obviously bent, indicating that there may have been a struggle of some kind. Along with Lori's purse, which included an empty juice bottle, officers also discovered a number of additional keys. These things were all taken as proof. Lori's cell phone was discovered by a deputy sheriff during an examination of the vehicle the Eisenbergs used to tow the boat. Additionally, a vial of allergy medication containing the active ingredient dimenhydrinate and an unidentified liquid spilled in the cup holder. Despite being an over-the-counter antihistamine medication that is frequently used to treat fevers and allergies, it still makes you feel extremely sleepy. Unfortunately, a thorough search was necessary because Lori did not provide precise information regarding their most recent location. As a result, it was determined to use a group of divers equipped with sonar. In an attempt to find Larry, search and rescue helicopters were also involved in the search, but to no avail. Detectives were still unable to locate Larry, so 5 days later, on February 18, They called Lori Eisenberg and asked her to go on the lake with the sonar diving team. Despite her agreement, Lori was unable to name any particular landmarks and offered the searchers little help. The investigator thought this behavior was strange. Lori laughed and joked during the search, and occasionally broke down in tears for no apparent reason. However, this was not stressed because everyone grieves in a different way. However, Lori's suspicious behavior at her husband's house, which was 20 minutes southwest of town, prompted 2 calls to the county sheriff later that day. Police became interested after the callers, who were the Eisenbergs' neighbors, claimed that Lori's family members were assisting her in moving her belongings out of the house. On February 21, 2018, a startling discovery was made that completely changed the course of the case. Due to Lori Eisenberg's potential fraudulent activities, the North Idaho Housing Coalition, where she had worked for years, notified police officers that it would no longer be working with her. It turns out that the coalition's accountant found errors in the report, and that $500,000 was missing from their budget total. That was the amount that only Lori had. Those who knew Lori Eisenberg were shocked by this news because, according to law enforcement, she was a law-abiding citizen with no prior criminal history. Larry's son made the decision to speak with the investigator at this point. He told him about Lori's peculiar actions and the potential role she played in his father's passing. However, the detective was certain that the woman had nothing to do with Larry's death and saw it as merely his personal grievance. However, in response to Lori's fraud charge, a search warrant was issued for the Eisenbergs' residence the following day. Several pieces of evidence were found during the search, including red stains on the floor outside the house, paper towels that appeared to have dried blood on them, black latex gloves, and a Ziploc bag that contained an unidentified white powder. Lori was immediately briefed on the evidence by the investigating detective. She countered that she was unaware of the brown stains in the backyard and that the blood they discovered on the gloves and towels was her own. The red marks on the concrete were later identified by forensic analysis as paint drips that had stained the boards. Lori was arrested on 40 counts of forgery on February 27th. Since the coalition was partially financed by taxpayers, the nearly $500,000 she was accused of stealing would escalate into a far more serious offense. On the following day, one of Lori's daughters posted her $75,000 bail. About 3 miles from the location where Lori claimed Larry fell overboard, Larry's body was discovered floating face down, close to the shore on March 1, 16 days after the tragic event. An autopsy the following day verified that the body belonged to Larry Eisenberg. That's not all, though. Toxicology tests conducted by the coroner's office showed that Larry's blood contained deadly amounts of the antihistamine dimenhydrinate. Experts concur that despite the extremely low frequency of overdoses, the drug is fast-acting and can be lethal if taken in excess in a short amount of time. Although the autopsy results were not made public by the authorities, Lori had previously claimed that her husband took several pills daily and frequently neglected to take the recommended dosage. Larry also had flu-like symptoms, according to Lori. Larry only ever mentioned being sick once, in a message to his friend. But was Larry the one who sent that message? The expert analyst concluded that the last time the cell phone signal was present close to Lori's son's house was when Larry vanished into the lake, despite the fact that Larry's phone had drowned. Given that Lori said the phone fell into the lake on February 13, this was strange. Detectives concluded that Larry's death was most definitely not an accident. As a result of all of this, Lori did not show up in court for her fraudulent fraud case in late May. A warrant for her arrest was consequently issued, but she never showed up. Investigators kept questioning the Eisenberg family's close associates, and soon the idyllic relationship started to show signs of weakness. Despite their apparent happiness, Larry had been very dissatisfied with Lori's recent spending patterns and the fact that she frequently provided financial support for her kid. Investigators also discovered that Larry was one of 3 men Lori had cheated on her first husband with. Furthermore, it was found that Lori herself had handwritten modifications to Larry's will a month prior to his death. According to the will, Larry's children would receive 80% of the estate, while his own would only receive 20%. Authorities chose to make the autopsy results public and declare the case a premeditated murder since Lori was still at large. It was discovered that he overdosed on the antihistamine Benadryl and died from diphenhydramine toxicity. Diphenhydramine, an antihistamine used to treat allergies, is marketed under the name Benadryl. It is also used as a sleep aid because it makes you drowsy. Even at standard dosage levels of 1,0,100 nanograms per milliliter, diphenhydramine induces drowsiness. Larry's body contained a deadly 7,100 nanograms of diphenhydramine at the time of his death. Larry's doctor was questioned by police to see if they saw any indications of a stroke or other medical irregularities, but the doctors said Larry was in perfect health. Investigators concluded that Lori texted Larry's daughter that morning before poisoning her husband, based on all the evidence they had collected. Subsequently, she added the pills to the man's juice. Larry became ill and went overboard near the coast. They also conjectured that before dialing 911, Lori purposefully steered the boat further away from the location. The entire Eisenberg family was uninsured. What was the motive? That was the only question left. It was probably coming to pass that Lori would inherit their shared house in the event of Larry's death, which she could then sell to raise the money she needed to pay for the money she had stolen. Additionally, according to friends, Larry had no idea what Lori was doing at the Idaho Housing Coalition. 2 months after going missing, Lori finally made an appearance at the sheriff's office by herself in July. Until the fraud case was tried in court, investigators were eager to discuss her alleged murder of her husband. Eisenberg consented to enter a guilty plea to 3 counts of wire fraud and 1 count of federal program theft in November 2018. She also consented to make restitution of about $580,000. Eisenberg was found guilty of embezzling over $500,000 and given a 5-year prison sentence. In addition, Lori's daughters entered guilty pleas to individual conspiracy charges. Each of them received a $50,000 fine and a house arrest sentence. Even though that case was resolved, another one was still pending. Lori was questioned about Larry's death once more right after the sentencing. Detectives questioned her directly about whether or not she had killed her husband during that interrogation. Lori behaved apprehensively throughout this interrogation. Her foot started tapping, which is a sign of tension and anxiety. After that, she was informed of the autopsy's findings. The detectives persisted in pressing her with additional compromising evidence, even though she denied any involvement in her husband's death. She eventually demanded an attorney and refused to answer any more questions. Lori Eisenberg was charged by a grand jury with first-degree murder by poisoning, a capital offense, 2 years after her husband's body was discovered floating in Lake Coeur d'Alene. The COVID-19 pandemic caused her trial to be repeatedly postponed. In order to maintain her innocence and admit that she would probably be found guilty if the case went to trial, Eisenberg entered an Alford plea to a lesser charge of second-degree homicide, after initially being charged with first-degree homicide by use of poison. She entered a guilty plea to the lesser charge of second-degree murder in February 2021. Larry's daughter, Jessica McPherson, said she thought the plea agreement, which spared Eisenberg from acknowledging guilt, was a betrayal of her father's family. "The manner in which I lost my father," Lori Eisenberg, "has left a hole in my soul that I will never be able to fill. And for 3 years, that hole has just continued to get deeper and deeper at the web of lies, deceit, and manipulation that have continued to expand," Jessica McPherson said. Larry's son, Dean Eisenberg, stated, "It is impossible for me and those who are deeply impacted by the loss of such a great man and wonderful father to find closure." In an unforgettable way, he referred to his father as his best friend. "Even those who hated him loved him in a way," he stated. As her stepson talked about the man she confessed to poisoning, Lori Eisenberg wiped her eyes with a tissue. He spoke of a decent, industrious man who cherished his family, especially his wife. "I can only hope she did what she did to save him the embarrassment of finding out what his soulmate had done behind his back," said Dean Eisenberg. Lori's daughter, Amber Barnes, claimed that her mother controlled the household. "Larry dedicated his life to Lori. He loved her, he trusted her, and she killed him," Barnes stated. The pain felt by everyone who lamented Larry's passing was exacerbated by Lori's plea to Alford. "She deserves to be held accountable for her actions and be seen for who she really is," Amber Barnes stated. She saw Lori Eisenberg as a father figure and a great-grandfather who would give her children bear hugs and stroke their hair while telling them he loved them. Our family lost 2 people that day on the lake. We lost Larry, the grandpa we loved, and we lost Lori, the mother and grandma that we loved, trusted, and thought that we knew. Lori shattered our lives when she took Larry's life. But it didn't stop there, Amber Barnes stated. Before the judge sentenced Lori Eisenberg, she spoke to the court for over 45 minutes. She claimed that she started stealing from the coalition because she was having financial difficulties with her daughters, one of whom she had expelled from her house when she was 15. She claimed that she felt unable to express to her husband her desire to support her daughters financially. She emphasizes that they lacked health and dental insurance. I saw my precious little grandchildren suffering because their mothers were not able to have a double-income family and not able to provide what they needed, she said. So what do they do when the kids get sick and have to go to the doctor? According to her, I got to the point where I was torn between adhering to the life and Larry's standards of life and being able to do what I thought I had to do. And so I came up with the most stupid, shameful plan ever, and that was to steal money from my employer. Eisenberg killed her husband, according to the prosecution, to avoid the additional humiliation of losing half of her assets in a divorce. Eisenberg, however, told the court that her husband wasn't supposed to consume the poisoned drink that killed him. Eisenberg claimed that she had considered suicide ever since her embezzlement was uncovered. Her words, "I knew my life was over." She claimed that after drinking the drink she had tainted with Benadryl, she intended to drown in Lake Coeur d'Alene, but her husband discovered it while she was asleep on the boat. "I had 2 options, death or life in prison. I never wanted to get away with anything. I know Larry would still be alive if it weren't for me," she replied. According to the judge, he was convinced that Eisenberg's account of what happened in court was accurate, at least the version she had chosen. "Your truth doesn't hold up in the light of all the evidence," he responded. Eisenberg was given a life sentence with 30 years fixed and credit for time served, according to the judge's ruling. Following the delivery of the sentence, Larry Eisenberg's family silently embraced it. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The community was rocked in 2010 when several women's bodies were found along Gilgo Beach. While some victims were found that year, others were found in 2011, all of whom had evidence of ruthless murder. Despite conducting a thorough investigation, police were unable to find any leads or suspects, and the bodies were left in appalling conditions. The identity of the murderer and the full scope of the crimes were left a mystery for years, when a sample from a pizza crust that the suspect had thrown away was discovered to match hair on one of the victims. It was a breakthrough. Who was responsible for these horrifying killings, and how many victims remain unaccounted for? Let's investigate this matter. The hunt for Shannon Gilbert was the first step in the investigation into the terrible deaths of multiple women close to Gilgo Beach, Long Island. She was a 24-year-old woman who escaped from a client's house and disappeared in May 2010. Following the discovery of human remains along Oak Beach's Ocean Parkway on December 11, 2010, her disappearance became a crucial component of a more extensive and ongoing mystery. In a heartbreaking 23-minute 911 call, Gilbert said, "They are trying to kill me." After she vanished, Suffolk County Police Officer John Malia searched the gated community where Gilbert was last seen with his cadaver dog, Blue. But even after a rigorous search during the summer of 2010, they were unable to locate any leads. Malia carried out a fresh search on December 11 with an emphasis on the area around Ocean Parkway. They forced their way through a thin layer of snow and dense vegetation. The team discovered Melissa Barthelomy's remains, wrapped in rotting burlap, after the dog detected a scent. 3 more bodies were discovered by the police as they searched further. These victims were later identified as Amber Costello, Megan Waterman, and Maureen Brainerd Barnes. All of them were discovered within 500 feet of one another. Suffolk County Police stayed committed to cracking the case and increased their search and resources as the bodies were found along Ocean Parkway. Patrols along Ocean Parkway were stepped up after the discovery of the first set of remains in December 2010. To comb through the dense brush and marshy areas, police deployed cadaver dogs, forensic teams, and cutting-edge equipment. Police stepped up their search along the same highway in March 2011 after finding additional remains, including those of Valerie Mack and Jessica Taylor. They broadened their scope to include Nassau County and even inspected neighboring beaches. In pursuit of hints that might help them find the murderer, officers endured long hours, inclement weather, and challenging terrain. State police, the FBI, and local authorities were among the law enforcement agencies that collaborated on the investigation. They investigated all of the information that could be used to identify the murderer, investigated forensic evidence, and followed up on tips. Police provided the public with updates as the case became more complicated and even offered a $25,000 reward for information that might result in an arrest. Despite these tenacious efforts, the case continued to garner attention for reasons other than the discovery of new bodies. Unexpected developments in the investigation included the December 2011 discovery of Shannon Gilbert's remains, which sparked further inquiries about whether her passing was connected to the others. Some thought Gilbert's death was an accident, while others suspected foul play. Every lead was taken seriously by the police, who kept looking for answers. Gilbert's disappearance went unsolved for more than a year. However, a breakthrough happened on December 13, 2011. About half a mile from her last known location, her remains were discovered in a marsh. Her clothes and other possessions were also found close by. Gilbert's death was initially feared to be connected to the Long Island serial killer. Authorities concluded after a thorough investigation, however, that her death had nothing to do with the other killings. Mary Gilbert, Shannon's mother, publicly insisted that her daughter was a victim of the same murderer who left the bodies along Ocean Parkway in spite of this conclusion. The pressure increased as more bodies were discovered, but these were only dead ends. The police remained committed to providing the victims and their families with justice, in spite of the difficulties. Internal conflicts within the Suffolk County Police Department were one of the many difficulties the investigation into the Gilgo Beach murders faced. The department struggled for years with leadership, especially under James Burke, the former chief of police. As investigators ran into one dead end after another, these issues slowed down progress and caused frustration. With so few leads, how were they going to proceed? Only on December 10, 2015, did the FBI formally intervene to assist. Although they had helped with searches in the past, they hadn't taken over the case completely until now. How come the FBI didn't get more involved sooner? The investigation was difficult, even with the FBI's recent involvement. Police continued to encounter dead ends after years of frustration and little progress. When it seemed like there was no way to solve the case, how could they? Clearly something needed to change. Geraldine Hart, the Suffolk County Police Commissioner, took the risky decision to reopen the investigation in 2020. She released important evidence to the public on January 16 in an attempt to spark fresh leads. An image of a belt discovered close to the crime scene along Ocean Parkway was one of the items made public. Initials, either HM or WHF, were stamped on the belt, but none of the victims were identified by them. To whom did it belong? Is this the hint that ultimately reveals the truth about the case? In addition to releasing the evidence, the police department declared that they were analyzing current leads using new scientific techniques. They started the website gilgonews.com to keep the public informed, allowing anyone with information to come forward. Would the same mysteries that had plagued the investigation for years continue to stall it? Or could this fresh push finally result in an arrest? The need to find answers appeared to be greater than before. Researchers used genetic genealogy, a novel tool, in June 2019. Everyone was curious as to whether this novel approach would ultimately solve the case. The investigation had been at a standstill for years, with few leads and innumerable unsolved questions. However, genetic genealogy provided a novel strategy that proved effective. Authorities recognized Jane Doe number 6 as Valerie Mack in May 2020. Her remains had been found in fragments for years, but using this new technique, they were able to match her DNA to her family and finally give her a name. The identification of Jane Doe number 7 as Karen Vergata in August 2023 marked yet another breakthrough. Her identity had been a mystery for almost 30 years, but the case advanced further because of genetic genealogy. These developments provided fresh impetus for the inquiry. The puzzle was gradually beginning to fit together, but there was still a long way to go. The bodies of the Gilgo Beach murder victims, found in 2010, were quickly linked to a horrific series of killings that had plagued Long Island for many years. However, how did investigators make the breakthrough when they were confronted with so many dead ends and unclear leads? Melissa Bartholomew was the first casualty. In July 2009, Melissa, a 24-year-old Bronx resident, disappeared. Before going missing for weeks, she had tried to call an ex-boyfriend and made a deposit into her bank account. Someone using Melissa's phone made threatening calls to Amanda, her 15-year-old sister. The caller made fun of Amanda and even disclosed Melissa's death. Police were unable to identify the caller even after tracking the calls to multiple locations, such as Madison Square Garden and Massapequa. In December 2010, Melissa's body, the first of the Gilgo Four to be found, was discovered close to Marines. It was Maureen Brainerd Barnes who was the second victim. After telling a friend she was heading to New York City, 25-year-old Maureen from Connecticut was last seen on July 9, 2007. She became a mother of two and used sex work to help support her family, but she later went back to it after experiencing financial difficulties. Maureen never came back after setting up a meeting with a client. In December 2010, more than 3 years later, her remains were discovered. One of the leather belts used to bind her body was found to contain DNA that would later be connected to the murderer's wife. Megan Waterman was the third casualty. Megan, a 22-year-old Maine woman, posted escort ads on Craigslist and vanished in 2010. She was under her boyfriend's control and had fallen victim to sex trafficking. When Megan neglected to check in with her daughter, who was 3 years old, her family filed a missing persons report. In December 2010, her body was discovered close to the other victims. Investigators were unable to establish a direct connection between her death and her boyfriend, even though he was arrested on trafficking charges. Amber Lynn Costello was the fourth casualty. After meeting a client who offered her $1,500 in exchange for her services, Amber, 27, of West Babylon, New York, vanished on September 2, 2010. Through the Chevrolet Avalanche he drove, the client, a man who had called her multiple times, would subsequently be connected to the murderer. At first, Amber's family didn't know she was involved in sex work and thought she had entered treatment. Her heartbreaking tale brought to light the precariousness of those caught in the sex trade and addiction. 2011 saw the discovery of additional remains as the search for victims went on. The bodies of Jessica Taylor, Valerie Mack, and an unnamed toddler named Baby Doe were among 4 additional sets of remains found close to Oak Beach and Gilgo Beach. The mystery was only made more complex by the discovery of these extra victims. What other numbers were there? More unsettling remains were discovered when investigators extended their search into Nassau County to the east. Remains of Peaches and her child, Baby Doe, were among the most eerie finds. In 1997, the dismembered torso of an African-American woman named Peaches was discovered. She was later identified by investigators as the mother of Baby Doe, after DNA testing linked her to the remains discovered in 2011. Both victims' identities are still unknown, and there are still unanswered questions regarding how they died. Then, in 2010, the remains of a young Asian person named Asian Doe were discovered close to the first 4 bodies. Although the victim's identity is still unknown, it was thought to be a transgender woman. Even with all of the technological advances, it was not easy to identify these victims. The case appeared unsolvable due to the lack of leads and persistent dead ends. How could detectives, who were already having a hard time identifying so many victims, ever hope to catch the murderer? The Gilgo Beach murder investigation took a dark and complicated turn with the discovery of new remains, leaving the public and police with more questions than answers. With no leads and numerous dead ends, the Gilgo Beach murder investigation seemed to be going in circles for years. Would the murderer ever be apprehended? John Bittroff, a suspect, was briefly regarded as a person of interest in 2017, but Bittroff had a history of killing sex workers and was a convicted murderer. His profile was suspicious because of the parallels between his crimes and the Gilgo Beach case. He hunted and was proficient with tools like hacksaws, which matched the way some victims' bodies were dismembered. Bitroff was never charged, in spite of these unsettling ties, because there was no concrete proof connecting him to the Gilgo Beach killings. However, everything changed in July 2023. Massapequa Park architect Rex Heumann, 59, was taken into custody and accused of killing Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. Investigators searched for Heumann for almost 15 years. However, that wasn't all. In January 2024, Heumann was officially charged with Maureen Brainerd Barnes's murder after being identified as the main suspect in her death. The murders of Sandra Costello and Jessica Taylor, two additional victims who had not previously been linked to the case, were then charged in June 2020 for. After all these years of uncertainty, how did police manage to identify Heumann? The breakthrough occurred when investigators used multiple crucial pieces of evidence to connect Heumann to the case. In 2022, they located a Chevrolet Avalanche registered to Heumann close to one of the crime scenes. Then, it was discovered through cell phone records that Heumann had communicated with 3 of the victims prior to their passing. However, mitochondrial DNA testing produced what may have been the most damning evidence. The hair on one of the victims was discovered to match a sample taken from a pizza crust that Heumann had thrown away. The fact that Heuermann's wife's hair also matched samples taken from multiple victims only served to heighten the unease. Crucially, though, she and their kids were out of state at the time of the killings. Is it possible that Heumann was concealing his darkest secret from his closest friends and family members by leading a double life? Although Heuermann's arrest was a positive development, the investigation had been complicated. Although the case was a labyrinth of false starts and dead ends, Heuermann's arrest ultimately represented a breakthrough. Is he the secret to unlocking the whole mystery? Finally, the eagerly anticipated answers were at hand. Rex Heumann was charged with 2 additional murders, which was a significant development in the ongoing investigation. After months of diligent work, investigators spent a significant amount of time searching a wooded area in Manorville, Long Island, and going through the evidence gathered from Heuermann's family home. The new charges are related to the 1993 murder of Sandra Costello, whose remains were found in North Sea, Long Island in 1993, and the 2003 murder of Jessica Taylor, whose remains were found in March 2011 close to Gilgo Beach. According to court records, Heumann is currently facing charges for both offenses. Prosecutors claim that DNA evidence, including a hair discovered beneath Jessica Taylor's body, connected Heumann to the killings. Heuermann's link to the victim was established by this DNA match, which turned out to be a significant discovery. At first, it was thought that John Bitroff, a different suspect who had been connected to other killings in the neighborhood, was responsible for Sandra Costello's death. Recent developments in DNA technology, however, have shed new light on the case and identified Heumann as the real murderer. DNA evidence discovered at the crime scene has now been verified by prosecutors as linking Heumann to Costello's murder. The case has advanced significantly with these new charges, which broaden the scope of Heuermann's alleged crimes and raise the possibility that his murders may have taken place over several decades. The number of additional victims Heumann may have been linked to is still unknown in light of this new information. Even more unsettling information is being revealed by the ongoing investigation. Since Rex Heuermann's criminal charges were revealed, his family is going through a very difficult time. In addition to fighting cancer, his wife is also dealing with the fallout from her husband's scandal. Due to their father's criminal history, employers are reluctant to hire Heuermann's children, who are consequently having difficulty finding employment. However, the relatives of Heuermann's victims are still in pain. The pain of losing a loved one never goes away, even though they might feel some relief when justice is done. As they look for closure for the lives lost, they find little solace in the ongoing legal process. The ramifications of this case are extensive and continue to cause great emotional suffering for the families of Heuermann and the victims. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This apparently calm woman was 23-year-old Omaima Array Nelson, who had recently learned of the death of her 56-year-old husband, William Edwin Nelson, also called Bill. She didn't seem to be able to take it all in. But everyone was in for something much darker than they had anticipated. She chose to go far beyond what a human could imagine on Thanksgiving Day, November 28, 1991, when the day, if only she had stopped at killing her husband, investigators would soon discover a much darker truth than anyone had dared to think. In the back of everyone's mind at the time was the fact that it was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever seen. Did they think they would find another Jeffrey Dahmer? An unsettling investigation into a murder that would forever haunt Orange County began on December 1, 1991, when a desperate call to U.S. Emergency Services was placed. According to Omaima Nelson's friend Jose Escovel, his friend killed her husband after he allegedly mistreated her, and he was now offering him $75,000 to assist with the body's disposal. The police sprang into action, eager to learn the truth about this heinous accusation. Officers discovered suspicious trash bags in Omaima's red 1975 Corvette when they found her driving her husband Bill's car. After Thanksgiving weekend, Bill Nelson, as he was known, had not shown up for work and had been reported missing. As Omaima silently watched, they pulled over and went through the things she had in her car. They discovered something disturbing in the car, which they later discovered to be human flesh. Omaima was taken into custody right away for questioning after this startling discovery, and she appeared to be completely cooperative. She denied right away all of the information that Mr. Esquivel had given to the police. She admitted to officers that she hadn't lived with him for very long and that she didn't know how to contact him. Although she appeared helpful, her responses to questions were a little odd. Following that, the investigation took police to their Costa Mesa, California apartment, where they discovered a scene that would go down in true crime history as infamous. Bill was there when they walked into the apartment, but not in the way they had expected. They appeared to be entering a slaughterhouse. Beneath stacks of cardboard boxes were suitcases containing Bill's remains. On the floor, the police found a broken table lamp, a heavy clothing iron covered in blood and human hair, and human flesh and organs wrapped in bags. Officers discovered Bill's bedroom in complete chaos as they carried out their somber search. The mattress was covered in blood, and the bedpost was splintered and torn off. The freezer held the most startling discovery: Bill's head, wrapped in tinfoil, with stab wounds visible and evidence of deep frying. 2 of the bedposts were also found to be blood-soaked and broken, suggesting that Bill had been brutally murdered and bound. It is by far the most gory crime scene I have ever seen. The horror increased in the bathroom. Skinned and carved, Bill's torso and chest hung over the bathtub, allowing the blood to seep into it like it was in a butcher shop. They had castrated his body. Police entered the kitchen and discovered pans and pots with what looked to be stew left on the stove. Bill Nelson's hands, soaked in the mixture and covered in bruises, were among the turkey meat and vegetables. He had apparently been bound tightly prior to his murder. Bits of his hips, a grim take on Thanksgiving leftovers, were mingled with cranberry sauce in the trash can. Unfathomable horror was depicted in this horrific scene as investigators sought to understand how such a tragedy could occur within what was supposed to be a loving marriage. The case's terrifying details would later be compared to fictional horror stories. The condition of Bill's dismembered body prevented the police from determining the cause of death right away. Although the officers were positive it was Bill, they dug deep into Omaima's past to be absolutely certain and to solve the mystery of this heartbreaking murder. They were about to make one of the most unsettling discoveries of their professional lives. In 1968, Omaima Ari Nelson was born in a small, destitute farming village in southern Egypt, close to the Sudanese border. She was one of 16 children born into a traditional Arabic family, and her early years were difficult and traumatic. From an early age, she experienced physical and sexual abuse at the hands of her violent and irascible father. At the age of 7, she was subjected to the horrifying custom of female circumcision, which further exacerbated the wounds from her early years. She was in excruciating pain all the time after this procedure, which turned intimacy into a terrifying experience. As she grew older, her mother made the painful choice to leave her father and relocate to Cairo, the city of the dead, an Egyptian city notorious for its houses erected around cemeteries. Omaima had to deal with more difficulties in this depressing setting. In addition to impairing her capacity to build close relationships, the suffering she went through left her feeling extremely vulnerable and afraid. Notwithstanding all of the difficulties, Omaima developed into a young woman of remarkable beauty and vitality. By 1986, when Omaima turned 18, her life had taken yet another unexpected turn. Roger Stainbrook, an American oil worker on contract in Egypt, was introduced to her. She fell in love with him because she was drawn to him in the prospect of starting over. Despite her initial reluctance, her mother ultimately agreed to the cross-cultural relationship, perhaps out of concern that no Egyptian man would take her in. Omaima accompanied him to Texas, USA, in search of freedom and better prospects. There, however, she would only face yet another difficult chapter. Their marriage ended soon after the fissures in their relationship became apparent. Omaima, still a teenager, was left stranded and alone in a foreign city, with no one to turn to and only a rudimentary understanding of English. Omaima took on odd jobs like waitressing and nannying because she was desperate to make ends meet. But these weren't enough. At one point, she attacked 2 security guards who caught her stealing in a department store, and she even ended up getting briefly arrested for robbing a pharmacy. She also worked as a model part-time before realizing that her beauty could help her survive. She played a dangerous game to survive by luring men in and captivating them with her attractive appearance, only to rob them when they were most exposed. Omaima would place men in precarious situations, restrain them, use force, and take their belongings. She used this strategy to rob several men, but no one reported her because the officers thought it would embarrass them. She lived off of these items until meeting 56-year-old Bill in October 1991, who seemed like a kind and giving man. He was a former pilot and Marine who now worked part-time at Cannon Mortgage in Tustin as a messenger and computer programmer. Despite the fact that Bill was 33 years Omaima's senior, their relationship developed rapidly, and 2 days after they first met, he proposed to her. Even though Bill was still legally married to his first wife, the two clicked and were married in less than a month. They climbed into his red Corvette and drove directly to Phoenix, where they were married and found a justice of the peace. During their brief honeymoon, she and Bill traveled to Texas and Arkansas to see his family. Bill's family had serious concerns about the marriage despite the tense beginning. They found it difficult to accept the relationship because Omaima was younger than some of Bill's own children, and he was twice her age. Nevertheless, Omaima's kind yet astute manner won over everyone she encountered, creating an impression that, at least initially, seemed to allay some reservations. The cracks appeared after the honeymoon was over and they moved into Bill's apartment in Costa Mesa, California. They gave off the impression of being a normal couple, but there was something profound and unnerving about their seemingly normal existence. Regarding her marriage, Omaima claimed that Bill attempted to mistreat her even on Thanksgiving Day, to which Omaima retaliated using a strategy for which she was famous. She had tied up other men before him. She gained confidence from her past crimes of robbing and tying up men. She felt compelled to destroy him this time because of something about him. Omaima killed her husband without hesitation. She claims that that night Bill sexually assaulted her, and because it was already a controversial act for her, she was unable to control her anger. After repeatedly stabbing Bill with a knife, Omaima used a clothing iron to beat him to death. She did something far more horrifying than murdering her own husband after committing this horrible crime. It is extremely uncommon for a woman to intentionally kill someone. It is even more uncommon for her to mutilate a murder victim. She was completely corrupted. She used coat hangers and other items to hang up his torso piece by piece in the shower so that the blood could drain out. On November 28, 1991, Thanksgiving Day, Omaima had murdered her husband. She mutilated his body over the next few days, a gruesome task she carried out until December 2, 1991, when she was finally too tired to continue by herself. She went to her friend Jose to ask for help, saying her husband had abused her and she needed his support. Instead, Jose went straight to the police out of horror, which paved the way for a terrifying investigation. The officers now had no doubt that Bill's wife was the murderer and that the body they had discovered was in fact his. However, her statements suggested otherwise. Given the marks on her body, Omima's claims of assault also appeared to be accurate. However, she also did something that raised suspicions. It was clear that Omima was upset. She appeared to have been crying because she was so upset. Her arms, breasts, and face were all clearly injured. The officers sent Omima for a medical examination to ascertain the true cause of her injuries, despite her denial of any assistance. She was admitted to the hospital to be examined for sexual assault and to have all of these injuries recorded. Her body was covered in numerous cuts, bruises, and contusions. In order to find out about any oddities they might have observed, the investigators also got in touch with Bill's stepdaughter. As it happened, he did get in touch with her prior to his own wife killing him. Detectives looked to Bill's neighbors as the investigation progressed, in the hopes that someone might have seen something out of the ordinary. They did remember hearing a strange noise that night, a noise that had seemed normal at the time, but had taken on a terrifying new meaning in the context of what had happened. Cutting a body into several pieces and packaging them all to make them appear non-human requires a lot of work. Thanksgiving was supposed to be a time for celebration, but for Bill Nelson, it turned into a day of horror when his young bride brutally murdered him. In the days that followed, what started with his murder only intensified into barbarism. Omima went to work, systematically and unsettlingly mutilating his body. She crossed boundaries of cruelty, tearing his remains apart piece by piece. Authorities suspected that this degree of savagery wasn't the work of a first-time criminal when they eventually found the evidence. A very violent death was indicated by 25 or more skull wounds. In actuality, the body was dissected in a fairly professional manner, with such accuracy that the coroner's office was quite alarmed. Was this something she had done before? The investigators would be haunted for years by what transpired next. The medical examiners discovered something terrible when they weighed all of the remains discovered in Omima's apartment and contrasted them with Bill's records. Almost 180 pounds of his body were missing. The officers realized what might have happened in light of the sobering findings already made. The weight that was missing indicated that Omima had disposed of a significant amount of his body, and the implications were unimaginable. On the same day that her friend reported her, Omima was taken into custody by the police and questioned. Even though these discoveries about Bill were unsettling, nobody could have foreseen the terrible truth that was concealed in a secret room. Omima immediately tried to change the case's entire focus when they inquired about the murder, leading the investigation in an unanticipated and unsettling direction. She denied killing her husband when the officers questioned her about Bill's murder and her motivation for doing so. Officers were stunned by Omima's response when they confronted her about the human flesh they found in the vehicle she was operating. They realized they were dealing with something much darker than they had expected, when the full extent of her cruelty and detachment became horrifyingly evident. In fact, Bill had run afoul of the law while working as a pilot to smuggle electronics and drugs into Mexico from a Texas airport. He had been apprehended and sentenced to 4 years in prison. Here, however, that was not the case. Omima revealed the possible motivation behind her murder of her husband when the officers called her in for a second round of interrogation. She claimed that after they were married, Bill began to act violently, abusing her both physically and sexually during their brief marriage. She denied killing him, though. Omima eventually confessed to killing her husband after being pressed further, but she left them with yet another unsolved mystery. The officers were starting to realize that Omima was mentally ill, perhaps as a result of her traumatic past. Then she made a statement that confirmed the suspicion even more. The officers could tell from her demand that Omima either had real mental health problems or was feigning them in order to get her sentence lowered. The fact that this was not the first time she had done this further confirmed their suspicion that she was merely making up her psychotic condition to get out of paying the penalty. When her medical report was received, these conjectures took on even more tangible form. Between Omima and Bill, it was evident from the report who was the aggressor and who was the victim. Her hands, legs, and feet all had cuts that were typical of someone who had mutilated a human body. Additionally, the report disclosed that Omima was not coerced into having sex. Everyone was horrified by her psychiatrist's startling assertion, which made them all question their loved ones. Omima was accused of killing Bill for money, first-degree murder, cannibalism, and evidence of premeditation. Nothing short of a media circus was the trial that ensued. The public's morbid fascination was captivated by the graphic details of the crime. On December 1st, 1992, nearly a year after Bill Nelson was killed, the trial got underway. She even stated in court that the hallucinations were what caused her to do this and that it was her mind playing tricks on her. She stated that she was unable to remember anything about the murder, including the exact moment it occurred. But a different story about her was told by Robert Hansen, her ex-boyfriend, whom she had also contacted on the day of the murder. In addition, Omaima's psychologist provided testimony supporting her mental health. She described how her delusions were getting worse. The defense never claimed that Omaima was not the murderer. Rather, they emphasized that she committed the crime as a result of her abuse at the hands of Bill and her hallucinations. Omaima claims that, in an effort to get away from Bill permanently, the voices in her head told her to dismember her husband's body, in addition to urging her to kill him. According to the ancient Egyptians, you will not enter the afterlife if your body is dispersed. She then sliced him. She was making sure he wouldn't be there if she made it to the afterlife. She wouldn't, however, say why she cooked him. She boasted to her psychiatrist that nothing was sweeter than her husband's taste, and that the ribs were the best part. Instead of him, she wanted his money. She didn't have to eat him, though. Omaima insisted repeatedly that she had no intention of killing Bill. However, the prosecution pressed for murder charges, and on January 12, 1993, the jury found her guilty of second-degree murder. Following consideration, she was also found guilty of attempting to rob Robert and assault with a deadly weapon. In Chowchilla, California, Omama, who was 24 at the time, received a sentence of 25 years to life in the Central California Women's Facility. A true crime story that remains one of the most unsettling cases in California history, Omaima R.A. Nelson's story is one of tragedy entwined with horror. She was even likened to the well-known serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer, with approximately 130 pounds of Bill's body still missing. The officers speculated about what might have gone wrong on that fateful day, even though Omaima never admitted to the main details of the story. They hypothesized that he and Omaima engaged in a voluntary bondage session. She most likely wanted money or access to his wealth, which is why she tied him to the headboard. Californians were relieved to see Omaima R.E. Nelson safely imprisoned, as it meant that one less dangerous person was no longer on the streets. Omaima, however, fought to be released from prison. When she applied for parole for the first time in 2006, it was firmly denied. Unfazed, she tried again in 2011, but this time her request was quickly denied, much to the relief of investigators, who thought her release would only increase the risk. She shouldn't be released on parole. She poses a serious threat to society because, since her incarceration, she has been engaging in the same behaviors that she did before. At the time of Mr. Nelson's passing, she married a man she knew. At the time, he was in his 80s. He passed away a few years ago, leaving her a sizable fortune. Omaima is currently unable to access any money she might want to claim outside of her prison, but if she is given parole, her access to money and freedom could completely transform her life. She may be able to rebuild a life outside of prison once her freedom and financial resources are restored, something that has long plagued the victim's family and those who remember her horrific crime. She will be eligible for a parole hearing once more in 2026, and the outcome will ultimately decide her future. This case demonstrated how childhood trauma can result in mental health problems later in life. In light of this, we would like to know your thoughts on this case. Do you believe Omaima killed her husband because she wanted his money, or did she have a mental illness and kill him in a fit of rage? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In a blueberry field in Michigan, a metal trunk containing the charred remains of an unidentified man was discovered in 2002. He was first known to investigators as Jack in the Box, a nickname that would become well known in the years that followed. Not until more than 10 years later, after countless detective efforts and revolutionary developments in forensic science, Was the victim identified as Roberto Caraballo? This revelation, however, came with a terrifying twist, a web of murder, treachery, and a dark family plot. This is the tale of how the Jack-in-the-Box case was resolved, illuminating a horrific homicide that permanently altered Michigan's past. An unusual and unsettling sight was discovered by a farmer on May 8, 2002, while working in a remote blueberry field in Ottawa County, Michigan. An old metal trunk tucked away among the bushes. The trunk had been badly burned, and it smelled awful, as if it contained something gory. The horrific reality of a body that had been mercilessly burned beyond recognition and left to decay in the trunk was what he had hoped was only an illusion. The remains of a body that had been burned beyond recognition were discovered when police arrived and forced open the charred lid. The man had been placed in the trunk, covered in gasoline, and set on fire after suffering blunt force trauma, according to detectives. Investigators couldn't make sense of the scene. Since the fire destroyed any fingerprints or distinguishing characteristics, the condition of the body made identification all but impossible. Detectives thought the murder must have occurred somewhere else before the trunk was left in the remote field, because there were no indications of a struggle at the scene. Because there were no witnesses or hints to help identify the victim, investigators had a difficult time figuring out who this man was and how he met such a terrible end, and the case ultimately went cold. Early leads in the case produced no noteworthy progress, despite the best efforts of law enforcement. In order to gather information about missing people, odd behavior, or anything that might help identify the victim, investigators canvassed the local communities. Due to the limited forensic technology available at the time, detectives were left without answers in the absence of fingerprint identification or DNA database matches. The forensic analysis, which showed that the man was probably middle-aged and had died violently, was the only information available for years. The case turned into one of the most puzzling unresolved mysteries in Michigan. After the story was reported by the media, the victim was dubbed Jack-in-the-Box. The public and fans of true crime were enthralled, curious about the identity of this man and the reason behind his body's ruthless disposal. Detectives kept returning to the case in the hopes that new technology or a different viewpoint would reveal the truth, but the case cooled without any clear direction. The long-forgotten case received new attention in 2015, more than 13 years after the unidentified body was found in 2002. Previously, investigators had run out of leads, but they gained the momentum they required from a new tip from an unexpected source. In early 2015, Deneen Ducharme, a Texas woman, contacted law enforcement, expressing her suspicion that the unidentified man known as Jack-in-the-Box might be her stepfather, Roberto Caraballo, who had vanished for no apparent reason years prior. Around this time, the case also gained more public attention, in part because of a documentary called Jack-in-the-Box that was produced by a group of local students. The movie brought the unsolved murder back into the public eye, attracting more interest in the case and urging anyone with information to come forward. Together with developments in forensic technology, this spike in public involvement created new avenues for investigation. Following the Texas woman's call, investigators reopened the case and used modern DNA testing techniques to examine the victim's remains. Detectives followed the woman's lead and compared her DNA to samples from the Texas family. The woman's suspicion was validated by the findings, which showed that Jack-in-the-Box was in fact 37-year-old Roberto Caraballo, who had resided in Charlotte, Michigan at the time of his disappearance. This discovery changed the course of the case from an unsolved mystery to a targeted investigation, enabling detectives to concentrate their efforts on identifying the people who caused Caraballo's untimely death. Authorities now had a plethora of new information thanks to this identification, including a name and a life story to piece together. Roberto's identification shed light on his family ties and past, generating new leads and providing a novel viewpoint on potential suspects and their motivations. Let's now examine Roberto Caraballo's biography. Friends and family characterize Caraballo as a gregarious and diligent person. He shared a home with his wife, Beverly McCallum, her daughter, Deneen Ducharme, and Christopher McMillan, Deneen's friend. However, his relationship with Beverly was said to have been turbulent at the time of his death. Family conflicts, tension, and financial arguments were reported by friends and family. Detectives looked into the possibility that someone close to Caraballo was responsible for his murder, after it became clear that his life had not been peaceful. Authorities focused on Caraballo's immediate family after his identity was established, especially his wife, Beverly, her daughter, Danae, and her friend, Chris McMillan. Prior to his body being transported to the Ottawa County field, the investigation found that Caraballo had been murdered in the basement of their Charlotte, Michigan home. Investigators believed that Beverly McCallum, driven by family strife and financial gain, had planned the murder. Witness accounts and interview reports presented a terrifying image of premeditation. The murder was thought to have been meticulously planned by McMillan, Deneen, and Beverly. Although no life insurance policy was verified, there have been rumors that Beverly might have hoped to profit monetarily from Caraballo's passing. Rather, it seemed to be a murder motivated by animosity and personal strife, with McMillan carrying out the scheme and Beverly controlling her daughter. Investigators discovered that the three suspects had enticed Caraballo into their Charlotte home's basement on the night of the murder, where they fatally wounded him with a blunt object. According to reports, they disposed of the evidence by putting Caraballo's body inside a metal trunk after he passed away. With the intention of erasing any evidence of their crime, they drove the trunk to a blueberry field in Ottawa County, doused it with gasoline, and set it on fire. The painstaking preparation and graphic method of disposal demonstrated the brutality and resolve of those involved. In order to link Beverly, Deneen, and McMillan to the crime, forensic science was essential. Traces of gasoline and accelerant on the metal trunk were consistent with attempts to destroy the body, and any forensic traces and blood evidence discovered in the basement matched Caraballo's DNA. A clear narrative that positioned the murder in the family home prior to the body's transportation to the field was established thanks, in large part, to the efforts of forensic analysts, advancements in DNA testing, and cooperation with local law enforcement. Christopher McMillan finally consented to a plea bargain in exchange for a lighter sentence after increasing pressure. He gave a thorough explanation of what transpired before Caraballo passed away. McMillan explained how Beverly had planned the murder and tricked him and Deneen into helping to carry it out. His admission that Caraballo had been murdered in the basement gave the prosecution's case more weight and provided a strong basis for Beverly and Deneen's conviction. In relation to Roberto Caraballo's murder, Deneen Ducharme was charged with both murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Ducharme made an effort to portray herself as a reluctant participant during the trial by claiming that she was coerced into committing the crime by her mother, Beverly McCallum. She asserted that her mother had manipulated her, forcing her to participate in both the actual murder and the disposal of Caraballo's body. According to her defense team, Ducharme was a victim of circumstance and had fallen victim to McCallum's web of coercion. They made an effort to portray her as obedient and passive, implying that she was motivated by a stronger personality rather than intending to actively participate in the crime. Her defense was questioned by the investigators and prosecution, who contended that the evidence refuted her allegations of manipulation. They implied that Ducharme had not only been aware of the scheme but had voluntarily taken part in it, taking important steps to hide the crime. From the physical attack on Caraballo to the actions taken to destroy his body and obfuscate evidence, the evidence showed that she was not merely a passive bystander, but was actively involved. When Beverly McCallum found out that the investigation was refocusing on her, she left the country in 2015. After evading authorities by moving to different countries, she was eventually found in Rome, Italy in 2019. The case became more complicated due to the international nature of her arrest, necessitating cooperation between Italian and American authorities in order to extradite her. Ultimately, McCallum's attempts to thwart extradition were unsuccessful, and she was sent back to Michigan to stand trial for Caraballo's murder. Beverly McCallum and her daughter Deneen Ducharme were charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and mutilation of a dead body at the start of their legal proceedings in Michigan. According to the prosecution, the murder was premeditated, and Beverly was the one who carried out the heinous deed, driven by both malice and financial greed. Beverly allegedly carefully planned Caraballo's murder and enlisted her daughter Deneen and friend Christopher McMillan to carry out her plan, according to the prosecution. McMillan, who had previously accepted a plea bargain, testified against Beverly and Deneen, offering details about the crime scene, the plot, and the subsequent events. Because of this plea deal, which reduced his sentence in return for his cooperation, Beverly and Denane were left to deal with the full weight of the charges by themselves. The roles that each person played were established by the prosecution, using McMillan's testimony and additional evidence, emphasizing Beverly's leadership in planning and directing the crime. After years of waiting for the case to be settled, Caraballo's loved ones and the community finally felt some justice and closure as a result of the trial and the ensuing court rulings. The possibility that Beverly McCallum is involved in other crimes besides the murder of Roberto Caraballo is another noteworthy feature. According to Amanda, Beverly has a track record of abusing her connections with men, some of whom are from outside the U.S. In one notable instance, Beverly married a man she had known for more than 20 years while residing in Jamaica. This person vanished inexplicably, and despite attempts to get in touch with Beverly, he is still unaccounted for in Jamaica. Following his disappearance, Beverly and her kids are thought to have left the country, which heightens the suspicion that her illegal actions may be a part of a larger pattern. Given Beverly's history of violent and manipulative relationships, and this man's abrupt and unexplained disappearance, it is possible that she is connected to additional unreported crimes. The question of how many more victims might be linked to Beverly's past is raised by this unsolved mystery. The conclusion of the Jack-in-the-Box case, one of Michigan's most eerie unresolved cases, attracted national attention. Audiences found great resonance in the tale of Roberto Caraballo's murder and the treachery of those closest to him. The case's place in American crime history has been cemented by ongoing media coverage and true crime documentaries. Even when all hope seems lost, the investigation's legacy serves as a testament to the commitment of law enforcement and the value of forensic science in bringing about justice. A terrible reminder of the darker side of human nature is the murder of Roberto Caraballo, who was hidden in a metal trunk and set ablaze in a Michigan field. When justice was finally served after years of mystery, a horrifying tale of treachery and family dishonesty was exposed. No matter how much time has passed, Caraballo's memory endures, as a reminder of the extent investigators will go to in order to find the truth and provide victims with justice. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It can seem like everything around you is predetermined when the shadows of the past start to close in. Will anyone ever be able to fully avoid what fate has in store for them? The family that disappeared overnight, leaving a trail of unresolved questions and the eerie echoes of unfinished phone calls, is the subject of today's story. This is the tale of Melissa Wolfenbarger, whose abrupt and inexplicable disappearance sparked a true tragedy. On November 26, 1998, a peaceful Thanksgiving night at the Patton home was marred by a feeling of unease. Melissa called to wish her parents a happy Thanksgiving. Melissa is Norma and Carl's youngest daughter. It was a normal and familiar conversation, with topics including Christmas preparations, gift selection, and plans for the approaching holidays. As they did each year, Melissa wanted her kids to spend the holidays at her parents' house. She smiled and said, "Mom, don't forget that old picture of Grandma. I'd love to have it framed under the tree." However, there was neither a phone call nor a knock on the door on Christmas. Despite their concerns, Norma and Carl hoped that their daughter and her family would arrive at the last minute, which they occasionally did. No one showed up as the hours went by. There were gifts under the tree, sparkling with holiday lights, but the atmosphere was solemn, and the quiet became unbearable. It all began on a typical day, but after a few days passed with no communication from their daughter, Norma started to worry. This time it seemed different, but Melissa had always managed to get in touch, especially if plans had changed. When the parents tried to call, no one picked up. Additionally fruitless were attempts to contact their son-in-law Christopher. Melissa's parents continued to reside in their comfortable home in Last Grove, Georgia, while Melissa and her spouse and children lived in Atlanta. When the long period of silence became intolerable in January, Norma and Carl got into their car and drove to Atlanta. Their hearts sank when they arrived at the duplex on Brooklyn Avenue after following the well-known streets. Although the apartment doors were open, The interior felt eerily deserted and lifeless. It appeared as though their daughter and her family had never lived there because the rooms were immaculate and well organized. It appeared as if someone had purposefully removed every indication of their presence. Asking neighbors if they had seen Melissa or her kids, Norma went door to door. No one knew where they were going or why they hadn't left a message or forwarding address, but one man remembered seeing them packing things into a moving truck just before New Year's. It appeared as though they had made the decision to depart suddenly, without warning, and with no intention of coming back. It was intolerable to Carl and Norma. They were aware that Melissa would have contacted them if something had gone wrong. If plans had changed, their daughter would not have concealed it. She had always been forthright and honest. Norma concluded that this could not be ignored. Someone had to know something if Melissa and her family had left. They located the glass manufacturing company where their son-in-law worked, and the management verified that Christopher had worked there as a truck driver, but had recently been fired. He was fired because he was involved in an accident involving one of the company's vehicles. They were unable to respond when questioned about Christopher's future plans. Like his family, he had just disappeared. January and February saw no updates, but time went by. Norma continued to make an effort, but every day only brought more disappointment. Her February birthday was particularly painful. Despite her busy schedule, Melissa had always called to wish her well, but this time the phone was silent. At last, Norma started to understand that her daughter's silence wasn't a coincidence. There had been a horrible incident. What might have caused Melissa to leave her former life behind? Carl and Norma had a hard time understanding it. Their youngest daughter was always happy and affectionate, they recalled. She distinguished herself from her peers early on by actively competing in school pageants and lending a hand with her older sister Tina's projects. Their dreams of starting a veterinary clinic and helping as many animals as they could were dashed when Melissa's adolescent misbehavior landed her in legal troubles, running away from home and falling in love with Christopher for the first time. During those tumultuous years, when she was caught between her desire to discover herself and her parents' expectations, he became her only source of stability. She was altered by marriage. Everything appeared to be coming together at last. She and Christopher seemed to have a happy life together after they moved to the city and had kids. However, her parents continued to feel a subtle, unnerving feeling, as though there was a deep crack beneath the surface, the calm. Those uneasy feelings had now become a terrifying reality as I stood in that empty apartment on Brooklyn Avenue in January 1999. The questions continued to mount. How had their daughter and her family fared? Why did their searches for answers only result in dead ends? And why did all the leads go nowhere? Where had Melissa's kids disappeared to? And why hadn't any of the neighbors seen her since New Year's? What did that picture she had requested for Christmas represent? These small, unimportant details assumed a sinister tone, giving the impression that something much more significant was going on. It would have felt like betrayal to leave everything unsolved, so Norma continued to look for any information, clinging to the tiniest hints to figure out what had happened to her cherished daughter. Nothing could have prepared her for the truth that lay ahead, a truth that would completely upend their lives, and a story that had started out as a straightforward family vacation had evolved into a grim, desperate search for light in the dark. Melissa's disappearance also perplexed Tina, her older sister, who worked alongside her at a small bakery. Their co-workers said Melissa just stopped showing up, as if she had disappeared into thin air, and the management at Denny's where they worked reported that she hadn't been there for more than a month. If she had found another job, no one knew. All they said was that she failed to report for work one day without providing any prior notice. Even some of her co-workers paid her a visit, but it didn't help. The family had moved out, but no one knew where they went, the neighbors said with a shrug. Time went by. As the year 1999 went on, Melissa had not been contacted. Praying for their daughter's safe return, Carl and Norma were inconsolable. Their hope dwindled with every month, but they held on to it as if it were a lifeline. Since Melissa had always remained close to them, despite her turbulent upbringing, they were unable to think of a good reason why she wouldn't call. They thought they would soon awaken from the nightmare. However, reality only became more grim, and the nightmare continued. The Patton family had run out of patience by January 2000. Norma reported a missing person to the authorities. After starting an investigation, detectives quickly located Christopher Wolfenbarger, Melissa's husband. He had also been out of touch for some time at the time of Melissa's disappearance, but he eventually made a comeback, but there was no sign of his wife or children. Melissa had gone out on her own, according to Christopher. He claimed that one day she simply made the decision to fulfill her dream of starting over and relocating to California. Carl and Norma, however, knew their daughter. They were positive that she would never simply vanish without a word, and that she would never do that. The parents were adamant that Christopher was concealing something, but the police could find no reason to take any further action. Melissa was an adult, and she had every right to travel to California if she so desired. Without any proof of a crime, the police had no reason to declare her missing because her husband had not filed a missing persons report. The inquiry came to a standstill. According to Christopher, Melissa had been preparing the move for some time. In order to save money, she worked double shifts at the bakery. After long, exhausting days, she occasionally even rented a hotel room to avoid the lengthy commute home. He claimed that this was how she was getting ready for the next phase of her life. When she simply disappeared one day, Christopher assumed she had finally carried out her plan and departed for California alone. He maintained that it was nothing out of the ordinary, citing Melissa's wish to make a new beginning. By bringing up Christopher's past, detectives attempted to exert pressure on him. Wolfenbarger had a very turbulent childhood. "Melissa and I were like Bonnie and Clyde, just on a smaller scale," he grinned while being questioned. They did encounter some minor issues. Even before they were married, their lives appeared to be a succession of snap judgments. However, it quickly became apparent that Christopher was lying. Melissa filed complaints, according to the records. She had repeatedly reported instances of domestic violence. It wasn't just him lifting his hand against her, she said. He allegedly gave her illegal drugs and, despite her protests, pulled her down the street by her hair on one occasion. Christopher filed a counterclaim after learning of these reports. The court case became increasingly complex. Christopher requested authorization to speak with Melissa alone during one of the hearings. Melissa backed off from her complaint and went home with him after a brief, private conversation. That was all she said. "We have kids, after all." Following Melissa's disappearance, Christopher took an unexpected action. He left the house they shared and went to live with family. Christopher rarely paid them a visit. The children lived with their paternal grandmother. He appeared to be making an effort to put his former life behind him. Joy and little Christina adapted to life without their mother very fast, and they only ever thought about their father when he would arrive at his mother's house. Christopher had never been liked by Norma Patton. She thought that shortly after graduating from high school, Melissa fled her home because of him. She saw this marriage as nothing more than a source of heartache and disappointment. "He was never who he pretended to be," she would frequently say while gazing at pictures of her daughter. It felt like a terrifying prophecy now that Melissa was gone. Her parents found it hard to believe that their daughter had just up and left her life behind. Why were people who might have known the answer keeping quiet? And what actually happened to Melissa? A darker and more unsettling image of the Wolfenbarger family, where happiness was merely an illusion, began to take shape as the haze of the past gradually cleared. During an interview with detectives, Tina Patton recalled a previous incident. She had seen a handprint-like bruise on Melissa's neck. Normally calm and collected, Melissa started crying and pleaded with Tina to keep it a secret. Following that, one of Tina's friends attempted to speak with Christopher directly, but it was never successful. Things appeared to have calmed down, but this was a facade. The thought that their daughter had just decided to disappear without saying anything was unacceptable to Carl and Norma Patton. Melissa would have found a way to get in touch with her parents even if she had felt the need to leave them. However, days and months stretched into years, and Melissa was nowhere to be found. It appeared as though a young mother of two had vanished into thin air. Melissa's husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, was constantly rephrasing his claims. When questioned in the spring of 2000, he abruptly revealed that he had seen Melissa on the street close to their house in March or April of 1999, despite initially claiming that he had last seen her in December 1998. This discrepancy did not clarify the case. Rather, it only increased suspicions. The Patton family returned to the public eye in 2003, 5 years later. This time, Carl Patton himself was at issue, not Melissa. They had taken him into custody. As it happened, Carl had already had a run-in with the law in the middle of the 1980s. He was released on parole after serving a brief sentence for theft. He had made an effort to avoid trouble ever since, but over 20 years after the crime, his past finally caught up with him. His participation was verified by DNA analysis. Carl was taken into custody on February 23, 2003, in connection with the death of Liddy Mae Evans, age 31. Her body was discovered in a river in 1977, chained to a concrete block and wrapped in a sleeping bag. A gunshot wound to the head was the cause of death. However, Carl was linked to other crimes as well. Carl's wife, Norma, made the startling declaration that she would testify against her husband in exchange for immunity as soon as he was arrested. After the agreement was reached, Norma started providing in-depth testimony that astounded everyone. She claims that Carl and his friend Joe Quint were involved in several crimes between 1970 and 1977. The murder of Carl's uncle, Fred White, and his lover was the beginning of it all. Carl persuaded Norma to assist in removing any possible witnesses because he knew too much. Norma described how Carl used a shotgun to kill his uncle and his uncle's lover after luring them to their house on December 17, 1977. After that, he and Norma placed weights on the bodies, wrapped them in sleeping bags, and disposed of them in the river. Carl burned the blood-stained couch in the backyard, while Norma cleaned the house and cleaned up the blood. However, their van's blood-stained trunk was not cleaned. Investigators questioned Carl and Norma after discovering blood traces in the trunk that matched the victim's blood type, but there wasn't enough proof to file charges at the time. Carl's involvement was not confirmed by DNA testing until 25 years later, and Melissa's father was arrested on February 23, 2003. Rumors about Carl's potential involvement in Melissa's disappearance started to circulate after his arrest. Her own father, who couldn't risk anyone in the family talking, may have been her victim, according to some theories. However, there was no concrete proof to back up this theory. "I would never harm my daughter. I only dealt with those who threatened my family." Carl denied any involvement, but everyone knew that there was a harsh reality behind those words. Carl was suspected of more than just Melissa's disappearance. Rumor had it that he was connected to criminal groups in the southern United States. He was known as a cold-blooded shooter as early as the 1960s, but he consistently denied any involvement. Carl acted out of greed, according to Norma, who made this revelation in 2003 during the investigation into the deaths of Fred White and his lover. In addition to hiring Carl to look after her unfaithful husband, Fred White's official marriage entitled his wife to an insurance payout. Detective Bruce Jordan handled these old cases. He managed to apprehend and convict Carl Patton after 25 years, but it was insufficient. Now, while incarcerated, Carl pleaded with Jordan, "Find my daughter, find Melissa." This was a surprising statement from a man who seemed to have no remorse. All of a sudden, his daughter's disappearance caused concern. This gave Norma and Tina hope, but it also sparked a wave of new anxieties. They were concerned that Melissa's disappearance was not an accident, and that the mystery that had been hidden for so long might become even more horrific. Detective Bruce Jordan became interested as soon as the reopened Wolfenbarger case made the news. The story appeared to be set in stone for years, but everything changed when a sudden lead came from the Atlanta morgue. Jordan was contacted by a forensic specialist who told him that they had been storing unidentified remains in their facility for 4 years. These remains were body parts discovered in various months of 1999 in the neighborhood where Melissa's family resided. A severed head had been found close to the Wolfenbargers' residence back in April of that same year. Legs and arms were discovered in a nearby wooded area 2 months later, wrapped in garbage bags. The remains were initially identified as belonging to a male because they could not be properly identified, and the torso was never recovered. These graphic findings were unrelated to Melissa's disappearance because she had not yet been reported missing at the time. Only later did the terrible truth come to light. Those were her remains. Bruce Jordan noticed important details when he got the information. Near the glass company where Christopher Wolfenbarger used to work, the head and limbs were discovered. Back then, experts had assured everyone that the remains were male, but Norma Patton remembered hearing about the unsettling findings on the news. Only years later, following DNA testing, was it determined that the mutilated body belonged to Melissa Carl Patton. While incarcerated, Melissa's father was informed. When he heard that her mutilated remains had been discovered soon after she vanished, but had not been identified, he was overcome with emotion. He was deeply saddened by the fact that the DNA test, which would have provided insight into his daughter's fate, was not carried out until almost 4 years after his arrest. Melissa's remains weren't identified until 2003, when Norma first reported her missing in early 2000. Important evidence that could have resolved the case much sooner was lost, along with crucial time. Experts initially thought the remains were male because Melissa's neck had been cut with a saw and her skull had been bleached. According to forensic analysis, it was impossible to tell if the injuries were caused before or after death because of the same chemical. It was almost impossible to find the perpetrator's car because her head and limbs were strewn along busy roads in trash bags. Her torso was never located, so it was impossible to determine the precise time or cause of death. Christopher was taken in for additional interrogation. He told investigators that he had always been cooperative and had given them all the information he could years before his wife was finally identified. He said he had no reason to hurt Melissa. There were no assets, no debts, and no insurance policy. He made it clear that, knowing that it would raise suspicions, he would never have disposed of the remains close to his place of employment. Even in interviews with reporters, Christopher insisted that he sincerely thought Melissa had changed her name and moved to a new place in the hopes that she would eventually come back, if only for their kids. He never submitted a missing persons report because of this. Melissa's older sister Tina was particularly affected by the loss. She saw it as a persistent, eerie pain, rather than merely an unsolved case. She even experienced nightmares in which Tina was unable to reach Melissa when she called out for assistance. Carl also changed while he was incarcerated. He couldn't help but want justice for his daughter. Losing Melissa appeared to be the first time he had ever experienced the depth of the suffering his own victims' families had gone through. The story's most startling element was that Carl, a convicted criminal, devoted his last years to pursuing justice for Melissa. Even though he seemed to love his daughter, her death was still unknown. Although her remains had been located, no one had been charged or arrested. Norma Patton made contact with Cheryl McCollum, a cold case investigator, once more in 2017. Norma and Cheryl first met at an official dinner. Cheryl is well known for her true crime podcasts and shows. A new investigation started when Norma came up to her that night and said, "My daughter was decapitated and I need your help." Cheryl McCollum immediately recommended to Norma that they re-examine all of the evidence, because she knew the case would not be simple. In an attempt to put the pieces of the puzzle together and uncover even one new clue, she planned a fresh search of the forested area where the bags containing remains had been discovered years prior. However, thus far, the endeavors had failed. Norma was determined to persevere. She had faith that eventually the truth about her daughter's death would be revealed. Cheryl kept looking into Melissa Wolfenbarger's case in an effort to find the final piece that would complete the picture. Cheryl McCollum, the investigator, could scarcely have predicted how many shadowy corners she would have to light when she started her work. She was able to get in touch with Melissa's father, Carl Patton, right away. Carl wrote about his personal experiences and his ideas about who he thought was to blame for his daughter's disappearance. Her husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, was the one name he kept bringing up repeatedly. In regards to his son-in-law, Carl had no illusions. From the first time they met, he thought Christopher had destroyed his daughter's life. Melissa used to be a bright, upbeat person, but after Christopher came into her life, everything changed. Carl claims that Christopher taught her how to steal, persuaded her to sneak out of the house at night to meet him, and twice attempted to take Carl's car so that she and Melissa could flee to California. He gained complete control over her after she became pregnant and gave birth to their daughter. Norma and Carl only ever saw their granddaughter Christina when Christopher was at work, because he made an effort to keep her away from her parents. In a terrified whisper, Melissa said that if her husband discovered that her parents had come to visit, she would be in serious trouble. Carl remembered how Melissa refused to heed Christopher's warnings, even though he had repeatedly bruised her arms and neck. She thought she could turn her life around, but Carl realized something had gone horribly wrong when she failed to show up for Christmas. Although he was certain Christopher had something to do with her disappearance, Proving it was a different story. Knowing that his grandchildren didn't comprehend that their mother had truly left to start a new life, but had instead gone forever, was the thing that tormented Carl the most. Carl wrote about how, despite being incarcerated, he attempted to help with the investigation. He suggested that whoever tied the knots might have left evidence, and he asked the experts to check the trash bags containing the remains for any DNA traces. Although he wrote, "There's no such thing as a perfect crime," the police were never able to find any evidence that connected Christopher to the case. Carl clung to the hope that the inquiry would eventually produce something. Norma detailed her suspicions to Cheryl McCollum during multiple meetings. Norma believed Christopher was responsible for the death of her daughter. Carl's desire to learn the truth was evident in his letters. Despite his reputation as a convicted criminal, he was prepared to assist. Detectives were still unable to link Christopher to Melissa's disappearance, though. Carl thanked Cheryl for her efforts at the end of one of his letters, stating that he had only realized the seriousness of his own crimes after losing his daughter. To understand the feelings of his victims' families, he had to go through that kind of loss himself. One day, he hoped, his grandchildren would discover the truth about their mom. In order to determine whether any family members might have had a reason for seeking retribution, Cheryl McCollum also looked into the possibility of enlisting the help of Liddy Evans' children, one of Carl's victims. The idea that someone involved in Carl's previous crimes might have sought revenge was entertained by the police, but it was soon disproved. Years passed after Melissa vanished before Carl's crimes were discovered. Despite the fact that her father was a criminal, Liddy's children felt Melissa also deserved justice and consented to be interviewed for a podcast about her story. Joseph Morgan, one of the forensic specialists, discussed the results of the autopsy. He surmised that Melissa might have been dismembered at the glass company where Christopher worked, rather than at home. All the equipment needed to carry out such an act was on hand, and the remains were discovered at a landfill close to the building. The police were unable to verify this theory, though, because they did not discover any blood or DNA traces at the facility where the crime had occurred, and more crucially, who was behind it were still unknown. Cheryl was careful to pay attention to every little detail. She reviewed all the case materials, brought in experts, and communicated with Carl on a regular basis. One thing appeared to be universally accepted by the experts: Christopher was still the most likely suspect. McCollum declared that she was prepared to risk her reputation in order to bring the offender to justice. When Melissa's podcast debuted in February 2023, her story was the first one she discussed. Then, in April 2024, she received a call from a listener who said she had seen Melissa and Christopher fight at a party. The case gained new life and momentum as a result of this information. With newfound vigor, investigators resumed their work. After over 20 years of uncertainty, Christopher Wolfenbarger was taken into custody on suspicion of a serious crime in early August. To piece everything together, detectives re-interviewed witnesses, followed up on old leads, and employed new technology. He attempted to hide behind a dryer when the police arrived at his house, which one of the officers remarked was not the conduct of an innocent man. Although Christopher insisted he was innocent, the charges had already been filed. Tina and Norma attended the press conference. When Norma heard the news of the arrest, she clasped her hands together and prayed in private. "Now he's behind bars," she said, in front of the cameras, "and I hope he stays there." Christopher's motivations remained unclear, and the police did not reveal all the evidence that led to the arrest. However, one thing was for sure: 25 years after Melissa vanished, her family was at last hopeful that justice would be served. I told you this story because the truth always finds a way to come to light, even after years have gone by and everything seems lost. Despite all the difficulties and public scrutiny, the Patton family persisted in fighting for their daughter, and their efforts were rewarded. This case demonstrates that misconduct cannot be disregarded. Families that experience abuse frequently find themselves in dire circumstances, but keeping quiet and concealing the truth won't help. Don't let yourself be broken. Seek justice. Melissa would advise you if she could talk to you right now. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Teresa Halbach vanished in October 2005 following her visit to the Avery salvage yard in Manitowoc County, Wisconsin. Although her car was discovered abandoned, the investigation quickly came to a standstill because the leads were unproductive. Police searched for the truth despite a number of unfounded theories and contradicting reports. As time went on, the case attracted national attention, sparking interest and inquiry. Family members and friends were in a desperate search for Teresa's whereabouts. What was Teresa's actual fate? Was something far more sinister responsible for her disappearance, or was it a tragic accident? Let's investigate this perplexing case. Teresa's small hometown was Calumet County, which is well known for its cheese. Teresa's early years and promising future were set against the tranquil and picturesque backdrop of the area. Born on March 22, 1980, Teresa Halbach was raised in Wisconsin's Calumet County. Prior to her life being tragically cut short at the age of 25, she was a young woman with a bright future. She was raised on a dairy farm as one of 5 siblings in a loving household. Teresa was a remarkable student, in addition to being a girl from a small town. She came home to begin her life after graduating from the University of Wisconsin-Green Bay in 2002. Teresa, who lived in a farmhouse next door to her parents and was still figuring out what she wanted to do with her life, was like many people in their 20s. She spent a lot of time with her parents and siblings and was close to them. She even served as the volleyball coach for her younger sister. They enjoyed spending time together on the family farm, watching Extreme Makeover and hanging out. She had always had a passion for photography, which she turned into a career in 2005. Teresa was a freelance photographer who documented events and weddings. She even took pictures of cars for sale while working for Autotrader.com, an American online marketplace for auto buyers and sellers. She first met Stephen Avery through this freelance work, and he hired her to photograph a car at his family's auto salvage yard. Wrapped automobiles, parts, and equipment were strewn all over the 40-acre Avery auto salvage yard. Their sister Barb lived on the property with her 3 sons, Brendan Dassey and her boyfriend Scott Taddick, while Stephen and his brother Charles managed the yard. Earlier in the year, Teresa had made multiple trips to the salvage yard to take pictures of cars for Stephen, but she wasn't particularly eager to return. According to reports, she once told a coworker that she found it unsettling that Stephen had answered the door while only wearing a towel. Who wouldn't be uneasy in that circumstance? On Halloween Day 2005, Teresa consented to return for one last photo session despite her discomfort. She would, regrettably, be seen alive for the very last time. Teresa Halbach showed up at the Avery salvage yard to take pictures of a car on the afternoon of Halloween 2005. She had a straightforward plan: take the pictures and go. But things took a turn for the worse, and Teresa's family reported her missing by November 3. She had gone to the salvage yard a few days ago and no one had seen or heard from her since. Concerns were raised when she failed to return her mother's calls. Teresa was a self-sufficient young lady with a busy life, and although her family was naturally concerned, they also assumed she might simply be out having fun. However, Teresa's family realized something was amiss when she disappeared for days at a time without speaking. Town volunteers came together to look for her, but they didn't make a significant finding until November 5th. Teresa parked her Toyota RAV4 on the Avery property. Strangely, wood, branches, and even the hood of another car were all over the car. Was the car concealed? That has been the subject of conjecture. The car appeared to have been attempted to be hidden, but it was unsuccessful. Why would anyone need to conceal a car when there are so many on the property? It made people wonder why the car was covered, but it was never made clear why. Police obtained a search warrant after finding Teresa's car at the Avery salvage yard, and between November 5 and November 12, they conducted 6 searches on the property. Police kept a close eye on Stephen Avery for the majority of the day. Officers seized a flatbed truck and a car from his family's retreat in the North Woods. Several troubling pieces of evidence were found during these searches. Investigators discovered burned bone fragments in a burn pit behind Stephen Avery's garage. These were subsequently determined by DNA testing to be Teresa's remains. Remains of Teresa's cell phone, Palm Pilot, and camera were discovered in a burn barrel on the property, and blood was discovered in the front and cargo sections of her RAV4. Police discovered 2 firearms, including a rifle, and Teresa's car key in Stephen Avery's bedroom during a search of his home. After several months, additional searches turned up a bullet and pieces in Avery's garage that were connected to the rifle that had been found in his house. Even though the bullet contained DNA evidence, it was still unclear whose DNA it belonged to, which led to more questions about the case. Although this body of evidence eventually strengthened the case against Stephen Avery, it raised controversy and left many questions unanswered. Stephen Avery made an initial statement without legal representation when he was questioned. That was the last time he saw her, he said. Law enforcement, however, soon began to doubt his account. Things quickly got out of hand when he was first arrested on suspicion of possessing illegal firearms on the property. On November 15, a few days later, Stephen Avery was formally charged with Teresa Halbach's murder. The amount of his bail was $500,000. Investigators had little reason to doubt the evidence, especially the blood, bones, car key, and firearm. The fact that Stephen Avery was no stranger to law enforcement is what makes his case so remarkable. This brings us to Stephen Avery's troubled past. He was raised on his family's 40-acre salvage yard in rural Gibson after being born in Manitowoc County in 1962. He had a reported IQ of 70 and struggled academically, attending special education classes. Avery served 10 months after being found guilty of robbing a bar when she was 18. He was imprisoned for a year in 1982 after being found guilty of animal cruelty for burning a cat alive. Avery was given a 6-year sentence in 1985 for threatening his cousin with a gun, but soon after, in 1985, Avery was falsely convicted of the vicious sexual assault and attempted murder of Penny Bjornson, marking the beginning of the most important chapter in his criminal history. Bjornson identified Avery despite his alibi and sentenced him to 32 years in prison. Avery was exonerated in 2002 after the Wisconsin Innocence Project took up his case and used DNA testing to prove that Gregory Allen was the real culprit. Avery was released in 2003 after serving 18 years. In order to recover $36 million for the erroneous conviction, he subsequently brought a civil suit against Manitowoc County and its representatives. When Teresa Halbach vanished in 2005, the lawsuit was still pending. In 2006, the case was resolved for $400,000. Investigators interviewed a number of people who lived or worked at the Avery salvage yard while Stephen Avery awaited trial for Teresa Halbach's murder. Stephen's 16-year-old nephew Brendan Dassey was one individual who attracted their attention. Although Brendan Dassey was not initially considered a suspect by the police in February 2006, they thought he might have some information regarding Teresa Halbach's disappearance. They believed he was keeping his uncle safe. However, Brendan started making statements during the interrogation that weren't consistent with the actions of an innocent person, which raised questions. Police believed Brendan had important information after an initial interview. Brendan had a borderline IQ, which is lower than the average. Brendan was 16 years old, but his comprehension and skills were more akin to those of a younger child. Brendan was interviewed twice more by investigators without his mother or legal representative present. They got his mother's approval prior to the last interview. The date of this controversial interview was March 1, 2006. Brendan admitted to taking part in Teresa's multiple-hour sexual assault, murder, and mutilation during this session. Brendan was told by police that they were already aware of the specifics. Brendan gave a detailed statement, clearly frightened. He said that after coming home from school, he was asked to enter his uncle's trailer where he discovered Teresa bound. As Teresa begged for assistance, his uncle allegedly encouraged him to sexually abuse her. Brendan claimed that his uncle convinced him to comply, and that after that, his uncle shot and stabbed Teresa. Brendan cut Teresa's throat at his uncle's order. A startling change occurred when Brendan was arrested and charged with sexual assault, murder, and corpse mutilation, but at that time, there was no supporting evidence for his confession. In any event, Stephen and Brendan were put on trial, and it went forward independently. The trial of Stephen Avery started first. Blood in Teresa's car, a spent bullet that matched Stephen's rifle and Teresa's DNA, and a key to her car discovered in Stephen's trailer that contained his DNA, were among the many pieces of evidence the prosecutors produced. Stephen's blood was found inside Teresa's car, and his DNA was found beneath the hood fastener. On Avery's land, Teresa's burned remains and possessions were discovered. Stephen made 2 calls to Teresa's cell phone, one with and one without the 67 feature to hide his identity, according to phone records. The 67 feature makes the call appear private or unknown and prevents your phone number from appearing on the recipient's caller ID. These sparked suspicions and implied that Stephen might not have known the 67 call could be traced by the police. Brendan's older brother Bobby Dassey testified that on the afternoon of Teresa's murder, he saw her making her way to Stephen's trailer. He also gave critical testimony after overhearing Stephen talking about Teresa's body disposal in a subsequent conversation. Stephen's defense team contended that Manitowoc County Police framed him because of his $36 million lawsuit against them, despite the evidence appearing to be against him. They claimed that police used evidence from a prior wrongful conviction case to plant blood in Teresa's car. The main evidence, according to the defense team, cast doubt on it. Only Stephen's DNA, not Teresa's, was present in the key to Teresa's car that was discovered in Stephen's trailer. This was odd, because the key to Teresa's car should have contained her DNA. It was possible that the key was planted and Stephen was framed because Teresa's DNA was missing and Stephen's DNA was present, indicating evidence tampering. The jury's decision was unambiguous. Stephen Avery was found guilty of all charges and given a life sentence. Brendan Dassey's trial, which lasted only a few days, came shortly after in April 2007. Brendan's confession was a key component of the prosecution's case against him, and its veracity was hotly contested. There are concerning indications when examining Brendan's police interview in detail. After being questioned for hours, he made statements that appeared to acknowledge his guilt, but many people thought they were fabricated and unreliable. Investigators questioned Brendan for more details after he described the alleged assault and murder. "That's all I can remember," Brendan said hesitantly when asked about Teresa's head injuries. The officer pressed him further and asked who had shot her in the head. After a while, Brendan acknowledged that he had done it. Brendan responded that he was unable to think of it at the moment when the officer questioned him about why he hadn't brought it up earlier. This conversation sparked worries that Brendan's answers might have been swayed by the investigators, who may have led him to divulge information that wasn't entirely consistent with his own memory. Brendan withdrew his confession during his trial and said he was under pressure from the police. At first, his involvement had been supported by physical evidence, such as bleach stains on his jeans. Brendan, however, provided a different explanation, claiming that the stains were the result of cleaning a garage rather than a crime scene. Notably, Brendan was not directly connected to Teresa's murder by any DNA or supporting evidence. Brendan's conviction raised questions about the fairness of his trial because it was based primarily on his dubious confession. Despite his lower intellectual capacity, he was tried as an adult at the age of 17. In 2048, he received a life sentence with the possibility of release. There were continuous discussions concerning the validity of his confession and the fairness of his conviction, which kept the case contentious. Avery's request for a new trial was denied by a state appeals court in August 2011, and the Wisconsin Supreme Court affirmed the ruling in 2013. In 2012, Avery was transferred to the Waupun Correctional Institution after 5 years of service at the Wisconsin Secure Program facility in Boscobel. Dassey's attorneys petitioned for his release in December 2015, claiming his confession was coerced and that he had incompetent legal representation. The documentary Making a Murderer, which followed the legal disputes between Stephen Avery and his nephew Brendan Dassey, was made available on Netflix in 2015. It questioned their guilt by looking into their arrests, trials, and convictions. Brendan's confession, the dubious evidence against Stephen, and the tense relationship between Avery and the local police force, which resulted in his erroneous conviction in the 1980, were the main topics of the series. Many people questioned whether Stephen and Brendan had fair trials after watching the documentary, which sparked a lot of discussion and drew a sizable audience. Although it highlighted potential injustices, some detractors believed it might have been biased and omitted important information. In 2016, Stephen Avery's case was taken on by famous lawyer Kathleen Zellner, who fought for wrongful convictions. A Chicago-based attorney named Kathleen Zellner ascended to the Hall of Fame by defending numerous people who had been unfairly convicted. With a track record of overturning convictions, Zellner started investigating alternative explanations for the case. She sought to demonstrate that other suspects might have been involved in Teresa Halbach's death and that the evidence used at trial did not support Avery's guilt. Together with her public advocacy, Zellner's efforts brought the case back into the public eye and maintained the debate over Avery's innocence. The process of making a murderer was not totally impartial. Some critics contend that the prosecution's decision to not participate distorted the facts. They allowed the documentary to mostly represent the defense's viewpoint and left many questions unanswered. Some viewers speculated that the prosecution's decision to remain out was made in order to avoid re-examining the validity of Avery's prior erroneous conviction. The documentary spurred discussion and increased awareness, but it omitted crucial information. For instance, it didn't go into detail about the calls Stephen Avery made to Teresa Halbach's phone, which some consider to be important pieces of evidence. Additionally, it ignored Teresa's prior interactions with Avery, including rumors that she felt uncomfortable around him. Additionally, Making a Murderer minimized Stephen Avery's past violent actions, especially against women. Even though this does not establish his guilt on its own, it does point to a troubling pattern of aggression that should not be disregarded when looking into the case. Important pieces of evidence, like the bullet that was discovered to have Teresa's DNA on it and that matched Avery's rifle, were also mostly overlooked in the documentary. Although this evidence was difficult to ignore, the series paid little attention to it. In Avery's case, the defense contended that the blood sample had been altered and revealed a hole in the stopper. However, a nurse later disclosed that the hole was a routine practice and that the seal had already been broken by Avery's defense team. In the end, the tampering claim was untrue. Additionally, Brendan Dassey's contentious interrogation was minimized in the documentary. Brendan, who has a mild intellectual disability, spent hours being questioned without his mother or attorney present. The reliability of his confession, which was crucial to his conviction, was called into question because it was erratic and appeared to have been influenced by leading police questions. There was no tangible evidence linking Brendan to the crime scene, despite the fact that his confession was essential to the prosecution's case. Thus, his conviction depended almost entirely on the confession, even though there were doubts about how it was obtained. The possibility that Brendan's statements were coerced, or that his age and intellectual limitations made him susceptible to manipulation, was not sufficiently addressed in the documentary. The documentary left viewers with more questions than answers, even though it may have ignited a global movement for justice. The question of whether these two men were genuinely guilty or the victims of a seriously defective legal system was once more complicated. Parts of Brendan's confession were later allegedly misplaced in the Making a Murderer documentary, which, when watched in its entirety, may provide additional insight into the way the police interrogated Brendan. Notwithstanding the media attention, the question still stands: what is the current status of the cases, and have Teresa Halbach and her family received justice? Brendan Dassey's supporters had hope when his conviction was momentarily overturned in 2016. The courts determined that his confession was not coerced, which was the primary question at hand. Experts contend that the courts did not fully take into account concerns regarding his age and intellectual disability, which raised concerns about his vulnerability during interrogation. 2018 saw the U.S. hopes for federal relief were dashed when the Supreme Court decided not to hear Brendan Dassey's case. His legal options are limited because the governor of Wisconsin has also declined to pardon him. His release is still uncertain, and many people still feel that justice has not been done, even though fresh evidence may reopen his case. On the other hand, even after Stephen Avery's appeals were repeatedly rejected, his case is still contentious. Kathleen Zellner, Avery's lawyer, is still arguing for a retrial and additional evidence testing, pointing to incompetent counsel and suppressed evidence. But thus far, these attempts have failed, and Avery's conviction remains. The legal issues Avery is facing appear to be challenging, even as Zellner keeps up her efforts on his behalf. His case has not yet produced any significant developments, and it is unlikely that his conviction will be overturned anytime soon in the absence of fresh evidence or modifications to the law. Although there is ongoing public discussion regarding the fairness of their trials and convictions, Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey are currently serving their sentences. Dassey is still seeking parole after her most recent application was turned down in 2021. Kathleen Zellner, Stephen Avery's lawyer, filed a motion for post-conviction relief in August 2022, arguing that fresh evidence might connect Brendan's older brother Bobby Dassey to Teresa Halbach's murder. This was a big step because it raised the possibility that Bobby was complicit in the crime. Zellner argued that if there were other credible suspects, it might lead to Avery's relief, even though this had been conjectured previously. This theory, however, begs the question of whether two different groups were involved in Stephen's framing, or if Bobby was collaborating with the police. Zellner presented an affidavit from Thomas Brez, a truck driver, who stated that he saw Bobby Dassey driving Teresa's RAV4 with someone other than Stephen in the passenger seat a few days after Teresa passed away. Although this testimony provides additional context, it does not prove Bobby's involvement in the murder. Furthermore, Bobby is not directly connected to the crime, despite his computer history containing searches for violent pornography. Additionally, Zellner cited Bobby's alibi, which was offered by Scott Tadich, his mother's boyfriend, a man with a criminal record and a reputation for being irritable. Zellner implied that Tadich might have been complicit in the crime, either by lying or by taking part in it. However, in the absence of concrete proof, this remains conjectural. Zellner has also looked into Teresa's ex-boyfriend Ryan Hillegas's involvement. Ryan was heavily involved in Teresa's search and lacked an alibi. Zellner thought it was strange that Ryan had access to Teresa's voicemail and had not told the police about his previous relationship with her. There isn't any concrete proof that Ryan was involved in the murder, though, despite these suspicions. The court rejected Zellner's request for a hearing based on these other suspects, finding that there was not enough evidence or motivation to imply that Ryan or Bobby Dassey were involved in Avery's framing. In essence, the court decided that the defense had failed to show how these people could have committed the crime or fabricated evidence. Avery was transferred to the medium-security Fox Lake Correctional Institution in 2022. Although the case is still complex, Zellner intends to appeal to the Wisconsin State Court of Appeals. In addition to voicing concerns about Brendan Dassey's coerced confession, some experts doubt Avery's innocence because of his violent past and possible corruption. There are still unanswered questions regarding Teresa Halbach's death and the family's ongoing legal battles because the case has not been settled. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A person's life can be completely transformed by the emotion of love. It can be tender and loving, or it can be hurtful and disappointing. Almost everyone has times in their lives when they meet someone who becomes special to them, but occasionally these relationships don't work out as planned. In this tale, a man and a woman fell in love, but their relationship ended because of a well-publicized investigation. What transpired between them? For what reason were their parents against their relationship? This video will teach you the answers to these questions. I want to start by saying that this is one of the most unbelievable stories I have ever posted on my channel. Why do those who are meant to protect and serve act indifferently? And everyone will be shocked by this story's conclusion. We will therefore talk about what happened in Kemerovo, Russia, in 2020. The administrative hub of the Kemerovo Oblast is the sizable Russian city of Kemerovo. It is located in western Siberia's southern region. It is one of the biggest cities in Siberia, with a population of over 500,000. On September 24, 1997, Vera Pekteleva was born in Kishtym, Kemerovo Oblast. She developed into a happy, imaginative adult. She won first place in several competitions because she loved singing while studying in school. Despite their divorce while she was in school, Vera's parents, Oksana and Yevgeny, remained friendly. Vera got along well with her mother's new husband and her father's new wife. She was characterized as a non-confrontational, upbeat, and kind individual. Vera's mother, Oksana, lived in Kiselyovsk, about 110 miles from Kemerovo, and Vera visited her mother whenever she had free time. As I mentioned earlier, Vera was a creative person, so her family was taken aback when she moved to Kemerovo after high school and enrolled in the State Technical University rather than pursuing a creative career. Vera met a man her own age, Vladislav Kanyas, during one of these trips in 2016. Vera was nothing like Vlad, as everyone called him. He was reclusive, irritable, and lacked life goals. Vlad was raised in a dysfunctional household and left school after the 9th grade. He lived with his father after his mother abandoned her family. But the challenges in his life did not stop there. In the end, his father committed suicide as a result of his legal troubles. Vlad was profoundly affected by everything that transpired in front of his eyes. Vera fell in love with Vlad despite the fact that they had little in common. Vera's parents opposed this relationship because they were aware of Vlad's identity. Although we sympathized with the man and understood that his life wasn't easy, we wanted Vera to have an entirely different life. We didn't agree with her decision. According to her mother, Oksana, we waited for her to break up with him. Vera's father requested that they break up after learning about Vlad. But Vlad and his daughter remained together. She simply ceased discussing him with her parents. Vlad never showed up for our family get-togethers. The pictures on Vera's social media accounts did not feature him. She seemed to be concealing him, Vera's mother recalled. It's important to note that in 2019, Vera and Vlad moved to Kemerovo to live together. Vlad, who was unemployed and did not want to change that, loved living with Vera, and her parents helped pay for the apartment. She always had some cash in her wallet and was intelligent and attractive. She gave him financial support. The couple's relationship was strained. It was obvious that Vlad would not stop abusing alcohol. In November 2019, Vlad allegedly beat her, according to her parents. When Vera finally made the decision to end this toxic relationship, her boyfriend was adamantly against it. As previously stated, Vera's parents assisted her in paying for the apartment where she and Vlad resided. Since Vera ended their relationship in November 2019, it stands to reason that Vlad ought to have moved out, but he refused to do so. He enjoyed living at the expense of others. This is a passage from Vlad's testimony. It will help you understand what transpired after Vera made the decision to break up with him. However, keep in mind that this is Vlad's testimony. Whether or not you believe what he says in his testimony is up to you. I got into a fight with Vera on December 15, 2019, he said. I wanted to go to a nightclub, but she said no, so we got into a fight. Vera started traveling frequently to Kislyovsk during our time together. Slowly, she started to distance herself from me. She informed me that she was speaking to someone else. Remember that. Vera had told Vlad she was ending their relationship a month prior, he went on. Our mutual friend also told me that she was seeing someone else. According to her, Vera was seeing Alexander, a man from Kislyovsk. I was not personally acquainted with him. I wanted to speak with Vera after finding out that she was seeing Alexander. During this period, we remained in the same apartment. Following our argument on December 15, 2019, she departed and took a few items with her. At the same time, I kept calling her to stay in contact. I offered to assist Vera in moving her remaining possessions to a different apartment when I called her on January 12, 2020. I offered to meet and move things, and Vera accepted. I would assist her with the move, we decided. We decided to meet in the afternoon on January 13. I was supposed to get her belongings. Vera approached me on January 13, 2020, at approximately 4 or 6 o'clock. I wanted to leave this apartment as well, so when she arrived, we packed our belongings. Without Vera, I didn't want to live there. We consumed beer, liqueur, and vodka while packing. Then I was intoxicated and Vera was intoxicated too. On January 14, 2020, we drank alcohol until 5 in the morning. We had no arguments while we were drinking, but when I brought up our relationship and suggested that we get back together, I revealed that I knew she was seeing another man, which caused a rift between us. It was not to her liking. She then began to curse, insult me, and hit me. Specifically, she kicked me at least 5 times in the groin and struck me in the face with her palm at least 8 times. When she slapped me, I felt no pain. Vera began hitting me first, but I felt physical pain when she kicked me between the legs. It infuriated me. She lied and claimed she wasn't seeing another man at the same time, which infuriated me. Vera kept insulting me, saying that I was intruding on her personal life because I was aware of every detail about her at the time. Vlad told the police that version of events. We'll talk about the opposing viewpoint next, which provides compelling evidence that Vlad was dishonest in his testimony. Take note of this phrase. On January 14, 2020, we drank alcohol until 5 in the morning. We did not argue while doing so. Vera had no intention of sharing the apartment with Vlad, much less partaking in alcohol. She requested a friend's assistance with the move. Vera left a voicemail for her friend at 5:08 p.m., stating that she was already in the apartment packing up her belongings. At around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, she promised to be at her new apartment. Vera requested assistance from a friend to move her belongings from the taxi to the apartment. Vera left another voicemail 3 minutes later. She asked her friend to assist her with the move by coming to the apartment where she and Vlad shared. But before Vera could finish, Vlad interrupted, saying, "No one's coming in here," and he objected to Vera's friend entering the apartment. 4 minutes later, at 5:15 p.m., Vera asked her friend to come in a low voice, suggesting that things had gotten out of hand. This message appears to have been a request for assistance. She purposefully spoke quietly so Vlad wouldn't hear her. Vera leaves another voicemail at 5:25 p.m., and Vlad's commanding voice can be heard once more. He advises Vera's friend to wait for Vera to text her and not to bother them. Vlad himself recorded the voicemail at 7:19 p.m. Vera was unable to use her phone from that point on. The monster and she were left alone, but we must explain what happened next. A witness described the horrific screams coming from apartment 738 as a massacre, and at around 3 in the morning, the neighbors on the same floor began to wake up. 15 people gathered in the hallway outside the apartment because the screams were so loud. Among them was Vlad's brother. Since his brother had previously threatened to kill Vera, he recalled Vlad's words and understood that they would have to smash down the door. Since the apartment's door was iron, the neighbors began searching for instruments to pry it open. People called the emergency service, and these calls eventually became part of a separate investigation, all the while hearing Vera's heartbreaking cries coming from the apartment. The police were still nowhere to be found 30 minutes later. During the 3.5 hours it lasted until 6:30 a.m., people called the police, but nobody arrived to help Vera. While Vera was fighting for her life, the witnesses called the emergency services 7 times, but no one answered. Vlad was the last person to speak to them from behind the door. "Forgive me, Vera," he said. "You have my undying love." Ultimately, the neighbors broke down the door using a crowbar they found in a nearby parking lot. Vlad was in the restroom by now, and Vera was already dead. He was inebriated. While Vera was suffering a terrible death at the hands of her ex-boyfriend, and the neighbors were futilely attempting to contact the police for assistance. Operators were drinking tea, laughing, and discussing life in 112, and they were quite upset about being bothered. It was only after Vera's death that the police showed up. They will later allege that one car ran out of gas and that no officers were available because everyone was attending to other calls. Consequently, the police officers who were on duty that evening and the 112 operators were also put on trial. The police station video was released while the investigation was underway, but translating it into English is pointless. I can sum it up in one word: indifference, and even without subtitles, it's obvious. Recall that Vlad stated in his testimony that he and Vera had no disputes until 5 in the morning, but the forensic analysis revealed that he had lied. 6 hours prior to her demise, Vera sustained her initial injuries. At around midnight, that is. It indicated that she had been beaten and injured by Vlad Kanyas for 6 hours prior to her passing. Her nose and ribs were broken, and she had approximately 100 injuries total, including stab wounds. Additionally, there were marks from strangulation on her neck. If you were surprised by the police's lack of action, prepare yourself. You won't believe what happened next. Over 1,000 people showed up for Vera Pexteleba's funeral, and the church was unable to accommodate them all. According to Oksana, Vera's mother, the funeral home tried to restore her daughter's face with makeup for 4 hours, but she was still unable to identify her. Her injuries were that severe. Vlad Kanyus was telling the investigators in the meantime his account of events. Naturally, he made an effort to minimize his involvement in this crime. He said as much about that evening. "I told her I knew she was seeing another guy and suggested we get back together when I first started talking to her about our relationship. We began to argue. It was not to her liking. She then began hitting me, insulting me, and using profanity. In particular, she struck me in the face with her palm at least 8 times and kicked me at least 5 times in the groin. When she slapped me, I felt no pain. Vera began hitting me first, but I felt physical pain when she kicked me between the legs. It infuriated me. She lied and claimed she wasn't seeing anyone else, which infuriated me. Vera also claimed that since I was well versed in her personal life, I was intruding on her privacy. She persisted in insulting me during this time, so I became enraged and struck her multiple times with my palms, roughly 4 times on the head, though the blows were not very strong. Vera fell to the ground and struck the closet when I struck her. On her stomach she lay. She struck me back too. Specifically, she used her fists and palms to beat my head. It hurt. She didn't stop even after I told her to. She scratched my back, I recall. I then made the decision to grab her by the neck. On the floor I noticed an iron. After grabbing this iron, I wrapped Vera's neck with the iron cord. Then I pulled the cord a little tighter around her neck. For 1.5 minutes or 2, I squeezed her neck. I didn't want to kill Vera at the time, and I was unaware that my actions could do so. I wanted to frighten Vera, so I was pulling the cord tighter around her neck. My goal was for her to faint. I hoped she would go to sleep. After I took the cord off her neck, she began coughing and wheezing for 15 minutes. When I took Vera's neck cord off, I placed her on her back. After she had been in the prone position, she was unconscious at the time. She wheezed and made noises at the same time. She seemed fine to me. I eventually began rousing Vera, but she was not responding. I then began to hear if her heart was pounding. I listened to her mouth and then her heart. Her heart wasn't beating. She was not breathing. I can't recall what came next. I recall that I eventually found myself in the restroom. I was holding a knife at the same time. I wanted to injure myself, so I brought a knife. I knew Vera was dead, and I didn't want to kill her, so I didn't want to live. After a while, my brother and a policeman entered the apartment through the open door. I was then instructed to put on my clothes. The police station is where I was taken. I apologize for my actions. I don't deny that Vera died as a result of what I did. I had no desire to murder her. I would like to express my regret to Vera's family. Vlad has a selective memory, as you have observed. He recalled strangling Vera, but he couldn't recall how he hurt her roughly 100 times. Vera was lying on her stomach on the floor during the interrogation, and it was unclear how she could have scratched his back and punched him in the face. It also became evident how Vlad's brother got to the crime scene. He lived in a different city, after all. This is what Vlad said to the police. I called my brother and informed him of the situation. My brother advised me to call an ambulance and perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation on Vera. After I informed him that she was not breathing, I attempted to administer first aid to her. I attempted to massage her heart and perform CPR. He called his brother around midnight and threatened to kill Vera, according to information uncovered during the investigation. When questioned again about Vera's injuries during the second interrogation, he said, "It was probably me who caused those injuries to Vera. Although I didn't keep track of how many blows I delivered, the expert discovered some injuries on Vera's body that might have been my fault. I can't recall how many times I struck her, but I believe it was the same amount as the expert suggested. I acknowledge that I caused her every injury listed in the report. I desired quiet. I didn't consider how she was suffering. During our argument, she yelled at me and insulted me. When I struck her, I didn't like it. I didn't enjoy her yelling. I wished she would stop talking. At the time, I didn't consider her suffering. Additionally, Vlad Kanyus claimed that he and Vera were intimate by consent. Since it was impossible to prove the opposite, the charges pertaining to this were ultimately dropped that evening. Emergency service operators and police officers were charged with negligence. It's difficult to accept, but throughout the investigation, they continued to give ludicrous justifications for their actions, and no one suspended them from their jobs. For each of the 5 defendants, the prosecutors sought actual prison sentences, but the judge made a different decision. They were given suspended sentences ranging from 1.5 to 2 years. Additionally, the court mandated that each give the victims roughly $350. The police department also had to pay about $11,000 at the same time. Although the ruble is the currency of Russia, I have converted all amounts to US dollars. The indictment claims that the police officers had gasoline, and even if they didn't, they should have taken the proper action to address the situation. However, they did not view going to the scene as an urgent task. so everyone can understand these numbers. According to them, neither police officer admitted guilt and refused to assist with the investigation. The investigation team was at another address where the man's body had been discovered earlier, when witnesses called to report the woman's screams and cries for assistance. Vera had no intention of staying in the apartment that night, so we'll probably never find out what actually transpired. She even asked a friend to assist her in moving. Thus, there is every reason to believe that Vlad poured alcohol into Vera's mouth while she was unconscious or forced her to drink it. He had time to devise a story that would demonstrate that everything that occurred was accidental. Vlad Kanus was given a 17-year prison sentence by the court in the summer of 2022. He partially acknowledged his guilt. Additionally, he was mandated to make a compensation payment of roughly $45,000. Vera's parents were shocked by what transpired next, since they felt that 17 years was a very light sentence for what Kanus had done to their daughter. They intended to appeal the decision. But Vlad was not even imprisoned for a year. Pictures of Kanus in uniform were broadcast on the network in November 2023, and it was revealed in April 2023 that he had been pardoned by the president following 6 months of involvement in the war. He was also released from the duty to compensate Vera's parents in any way, and you are all aware of the type of conflict Russia is currently embroiled in. In Russia, the case of Vera Pektaleva has generated a lot of interest. Not less poignant was the news of Vlad Kanus's pardon. This is what the Russian president's press secretary had to say about it. Pardoning follows a specific process, which we have discussed on numerous occasions. The convicted individual should first confess his guilt before the documents are sent to the president for review. This decision is made at the level of the Federal Bureau of Prisons, followed by the regional level, the federal district, the Central Commission, and finally the president. This is one method. Another is for prisoners, including those incarcerated for major offenses, to atone for their crimes with blood on the battlefield. Blood under shells and bullets was how they atoned for their sins. When Vera's parents found out that the person who killed their daughter was free and could start over, it's difficult to imagine how they felt. Such a chance will never come to their daughter. She was denied another chance. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll talk about what happened in Maine in 2016. While her husband Luke was shopping at Walmart, Valerie Tiemann, 34, vanished from the parking lot. There was no sign of Valerie when he got back in the car. The police opened an investigation as soon as they heard about Valerie's disappearance, but it soon took a surprising turn. Sarah Jean Sampsarmanen and Jean Allharman welcomed Valerie Jo Harmanen into the world on December 3, 1981, in Salem, Virginia. Valerie attended Hampton Park Christian School and graduated in 2000. She was born and raised in Greenville, South Carolina. She graduated from Bob Jones University with a degree in cosmetology. She was well known for her gregarious demeanor and warm smile. Valerie was well known for her passion for speech and theater. She played the flute and piano and loved music. Valerie worked in pageants, spas, and salons using her cosmetology skills. She helped people look and feel their best in order to support them. Valerie had been seeing a man named Matt Guccio. When Valerie was around 22, they met through a mutual friend. In many ways, they were too dissimilar. Matt was more reserved, but Valerie was gregarious and happy. However, they did not find this difference problematic. Valerie and Matt were married in 2004. They moved into Matt's tiny house after the honeymoon, and while everything was great at first, Valerie's parents started to notice behavioral changes over time. Matt was very frugal with his money. To have some personal savings, Valerie had to open a different bank account. Matt's behavior changed more and more over time. He attempted to exert total control over Valerie's life and held her responsible for all of his and their family's issues. She endured a great deal of emotional suffering and a lot of things, but patience has its limits. Matt and Valerie got divorced 10 years later. Valerie wanted a new chapter in her life, and Luke Tiemann opened it. He helped Valerie move past her past issues. Luke spent 10 years in the army. Valerie saw him as a trustworthy man who cared for her family while he was in Iraq and Afghanistan. Valerie was starting to look happy again. Valerie was once again smiling and full of joy as she had been 10 years before. Luke and Valerie entered into marriage on June 6, 2014. They relocated to the Fairfield home of Luke's parents. Luke was living in Maine at the time, and Valerie's parents were in South Carolina. After visiting Valerie's family in South Carolina, Luke and Valerie returned to Maine in August 2016. The final text message exchange between Valerie's mother, Sarah Jean Harmon, and her daughter took place on August 18, 2016. Luke was spotted with a woman he had begun chatting with on Facebook a week prior, on August 24, 2016. This woman and Luke Tiemann had sex on the evening of August 24, 2016, and it appears that Valerie learned of it that evening. In 5 hours, Valerie called Luke 31 times. A mutual friend of Luke and Valerie reached out to the latter through Messenger on August 26, 2016. Valerie was told by a friend that Luke was getting sucked into other women and claiming that they were no longer together. Valerie replied in multiple messages that, although it was heartbreaking, everything would work out because God has a timing and he would never find a better woman than her. She also said that he had lost her the following month in 2016. Luke Tiemann moved into the home of a woman with whom he was having an affair and told Valerie, his wife, that Valerie had fled with another man. Every week, Valerie would call her parents in South Carolina, but now they were unable to get in touch with their daughter for over a week. They couldn't get in touch with their daughter because she didn't answer their calls or texts. Luke was decided by Alan Harmon and Sarah Harmon. Speak with Luke. They texted him to inquire about his and Luke's well-being. The following day, Luke replied, "We are good. Thank you, love her so much." Another 13 days have passed, but Valerie's parents still can't contact Luso. They call Luke's father. They were shocked by the man's response. Valerie had been missing for approximately 2 weeks, according to Luke's father. In addition, he consulted Valerie's parents about what to do with her belongings. After that, Luke Tiemann was questioned about why he hadn't informed them about their daughter. "I was waiting for her to get in touch with you because," Tiemann said, "I never speak poorly of her. I still adore each of you." Luke said Valerie had run off with another man, and he thought she would tell her parents that they had broken up. Sarah Jean and Alan knew it wasn't true. It was a far cry from their daughter's behavior. Valerie couldn't have done that, they were certain. They also thought she would have called them, since she was aware of their concerns. Alan reported a missing person to the Fairfield Police Department the following day, September 9, 2016. Investigators began by visiting Valerie's parents, who were the residents of Luke Tiemann. They spoke with Laurel Tiemann, who told them she didn't know where they were. Since Valerie was, the detectives left without finding out where Laurel Tiemann's were. Because of Laurel Tiemann's domineering behavior, Valerie's parents felt it was difficult for their daughter to share a home with her. Laurel packed everything she owned in trash bags after Valerie was gone for 2 weeks. It was a clear representation of Laurel's daughter-in-law. She wasn't worried about Valerie at all. All she wanted to do was get rid of her things so they wouldn't occupy space in the house. The police looked men to find Luke Tiemann and ask him a few questions, but they couldn't locate him. He didn't show up at his home, and his parents said they didn't know where their son might be. However, 5 days after Valerie's disappearance, Luke took the initiative to call the police himself. He claimed to have heard that the detectives were interested in speaking with him. When and under what circumstances he had last seen Valerie was one of the questions the detectives asked him. About 2 weeks ago, he and Valerie went to the local Walmart to buy some food, and he said that the response was really strange. While he went shopping, Valerie remained in the car in the parking lot. He finished his shopping and went back to the car, but Valerie was gone. According to Luke, he tried to find Valerie and promised to take her back by calling and texting her after leaving the store and realizing she wasn't there. Luke also disclosed that Valerie and he were approaching the end of their marriage. He claims that Valerie once brought up another man in a conversation, and he thought she was having an affair with him. Luke didn't know the man's name or where he lived. He believed Valerie had fled with him. The police appealed to the public through the media because Valerie's family was not aware of Luke Tiemann's existence. They asked anyone who has seen Valerie in the past few weeks to report it to detectives by posting a picture of her. From Valerie's disappearance from the Walmart parking lot to the disposal of her possessions in garbage bags, the whole story seems strange. The fact that Luke Tiemann did nothing to find his wife was another intriguing element of the narrative. He might have been too preoccupied with another woman. On the day that Valerie vanished, investigators visited Luke Walmart, where Luke and Valerie were. There were surveillance cameras inside the building as well as outside. Consequently, it was simple to verify Lou's story. Examining the CCTV footage took the investigators over an hour. They were in for a surprise. Lucy did not see Valerie or Luke Tiemann in any of the recordings. Luchin implied that Luch had lied to the police. The police were now aware that he was concealing something. The investigators chose to have a face-to-face conversation with Luke. They did not, however, reveal all of the information they possessed. They thought he would embellish or alter some of Lucci's testimony. It was no secret that Lucci was seeing another woman, Billie Joe Goodman. The fact that he was unfaithful to Valerie was not denied by him. He claimed that his relationship with Billie Joe was an effort to move on from Valerie's breakup. She was in a number of failed relationships. She thought she could start a future with Luke Tiemann when they first met. Another question now faced the investigators. Is it possible that Valerie acted as a mediator between Lucas and Billie Joe? Maybe these two chose to get rid of everything that might interfere with their plans in order to begin a new life. Billie Joe spoke with the police. She thought Louis had already separated from his wife. She claimed to investigators that she had no knowledge of Valerie Tiemann's disappearance. Meanwhile, one of the residents gave the police a tip. In one of the parking lots, the man had discovered a driver's license in the grass. The driver's license that was discovered belonged to Valerie, and this parking lot was adjacent to Billie Joe's house. Many people were suspicious because Valerie's driver's license was located close to her husband's new girlfriend's home. Few people think that on September 19, 2016, 10 days after Valerie's father, Alan, reported her missing to the police, Valerie fled with another man, leaving behind all of her possessions and discarding her documents. Luke Tiemann spoke with the news center Maine about the police. When he got back, Valerie wasn't in the car. He told reporters about Walmart. He didn't know Walmart had security camera footage. His story was not supported by footage. Without a doubt, after hearing Luke Tiemann's words and seeing his actions, each of you has drawn your own conclusions. On September 20, 2016, the following day, this case took a surprising turn. A.S. Luke warrant was obtained by detectives for the Fairfield property owned by Luke's parents. This was, after all, Valerie's last known residence. During the search, police dogs that are trained to detect human remains participated. Lot, his stream, and the land lot were to be checked. After searching the woods behind the house for about 5 minutes, a police dog discovered something. As the officer dug through the dirt with his hand, he noticed a shoe protruding from the ground. He was joined by other officers, who also began digging while wearing gloves. They discovered the body of a woman, wrapped in a blanket, and buried it with a number of odd items. These items included a package of sweet tarts, a bag of potato chips, a bottle of Gucci perfume, a flannel shirt, a handwritten note, a Mason note, and a wedding ring, an item that was not found until the evidence was being packaged for trial. While handling the con jar, Sergeant Scott Bryant, chief of Maine's evidence response team, testified that he discovered the ring. There were twigs and flower stems made of dirt in the mason jar. I knew there was something heavy in the envelope when I heard a thud. According to Bryant, it was still unknown if the ring belonged to a man or a woman. But according to Bryant, the discovered ring was significantly larger than his own wedding band. For my sole happiness, the police read, the soiled and soiled handwritten note that was discovered with Valerie's body. Joy, you will always bloom. I love you, Valerie, the note read. May you rest in peace with Jesus in my heart, Joy. I am looking forward to seeing you again. T. Lucio Bear, signed Lucy Bear. Tiemann Lucy Bear Sirs claimed in a police recording that he gave himself the nickname Lucy Bear and used it to sign a number of other notes discovered in Valerie's purse throughout the course of the investigation. Valerie's death was connected to all of Lucy's possessions. They took the body. For an autopsy and identification, the body was brought to the forensic medical examiner's office. Unfortunately, the body discovered behind the Tiemann family home actually belonged to their daughter, V. Lucre, so Jean and Alan Harmon had to worry about the worst thing their parents could hear. In addition to Valerie and Luke, the house was also occupied by his parents and younger brother Sam. Detectives discovered Sam's landscaping tools in the barn. Valerie discovered a contraband device in the same barn where Sam had dug up the burial site using these tools. Detectives soon discovered that Sam, Luke's younger brother, had engaged in illicit substance use. When Valerie visited her parents in South Carolina, she told them she used illegal drugs, which led the police to look into whether Sam Tiemann was involved in Valerie's death. When investigators searched Valerie's parents' bedroom, they found a .45 caliber handgun that Luke Tiemann had bought in 2015. Luke's parents told investigators they were unaware Valerie was buried close to their home. It's difficult to accept that this was the case, of course. Around the same time that Valerie was located, investigators found Luke and Billy Joe, his new friend. Luke Tiemann was taken into custody by investigators and taken to the police station to be questioned. He told the investigators Valerie had used illegal drugs and had overdosed and died nearly 25 months ago on August 25th. It is alleged that Lucian did not want Valerie's parents to be aware of their daughter's illicit drug use. He didn't tell them anything because of this. Since she was already dead, her husband knew that 911 would not be able to help her, so he chose not to call. As an alternative, he left Valerie in bed until nightfall. When it grew dark, he wrapped her in a blanket, left a note outside, and led her to the house in the woods. After that, Luke Clary was buried in a hole that Luke and his brother Sam had dug. Valerie had no physical wounds prior to her passing, according to Luke. Luke Tiemann was lying, though, according to the autopsy results, which showed that Valerie's blood had no traces of illegal substances. Only traces of prescription medications were found. It wasn't the most unexpected thing, though. 2 gunshot wounds to Valerie's head and neck were the cause of her death. According to the results of the ballistics analysis, investigators used a .45 caliber handgun to fire the bullets that were taken from Valerie's body. When investigators searched Luke's parents' bedroom, they discovered the same gun. He claimed to have purchased a Buga Gohei gun for his father approximately a year ago, but he did not deny owning one. He asserted that he was unaware that Valerie had a loop shot. Valerie's age is 32. Luke Tiemann was charged with the murder of Valerie Tiemann, 34. The police were unable to uncover any proof that her brother was involved in Valerie Tiemann's death when they were investigating her death at the age of 4. According to Luke, his younger brother, Sam helped him bury Valerie's body, but according to the police, Sam wasn't home when Valerie died, and it's still unclear if his parents knew about it or had anything to do with it. However, it's rather odd that they didn't hear 2018. The 5-day trial started with opening statements on April 2, 2018, at Somerset Skowhegan's principal court. Luke entered a not guilty plea and claimed that he had been set up. Although he insisted he wouldn't have left incriminating objects like a note and an engagement ring close to Valerie's body, the investigation linked Luke Tiemann to every item discovered there. After looking over the data on both Luke's and Valerie's phones, a computer forensics specialist also testified. The last time Valerie's phone was used, according to the records, was August 25, 2016, the day authorities think she died. The majority of the detective's time was devoted to outlining the process for monitoring cell phone usage and how it can be used to ascertain an individual's location at the time of a call. According to the documents, Valerie allegedly spent time with his friend Billy Joe while making 31 calls in a single day. Valerie only took the final call, which lasted a little more than 13 minutes. By the end of the call, police think he was at home. Another woman accused him of cheating on her in a message that Valerie received the following morning. After that, she refused to be with Tiemann again, and his defense questioned these phone logs. Luke's younger brother, Sam Tiemann, testified against his brother in court. Sam told the jury that he had no relationship with the 28-year-old, despite Luke's claims to the police that he helped him bury Valerie. Saways, 28, had his work log to prove that he was actually working 2 hours away. Sam testified in court that he overheard his brother confess to being an accomplice, and that Luke chose to confront him about it. He asked Luke why, and he responded with claims. Luke said, "What else do you do with a dead body?" in response to what he said. Luke kept asking questions about Luke, pointing the finger at Sam's parents and accusing him of shooting Valerie. Tiemann said that neither she nor Sam's parents could Luke anything like that. The officer questioned whether PTSD was the reason behind Luke's blackout. He had previously admitted to police that he occasionally had flashbacks due to his PTSD. Afterwards, witnesses that the prosecutor brought to the court discussed Valerie's side of the story. and Valerie's team behind closed doors. They testified that the couple used a lot of illegal substances, and that Luke informed people that he was divorcing Valerie at the same time that Valerie's ex-girlfriend, Sam's girlfriend, was getting a divorce. Sam Jackie Spencer, the older brother, told jurors that she and the couple had a wonderful relationship. At their wedding, she even served as the maid of honor. Spencer testified that she saw Valerie and Luke using a variety of illegal substances together. Spencer claimed that, around the time Valerie disappeared, Luke began texting her frequently. She had always sensed that he was interested in dating her. He used to tell me that he always felt a connection to me. According to Spencer, he has always wanted to get together or hang out. Jurors were shown additional evidence from the crime scene in addition to witnesses who knew the couple personally. 3 minutes after Valerie's body was found, a video showed the officer walking through dense forest on an overgrown ATV trail, a common sight behind many rural Maine homes, to Timon's house. At the Timon Lucidance, members of the evidence response team gave testimony regarding their fee Timon. Luke's defense team quickly objected to a few items, such as a .45 caliber handgun taken from one of the home's rooms and gardening tools found in a property. T-Man Smith, a team attorney, NC attorney, argued that the state assumed the gun and ammunition that T-Man had taken because they were discovered in the house. They noted that they never confirmed who owned them, suggesting that someone else in the house might have had access to them. UC Tiemann gave his closing remarks on the 5th day of the trial. Despite his own objections, he testified. Tiemann admitted that he had made many changes to his version. To protect his clients, he provided investigators with multiple stories, he told the jury. According to Luke, he was forced to make a false statement by the detectives. He said he had no motive to take his wife's life, and that there was no DNA evidence linking him to the crime. All the evidence pointed to Tiemann, the prosecutor, as the only person who could hurt Valerie. The jury deliberated for less than an hour before finding Tiemann guilty. On May 11, 2018, the jury announced the verdict. Valerie T. Mothers Mothmog Thayed acknowledged her sincere grief and heartache in her statement at the sentencing hearing. Luke is an evil-hearted man who should be sentenced to life in prison because of his persistent denial of the events, which disgusts me greatly. In addition, Luke's mother spoke for her son. She requested that the court take into account Luke Ken Tiemann's entire life. She said, "I don't ask you to ignore evidence, but I ask you to consider the whole person and balance justice with me." When his parents pleaded for the judge's pity, Tiemann sobbed. His mother, La Tiemann, claimed that her son was changed after returning from 3 combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. "I'm asking for understanding," she said, adding that she wasn't trying to use post-traumatic stress disorder as an excuse. Valerie's parents wanted Luke Tiemann to receive a life sentence, but he was given a 55-year sentence. The attorney for Harmon's family was shocked to learn that Demon's defense did not use post-traumatic stress disorder to obtain a lighter sentence for him. Demon changed his testimony once more, but this did not help him either. Demon appealed, but it did not have the desired effect while he was incarcerated. Why, in your opinion, did Luke Tiemann bury Valerie's body with other items? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today, we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Why do some young women marry men who are significantly older than them? Rosanna Galliano's story wasn't the only one. A young college student married a man her father's age after falling in love with him. But this union's tragic demise stunned Argentina as a whole and became one of the most talked about subjects in the media. Who was Galliano? Rosanna? On November 24, 1978, Rosanna Edith Rodriguez Galliano was born in a Buenos Aires suburb. She was the youngest of Reynaldo Galliano and Graciela Rodriguez's 4 children. Rosanna grew up with her sister Monica and her older brothers Oscar and Gustavo. From their early years, the siblings had a close bond. Her father was a skilled mechanic who ran a small auto repair business. Her mother had previously taught at a nearby high school, but she chose to quit teaching after having children in order to focus on taking care of the family and raising her children. According to everyone who knew Rosanna personally, she was a happy, vivacious, and outgoing young lady. She participated actively in dance, had lots of friends at school, and was talented at drawing. One day, she hoped to pursue a career in interior design or art. After graduating, she enrolled at Argentina's National University of the Arts because she was determined to achieve her goals. If José Arce hadn't entered her life, she probably would have accomplished everything she set out to do. José Jacinto Arce brought his vintage car with a rather complex problem to Reynaldo Galeano's workshop in 2001. The skilled mechanic accepted the assignment. Rosanna stopped by her father's workshop to deliver lunch that her mother had made while they talked about the specifics and price of the repair. Rosanna immediately drew Arce's attention with her youthful beauty, big eyes, and bright smile. The man started going to the workshop every day, ostensibly to monitor the work and see how the repair was going. In the hopes of seeing Rosanna again, he always arrived during lunch. It's now necessary to give some background information about José Arce and his troubled past. Jacinto Pedro Arce and Elsa Dorotea Aguilar welcomed him into the world on November 28, 1948, in the Famela department in the northwest of the Argentine province of Tucumán. His mother's side of the family was Greek, and his father's was Italian. He spent a large portion of his early years in Naples and on the Greek island of Crete. According to some accounts, José Arce's father had strong connections to organized crime and accumulated a sizable fortune through illicit means. Jacinto's unexplained death in the middle of the 1980s suggested a targeted attack, perhaps planned by someone with a purpose. José was incarcerated for smuggling illegal substances at the time of his father's passing. José and his mother resided in the United States until 1996, but he was in danger of being deported for breaking immigration laws. But Elsa, his mother, became a citizen of the United States, purchased a house in Boston, and stayed there with her sister. José had been married twice, but he didn't stay in touch with either of his previous spouses or their kids. He disliked discussing his past and preferred to keep his marriages, criminal history, dubious family background, and the mystery surrounding his father's death a secret. José, who was over 50 at the time of the events detailed here, had 3 expensive cars, multiple properties in Buenos Aires and its suburbs, and a fashionable opulent wardrobe. He was skilled at projecting an air of sophistication and charm that made an impression on others. Young Rosanna was soon won over by his charm. After exchanging phone numbers, Rosanna asked her out on a date a week later. Rosanna didn't fully comprehend how deeply she had fallen for a man who could have easily been her father, because their relationship developed so quickly. Rosanna's parents were initially unaware of the couple's covert relationship. Her older sister, Monica, was immediately concerned when she told her, but she also pledged to keep it a secret from their parents for the time being. José showed up at the Galeano home 6 months later to formally request Rosanna's hand in marriage. Rosanna was only 22 years old at this point, and he was 52. The proposal surprised her parents, who were unsure of how to respond. Graciela, Rosanna's mother, drew her aside and asked her bluntly if she really intended to wed this much older man. After a brief hesitancy, Rosanna informed her mother that she was prepared to marry José because she loved him, but Graciela had a feeling something wasn't quite right. Her daughter looked nervous, angry, and even afraid. José most likely exerted pressure on Rosanna to agree to his proposal. José, however, asserted that their 30-year age difference did not deter their love or prevent them from beginning a family. 7 months after first meeting, the couple got married at the end of 2001, and Rosanna moved in with José. Everything appeared to be ideal at first. José seemed to truly love and care for his young bride. He planned a lavish wedding reception, bought Rosanna pricey presents, and planned a romantic honeymoon by the sea. The spiral downward. Geronimo, a son, was Rosanna and José's first child together, born in 2002. However, significant issues started to surface in the family after the birth of their child. By controlling Rosanna's every action, José effectively imprisoned her in their house. He kept tabs on all of her phone conversations, and she was prohibited from communicating with her own family members as well as friends. Rosanna initially made an effort to hide her problems from her family. She hoped the problems in her marriage would be resolved and felt she could manage the situation on her own. However, the situation only got worse over time. José showed himself to be a controlling tyrant, who was prone to violent outbursts and was jealous and cunning. In addition to verbally abusing Rosanna and disparaging her family, he even implied that she should be thankful for everything he did for her, by saying that he had chosen her out of the trash. As Rosanna's fear of her husband grew, she made every effort to avoid upsetting him. In order to prevent upsetting Jose, she was prepared to forgo communication with her parents, brothers, and sister. However, he didn't really need an excuse to lose his temper or turn violent. The emotional abuse eventually became physical. Jose started using his fists to strike out nearly daily, and it was evident that he relished the authority it bestowed upon him. Rosanna was always afraid, but she was at a loss for what to do. She foolishly thought that her husband would stop torturing her and that the issue would eventually resolve itself. However, things only got worse. Jose had a number of weapons, including 2 handguns that he liked to show off to visitors and kept loaded at all times. With these guns, he regularly threatened Rosanna, saying that if she ever tried to argue with him or leave him, he would use them. Her brother Oscar happened to be an unintentional witness to one of these scenes one day. Oscar was concerned and had dropped in without warning after failing to get through to Rosanna. He went through the front door, which was unlocked, and discovered that the couple was having a heated argument. Jose slapped Rosanna several times while insulting her and her family before drawing his gun. He held the barrel to her face, took her by the hair, and jokingly mentioned how much he would like to pull the trigger. Oscar stepped in right away to protect his sister by putting himself between her and Jose. He insisted that Rosanna gather her belongings, take the child, and accompany him to their parents' house, threatening to call the police. Rosanna surprisingly declined, insisting that he not meddle in their marital issues. She asked Oscar to leave and told him that she would remain with her husband. Despite his shock, Oscar didn't continue to argue. Though he wasn't quite ready to go, he left the house in silence. He was concerned that Jose would not carry out his violent threats and that Rosanna was safe. Oscar waited outside, out of sight, and used his phone to take a few pictures. Even though early 2000s phones had far from ideal cameras, it was evident from the photos that Jose was brandishing a gun and aiming it at his frightened wife, who was sitting on the floor. Only after Jose had locked himself in his study and put the weapon away did Oscar depart. Rosanna and Jose welcomed their second child, a son named Neuan, in 2006, despite the constant nightmares at home. In an effort to preserve their marriage and provide her sons with a 2-parent home free from poverty, Rosanna made every effort to patch up her relationship with her husband. However, things did not change. Jose remained as vicious and violent as ever. Jose and his mother, Elsa, had a very close relationship and were always there for him. Although Elsa was a resident of the United States, she regularly visited Argentina and would spend months or even weeks at her son's home. These visits were a humiliating ordeal for Rosanna, a continual trial. She had to take care of her husband's aging mother while putting up with daily taunts and criticism. Rosanna, in Elsa's opinion, was a bad housewife, a bad mother, and a bad housekeeper. She would frequently claim that Rosanna was worthless, that she lived in his home, that she was dependent on him for everything, and that she didn't deserve her son. Elsa had seen Jose's violent outbursts against Rosanna several times, but she had never stepped in to stop them. Rather, she accused Rosanna of inciting him and threatened to take away her sons and ensure she would never see them again if Rosanna ever filed for divorce. Elsa made herself known, even when she wasn't there in person. She stayed in close communication with Jose, asking about everything that went on in the home, giving him advice, and urging him to make sure Rosanna didn't get away with anything. Jose viciously assaulted Rosanna once more in the middle of 2006, when Neuan was only 7 months old, breaking her nose and multiple ribs. Rosanna finally made the decision to report the abuse to the authorities after this violent assault, which was the tipping point for her. She requested a forensic examination after formally reporting domestic violence, and the results showed a history of systematic physical abuse, including numerous bruises and injuries at different stages of healing. Interestingly, Jose was able to persuade Rosanna to give him another chance, and the case was ultimately dismissed. She still shared a home with him, but this time she began to confide in her sister, Monica. Rosanna called Monica whenever something happened to let her know what had happened, and she even began sending her messages with the threats she had received from Jose and Elsa. For more than a year, Monica recorded these discussions in a journal. Rosanna took her 2 sons and spent days hiding out at her sister's house as she repeatedly ran away from her husband's abuse. At least 5 times during these escape attempts, she was forced to return to Jose after he threatened to kill her or take her sons away, according to close family members. Rosanna filed for divorce at the end of 2007 and was successful in getting a court order that barred Jose from being around her and their sons. Jose, however, filed a countersuit, asserting his right to see his sons. For these visits, the court set a schedule that had to be adhered to. They agreed that Jose's vacant country home would be the venue for the meetings. Rosanna was afraid of Jose and felt safer with someone who could step in if something went wrong, so she frequently went to these meetings with her brother Asghar. Rosanna became friends with Daniel Gonzalez, a local gardener, and told him about her terrifying ordeal. Daniel was sympathetic and saw multiple instances in which Jose used derogatory language to publicly humiliate Rosanna. He would subsequently testify in court regarding these incidents. Rosanna met Oscar Lugo, a young man, in August 2007. They soon developed a romantic relationship. Despite being only 3 years Rosanna's senior, Oscar was considerate, kind, and perceptive. He took to her sons right away. After her divorce from Jose was finalized, the couple even began organizing their wedding, giving the impression that she had finally found the right partner. Jose, however, persisted in keeping a close eye on his still lawful wife. When physical violence and threats failed to control her, he turned to bribery. Rosanna adamantly refused his offer of a car in exchange for her return. Jose, who remained in close contact with his mother, confided in her out of desperation that he intended to hire someone else to kill Rosanna. Elsa not only endorsed the concept but also gave her son financial support, sending him a sizable sum of money to commit the crime. Jose had to come up with a thorough plan and locate a hitman for almost 2 months. Rosanna, her sons, and her sister Monica visited Jose at the country house on January 16, 2008, as part of a planned visit. Jose left the women in the house that day to wait for the boys to return after taking them for a walk. Jose sent a message around 9 p.m. stating that he was taking Geronimo, one of the boys, to the hospital because he was feeling ill and had a fever. Rosanna became worried and texted Jose multiple times in an attempt to find out what was happening, but he didn't pick up. Hosanna gave Rosanna a call at around 10 o'clock. The phone call would prove to be a fatal trap. Rosanna would go outside to get a signal, and he knew that cell reception was bad in the house. Monica hurried to investigate after hearing 6 gunshots as soon as she left the house. On the vacant lot next door, she noticed a shadowy figure slipping behind a fence. She discovered Rosanna bleeding profusely on the ground a short while later. Monica dashed back inside to retrieve her phone, but she was unable to immediately connect to emergency services. She called her brother in a panic, told him what was happening, and urged him to call the police and emergency services right away. Rosanna had no chance of surviving after 4 of the 6 shots that were fired struck their target, striking her in the neck and chest. She had already stopped exhibiting any signs of life by the time emergency personnel arrived. Doctors were only able to confirm Rosanna's death after she bled out in a matter of minutes. Rosanna's close relatives were all certain of the person responsible for this terrible incident. When Jose was questioned that same night, he pretended to be shocked and denied any role in his wife's passing. He was released pending additional investigation because he had an alibi. Rosanna's family feared that Jose would just pay someone off and get away with it if there was no publicity, so they chose to take the case to the media. The publicity, though, could have backfired. Rosanna actively conducted interviews and engaged prestigious attorneys, damaging Rosanna's and her family's reputations. He asserted that Rosanna had cheated on him by having multiple lovers, all of whom might have desired her death. He even charged Monica with the murder, claiming that she had called their brother instead of helping her dying sister. However, Monica's potential involvement in the shooting was thoroughly investigated. Ballistic tests showed that the shots had been fired from a .45 caliber pistol, which would have been difficult for a thin woman like Monica to handle, and there were no signs of gunpowder residue on her hands or clothing. Josiah went on to enumerate Rosanna's alleged suitors, which included the gardener and a number of other men from their domestic staff. At first, the investigation proceeded slowly, but with the help of multiple witnesses' testimonies, Monica's thorough diary, and images on Oscar's phone, Authorities were able to prove that Jose had been physically abusing his wife for years. Subsequent inquiries turned up multiple instances in which Rosanna had reported domestic abuse to the police, accompanied by medical documentation. Jose's mother Elsa took care of the couple's sons while he was in custody, even though he was the main suspect in his wife's death. The Galliano family was not allowed to see the boys for almost half a year. Graciela and Monica were denied custody but were given visitation rights only in the fall of 2008. Oscar, who had pictures of Jose pointing a gun at his sister on his phone, was put under witness protection and started getting anonymous threats. He was fitted with a tracking device so that authorities could keep tabs on his movements. When he was abducted by two unidentified attackers a few months later, brutally beaten and abandoned to perish in a secluded location outside the city, this gadget saved his life. He was found in time and taken to the hospital with the help of the tracking signal. A year after Rosanna's passing, Jose was taken into custody and accused of assault, abuse, and planning a crime. Despite a lot of work, the hired criminal's identity was never revealed. Paulo and Gabriel, Jose's cousins, were detained as possible accomplices, though. They were released in April 2009 after the charges against them were dropped for lack of evidence. The main suspect's trial was repeatedly postponed, raising suspicions that the case was being purposefully delayed. It was discovered during this period that Jose's mother, Elsa, had sent a sizable amount of money to her son just prior to the catastrophe. The money was allegedly intended to buy Rosanna and her sons a house to live in following the divorce. But the money vanished from the account a few weeks prior to the crime, and the property was never bought. Elsa was also taken into custody as an accomplice, but she and her son were soon freed on bond. More than 5 years after Rosanna's passing, the trial finally started in the spring of 2013. Since the identity of the offender was still a mystery, Jose and Elsa were the only defendants. Jose had a stroke and was admitted to the hospital just 1 week into the trial, and Elsa was put under house arrest. Geronimo and Nehuan stayed with the Ars family during this period. When the trial recommenced 6 months later, Jose and Elsa were both found guilty in spite of the defense team's best efforts. Jose's refusal to divide property and custody of his sons during the divorce was determined to be the main driving force. At least Elsa knew about her son's plans and encouraged him. The defendants tried to damage Rosanna's reputation during the trial by making multiple, later proven false accusations against her. Ajika and Elsa were found guilty on all counts and given a life sentence in prison in November 2013. But in 2015, Jose's sentence was reduced to house arrest after suffering another severe stroke, and Elsa's due to her advanced age. Geronimo and Nehuan were placed in the custody of Elsa's younger sister during this time. Rosanna's family, the Gallianos, did not obtain legal visitation rights with the boys until early 2017. However, by that time, both sons were teenagers who had spent years apart from their maternal relatives. The boys no longer felt a bond with Rosanna's parents, siblings, and extended family, so their reunions with them were chilly and aloof. Jose died on October 24, 2018, 1 month before his 70th birthday after suffering another stroke. When Elsa passed away the following year at the age of 91, the custody dispute was rekindled. Geronimo didn't want to move or change schools, so he stayed with Elsa's sister, since he was only a few months away from turning 18. However, a court order placed Nehuan in the custody of his Aunt Monica. After experiencing years of trauma and loss, Geronimo and Nehuan both battled persistent anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues. Geronimo decided to leave his maternal relatives, whom he considered to be strangers, and relocate to a different city as he grew older. Until he reached adulthood, Nehuan lived with his Aunt Monica, but their relationship remained formal and aloof. He separated from Monica and other family members on his mother's side after graduating high school and moving into a college dorm. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. At this point, A single horrifying discovery validated the police officer's worst fears. A psychotic murderer was at large. The murderer believed he had escaped, but he was unaware that he had been captured on camera. The police discovered a lead that would turn the case around just when it appeared to be unsolvable. But the first chapter of his dark tale exposed a horror so unthinkable that it rocked even the most infamous offenders to their foundation. On April 7, 2016, at 7:36 p.m., a homeless woman in Pasco County, Florida, dialed 911. She had discovered something she would never forget while searching for cans. The suspected area was in the vicinity of Newport Richey's Woodlands. Matthew Adamo, the Pasco County Sheriff, was scheduled to look into the report. Detectives initially thought it was a homeless altercation gone wrong, but they quickly discovered they were dealing with something far more sinister. The caller, who was questioned by detectives, stated that a man's headless body was found next to a shopping center and a community of mobile homes. She immediately fled again, preventing the scene from becoming contaminated. The investigative team split up into two groups after verifying that the body was indeed in the wooded area. One was to find evidence, and the other was to secure the body. They hoped to find something gruesome that might have been captured on camera at the Metro PCS store, which was fortunately the closest location. The majority of the CCTV footage had been deleted when the staff member led them to the room where it was being recorded. Everything on the camera had been deleted because the building had just been purchased by new owners on Friday. Meanwhile, another group of police officers cleared the path to the body and secured the area. Finding the victim and making preliminary inferences were their top priorities. The investigators were on the verge of discovering something that would completely change the course of their investigation. They had an idea of who the deceased might have been as soon as they discovered the body belonged to a woman. Just over a mile from the forested area, in October 2015, 21-year-old Brooklyn Peck was reported missing. Her case was declared unsolved by the police following a protracted investigation. The hope of finding Brooklyn safe and sound had faded along with the exhaustion of the search for her. However, after 6 traumatic months, Brooklyn's family once again hoped to find some sort of closure when the recently discovered body was reported on the news. However, the coroner's report, which would be obtained once forensics had safely removed the body and performed tests, was necessary to confirm whether it was Brooklyn. However, all of that had to wait until the crime scene was thoroughly examined, and the body's ambiguous location was making things more difficult. They were eventually able to examine the body up close at approximately 9:05 p.m. The officers had no idea that they were going to come across one of the most devastating discoveries of their lives. Since she was still wearing jewelry, the investigators concluded that it wasn't a robbery gone wrong. Her face had been so severely mutilated that it was unrecognizable, and her clothing was pulled over it. Her torn stockings further raised suspicions among the police that this crime scene was more than a landfill. This was the precise location where the victim had died. They had brought her here and killed her. It was extremely unsettling to consider that another person would do this to someone and abandon them without a sense of identity, purpose, or concern. They were certain that the investigation would not be simple. The victim had endured the most terrible final moments, whether or not it was Brooklyn. In actuality, the detectives had never seen a more heinous case of sexual assault. The medical examiner's office eventually informed them that blunt force trauma to the head was the cause of death. The investigators were aware that they had seen the aftermath of a deranged, unsettling fantasy. The real, unsettling tale would begin to take shape here. Their best guess for the Jane Doe's identity was Brooklyn Peck. The detectives immersed themselves in Brooklyn's case file while the body was prepared for forensic examination. They discovered something grim there. They found a physical characteristic that made it impossible for the body to be Brooklyn, even before the forensic report disproved the link between the body and Brooklyn. This was just one of the many twists that made this case feel like a movie. The tip of the recovered body's left pointer finger was still present, but Brooklyn's was missing. They now understood that Brooklyn Peck was not the deceased. They felt a wide range of emotions upon learning that this was not Brooklyn. They had been hoping for some closure, so they went from being relieved and happy that it wasn't her to feeling sad that it wasn't her. The effort to positively identify Jane Doe was a complete failure. Searching through the month's missing persons reports until they discovered a good match, was the next difficult task. In an effort to identify the woman, and if at all possible, provide closure to yet another family in need of answers, they launched a thorough search through recent missing persons reports. After searching through the documents, they eventually discovered a match, a woman who had been reported missing just a few weeks earlier and who looked remarkably similar to the body they had found. The detectives realized they were starting a completely new investigation after making this identification. Judith Terrianos, age 52, was the owner of the body. The family of this grandmother, who had been missing for more than a month, was in the same state of desperation as Brooke Lynn's. They were aware that it would take a careful balancing act between forensic accuracy and unwavering resolve, and maybe a little bit of luck, to find out what had happened to this woman. Their attention now turned to discovering the truth about Judith's terrible fate, even though Brooke Lynn's case was still pending. Newport Richey was not Judith's home. She was only a guest. She had gone there to visit a friend who was fighting cancer with another friend. Unfortunately, she never came home. Born in September 1963, Judith Terrianos was originally from Maine. When she was younger, she frequently took family vacations to Greece because she loved to travel. The 52-year-old, who had volunteered at a bookstore and worked at a nursing home in the past, was said to be a kind and compassionate individual. In February 2016, the mother of three had gone to Florida to take care of a sick friend. By obtaining a fingerprint from the deceased, the medical examiner's office was able to identify the person as Judith Terrianos. The CCTV footage collected from the area gave detectives a vital lead when they eventually identified Judith, which gave the case new life. The detectives divided into groups. A couple of detectives went to a convenience store to get video, and a few others went to find her last known location. They focused on a convenience store and a number of nearby companies. She was seen buying alcohol at a nearby convenience store which she was known to frequent in the first surveillance footage they found. In the surveillance footage, they saw Judith and another individual buying her items at the time. She was seen in the video purchasing alcohol at a nearby convenience store with an unnamed man. That left the police with a suspect to pursue, one who might have the answers to this puzzling riddle. They were unsure whether the man was the cause of Judith's death or if he was just another acquaintance when they found the surveillance footage of her in the convenience store with him. He might be able to help them with the investigation. Since he was the last person seen with Judith, identifying him became the top priority. He wasn't registered, regrettably, because the DNA evidence taken from the crime scene didn't match anything in the database. With only a description and a picture of the man, the detectives had no choice but to search the neighborhood. In the hopes that someone would recognize their main suspect, they went back to the trailer park and knocked on as many doors as they could. All of them provided hazy descriptions, suggesting that they were either unaware of what had occurred or that they were unwilling to speak with the police. They came closest to a man named Grizzly, who possessed both evidence and information. He provided them with concrete proof and information that went beyond mere rumors. He told the police that although he didn't know the man well, he had provided him with a place to stay for a few days. Additionally, he told the detectives that the man had forgotten his bag. Because it directly connected the suspect's clothing to the scene, Grizzly's disclosure was a significant turning point in the case. But that was where Grizzly's knowledge abruptly stopped. He said that aside from the fact that the suspect appeared nervous, bordering on paranoid, and eager to get out of town, he didn't know much about him. Grizzly claims that although the man had discussed purchasing a one-way ticket to Chicago, he had not provided any personal information, not even his name. An unexpected lead was about to be given to detectives, and it developed in a way that added to the mystery's unnerving aspects. The police suspected that there might be a lead so significant that it would completely blow the case apart. They promptly gave him the assurance that anything he revealed would be treated with the highest confidentiality and protection, because they were at a pivotal point in their investigation. Stefan was the first to speak. Stefan knew the mystery man as well as Judith. His name, Stefan said, was Timothy. Timothy had mentioned his interest in Judy while they were together at a convenience store. The investigators had never been closer to the truth, thanks to Grizzly's evidence linking the mystery man to the scene, and Stefan's now implied willingness to divulge something significant. Something Stefan was about to reveal would finally solve the mystery once and for all. Even though the mystery man had finally been identified, Stefan had more in store for us. Police had found a bottle of rubbing alcohol at the scene. They were unaware of its significance at the time. They now knew that in an effort to hide his identity by destroying the DNA, he had poured rubbing alcohol on her body. The man was recognized by Stefan as Timothy Johnson. After expressing interest in Judith, Timothy's feelings would take a deadly turn in a matter of hours. The detectives were on the verge of making a discovery that would completely change the course of events. For them, it marked a significant turning point. After investigating Timothy Johnson's background, detectives discovered that he had been arrested 4 times in Florida for domestic abuse, aggravated battery, and twice for not showing up for court. Curiously, 3 weeks prior to the discovery of Judith's body, one of those arrests for aggravated assault occurred. He broke into a woman's house late at night after drinking too much. More significantly, though, this indicated that he was already under police arrest. Timothy Johnson lacked any genuine regret for his crimes and was incredibly heartless. With CCTV footage, witness statements, and evidence that placed him close to the crime scene, the detectives were now prepared to address the most pressing issue. Just the video evidence was important. Witnesses also recalled Timothy's unpredictable behavior and interactions with Judith in the days preceding her death, and had caught him close to the crime scene around the time of Judith's murder. As the pieces came together, the detectives were ready to construct a strong case because they knew that Timothy's violent past gave the current charges context and substance. When the detectives went to the prison to question the cold-blooded killer, the police thought they had finally located him, but they had no idea that this was only the beginning. Detectives discovered as they dug deeper that they were looking into a pattern of increasing violence rather than just one murder. Johnson's history of arrests suggested that he was used to getting away with grave consequences for his behavior. In June 2015, Timothy entered a no-contest plea for misdemeanor battery, adding to his criminal history. In December 2015, he was also accused of resisting a police officer and violating his probation. Timothy was arrested in January 2016 for using a knife to break into the home of his former roommate. The ex-roommate reportedly claimed that he had previously threatened to break up with her. Timothy, however, was set free in February 2016. Since he had been incarcerated since March 23, 2016, for a probation violation, the authorities didn't have to search far for him once Judith was located. He reportedly acknowledged having consensual sex with Judith, but withheld further details. However, other prisoners came forward with information stating that Timothy had described what had happened and confessed to killing Judith. They anticipated a confession, but they were taken by surprise. He didn't confess to his crimes until he was officially booked, charged with first-degree murder, and put inside the prison walls. But not to the investigators. He conversed with another prisoner instead. He smashed her face in and suffocated her to death, then went to a place that would make anyone's skin crawl. Timothy was merely idly sitting there. He was not in a panic. He wasn't going crazy. He appeared to have experienced nothing at all. Timothy used his victim's pilfered credit card to eat some waffles. Those who dared to imagine what he would do next would never be able to forget it. Timothy Johnson received a life sentence. By commemorating Judith Therianos, we pay tribute to her life and promote a society in which each person is treated with respect and dignity, preventing further victims of needless violence. Nothing really surprises the police, who always see the worst in people. The police were affected by this, even though it was sickening and unsettling. Some people experienced nightmares, not so much because of him, as because of how awful her final moments were. Investigators and the general public were left wondering, was he struggling with guilt, or was there a darker side to his selective silence? This confession's timing and nature sparked numerous debates. Timothy was ultimately convicted of first-degree murder and given a life sentence in October 2017. For the January 2016 incident, he was also found guilty on 2 counts of aggravated assault and sentenced to 5 years in prison each. According to prison records, Timothy is still a prisoner at the Union Correctional Institution in Riveted, Florida. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It was a quiet evening in Dallas when Amber Geiger, a seasoned police officer, entered the wrong apartment. What happened next would send shockwaves through the community, the nation, and change the course of two families' lives forever. But was it truly a tragic mistake, or was something darker at play? As the courtroom drama unfolded, questions about race, power, and accountability took center stage. What happened that night, and who was really to blame? Botham Shem Jean was born on September 29, 1991, in Castries, the capital of the island nation of St. Lucia. His parents, Allison and Bertram Jean, were deeply religious and members of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Raised in such a faith-driven environment, Botham's upbringing instilled in him strong moral values, including honesty, tolerance, and a desire to help others. These qualities were noted by many who knew him in his lifetime. From a young age, Botham stood out among his peers. His parents raised him with a strong sense of responsibility and a focus on education. In school, he demonstrated exceptional abilities in mathematics and music. At a young age, Botham began singing in the church choir, where his deep and moving voice immediately caught attention. Music became an important part of his life, and the church was a place where he felt supported and confident. After finishing school, Botham decided to continue his education in the United States. He chose to attend Hardin-Simmons University in Texas, where he pursued a degree in accounting. This decision marked an important milestone in his life, as moving to the U.S. opened up new opportunities for professional growth and personal connections. After graduation, Botham secured a job as an accountant in Dallas. His career quickly flourished, and his colleagues highly valued his professionalism and approach to work. For Botham, working at PwC wasn't just a career step, it was an opportunity to contribute to society and provide for his family. He supported his parents, helped the youth in his community in St. Lucia, and dreamed of advancing further in his career. His coworkers remembered him as someone who always brought positivity and inspiration to the team, fostering a strong sense of camaraderie and striving for the best results. But it wasn't just his professional life that mattered to Botham. He was actively involved in the life of his church in Dallas, where he was part of the music group and often spent time with friends from the community. He found joy in simple things, cooking dinners for his friends, organizing parties to maintain friendships, and always sharing his sincere smile and support with others. His life was filled with plans for the future, full of optimism and a drive to achieve even greater things. Amber Geiger, on the other hand, came from a small town near Dallas. She was born on August 9, 1988, and grew up in a family where discipline and hard work were strongly emphasized. From an early age, Amber dreamed of becoming a police officer. Her father worked in local law enforcement, and she knew she wanted to follow in his footsteps to help people and bring order to society. Amber pursued this dream after high school by enrolling in the police academy. She worked hard and demonstrated the discipline and focus needed for a career in law enforcement. After graduating from the academy, Amber began her career with the Dallas Police Department, where she eventually became an officer. Her colleagues described her as determined and hardworking, though she often expressed frustration with the emotional strain and high stress of her job. The life of a police officer is always filled with risk and stress, and Amber was no exception. She often found herself in situations that required quick decisions, where her reaction had to be immediate. These working conditions took a toll on her emotional state. Over time, she became more withdrawn and cautious in her relationships with others, preferring to spend her free time alone to recharge. Amber Geiger was dedicated to her profession, but her life was full of contradictions. She tried to hide her vulnerabilities, but those who knew her well could see that she often felt lonely and sometimes even lost in the world. Despite her strong and determined character, her internal struggles and fatigue from the constant pressure made her life less stable. She would often return home late, exhausted and emotionally drained, which perhaps played a critical role in the tragic events that unfolded later. After moving to Dallas, Amber bought an apartment in a high-rise building not far from her workplace. She hoped that living close to her job would help her rest more and not waste too much time on commuting. Life in Dallas was supposed to be a fresh start for her, but this new beginning didn't bring the peace she had hoped for. Work stress and emotional strain became part of her daily routine. She often found it hard to manage the growing exhaustion, which led to tension and personal issues in her life. September 6, 2018, started for Botham Jean just like any other day. He woke up early in the morning as usual and headed to his office in downtown Dallas. It was another busy day, filled with meetings, discussions, and preparing reports for clients. Botham was someone who always strived to do his best at work, and this day was no different. His colleagues noticed his upbeat mood and the smile he shared with those around him. No one could have predicted that this would be the last day of his life. After work, Botham returned to his apartment in the Southside Flats complex, located in the heart of Dallas. His apartment was his sanctuary, a place where he could unwind after a long day. That evening, Botham decided to keep things simple. He planned to cook dinner, play his favorite music, and relax. He loved cooking, and it was one of his ways to relieve the stress of his workday. Meanwhile, Amber Geiger was finishing a 13-hour shift at the police station. That day had been especially grueling for her. Numerous calls, patrolling, and paperwork had completely worn her out. She felt a fatigue that seemed to weigh down her entire body, and all she wanted was to get home as quickly as possible. When her shift finally ended, Amber headed home, eager to collapse into bed and rest. However, her exhaustion and emotional depletion would play a pivotal role in the tragic events that were about to unfold. Amber arrived at her apartment complex, where she lived on the 3rd floor. On her way to her apartment, her attention was distracted as she was scrolling through messages on her phone, reflecting on the day she had just experienced. At some point, she accidentally rode the elevator to the 4th floor instead of her own. The doors to the apartments in this building were similar, and in her tired state, she didn't notice that she had approached the wrong unit. The door to Botham Jean's apartment was slightly ajar, which immediately made her suspicious. In her exhaustion and confusion, she thought someone might have broken into her apartment. Amber drew her service weapon without considering the potential consequences. The only thought in her mind was that she needed to protect herself. She pushed the door open and entered inside. Botham, who was preparing dinner in his apartment, heard the noise. He turned toward the door, unsure of what was happening. Amber, seeing a figure inside, mistook him for an intruder and without hesitation fired twice. The shots echoed through the quiet apartment, and within moments, Botham fell to the floor. Amber turned on the lights, and only then realized her mistake. She saw an unfamiliar man lying in a pool of blood, and it hit her that she had entered the wrong apartment. Panic and horror overwhelmed her. She rushed to Botham, trying to administer first aid. She called 911, explaining the situation to the operator, desperately trying to explain that she had entered the wrong unit and had shot someone. Her voice trembled with fear and regret as she pleaded with Botham to hold on, repeatedly saying she hadn't meant for this to happen. While waiting for emergency services to arrive, Amber attempted to stop the bleeding, but her efforts were in vain. Neighbors who had heard the gunshots and cries began to step into the hallway. Some of them also called the police, reporting the gunfire in the apartment complex. Paramedics arrived at the scene and tried to save Botham, but his injuries were fatal. That evening, the life of a young man with so many hopes and dreams was tragically cut short. Amber Geiger was detained at the scene. She appeared to be in a state of shock, completely disoriented, repeating that she hadn't meant for this to happen and that it was a mistake. She was taken to the police station for questioning. The police launched an investigation to understand how this tragedy unfolded. There were many questions. Why hadn't Amber realized she was not in her own apartment? Why had she resorted to using her weapon without confirming that there was an actual threat? These questions became central to the investigation and sparked intense public debate. As investigators gathered evidence, the public began to actively discuss the incident. The case sparked a massive outcry, especially in the context of racial issues and concerns about police abuse of power. Botham Jean was black, and many saw his death as yet another example of unjust treatment and bias by law enforcement. People began to ask, did Botham's race play a role in Amber mistaking him for an intruder and shooting him without attempting to assess the situation? Meanwhile, Botham's family was devastated by the events. His mother, Allison Jean, was in St. Lucia when she learned of the tragedy. It was a crushing blow for her. Her son, who had moved to the U.S. to build a better life, was killed in his own apartment. Allison began to demand justice for her son, calling on the public and authorities for a thorough and impartial investigation. She knew Botham as a kind, responsible, and hardworking person who posed no threat to anyone. In the days following the incident, there was a flood of contradictory reports and rumors. The media extensively covered the case, and public opinion was deeply divided. Some believed Amber had made a tragic mistake, while others argued her actions were the result of bias and an inability to properly assess the situation. Protests and rallies began in Dallas and other cities, with people taking to the streets demanding justice for Botham Jean and his family. During the investigation, it was revealed that Amber Geiger had been exhausted after a long shift and may have been disoriented due to her fatigue. Her defense attorneys argued that she acted in a state of stress and fear for her life. However, the prosecution maintained that her actions were inexcusable for a police officer who should be able to control their emotions and make sound decisions, especially in situations involving the use of a weapon. Witnesses who lived in the apartment complex testified that they heard screams and gunshots. Some of them tried to figure out what was happening, but no one expected such a tragic outcome. Investigators collected evidence, reviewed surveillance footage, and analyzed testimonies to reconstruct the full picture of the events that day. They were trying to determine whether this was truly a tragic mistake or if other factors contributed to such a devastating outcome. After Amber Geiger's arrest, the case entered a new phase, a lengthy and complex process of investigation and trial preparation. Amber was charged with manslaughter. During the investigation, her attorneys argued that her actions were a tragic but unintentional mistake caused by extreme exhaustion following a long shift. However, the prosecution maintained that Amber's actions were unacceptable for a trained police officer who was expected to assess situations carefully and avoid unnecessary use of force. One of the key pieces of evidence was footage from the surveillance cameras at the apartment complex where both Botham Jean and Amber Geiger lived. These recordings helped reconstruct the events of that night. The cameras captured Amber arriving at the building and entering. The footage showed her going to the wrong floor and approaching an apartment that belonged to Botham. Investigators pointed out that she failed to exercise due diligence and did not notice she was on the wrong floor. In addition to the video evidence, phone records played a significant role in the case. Shortly before the incident, Amber had been texting with a colleague with whom she had a personal relationship. Prosecutors argued that these messages might have distracted her and contributed to her failing to realize she was entering the wrong apartment. The defense, however, downplayed the importance of the texts, claiming they were unrelated to the incident and could not have influenced her actions. Over the course of several months, investigators continued gathering evidence and interviewing witnesses. Neighbors in the apartment complex provided statements about hearing shouts and gunshots. Some claimed they heard voices before the shots were fired, suggesting there may have been an exchange between Amber and Botham prior to the tragic event. However, witness testimonies varied, making it difficult to piece together a definitive account of what happened. At the same time, forensic examinations were conducted. Experts meticulously analyzed the firearm used in the shooting, as well as the bullet trajectory and other physical evidence, to determine the positions of Amber and Botham at the time of the shooting. One contentious point was the positioning of Botham's body and the angle of the bullet. The prosecution argued that the evidence showed Botham did not pose a threat to Amber, while the defense claimed she acted out of self-defense. In August 2019, a highly publicized trial began, attracting widespread attention from both the public and the media. The courtroom was packed with journalists, family members, and friends of Botham Jean, as well as supporters of both the prosecution and the defense. The case promised to be a difficult one, touching on issues of police competence, personal responsibility, and racial justice. The trial opened with statements from both the prosecution and the defense. Prosecutors argued that Amber Geiger's actions were not just a mistake, but the result of her negligence as a police officer. They emphasized that any officer should exercise heightened caution, especially when it comes to using a firearm. Furthermore, they pointed out that Botham Jean was in his own home and posed no threat to Amber. The defense, on the other hand, built its case around the idea that Amber was acting out of extreme exhaustion and confusion, driven by fear for her own safety. Her attorney sought to portray her as someone who made a tragic mistake without any malicious intent. They also highlighted her previously unblemished record in law enforcement, hoping to elicit sympathy from the jury. Over the course of several weeks, witnesses, experts, and family members of both the defendant and the deceased testified. One of the most emotional moments of the trial came when Botham's mother, Allison Jean, took the stand. She spoke about her son's dreams and plans for the future, describing him as a kind and compassionate person. Her words deeply moved everyone in the courtroom, emphasizing the tremendous loss her family had endured. Also testifying was Botham's brother, Brant Jean, whose statement became one of the most talked about moments of the trial. In his address to the court, he publicly forgave Amber Guyger and even asked for permission to hug her. This gesture sparked a range of reactions. Some saw it as an incredible act of kindness and Christian forgiveness, while others felt that such an action should not overshadow the need for fair justice. Among the evidence presented in court were surveillance footage and an audio recording of Amber's 911 call after the shooting. In the recording, she can be heard in a panic, repeatedly stating that she had entered the wrong apartment and never intended to kill anyone. This call sparked further discussion as it captured her desperation, but also highlighted the lack of any attempt to determine who was in front of her before resorting to using her weapon. The expert testimony focused on analyzing the trajectory of the bullet, the position of Botham Jean's body, and the circumstances surrounding the shooting. Experts for the prosecution argued that the bullet's path suggested Botham was in a relaxed position, likely sitting or standing up from his couch when he was shot. This contradicted the defense's claim that he had been moving toward Amber and posed a threat. However, the defense attempted to discredit these conclusions, stating that the trajectory could not be conclusively determined due to a lack of data. Throughout the trial, the public closely followed the developments of the case. Protests and rallies continued, with activists calling not only for a fair sentence for Amber Guyger, but also for police reform to prevent similar incidents in the future. There were widespread calls for changes to police training, especially regarding decision-making skills in high-stress situations, and for greater accountability for mistakes that lead to tragic outcomes. Amber Guyger also took the stand, describing the events of that night from her perspective. She explained how she had come home after a long shift, feeling tired and disoriented. She claimed that she genuinely believed she was in her own apartment and thought Botham was an intruder who had broken into her home. She cried as she spoke, stating that she never intended to harm anyone and that it was a terrible mistake, one that she would have to live with for the rest of her life. Her testimony was emotional and, in the opinion of some, sincere, though it sparked conflicting reactions among the audience. The question of what the appropriate sentence should be became central in the final stage of the trial. Prosecutors insisted that Amber Guyger should be convicted of manslaughter, arguing that her actions led to the death of an innocent person and that a police officer who cannot assess a situation properly should not remain on the force. The defense, on the other hand, requested a lighter sentence, citing the lack of intent and arguing that Amber already carried a heavy burden of guilt for her mistake. After several days of deliberation, the time finally came for the jury to render their verdict in the case of Amber Guyger. Tension filled the courtroom as all eyes were on the judge and jury, who would decide whether the former police officer was guilty of causing Botham Jean's death. For many, this trial had become a symbol not just of a personal tragedy but also of the deep-rooted issues within American society: racial bias, abuse of power, and a lack of accountability within law enforcement. On October 2, 2019, the jury announced their verdict. Amber Guyger was found guilty of the crime that resulted in Botham Jean's death. This decision came as a surprise to many, particularly since the prosecution had initially sought a conviction for manslaughter. The charge of murder carried more serious consequences and a longer prison sentence. In the courtroom, there were audible expressions of relief and quiet celebrations. This verdict was a significant step toward justice for Botham's family and those who had supported them throughout the long and painful trial. The following day, the judge delivered the sentence. Amber Guyger was sentenced to 10 years in prison. In her statement, the judge acknowledged the complexity and tragedy of the case, emphasizing that both sides had experienced significant loss. Guyger, the judge noted, had made a grave error that cost an innocent person his life. However, despite the weight of the sentence, many felt that 10 years was too lenient for a life lost as a result of such a severe mistake. While some were satisfied with the court's decision, others believed it fell short. Activists and supporters of the Jean family argued that the sentence did not reflect the gravity of the crime and was not enough punishment for the life that had been taken. Protests continued in Dallas and other cities, with many calling for further reforms in the criminal justice and law enforcement systems. This case became a symbol of the fight for justice, and brought renewed attention to the challenges Black Americans face in interactions with law enforcement. Amber Guyger herself remained in shock following the verdict and sentencing. She repeatedly stated that she had no intention of harming anyone and that it was a terrible mistake. Her attorneys filed an appeal, hoping to reduce her sentence. They argued that 10 years was too harsh for someone who acted out of confusion, stress, and exhaustion. However, as the trial concluded, Guyger was taken into custody to begin serving her sentence. Botham Jean's family expressed their gratitude to everyone who supported them throughout the long months of the trial. Botham's mother, Allison Jean, stated that while the verdict provided some sense of resolution, it could never bring back her son. She emphasized the need for systemic reforms in the justice system and law enforcement to prevent similar tragedies from happening again. Allison continued to advocate for change within police departments, hoping her son's case would serve as a catalyst for meaningful progress. The case of Botham Jean had a profound impact on public opinion and the national conversation around policing. This incident became yet another example highlighting systemic issues in law enforcement and the treatment of Black citizens. In response to public pressure, several states began considering legislative initiatives aimed at improving police training, particularly in situations involving the use of force and community interactions. Calls grew louder for increased accountability for officers' actions, and mandatory training programs focused on racial and cultural competency. Additionally, the Botham Jean case inspired the creation of organizations and funds dedicated to supporting families of victims of police misconduct and advocating for law enforcement reform. These groups provided legal and emotional support while spearheading campaigns to raise awareness about racial discrimination and abuse of power. Allison Jean became an active participant in these initiatives, using her personal story to fight for justice and systemic change. As time passed, Amber Guyger continued to serve her sentence in prison while awaiting the outcome of her appeal. This case not only shattered the lives of two families, but also left a lasting mark on American society. The tragic mistake that led to Botham Jean's death served as a stark reminder of the need for reform and the importance of law enforcement officials making sound and responsible decisions, especially in life-and-death situations. The story of Botham Jean and Amber Guyger remains one of the most discussed and impactful cases in recent U.S. history. It underscores the profound consequences of poor judgment, particularly when exercised by those in positions of power. While justice, according to many, was only partially achieved, the case left unanswered questions and became a symbol of the ongoing fight for equality and accountability in America. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. The only significant clue was a bite left by the attacker on the victim's body. It took the police over 20 years to discover the horrifying truth, but such a turn of events sparked outrage and criticism because no one expected such a result. Sherry Rasmussen was born on February 7, 1957 in the state of Washington. She grew up in a big, friendly family with two sisters and loving parents. They later moved to Tucson, Arizona, where Sherry attended the local school. Sherry was an excellent student who completed elementary school a year ahead of her peers. During her summer vacation, she completed the entire 7th grade program by herself. After graduating from high school in 1973, she enrolled at a California college where her older sister was already a first-year student. Sherry decided to pursue a medical education and become a nurse, which required her to complete additional courses at another institution. After graduating from college in 1975, Sherry decided to pursue a master's degree at the University of California, Los Angeles, where she also worked as a nurse to fund her education. She received her master's degree at the age of 23. Her father purchased an apartment in the Los Angeles suburbs for her, but Sherry refused to live on her parents' income, so she wrote her father a check every month for the full amount of the mortgage payments. She also got a job at a local hospital, where she led the nursing department that cared for seriously ill patients. In May 1984, Sherry met John Ruthin, a computer engineer with a good education and intelligence. They started dating and married a year later. John moved in to share their apartment. They spent their honeymoon in Jamaica and returned home to celebrate Christmas with Sherry's family. Closer to 10 a.m. John tried to reach her by phone, but she didn't answer. Half an hour later, he tried again, but still no answer, so he called her workplace to check if she had gone to work, but Sherry hadn't shown up at the hospital. Either her sister also tried to reach her, but without success. John returned home from work at around 6 p.m. and immediately noticed something strange. The garage door was open, even though he had closed it in the morning, and Sherry's car was missing. Therefore, he first thought that she had gone somewhere. As he approached the garage, he saw a lot of broken glass and immediately discovered its source. There was a small balcony above the garage with a glass door which had been smashed. He entered the house through the garage and to his horror found Sherry there. She was lying on the floor, her body badly disfigured. John immediately called the police, and detectives began to examine the crime scene. In all the rooms there was complete chaos. Broken vases, overturned furniture, and scattered items. A bloody handprint was found on the wall next to the alarm button. Apparently, the victim tried to reach it but failed. In addition to extensive bruises and wounds, experts discovered a human bite mark on Sherry's wrist. Aside from all of the foregoing, the marks on her hands indicated that the attacker had tied the victim before releasing her. The death was caused by 3 close-range gunshot wounds. Detectives discovered a blanket with bullet holes in the apartment and concluded that the attacker had wrapped the gun in it to muffle the sound of the shots. Detectives immediately concluded that the attacker and Sherry had engaged in a prolonged struggle. This was demonstrated by the number of scattered and broken items throughout the apartment, as well as a bloody near the alarm button. The lead investigator quickly stated that they were dealing with a failed robbery. In his opinion, at least 2 criminals broke into Sherry's apartment, but they didn't expect her to be there. A struggle ensued between them, and Sherry fought for her life until the end. Several facts supported the robbery version, the first of which was the disappearance of Sherry's car from the garage. Second, someone had placed the stereo equipment and player near the staircase leading to the second floor. According to police, the robbers intended to take them and leave, but after the scuffle and murder, they fled the scene. However, there were some questionable scenes in this version. First, the police found no evidence of forced entry, implying that either Sherry let the criminals in herself or they had a key. Second, the perpetrators did not touch all of the valuable items, including the jewelry box that was in plain sight. Detectives interviewed all of Sherry's neighbors but found no new leads. Residents reported hearing a struggle but no gunshots, and no one entered the woman's apartment. Experts collected blood samples and fingerprints, but DNA analysis was not possible in 1985. The lead investigator soaked a piece of cotton in the trace of the bite on Sherry's body, hoping that the attacker's saliva could be left behind as a clue to catch the killer. Furthermore, he informed the police about the disappearance of the document. Detectives were unable to find an explanation for this unusual occurrence. After a week and a half, they discovered Sherry's car in a parking lot 4 kilometers from her apartment. It was unlocked, with the keys in the ignition. Forensic experts attempted to locate fingerprints, but were unsuccessful. Either the criminals only touched it while wearing gloves, or they removed all fingerprints. A robbery occurred 2 months after the murder, which took place just a few hundred meters from Sherry's home. Detectives immediately discovered numerous parallels. 2 criminals broke into a stranger's apartment through the garage, threatened the owner with a gun, and took stereo equipment. The lead investigator suspected that these 2 were responsible for the woman's murder, so the police searched for them through witness accounts. They made approximate composite sketches of the suspects and discovered that both men were Latino, but they were never found. However, investigators showed little interest in finding out the truth, which irritated Sherry's parents. Her father visited the police station on a regular basis, inquired about the investigation's status, and requested that the detectives consider various versions. He even asked them to look closer at John's ex-girlfriend Stephanie Lazarus, who was also a police officer. Sharia repeatedly told her father that she was obsessed with John, but the investigators laughed it off and told him to watch fewer detective shows. Stephanie couldn't accept John's departure after learning he was going to marry another woman. Stephanie came to Sherry's workplace and told her that their marriage was doomed and that she and John would get back together sooner or later. In addition, she claimed that John had already slept with her after getting engaged to Sherry. Of course, Sherry was very upset after this visit. When she returned home, she told John what had happened, and he admitted that he had slept with Stephanie. After learning of his engagement, The young woman begged him to come over, spoke of her love, and urged him to return to her. But he refused, saying he loved Sherry and planned to marry her. Stephanie then offered to sleep with him one last time, and John accepted. He apologized to Sherry and admitted it was a huge mistake on his part. The woman eventually forgave him, and the incident with Stephanie faded away. However, Stephanie continued to visit their home without warning under various pretexts. One time, she came with a set of skis and announced that John promised to wax them for her the next time she entered their apartment when the man was not present. Sherry was surprised to see Stephanie in her living room when asked what she was doing. Apparently, the woman used her police badge and the security letter to enter Stephanie's apartment otherwise. A duplicate key was required otherwise. She could not have entered without breaking the log. Sherry also noticed that someone was following her while she and John were sitting in a restaurant, and the woman saw someone staring at them intently. When she looked at this person, he immediately left. Sherry couldn't see his face because it was covered with a hood. Unknown calls also frequently arrived on their home phone, and Sherry suspected it could be Stephanie. The victim's father told detectives about all of these incidents, but they ignored his words because they were certain that the murder was committed by the two Mexicans who robbed an apartment near Sherry's house. 3 months after the murder, some documents from Sherry's case disappeared from the police station, including detectives' records of the investigation progress. The police were unable to locate the journals, but there were no significant leads. The case has remained unsolved for years. 7 years later, the lead investigator on the case retired, and the victim's father decided to meet with his replacement, hoping that he would take his job more seriously. Furthermore, it was 1993, and police were already actively using DNA analysis technology to solve crimes. Sherry's father requested a DNA analysis and offered to pay for it, but the detective declined due to the lack of a single suspect to compare the obtained profile to. Meanwhile, John started a new family and reunited with Stephanie. They planned to go to Hawaii together, but something unusual happened before that. The man called the detective and asked if they had any new evidence. Stephanie was a rising star in the police department, earning higher ranks, twice becoming Detective of the Year, and maintaining an impeccable reputation. Despite her marriage to another officer, she continued to sleep with John. In 2001, a separate unit was formed in Los Angeles to work on unsolved murders. They were assigned Sherry's case, along with thousands of similar cases, and the detectives began their investigation, left behind after a bite 2 years later. Detectives took up the case and sent all available evidence to the lab. Due to high demand, they had to wait nearly 2 years for the results, which came in January 2005. The evidence included nail fragments and blood samples from Sherry's apartment. Forensic scientists only needed to study the sample from the bite mark on her body. However, they couldn't find the vial for a day until they discovered it by the wall of a large refrigerator. After studying the sample, experts discovered foreign DNA belonging to an unknown woman. This lasted until February 2009, when a new detective took over Sherry's case and began studying the materials left by previous investigators. He questioned the robbery theory after discovering DNA from another woman near the victim's bite mark. Detectives reasoned that the motives for this crime could be very different, so they compiled a list of all the women who could be linked to Sherry's murder. As a result, they were able to collect 5 names, including Stephanie, the victim's work colleague, and 3 other young women. The detectives initially questioned Stephanie's involvement, citing her reputation and successful police career. For this reason, he decided to investigate the other suspects first. Together with other investigators, they quickly concluded that 3 women on this list had no connection to Sherry's death, they lacked motives, and had alibi. Following that, they began investigating the nurse who worked with Sherry. The file stated that their relationship was tense, and the police obtained a sample of her DNA from the trash she threw away. Experts extracted the profile and discovered that it did not match the saliva found at the bite mark location, leaving the detectives with only one suspect. Stephanie and several colleagues agreed to keep this information secret until they could obtain solid evidence or disprove this theory. None of them wanted to accuse a police officer with an impeccable reputation of murder, and Stephanie could easily ruin their careers using her connections. They began secretly gathering information on her, trying to find any connection to the murder. Interestingly, the woman worked in the same building on the same floor as them. Because of this, the investigators had to take many precautions and not even mention her name in their notes. Soon, The detectives discovered the first interesting fact during the years of the murder. Stephanie owned a .38 caliber revolver, the same type of gun that was used to shoot Sherry. They also learned that the victim had repeatedly complained about strange and even aggressive behavior from Stephanie. The fact that the police officer came to Sherry's workplace in her uniform and said rude things to her seemed suspicious. Even more suspicion was added by the fact that Stephanie had broken into Sherry's gated community and even into her apartment several times. After analyzing the reports and photos from the crime scene, the detectives concluded that the possible robbery seemed staged. Nothing was taken from the apartment, not even the valuable items that were prominently displayed, but instead only a player and stereo were taken away. Moreover, the shooter had to be well versed in how the gun worked in extreme conditions. They were able to wrap the gun barrel with a blanket in such a way that the neighbors did not hear a single shot. It is unlikely that a low-level thief of players could possess such skills, but a trained and experienced police officer could. Another fact indicating Stephanie's involvement was a stolen marriage registration certificate found in her apartment. Why would some random burglars look for this document and take it with them, leaving a whole box of jewelry behind? But for Stephanie, it could have had significant symbolic value. Perhaps killing Sherry was not enough for her, or she had planned to break into her apartment only for this document, but the woman caught her in the act. In the end, the detectives learned that 2 weeks after the murder, Stephanie came to the police station and filed a report of theft. According to this information, someone had broken into her car, which was left near the pier, and stolen several items, including a sports bag, clothes, videotapes, and a .38 caliber revolver. Given all the facts presented, the moment with the gun seemed very suspicious. Detectives suspected that she intentionally got rid of the weapon, disguising it as a theft. Furthermore, she filed a report at a different police station where nobody knew her, which seemed very strange since her colleagues would have taken the case with the utmost responsibility. As a result, the detectives decided to obtain a DNA sample from Stephanie. Several officers undercover followed her for a week until they finally had the opportunity to get it. On May 28, 2009, Stephanie and her stepdaughter stopped at a cafe for a snack. As soon as they left, the officers took the glass she drank from and sent it to the lab. The next day, the result was ready, a full match. Despite the many factors pointing to Stephanie's involvement, the detectives were still shocked. It was hard for them to believe that a high-ranking and respected police officer was connected to the murder, but the DNA results were indisputable. However, at that moment, they did not have time for these thoughts, and investigators began developing a plan to arrest her. None of them wanted to do this in the middle of the police station in front of hundreds of officers. Moreover, Stephanie had extensive connections, and the detectives decided to lure her away from prying eyes. The chief of the Los Angeles Police Department was unofficially informed that one of his subordinates was suspected of the murder. The chief ordered the detectives not to approach Stephanie while she had her service or personal weapon with her. The detectives considered arresting her in her home, which was risky because she lived with her husband and stepdaughter. They devised a plan to entice the person who outranked them to surrender their weapon. They found holding cells in the basement of the police department designed for temporary detention of criminals, where anyone entering had to surrender their weapon. This led to the creation of a legend saint. Stephanie went with them to the basement where the suspect was supposed to be held. After the woman surrendered her weapon, they went to the interrogation room, but there was no suspect there. The detectives gradually laid out the cards on the table and asked Stephanie questions about Sherry's murder. At first, they simply said that they needed to ask her a few questions about an old case related to her ex-boyfriend over the course. The detectives let her go, but at the end of the corridor, Stephanie was met by several police officers wearing handcuffs. 23 years after the murder, the woman was arrested. Given Stephanie's extensive police experience, all attempts to speak with her during interrogations yielded no results. She had a perfect understanding of the situation. There was DNA evidence against her found near the bite mark on the victim's body, which was extremely difficult to refute. Nevertheless, she denied any involvement and maintained her innocence. As a result, the detectives were forced to prepare documents for transfer to court over the next several years. Stephanie was housed in a women's prison until the first hearings began in 2012. It took the police 3 years to basically rebuild the case from the ground up because their predecessors believed in a failed robbery. It was necessary to redo all of the materials, focusing specifically on Stephanie. Throughout the trial, the woman insisted on her innocence. Stephanie's lawyer questioned the DNA test results and argued that there were no suspicions against her during the initial investigation. However, the prosecution believed that Stephanie entered Sherry's apartment and shot her once. Sherry resisted and a struggle ensued, eventually leading to Stephanie's death. The trial concluded on March 8, 2012, with Stephanie being found guilty of murder by the jury. She received a sentence of 27 years to life in prison, plus an additional 2 years for using a service weapon. The judge reduced her sentence by 1,000 days, citing her good behavior and time spent in custody awaiting trial. Sherry's parents attempted to sue the detectives who first worked on the case, despite the fact that the victim's father had instructed them to look into Stephanie from the start. They ignored his words. This begs the question, were they purposefully concealing their colleague's involvement, or did they truly believe she was not involved? In the first case, it would have been a serious crime, whereas in the second case, it would have been simple negligence and disregard for significant facts. The statute of limitations expired in this case, so the court did not prosecute the police officers. Stephanie filed an appeal after the trial, but it was quickly rejected. She still denies her guilt and can only petition for early release in 2039. Sherry's ex-husband John lost interest in investigating her murder and began a new life. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A teenage girl from Uruguay went missing on December 28, 2014. Because of the strange circumstances surrounding her disappearance, word spread quickly around the world. She didn't go missing late at night in a dangerous neighborhood. Instead, she was walking along the beach in broad daylight, visible to everyone. But it appeared that the ground had opened up and swallowed her. No one saw anything. No one knew anything, and a few days later her body was discovered in a location thoroughly searched by police, raising a slew of new questions. Lola Shumaliz was born on November 4, 1999 in Buenos Aires, Argentina. She grew up with Adriana Belmonte and Diego Shumaliz, the son of the well-known chef Beatriz Shumaliz. When the girl turned 15, her parents decided to give her a trip to New York for the Christmas holidays. However, before that they sent their daughter to Rocha, Uruguay, to relax with her godmother's family for a few days. On December 27, Lola arrived in Uruguay, where she was greeted by her godmother, Claudia Fernandez. Claudia's photo captured the girl in a good mood. Claudia, her husband Hernan Zincunegui, and their 2 children were delighted when Lola arrived. They had intended to spend their few days together sunbathing on Barra de Valisas beach, swimming in the sea, and relaxing. That same evening, Lola, Hernan, and his 14-year-old stepson went to a drum festival in the city center. Hernan and the boy stayed by Lola's side in the crowd, but the boy eventually moved away because he was bored. Nonetheless, after the festival, they all returned home together. The following day, the family went to the beach. Lola requested permission to walk along the beach from her godmother around 3 p.m. She wanted to walk to Aguas Dulces, a spa resort, along a popular trail that would allow her to explore the area's flora and fauna. Claudia had no objections because the route was popular and safe for walks, and the locals were known for being friendly. She informed Lola of the time they would be waiting for her at home and watched her walk away calmly along the beach. Lola was wearing a bikini and denim shorts. She carried a backpack containing a sarong, a book, her ID, a water bottle, and a towel. She didn't have her phone with her because the reception on the beach was poor. The backpack also included a wallet containing 2,000 Uruguayan pesos. Several hours passed, it became dark, and Lola had not returned. Her godmother became worried. The family followed the route Lola had planned, but she was nowhere to be found. Claudia called Lola's parents that evening to explain what had occurred. She informed Adriana that she had already called the police. However, it took 45 minutes for them to arrive at the station and report the teenager's disappearance. The police began searching for Lola. Since she vanished during a walk on the beach, it was thoroughly searched both lengthwise and crosswise. Helicopters and search dogs were dispatched to assist with the search. Lola's parents quickly arrived in Uruguay to assist the police. Almost simultaneously with the start of the investigation, It was revealed that Adriana and Diego were receiving anonymous calls. The caller made no demands or asked for a ransom. They simply stated that Lola was with them and was fine. Unfortunately, this turned out to be incorrect. 2 days later, on December 30, her body was discovered partially covered in sand on the beach. She was in an area with a lot of dunes and thick vegetation. There were shallow knife cuts on her neck and signs of head trauma. The autopsy revealed that Lola was attacked from behind and then dragged or forced to the spot where she was discovered. The killer pressed her face into the sand until she suffocated. This was proven by the presence of sand in her lungs. The news of the crime sparked an unprecedented outcry in Argentina and Uruguay's press. As is customary in such cases, journalists began to propose theories about what could have happened. The Uruguayan police and media quickly focused their suspicions on Lola's godmother's family, particularly Hernan. There were various reasons for this. To begin, they told Adriana and Diego that they had already contacted the police, despite the fact that they had delayed their arrival at the station. Second, the media attempted to read something sinister into the fact that Lola, Hernan, and his 14-year-old stepson attended a drum festival together, but the boy eventually separated from them, leaving the girl with Hernan. A hypothesis regarding violence against Lola emerged, but the forensic expert discovered no evidence to support it. However, there were other reasons to suspect them. Claudia and Hernan immediately hired a lawyer, and none of the family members agreed to a polygraph test. Lola's parents fueled the fire with a series of bold statements. Diego in particular stated that he had long since lost trust in Hernan, which prompted additional questions. If he didn't trust the man, why did he let his daughter accompany them on their vacation? Claudia and Adriana had been friends for 25 years. Claudia's second husband was Hernan, whom Lola's parents had known for about 5 years. They all used to live in Argentina, but Hernan and Claudia moved to Uruguay. When Hernan was interrogated, investigators discovered contradictory statements, leading to his arrest on December 31. Diego was arrested for allegedly concealing evidence. Her son was also detained because he was suspected of making the anonymous calls. It is not certain who made the calls to Adriana and Diego, but it is clear that they were a failed attempt at a joke. Nonetheless, the police interrogated all 3 family members for several days and found no evidence against them. The investigators stated that they discovered some discrepancies in the testimonies, but they were minor. Hernan claimed they arrived home at 11 p.m., but his son said it was 12. Aside from that, there was nothing the police could charge Hernan, Claudia, or her son with. Therefore, on January 2, 2015, they were all released. The friendship appears to have deteriorated as a result of several public statements. Claudia and her loved ones never spoke to Lola's parents again or called to express their condolences. Adriana thinks their lawyer may have given them such advice. However, she believes that as friends, a simple human gesture would have been to call and express condolences, particularly given their 25-year friendship. Lola's pink backpack was discovered a few days after her death. It was also buried in the sand, about 200 meters from where Lola's body was discovered. This immediately prompted a slew of questions. How did the police not find the body and then the backpack despite searching the entire beach and its surroundings several times? Furthermore, the town's authorities had claimed from the start that the beach was very safe, which was strange because drug dealers operated there, particularly in the area where the body was discovered. Nonetheless, almost all of the girl's belongings were still in the backpack, with the exception of 2,000 pesos stolen from her wallet. Furthermore, there were bloodstains on the towel and the documents. Forensic experts examined the items and discovered Lola's DNA, but it was mixed with male DNA. Because Hernan's suspicions had not been completely dispelled, his DNA was compared to the one dispelled. It was compared to the one discovered. They also checked it against the Uruguayan police database, but there were no matches. Following the discovery of the backpack, one suspect created quite a stir. He was suspected based on witness accounts of his whereabouts on the day of the murder. According to locals, a man nicknamed El Conejo, the Rabbit, was working on a roof near the beach when the girl went for a walk. The man went to lunch in the middle of the day, and his co-workers were aware that he did not have any money with him. However, he came back with food and money. This immediately prompted the question of where he obtained the food, if he did not buy it. But that's not all. Someone claims to have seen him with a pink backpack on the day Lola went missing. According to one newspaper, he confessed to the murder, and other media outlets reported on the development. However, this turned out to be false. The man explained where he got the food, but police suspected he stole it from beachgoers. There was no evidence linking him to Lola's case. He never admitted to anything, and after being released, he filed a lawsuit against newspapers that published unverified information. The investigation had effectively stalled at this point. The primary suspects had already been released, and the investigators had no leads to follow. At first glance, it appeared that the girl knew no one in town, but she had managed to attend a drum festival in the city center and, being sociable and open, freely interacted with strangers. As a result, the police were compelled to investigate this lead. They detained and interrogated approximately 40 people, primarily beach vendors and dealers, but all were eventually released. The situation was aggravated further by the frequent changes in prosecutors and judges. When a new prosecutor was appointed, the case would be reviewed from the beginning. This severely hampered the investigation. But on February 18, 2015, there appeared to be some progress in the case. An anonymous call was made to police. The caller claimed that Angel Moreira, also known as El Cachila or Keisha, was involved in the crime. The man was arrested and interrogated by the police. He worked on the beach parking cars. Angel said he met Lola while she was walking on the beach. He approached her with some souvenir trinkets for sale. They spoke briefly about where the girl came from. When Lola mentioned feeling dizzy, Angel suggested they move to a shady area. He took her to a location with tall bushes and dunes for shade and coolness. The girl fell to her knees. Angel attempted to check her pulse but became scared when unable to hear it and fled. The statement sounded strange, but the police had to release him because there was no evidence. After 4 years, Jorge Basso, the new prosecutor in charge of the case, decided to re-interrogate Angel. The man was arrested following the interrogation on May 22, 2019. This time he was charged with obstruction of justice. His DNA did not match the DNA found on Lola's towel and documents, so the prosecutor concluded that he was covering up for the true perpetrator. According to Basso, Angel's 2015 statements revealed details that only Lola's companions would have known. He knew Lola had fallen to her knees in the sand, and a forensic expert confirmed this. Lola fell, however, not because she felt dizzy, but because she had received shallow knife wounds. Despite Angel's arrest, the Shumela's family waited for an answer to the main question for years, until geneticist Natalia Sandberg became involved in the case. 7 years after the murder, the case took an important turn. The investigator's method of discovering the suspect is reminiscent of a detective novel plot. Natalia Sandberg had the idea to trace the genetic DNA of an unknown man discovered on Lola's towel and documents. There were no matches in the paternal line, but an examination of the maternal line revealed a minor match with a prisoner serving time for murder. In other words, the man who left blood on Lola's towel is related to the man who is currently serving a sentence. The third crime, which involved Marines who died in the naval complex on Faro de Montevideo, was the tip of the iceberg that led investigators to Lola Shumeli's true killer. The murders happened on Sunday morning, May 31, 2020, and the three people, Juan Manuel Escobar, Alex Galinia, and Alan Rodriguez, were found with gunshot wounds to the head. Jonathan Brand Gundy was identified as the killer by police. Jonathan was born in Rocha. When the police discovered his mother and tested her DNA, it was clear that they were looking for another son of the woman, Jonathan's half-brother. The woman told the investigators that she had given birth to 11 children from various fathers, 8 of whom were boys, but only one son was placed for adoption at the age of 18 days. He turned out to be the person the police had been looking for 7 years. The suspect was identified as Leonardo Sena. During Lola's murder in 2014, Sena was homeless, dividing his time between La Paloma, Chuy, and Castillos. He lived in these places, working odd jobs. He recently settled in Chuy, where he lives with a girlfriend and works in a bakery. Between 2003 and 2009, the man had a history of police records for aggression, theft, and violence. Despite his involvement with the law, his DNA was not stored in the database, because it was created after 2012. As a result, on May 18, 2022, the police issued a search warrant for his home. They expected the man to refuse to provide his DNA, and they were correct. However, forensic experts looked at the man's toothbrush and comb. To the surprise and delight of the forensic experts, the DNA match was 99.9%, indicating that it was his DNA. The suspect was arrested at the Brazilian border on May 19th. During the interrogation, Leonardo claimed he had no involvement in the crime. Regarding the DNA found on the identification card and the girl's towel, he stated that he found a pink backpack on the beach. When he looked inside, he saw a wallet containing 2,000 pesos and stole it. Concerning the blood, he stated that he had cut himself with a bottle shard at work a few hours prior, and when he reached into the backpack, the bandage came off and the cuts began bleeding. So he wiped his hand on Lola's towel. However, there were several inconsistencies in his account. For starters, his blood was mixed with the girl's blood rather than simply found on her belongings. This would not have happened if he had simply found the backpack and removed the wallet. Second, according to his own words, someone other than Leonardo took Lola's backpack on the 28th, the day of the murder, after Leonardo stole the money and mysteriously buried it 4 kilometers away from where it was found, without taking anything from it. Even the suspect couldn't deny the absurdity of the story. Finally, his colleagues from December 2014 did not recall the incident involving the broken bottle and Leonardo's cut. Furthermore, according to documents, Leonardo was no longer working at the brewery on the day of the crime. According to police, Lola was stopped by Leonardo and Angel while walking on the beach on December 28, 2014. They dragged her through dunes and bushes. Lola attempted to flee, but the kidnappers struck her on the head several times and stabbed her in the neck, knocking her to her knees. However, Lola's wounds were not fatal and she resisted. She most likely screamed loudly to get the attention of other vacationers or beach vendors. In an attempt to silence Lola, they pressed her face into the sand. They pushed for too long, causing Lola to suffocate. The police believe the crime was motivated by violence, but the assailants were unable to carry out their intended act and ended up killing her because they did not anticipate such fierce resistance from the teenage girl. This hypothesis is supported by the fact that Leonardo was previously tried in a case similar to Lola's. That happened in 2009. When Leonardo was 26 years old, the victim was a 15-year-old girl, just like Lola. Leonardo pursued her for a few blocks before attacking her with a knife. He dragged the victim into a remote wooded area where he assaulted her. Uruguayan police believe that at least 2 people were involved in the attack on Lola. As a result, they charged Leonardo with aggravated murder and Angel with harboring a criminal. Jorge Basso sought a 10-year prison sentence for Angel and 15 for 30 years for Leonardo. A judge granted Angel conditional early release under oath in June 2021, after he had been in prison since 2019. Despite psychiatric and psychological evaluations describing Angel as aggressive and impulsive, the judge found no grounds to accuse him of harboring a criminal. Harboring involves assisting a criminal after the crime has been committed. Angel should have faced charges as an accomplice in this case. The judge determined that Angel Moreira's actions did not constitute harboring. The prosecutor filed an appeal against the judge's decision, arguing that Angel was present before, during, and after the crime. Despite their initial suspicions, Lola's parents, Adriana and Diego, believe the evidence presented by the police agree that 2 suspects were involved in the crime and wish for a quick verdict. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We'll talk about what happened in Everett, Washington, on September 20, 2017 at 1:55 a.m., when multiple people called 911 after hearing loud explosions as soon as the police showed up. They discovered a horrifying image on the doorstep 10 minutes later. Directly outside the door was Alicia Canales McGuire, 24. Sadly, she had already passed away. Thanks to CCTV footage and social media, investigators were able to solve this tragic case. Alicia was born on October 29, 1992, in Mount Vernon, Washington, to Manuel and Michelle Canales. She spent a significant amount of her adult life working as a caregiver because she enjoyed caring for others and always wanted to assist everyone. Raised on a farm, Alicia began working at the age of 5. She frequently went back to assist on the family farm because she understood the importance of hard work. Alicia loved spending time with her family, and she saw and talked to them often, always remembering to say "I love you" when she said goodbye. She and her spouse, Bradley, resided in Bird's View. In July 2017, Alicia and Brad tied the knot in a stunning beach ceremony at Deception Pass. As a result, investigators quickly discovered that Alicia did not reside in the home where she passed away. It belonged to her sister, Amanda Canales, who shared it with her 3 kids. Amanda asked Alicia to watch her kids while she was away because she had to travel to New York for work. Alicia was glad to assist because she loved her nephew and nieces. 2 months prior, she had tied the knot and was eager to begin a family of her own. One of the people who called 911 was the stay-in nanny who was in the house with her. When she went downstairs after hearing gunshots, she discovered Alicia motionless and lying at the front door. When the police officers got to the scene, they looked at the house first. They had to see if the criminal was inside. They made sure that the only people in the house were Amanda's kids and the nanny. By closely inspecting everything, the police began searching for evidence after the terrified kids were removed from the house. The house had a car parked in front of it. Beside it were shell casings. It indicated that the person who shot Alicia was standing close to the vehicle, just in front of the front door. The door frame was struck by several bullets. Just outside the door, Alicia was lying face down. It did not appear to be a robbery. The house was not a mess. Furthermore, it appeared that the criminal had not even gone inside the house. However, why and by whom would someone wish to kill Alicia? The detectives suspected that it was a case of mistaken identity after learning that it was her sister's home. The investigators questioned Amanda, who may have been the target, but she was in New York when the nanny, who was also present in the house when the crime was committed, relaxed. They inquired as to whether she knew who would want to harm her or if she saw the person who shot Alicia. The nanny claimed that when she heard gunfire, she was upstairs. She noticed that Alicia was motionless and face down on the floor when she looked down. She called 911 because she was afraid and didn't see the person who had shot Alicia, the nanny. As far as she was aware, she told investigators, Alicia and her husband Bradley got along well, but she provided the first important lead to the police. According to her, there were issues between Amanda, Alicia's sister, and her former spouse, Kevin Lewis. The detectives discovered from looking through the local sheriff's office reports that this was not the first time the police had been called to this address. Every incident had something to do with family disputes between Amanda and Kevin Lewis. The detectives were therefore intrigued by this version. Kevin Lewis lived in a different area of Everett, so they located his home address and went there before dawn to speak with him. It was dark in his home. During the conversation, Kevin answered the door when they knocked. "Talk to Lewis." "She should be home," he said in response to the officer's question about his ex-wife's whereabouts. He appeared to have just awoken. He was asked to tell the detectives where he had slept. He claimed that his mother and sister could verify that he had spent the entire night at home. When the detectives told him that there had been a shooting in the home where his children lived, he didn't inquire as to why they were there. It was odd that he didn't show any emotion. He should have inquired about his children's well-being as a parent, but he chose not to do so. Kevin looked shocked and said, "Really, that was the end of our conversation?" when the detectives informed him that Amanda had been out of town on business. While strolling down the street, the detectives noticed that 2 nearby homes had security cameras that they could use to verify Kevin Lewis's story. He said that instead of going out, he spent the entire night at home. However, after reviewing the video, the investigators discovered that approximately 40 minutes prior to the assault on Alicia, a car was pulling up alongside Kevin's driveway. Then someone who looked a lot like Kevin came out the front door, approached this car, and got in. The vehicle drove off a short while later. The quality of the recording prevented the police from conclusively identifying Kevin as the next victim. The footage was seen by the investigators from a different camera. Despite being able to examine the car more closely, they were unable to identify it. They could only make out that the car was light in color. About 20 minutes later, they saw the car return after fast-forwarding the recording. But they had one important detail to notice. This car's front right rim was different from the other three. The front right rim was dark, while the other three were light. Kevin Lewis, who was in the first recording, got out of the car and went back to his house when the car came to a stop close to it. Approximately 20 minutes prior to the 911 calls regarding a shooting, this man, whoever he was, entered the house. The car then drove off and never came back. The drive from Kevin's house to Amanda's was 15 minutes. This could indicate that the car had enough time to reach Amanda's house, or it could indicate that the car was unrelated to the shooting. It was too soon to say. Amanda learned of her sister's passing. She was in New York a few hours later when their father called to inform them that Alicia had passed away. Alicia, married, was content and hoped to start a family of her own, but now her family had to grieve for her. Amanda said she had no doubt that her ex-husband Kevin was the one who shot Alicia when the investigators asked her if she believed he could have done it. Amanda Canales wasn't prepared to publicly acknowledge how toxic her relationship with her ex had been, even after her 8-year marriage ended. Despite having 3 young children, 2 girls and a boy, and spending 10 years with Kevin Lewis, Amanda had been extremely unhappy and continued to live in fear of him even after their June 2017 divorce. Amanda had been bruised by Lewis's previous physical abuse, and even after they had parted ways, he continued to threaten her. Amanda was granted full custody of their children in August 2017. Lewis was ordered to pay $800 a month in lieu of child support. For Amanda, it was a new beginning. As a single mother, she was grateful for the support she received from her family and concentrated on her home in Everett, Washington. Amanda was threatened by Kevin. He threatened to kill her. He had the training because he had served in the military. Although her sister passed away, Amanda thought she was the one who had been attacked. Rather, she even obtained a restraining order against Kevin, which he repeatedly broke. Amanda and their 3 kids were both terrified when he wandered outside her house and peered in the windows. Kevin was not charged by the police with any of the restraining order violations. Amanda was returning home late at night and parked in the driveway next to her house when she was brutally beaten as she got out of her car a few weeks prior to her sister's death. Someone attacked her as soon as she opened her car door. She didn't have time to see the attacker's face because everything happened so quickly, but given everything, she was certain that Kevin Lewis, 30, was responsible for Alicia Canales McGuire's death. The investigators thought he was planning to kill his ex-wife. At the time, Kevin was unaware that she was in New York. He was unaware that Alicia had been asked by Amanda to watch her kids while she was away. Today, though, this version contained an error. Kevin would have been at his house when the shooting occurred, if the man in the video was indeed him. He was also given an alibi by his mother and sister. As a result, the police kept looking into the incident and took into account various theories. After going back to Amanda's house to take another look at everything and analyzing the bullet trajectory, experts came to the conclusion that Alicia was shot while the door was partially open and that the shooter fired at least 7 shots that entered the house from the outside. According to the evidence found at the scene, someone fired a shot while standing next to the garage, then proceeded to the house's door and fired once more inside. Multiple gunshot wounds to the head and torso were determined by the medical examiner to be the cause of Alicia's death. She was hit by 5 shots. There were gunpowder stippling injuries in 2 of the wounds. The last 2 gunshot wounds to the head were most likely the last 2 wounds administered, according to the medical examiner, who testified that he was unable to ascertain the order of the 5 shots. The 7 shell casings discovered at the crime scene were fired from the same firearm, the experts concluded. Alicia was shot at close range, resulting in head injuries. After examining this version, the investigators were unable to locate any proof to support this. Due to the rarity of this particular brand of shell casings, the police were also interested in the ones discovered at the crime scene. These casings were produced in Russia and sold under the Tulimo name. The investigators hoped to identify the seller of these cartridges and possibly the buyer because the brand was not very popular. The investigators found that this brand of cartridges was sold by Walmart. The crime scene was close to one of these shops. Walmart representatives informed the detectives that they had CCTV footage showing a man paying for 9mm Talamo cartridges that he had recently purchased. The detectives went straight to Walmart to view the video. They thought Kevin Lewis might be the buyer when they made the recording on September 18, 2 days before Alisha passed away, but they were mistaken. The police now knew the identity of the man in the video, who wasn't Kevin, because he used a credit card to make the purchase. When the investigators looked into this man, they discovered no relationship to the nanny, Alisha Amanda, or Kevin Lewis. They now had to find fresh evidence. The investigators looked through every version that was available at the time before turning to Amanda for fresh details about Kevin. They had a good relationship at first, she said. Kevin was restrained in his behavior during the honeymoon. She didn't anticipate that he would start hitting her and grow more hostile over time. After their relationship ended, Amanda was granted full custody of the children, a restraining order was issued, and they got divorced. However, a distraught Amanda was aware that Alisha wasn't supposed to be killed in the shooting and thought it was a case of mistaken identity. She told police that Lewis had somehow planned the attack and that Kevin was home when it happened. The footage from the night of Alisha's death has been examined by the investigators once more. They saw something now that they had never seen before. The man who left his house, Kevin, can be seen approaching the car and settling into the back seat behind the driver in this grainy video. Why, though, did he not take the front passenger seat? As the investigators searched for a solution, they came to the conclusion that someone else was already occupying the front passenger seat. As a result, by the time the car arrived at Kevin Lewis's house, there were most likely 2 people inside, which may have been the reason he had to take the back seat. There was insufficient evidence for the police to connect Kevin to Alisha's demise. But after gathering proof of Kevin's assaults on his ex-wife Amanda, they detained him in November 2018 and gave him a 3-year prison sentence. In the meantime, Alisha's case was still unresolved over a year after her death. The only break in this case came in 2019 when a woman with crucial information called the police station. A girl from nearby Spokane who had attended a party and boasted about being hired to kill someone on York Road, the street where Alisha was shot, was the source of the detective's tip. Given that Spokane was roughly 5 hours away from Everett, the police were unsure of what to believe. According to the caller, she was at a party when a young woman walked in. Angelica is who she is. The latter boasted about her involvement in the crime with her boyfriend. This woman claims that Angelica stated that a person died as a result of being shot in the head. They were hired to shoot from around the corner by the children's father. Additionally, according to Angelica, they killed the wrong person. A case of mistaken identity was involved in the incident. The specifics of this case have never been made public by the police. Alisha's head injury was only known to the investigators and her family. Angelica's knowledge of numerous details about the crime piqued the police's interest as they searched for her. Her true name, Alexis Hale, was discovered by the investigators. On her social media, they discovered pictures of her brandishing a 9mm handgun. It might have been the crime's weapon. Additionally, there were multiple videos with a man in the background. It was Jaredon Phelps, Alexis's boyfriend. Alexis Hale shared a video taken through a car's windshield that examined the road signs the night before Alisha passed away. The investigators were able to pinpoint the precise location of the car at that time, which was roughly 10 minutes away from Kevin Lewis's home. A few hours after Alisha's passing, Jaredon Phelps boasted about a wad of cash in the video below. One of the 5 comments that the investigators saw on Phelps's social media photo was from his aunt. They identified his aunt as Kevin Lewis's mother after clicking on her social media profile. As it happened, Kevin's cousin was Jaredon Phelps. The police had good reason to make an arrest. Alexis Hale was the first to be placed in handcuffs. She screamed and claimed that because she was only 17 years old, the police were unable to arrest her. She demanded a lawyer because she understood why she had been arrested. Jaredon Phelps was taken into custody by the police in a different area of the city at the same time. Phelps and Hale had driven from Spokane to Everett to carry out the shooting, according to the investigators' phone records. Additionally, early on September 20, Lewis's neighbor's security footage captured someone getting into a car. At 1:13 a.m. EM, the man in the white top departed, and at 1:37 a.m. he returned. Following Alisha's passing, Lewis was wearing a white top when the police visited him. Alexis kept everything from the investigators. At the time, Kevin Lewis was serving a 3-year prison sentence for assaulting Amanda. As a result, the researchers were hoping that Phelps would provide some information. The investigators suspected it was Kevin Lewis, and now the police had a confession and the name of the man who hired Hale and Phelps. Phelps provided them with additional information about the crime when they brought him to the scene. Following Alicia Canales McGuire's death in September 2017, Kevin Lewis, who was already incarcerated on an unrelated charge, was charged with aggravated murder with a firearm, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder in July 2020. At the age of 20, he entered a guilty plea to first-degree premeditated murder. He was given a 31-year prison sentence by the court. At age 18, Hale entered a guilty plea to the same charge and received a 15-year sentence. During the trial, Phelps testified that he had committed the crime for financial gain and to gain notoriety. Lewis gave Phelps money, which he used to purchase a Ferragamo belt buckle, Timberland boots, and some tattoos. He asserted that he had given his ex-girlfriend $200 after she obtained the pistol from a family member. Later that year, Lewis entered a not guilty plea and was put on trial by the prosecution. Claimed that in order to get his ex-wife out of the way, he had given $2,400 to his cousin and his girlfriend. Although he had made them into adolescent killers, Alicia had unintentionally opened the door in a tragic case of mistaken identity. Lewis gave Phelps an envelope of cash on the way back. Phelps said Lewis had led them to the house, but that he didn't know who the target was. Phelps and Hale dropped Lewis back at his house and then went back to the spot Lewis had indicated. After getting out of the car, the two headed for the house. Hale went to knock on the front door and Phelps stopped beside the garage. Hale left as soon as Alicia opened the front door, and Phelps fired the gun until it was empty. The gun's muzzle crossed the threshold as Phelps fired the first few shots from his position close to the garage, and the final two after approaching the front porch. The final 2 shots were directed at the head and neck region. Phelps and Hale returned in their vehicle because of a glove that might have been left at the scene. They turned around and departed when they saw police cars upon their return. After getting GPS directions, they returned to Spokane by car. The defense contended that Lewis had only said to move the target out of the way and had never used the word kill in his conversation with his cousin. However, the court was reminded by the prosecution of Kevin's violent past and his threats against Amanda. They claimed that power and control are at the heart of this case, and it was obvious what the goal was. Amanda described him as pure evil. He had played with their kids, who were in the house when she was supposed to die, she remembered incredulously. I assumed you loved them, but a person who truly cares for someone would never want to put them in danger or cause them any trauma. Did you care that they would have woken up to find their own mother dead, lying in a pool of blood, if it had been just me home that night? She asked. She also discussed finding her kids a safe place to live. She informed Louis that, in spite of all the harm you caused, they are recovering and moving on. In case you were wondering, they never inquire about or discuss you. The jury found Lewis guilty of first-degree murder in less than 3.5 hours after a 6-week trial in November 2021. In January 2022, 34 Kevin was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Records show that Lewis is still incarcerated at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla County, where Judge Thompson also ordered him to have no contact with his former wife, his children, Phelps, or Hale for the remainder of his life. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On February 27, 2017, the 1-year-old Valerie Arrow was found dead in her home. The scene that unfolded before the eyes of the police was shocking in its cruelty. Valerie lay on the bed wearing a bathrobe, her wrists bound with a shoelace and a scarf in her mouth as a gag. It was soaked in blood that had flowed from her throat. The room's floor was covered with the torn underwear of the girl, ripped in half. One obvious injury on her body was a strangulation mark on her neck. The police had even more to ponder after the autopsy. The toxicological analysis revealed that Valerie had been under the influence of multiple substances, and 2 scarves were discovered deep in her throat. They were so numerous that they might have killed her on their own. In addition, Valerie's backpack was discovered in the trash a few days prior by a building worker where the girl resided. Her papers, an ashtray, cigarette butts, a glass, shoes, apartment keys, and a blood-stained bedside lamp were all found inside. After compiling this data, the investigators came to the conclusion that the girl had committed suicide on her own volition. The matter was resolved. Naturally, Valerie's family was not pleased with this conclusion and made vain attempts to convince the police to look into the case as a murder. A girl named Law Martin's wallet and documents were discovered by hikers on the Fenway Trail 11 months later. The same day, they found the dead body of a 19-year-old girl in Bon Roppers Roquette in a canal about 20 kilometers away. She had taken off her socks and was completely nude. Law, who had been absent for 2 days, was there. According to the autopsy, the girl was strangled to death, but before she passed away, she had been sexually assaulted both vaginally and anally, using what appeared to be a baseball bat. The forensic specialist also discovered a torn spleen, which suggests a very powerful abdominal blow, like a kick. Despite starting an investigation, the police were unable to find any solid leads. Furthermore, nobody ever thought to link the 2 cases together, of course. After 7 years, the morning of February 11, 1997, arrived. In Toulouse, firefighters broke into a 4th-floor apartment in a multi-story building at 9 in the morning. They found a 29-year-old woman named Martin Matten's charred and lifeless body inside. Martin was on the bed, face down. There was a magazine from an automatic pistol on the floor and a ripped and blood-stained bra in the bathroom. Blood was all over the carpet and the bathtub, and a light bulb that had been unscrewed was lying on the floor. The firefighters came to the conclusion that there were 2 fires, 2 obvious attempts at intentional arson in the living room by the armchair and in the bedroom. After weighing all of the available evidence, the investigating police inspector came to the conclusion that Martin's death was caused by a choice she made. Emily Espies, then 21 years old, went into a Toulouse bar 10 days later, on February 26, 1997. She wanted to grab a drink with her friends in the afternoon. She met Patrice, a nice and attractive man in the bar. Because he gave Emily and her friends illegal drugs, he had his own method of luring girls. The rest of the day and the next morning were spent with Patrice and Emily. The young man asked Emily to accompany him to a concert that he was planning to attend that evening. He invited her and she accepted. They did, however, meet up with Patrice's friend Eve, whom he had been living with for a while prior to the concert. The young people in the group shared a meal and some beverages. After that, Patrice and Emily headed to the concert in Patrice's car, arriving at around 1:30 a.m. While Patrice spent more time drinking beer at the bar, Emily danced a lot. Emily asked her new acquaintance to drive her home at around 2 in the morning because she was exhausted from not sleeping for 2 days. The tired girl fell asleep right away, before she had even had a chance to sit in the car. She was lying on the back seat of the car when she woke up, even though it felt like only a moment had gone by. Emily opened her eyes and was shocked to see that she was being choked by Patrice, a buffer with protruding eyes. He was no longer the nice guy she'd spent the entire day with. How someone could spend a whole day with such a nice guy and then, in just 1 minute, transform into a monster who was now strangling her, was beyond Emily's comprehension. Emily made an effort to resist. She tried to rip Patrice's hair, screamed and scratched him. Emily passed out after he repeatedly hit her face and told her to stop talking. She woke up without her underwear a few minutes later. She must have been violated by his attempt. Given the likelihood of her death, Emily made the decision to either pretend to be dead or speak to him. In an attempt to defuse the situation and maintain her composure, she decided to speak with Patrice. She reiterated that she understood everything, that excessive drinking causes such things, that everything was okay, and that she would keep it a secret. Patrice asked her to please him after stopping the car. Emily declined. He then accompanied her to the back seat, proceeded to undress her, and again violated her. Emily tried to maintain her composure. She kept conversing with him, downplaying the damage he had done to her. Patrice suddenly started crying and expressed regret for his actions. "You have 10 years of my life in your hands," he told Emily. He must have been sincere, because Emily didn't think he was such a great actor. She felt hope once more. Emily soothed her tormentor and attacker. Her only concern was to survive this nightmare, so she spoke softly to him. She asked him to drive her home after she was able to calm Patrice down. When he refused, they went to Patrice's friend Eve's place. Patrice stopped touching Emily as they lay down to sleep in the same bed. A sense of expectation developed. Despite going through hell, Emily is still alive. Even though the assailant was only a few centimeters away from her, she felt a little safer because she knew Eve was in the adjacent room. For several hours, the girl was able to sleep until she heard his girlfriend Eve awaken. They were in the kitchen when Emily got up. When Eve and his girlfriend Nora noticed Emily's facial bruises, they were appalled. She told them that a guy at the concert had attacked her. His face was hidden by a hood so she couldn't see it. Emily lied, primarily to protect herself but also to protect Patrice. She had been severely shaken and was still in shock after all. She might not have been completely conscious of what was going on, as though her soul had separated from her body. This is a typical defense mechanism used by traumatized individuals. Since Eve knew that his ex-girlfriend had thrown him out following a heated argument and didn't fully trust him, she discreetly pulled her aside and inquired as to whether Patrice had anything to do with it, even though she was staying with him. Nora is adamant that it was a guy from the concert and that Patrice had nothing to do with it. Patrice went to the kitchen as well after waking up. Emily was right when he said, "Yes, it was a guy in a hood. Unfortunately, there was no chance of catching him." Anyway, Emily was taken to the hospital by Nora. The girl's neck had evidence of strangulation, according to the doctors. She also had a number of facial injuries. She would need to stay in the hospital for a few days while being monitored by doctors. Emily felt at last more secure in the hospital. She made the decision to come clean and admit that Patrice had actually attacked her, but he had already vanished because he thought Emily might confess everything. Now that one of Patrice's victims was alive, the police began looking for him. He would spend 3 months evading capture. Patrice, now known as Frank, met Marie Norman at a country festival on June 14, $1,997. Murray lived in a chalet in a small town below Foix and was 35 years old. When the young man complained about having nowhere to stay, Murray felt sorry for him and offered to let him live with her in return for some housework. In addition, Murray decided that Frank would take care of the house while she visited her parents on the 20th. For a few days, Murray and Frank lived together in this manner. He fixed things and worked in the garden during the day, and they ate dinner, chatted, and smoked together in the evening. Murray and Frank had a terrific time on June 19th. She organized a dinner to celebrate Murray's new position at a wolf sanctuary in Orlu. They smoked cannabis and drank a lot, clearly in a positive mood. Frank, that is Patrice, tried to plant a kiss on Murray. To avoid an unpleasant situation, she went into the bedroom, but it was obvious that she wasn't prepared for it. But then the man hit her against the wall, grabbed her by the head, and followed her into the room. Despite feeling lightheaded, Murray was able to escape his hold. Patrice then grabbed a chair and struck his victim, who had collapsed on the bed and was no longer conscious. He repeatedly attacked her viciously. He began choking her with his bare hands after this brought her back to consciousness. However, Murray was still breathing when he let go of her throat. Patrice then gagged her and tied her wrists and ankles. He then carried Murray's body to the first floor and started cleaning up to get rid of any remaining blood. To hide the bloodstains, he applied blue paint to the blue carpet. The top layer of blood-stained wooden furniture was removed with an angled grinder. The murderer washed his own clothes in the washing machine and set fire to sheets and clothing in the garden. He then buried Murray in her own garden after digging a hole in the garden and covering the victim's body with a blanket. He stole some valuable items that could be sold, such as the angle grinder, and 5,000 francs in cash the next evening before departing the chalet. He left the following note on the table to try to dispel suspicion. "Murray, I don't know where you are. I finished my work and am leaving." Patrice was traveling to Spain in Murray's vehicle on June 20, 1997. In addition, it was his 29th birthday. Patrice arrived in the southern Spanish city of Alicante a few days later. He met Isabelle and Valerie, 2 French girls there. The young people soon became friends and spent days together, going for walks, eating meals, and tanning on the beach. The girls' holiday came to an end, and it was time for them to head back to Paris. They exchanged phone numbers and agreed to get together again in the future, if only they were aware. Patrice proceeded with his travels, stopping in Belgium and Germany before reaching Paris on September 1, 1997. He called Isabelle and Valerie, of course, and they decided to go out to dinner that same evening. Patrice told the girls that his car and all of his money had been stolen, but they were still glad to see their new friend again. He was very good at making himself look like a victim. Before leaving, he asked one of the girls if he could spend 2 days with them. Valerie was unable to take him because she was going on a business trip the following day, but Isabelle let him sleep on her sofa as long as it didn't last longer than 4 days. A loud explosion woke up the residents of the apartment building where Isabelle Shuchari, then 31 years old, lived on September 4, 1997. As it happened, the girl's apartment had been the scene of a fire before the explosion. Her body was discovered on the bed, partially burned. The fire started close to the restroom after the kitchen's gas burners were turned on. Isabelle's death was clearly not a coincidence. 3 glasses, a bottle of pink wine, and champagne were on the table, and the front door was left open. The killer's extreme cruelty was demonstrated by the wounds on the victim's body. Blood was dripping from her mouth, nose, and anus, and there was blood in the toilet. Isabelle's body, however, showed no signs of semen. Rather, a carrot that was stained with blood was discovered close to the mattress. It would be confirmed by the autopsy that the girl was tortured by the perpetrator. In addition, she had been badly beaten. Her face was primarily struck, but other parts of her body were also hit. The cause of death was asphyxia. Because of the testimony of Emily Espy, who survived Patrice Allegre's attack at the end of February, investigators were immediately alerted to the fact that Isabelle had provided shelter to a man named Patrice. This was because the police had been looking for a particular Patrice for a while. Then, Mireille Norman's relatives, who were expecting her as a guest, started to worry after she vanished, but her body wasn't discovered until 3 weeks later, when it was bound and buried in the garden. However, even though he gave a false name, many witnesses had seen his face and recognized him from the investigators' photos. So after the body was found, gendarmes' suspicions were strongly connected to Patrice. He was already being actively sought when he returned to Paris in early September. His search warrant made the rounds of France. The police reached out to his friends and family and offered a reward for helping to apprehend him. Patrice then got in touch with a friend and asked him if he could spend the night in Paris. At that point, the investigators saw a chance to capture him. They requested that this man give Patrice a call back and point him in the direction of a prime capture site in Châtenay-Malabry. At 5:10 p.m. on September 5, 1997, Patrice went inside the house where the police were already concealed. He didn't fight being arrested. He even appeared relieved to be arrested, as if he were sick of hiding, according to some witnesses. Unexpectedly, the public paid little attention to the serial killer's arrest. Since the investigators were initially unable to connect the various cases, it could be that the media failed to report that a serial killer was on the loose. However, it was also because the car accident and Princess Diana's death in Paris on August 31, 1997, took center stage in the news. Consequently, there was little media coverage of Patrice's arrest. It didn't garner much media attention. Patrice voluntarily cooperated when he was being questioned. He gave a detailed account of his crimes and admitted to them. He described them in the present tense as though reliving them, but with a totally detached expression, which made it terrifying. Patrice was taken into custody in connection with the assault on Emily Espy and the killings of Isabelle Chichari and Mireille Norman. But he used a different name when Patrice mentioned Mireille Norman, the girl who let him stay in her chalet in return for helping out in the garden. The investigators wondered why he had given her the name Martine. They gradually came to understand that he was mistakenly thinking she was another of his victims. Investigators offered Patrice champagne, oysters, foie gras, and more outdoor walks in exchange for disclosing information about his other victims, because they knew he had a penchant for luxuries. In fact, Patrice later admitted to the murders of Valérie Thériault, Martine Mathias, and Laure Martine. Only after the pieces of the puzzle began to fit together as evidence that the detectives were already aware of. As is already well known, investigators came to the conclusion that Valerie Theriault and Martin Mathias had committed suicide, but as it happened, Patrice knew each of the women personally. He was co-workers with Valerie Theriault, who was a waiter at the same Toulouse cafe. She recognized Lamartine, who lived with him in the same area of Toulouse, and got into his car. She was Patrice's neighbor, Martin Mathias. They shared apartments across from one another. To put it another way, investigators were unaware of numerous hints that suggested Patrice Allegre was a potential suspect for a long time. For a serial killer, that was unusual. Even if they were only acquainted for a few days, as was the case with Emily, Patrice knew each of his victims by name. However, his approach was always the same. We hang out, spend time together, make friends, and then the attack happens. Investigators and later psychiatrists observed that Patrice found it much more difficult to explain the murders when they discussed them, even though he readily confessed to the killings and helped the investigation during interrogations. Every time, he described the incident as follows. He attempted to kiss the victim, but she refused, so he got angry and strangled her. The man claimed that he did everything by himself, but in certain instances he assaulted the victims with objects. This suggests that his account of the killings and assaults is not accurate. Does he have a bad memory of what happened, or is it a lie? It's difficult to say, but it calls into question his confession anyhow. Let's take Martin Mathias's case as an example. Patrice remembers that in early February 1997, he met her at McDonald's. After he asked to sit at her table, they struck up a conversation and discovered that boxing was a common interest. Patrice had previously trained under French boxing champion Martin Mathias. Patrice claims that Martin invited him to join her for a drink a few days later and agreed to meet with him again, and this meeting was when everything went wrong. This version isn't entirely supported by the autopsy, though. Despite not drinking, toxicological analysis showed that she had alcohol and chloroform in her system. Additionally, the intimate area of her body bore the scars of an electric shock. As you may remember, the electrical wiring in the apartment was altered, and a light bulb was unscrewed. This raises the possibility that Patrice stalked the girl because he lived across the street, even though the girl did not invite him to her home. Then, because Martin Mathias was stronger than him in normal conditions, he rendered her incapable of moving. It is crucial to recognize that there are differences between the killer's account and the available evidence, even though there are no facts that can be used to prove this. Furthermore, this suggests that he is not making an effort to be totally truthful with the inquiry. He also talked excitedly and in detail about his early years. On June 20, Patrice was born in Toulouse. At the age of 17, his mother, Michelle, a hairdresser, became pregnant with him. Roland, his father, was a police officer and 4 years her senior. He was always an unwanted child, and Patrice knew it. The second son, a desired child, was born to Michelle and Roland 7 years later. One could not say that Patrice had a happy childhood. His father would physically abuse his mother, and his parents would frequently quarrel. When Patrice attempted to step in, he was beaten instead. Being a police officer, Roland neglected his son and was frequently away from home. In contrast, Patrice's mother didn't seem to care much for him. But when Patrice was young, she collapsed into an alcoholic coma in front of him in her beauty salon because she was an alcoholic. She also consistently cheated on her husband and was unfaithful to him. Patrice was able to observe some of her private interactions and the post-fight reconciliations between Michelle and Roland. He would frequently try to sleep in his room by covering his head with a pillow to block out the sounds of his mother's groans coming from the room next door. Another time, when Patrice, then 6, was sitting in the back seat and watching everything, she got pleasure from one of her friends in the car. Patrice idolized his mother and hated his father in spite of everything. He would stand up for her and was offended when others made disparaging remarks about her. He had to repeat a year multiple times because he struggled to learn in school. Because his mother permitted it, he would skip classes. He started stealing, selling drugs, and committing crimes during this time. But each time he was taken into custody, his father would save him. For instance, Roland once compensated the victims of Patrice's thefts with 300 francs. His actions may have stemmed from a traumatic incident that happened to him when he was 13 years old. 2 boys kidnapped him after he fled his home. He was abused in a car and drugged with strong illegal substances before being abandoned on the side of a distant road. For a boy who was not yet 14, this could not have failed to leave scars. This gives us a chance to learn more about him, but it doesn't excuse what he did later. He began abusing drugs and drinking excessively when he was 14 years old. The issue was that under the influence of drugs, Patrice, who was characterized as charming when sober, underwent a radical transformation. He became so genuinely aggressive that his friends, who were aware of it, were terrified of him. Patrice once became furious when someone made a negative comment about his younger brother while he was intoxicated at a bar. After leaving, he came back to the bar brandishing a weapon, held it to the victim's head, and squeezed the trigger. The gun miraculously failed to discharge, and Patrice was captured. His first and last murder might have been this one. At the age of 17, Patrice Allegre attacked a girl for the first time. Everything was going well when he first met the girl at a party. They went to a park, where the girl pushed Patrice away when he tried to approach her. It should be clear to you by now that rejections made him furious. He apologized, took the girl home, and immediately stopped choking her. But his strategy was already starting to take shape. It's interesting that Patrice never had issues with girls. Rather, the issue was that he had two sides. He was charming as long as the girl agreed, but if she didn't, he had to coerce her into giving him what he wanted. Patrice had two committed romantic relationships in his life. Cecile was the subject of the first. Their first real love story began in 1986, when Patrice was 18 years old. After 7 years of dating, the young couple had a daughter. But their relationship ended in 1989, just months after he committed his first murder. Their bond was similar to Patrice's parents. Patrice would physically assault Cecile during their heated arguments, but Patrice could control himself to some extent with Cecile. He tried to strangle her, for instance, but stopped when he said, "No, not you, not you." Cecile ended up in the hospital in 1994 with a broken jaw. After she lodged a complaint, Patrice was placed under arrest for a number of weeks. Cecile ultimately made the decision to end her relationship with Patrice in 1995. He met Sylvie the following year, and the two would live together until February 1997, when Sylvie also left Patrice because of his violent behavior. At that exact moment, Patrice attacked Émilie after moving into his friend Yves's home. On February 11, 2002, Patrice's trial got underway in Toulouse. He was charged with 5 murders, 1 attempted murder, and 6 violent crimes. Numerous errors made by the police during Valérie Thériault and Martin Mathias's investigation, which led them to conclude it was a suicide, were brought up during the trial. Given that his father was one of them, there were even rumors that the police were shielding Patrice. It was only a conspiracy theory, though. Psychiatrists examined Patrice's case, which was uncommon for criminal cases in France. His divergent views on his father and mother were among the most intriguing features. He vilified his father while exalting his mother. He even told his mother that they ought to murder his father when he was 13 years old. In spite of this, Patrice's father, Roland Allegre, showed up in court, took the witness stand, and looked his son in the eyes while declaring his love for him, in spite of everything he had done. He compared his crimes to those of his father, and Patrice's response was, "Well, I don't love you, I hate you. I should have killed you, as I told Mom, then I wouldn't have caused so much harm." But he never once put the blame for anything on his mother. Psychiatrists think that the trauma from his mother's private adventures had a big impact on him. As a child, he was terrified by his mother's groans, but as an adult, he developed into a powerful man who tormented women by stifling their groans, the very essence of these women. It's interesting to note that he never attacked while his victims were unconscious. Émilie, who was fortunate enough to wake up and speak to him, was the first victim to calm him down and persuade him not to kill her. Émilie regained her human face when she woke up, but it seemed as though he could render girls unconscious and do whatever he wanted with them. He himself stated, "I have a memory lapse. I remember choking her, then she came to and I apologized. It brought me to my senses. I'm ashamed of what I did. I don't know what to say." It's also intriguing why, despite the apparent attraction between the young people, girls abruptly turned him down. The psychologist believes that he unintentionally caused the women to reject him. As is typical of killers who have personally experienced violence as children, he desired control over the victim. It was his strange method of taking charge of the circumstance again. Given that he violated each and every one of his victims, it would appear that the motive is simple to determine. It's not that easy, though. He acknowledged that he did not enjoy the attacks, despite the fact that this explanation seems the most obvious. For someone who occasionally has normal relationships and at other times commits horrible murders, he is more than just a sexual maniac. According to a U.S. psychiatrist who examined him, it was far more important to have control over the situation. Essentially, rather than humiliation leading to violence, violence led to humiliation. He was never able to explain why he killed. He spoke enthusiastically with psychiatrists during the trial, hoping they would answer this question for him. Another crucial query was whether Patrice had any additional victims, particularly during the period between 1990 and 1997. That is quite possible, because some of his known victims were not properly investigated. Even though Patrice says he didn't kill anyone else, is he reliable? At first, he only admitted to one violent act and 2 murders. To find out if he might be accountable for any other unsolved crimes, the police assembled a team of experts. They were able to get a clue from Patrice regarding the unresolved murder case of Lynn Garibaldi by promising her champagne and oysters, along with another walk. After looking into 191 unresolved cases since 1984, they were able to locate 2 witnesses who had previously worked as prostitutes in Lynn Garibaldi's case: Crystal Berg, also known to the public as Patricia, and Florencia Caliafi, who was known to the media as Fanny. They all accused Patrice of killing Lynn, but in addition to him, they also accused Marc Barrage, the Toulouse prosecutor, of committing crimes. He allegedly hosted sadomasochistic parties where judges and politicians would have a good time. According to Fanny, the girls were abused, tortured, and occasionally killed because they did not voluntarily attend the parties. The orgies prostitutes were supplied by Lynn Garibaldi. Marc Barrage ordered Patrice to kill her because she threatened to tell the police everything. The name of Dominique Baudis was mentioned once. He was the former mayor of Toulouse and is said to have been with Barrage when Lynn was murdered. As the tension around his case increased, Patrice wrote a letter to a popular program claiming that Barrage and Baudis were in fact a part of a criminal organization. Fanny was interviewed by the same show 2 weeks later, during which she described the children she witnessed shackled in a torture chamber on the ground floor of a home close to Toulouse. However, Patrice withdrew his confession to the murder of Lynn Garibaldi only 15 days later. Later, it came to light that Patrice and Fanny had received generous compensation from the show's producers for their stories. It also turned out that Marc Barrage didn't even know Patrice, and Dominique Baudis couldn't have been at Lynn's murder because he was in Paris. Patrice and Fanny were accused of giving false testimony, and the politicians were exonerated of the charges. For providing false testimony, Fanny and Patrice received sentences of 18 months and 3 years in prison, respectively. In July 2005, Patrice Allegre was given a life sentence on February 21, 2002, with the possibility of release after 22 years. He has already completed the required 22 years of service and is currently 54 years old. He started dating a Canadian psychologist during this period who relocated to France and lived near her prison-dwelling beloved. Patrice must want to see the woman and his daughter when they are not incarcerated. He applied for early release, but he dropped the plan after psychiatrists concluded that he has not been rehabilitated and that he has a very high risk of relapsing despite his best efforts. 9 years after the attack in 2006, Emily, the only survivor of Patrice's assault who testified against her attacker in court, died. Regretfully, she decided to do this herself. That concludes the terrifying tale for today. Please remember to like and subscribe if you liked this video so you don't miss any future uploads. Tell me in the comments what surprised you the most about this story as well. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye. A 24-year-old girl went missing from the store where she worked the evening shift. Police discovered traces of blood in the back room and signs of a struggle, but it was not a robbery. the unknown perpetrator had left a fully stocked cash register. A few days later, the girl's body was discovered 5 kilometers from the store. The investigation into this terrible case lasted nearly 25 years. Lisa Sievert's fate was unknown for nearly a quarter of a century. Lisa Marie Seeger was born March 24, 1968, in Holyoke, Massachusetts. She was raised in a close-knit family with 3 other children. Aside from her, they lived in a town called Agawam. The girl has always been interested in music and has learned to play a variety of instruments. She was even a part of the school music group. Lisa attended Westfield State University after graduating from high school and earned a teaching degree in 1990. As an intern, she works multiple shifts as a counselor at a children's camp, while also teaching Sunday school at her church. After that, she works as a teacher's aide at Agawam High School, where she previously studied. At 24 years old, she spent the majority of her time working with a group of special needs children. She understood her students better than any other teacher, and she was also very professional, ensuring that each of her students received the best education possible. She also worked part-time at a local card and gift shop. On Wednesday, April 15, 1992, she finished her school shift around 5:30 and went to the store, where she worked until 9 p.m. At around 5 p.m., her sister Lynn briefly joined her at work. Lisa recalled being in a good mood that evening, and nothing foretold trouble. The next morning, saleswoman Sophia Maynard arrived at the store and was scheduled to start her shift at 9 a.m. Lisa was surprised to find her car in the parking lot. It was unusual because the girl worked at school in the mornings and was not supposed to be in the store. Sophia thought Lisa might have been out for the morning shift due to the approaching Easter. They were planning to inflate balloons for sale for that holiday. Sophia walked in the store and called Lisa by name, but there was no response. When she approached the counter, she saw her things there, including her wallet and car keys. It all looked very strange, so if she decided to call the police, a squad arrived at the store and began their inspection. Everything seemed normal. A heel strike. Despite this, they were unable to locate any useful leads on the premises. It was soon discovered that Lisa had also failed to arrive at school this morning. The principal even called her mother to see if everything was fine, but she had no idea where her daughter was. Lisa's disappearance quickly spread throughout the small town, and within hours all of her friends, relatives, and acquaintances had joined the investigation. The police began by developing a robbery theory, which quickly fell apart. Nobody had touched the money in Lisa's cash register or wallet. All of the merchandise was also available. Detectives then began to reconstruct the chronology of events. That evening, they learned that Lisa's sister had left the store at around 6 p.m. After talking to employees at neighboring stores, they obtained more information at about 7:20 p.m. Lisa spoke with the owner of the carpet store next door. They discussed a pressing problem with the local parking lot, which was being occupied by bowling alley customers. The owner told her that he himself would not risk voicing his displeasure with the drivers who parked in front of there. The door was open, but the clerk never emerged. The woman thought she heard noise in the back room, but she decided to leave. As a result, the police determined Lisa's disappearance occurred around 8:20 p.m. She served her final customer, and by 9 o'clock, something had happened to her. The detectives were to figure out what had happened during those 40 minutes. The local investigators were assisted by the FBI and state police, who coordinated a massive surge. Foot squads searched the area surrounding the store from helicopters. The more distant terrain police dogs were also brought to the store in the hopes of tracking Lisa down. Unfortunately, none of this led to any results. Investigators concluded that Lisa had clearly not left the store of her own free will, so on April 17th, the head of the local police announced a reclassification of the case, which had previously been classified as a missing person case. 2 days after her disappearance, police were already looking into a kidnapping. On Sunday morning, April 19th, all local churches prayed that Lisa would be found alive and unharmed. It was Easter, but there was no holiday spirit whatsoever. At around 2 p.m., the police received a call. A man was walking his dog on the outskirts of town near Highway 75, walking along a wooden area when he noticed a woman's body and immediately contacted law enforcement. Officers arrived on the scene and identified Lisa Sievert. They found multiple wounds on her body from a sharp object. Later, medical experts determined that the girl had also been abused. Her body was about 5 kilometers from the store, which meant that the perpetrator most likely drove the girl here in a car. A farewell ceremony was held at the church where the girl taught on Sundays. It was attended by nearly 1,000 people. The residents of the small town, who were accustomed to a quiet and safe life, panicked. Many store owners eliminated single shifts, and employees walked each other to their cars. The self-defense sections became overcrowded in a matter of days. In addition, approximately 300 women applied for firearm ownership permits. The entire town feared that an unknown criminal would strike again. The police and FBI were working on the case almost all day and night. It soon became clear that they had obtained a DNA sample from the crime scene that could belong to the killer. They developed a theory that Lisa's boyfriend was involved, but he had an alibi and his DNA did not match the sample. They discovered that the girl's friends, coworkers, and relatives had all undergone DNA testing, but there were still no matches. The police also received numerous tips from local residents. Some reported seeing a suspicious car on the night of Lisa's murder, while others claimed to know the identity of the perpetrator. However, all of these leads led nowhere, and detectives sifted them from the tire tracks on the road near where the body was discovered. The police determined that they were abandoned by a van or large SUV. Detectives questioned all drivers of similar vehicles and were no closer to apprehending the perpetrator, but they did locate a witness who may have seen the same vehicle. At around 9:15 p.m., an employee from a store near Lisa's workplace drove home. Standing at a traffic light, she noticed a large SUV pull off the road and head toward the location where Lisa's body was later discovered. The woman was unable to describe the car in greater detail because it was dark outside. She only mentioned that she thought there were a man and a woman in the car. She also mentioned that when the car pulled onto the dirt road, the woman's head twitched unnaturally, as if she were asleep or unconscious. Because this information did not aid in the identification of the suspect, all leads have been exhausted. The police continued to investigate the case, but with each passing month, the prospect of solving this macabre mystery faded. It took a year and a half before Lisa's family and friends were given another chance to discover the truth. In October 1993, national television aired an episode about the caves. The popular program aired stories about unsolved cases, which drew a lot of attention. This sometimes resulted in new witnesses for the police. The case got a second wind. Lisa's case was no exception. Within an hour of the broadcast, the police had received hundreds of calls from people with information. As is often the case, the majority of these leads led nowhere, but the police pursued each one thoroughly. The detectives stated that they had identified a few valuable leads, but did not specify which ones. Unfortunately, it did not go anywhere. The chances of solving the case decreased steadily over time. Lisa's family went to great lengths to ensure that her legacy was never forgotten. Although Lisa's teaching career was cut short early on, her relatives made significant contributions to the Agawam educational system in 1995. Lisa's parents donated $11,000 to the science division of the school where she worked. These funds were used to buy equipment and support genetics classes. The parents also established a fund to assist gifted students, which distributed approximately $35,000 in awards. Lisa was murdered 10 years ago. Her mother refused to give up hope that the case would ever be solved. She went to great lengths to honor her daughter's memory. Her mother participated in all interviews and answered reporters' questions. Every year, hundreds of people gathered to light candles in Lisa's memory. Meanwhile, police had only one piece of significant evidence in their possession: a DNA sample from the alleged killer. They kept cross-referencing it with known criminal databases, hoping that the right person would show up sooner or later, but it never happened. A new method of DNA phenotyping essence is as follows. Using the information embedded in a person's DNA, experts determine the features of his appearance and construct an assumed portrait at the time. Specialists can use DNA to determine sex, approximate age, eye and hair color. The portrait created from this data is not always accurate, but the coincidence with a real person's face can be amazing. Experts presented two portraits of Lisa's alleged killer, aged 25 and 50, based on DNA evidence. When the police department posted these portraits, they received over 170 calls. These individuals reported seeing a similar man, but the majority of these leads also led nowhere. Only a year later, on September 18, 2017, police issued a high-profile announcement that the perpetrator had been apprehended. Gary Shara, 49, was the man who revealed himself. The news quickly went viral in the American media. When the police find the killer after a quarter of a century, it is extremely rare, so such stories immediately piqued the public's interest. Investigators revealed how they located Cher shortly after his arrest. It turned out that the man was considered a suspect in 1993, a year after Lisa was murdered. Remember the federal television program that prompted the police to receive hundreds of calls with potential leads? A lawyer from Seattle was among those who called in. He informed detectives that his client may have information about Lisa's murder. She was a woman in the process of divorcing her husband. They lived in the town of Long Meadow, which was near Agawam. According to the woman, her husband was paying more attention to Lisa Sievert's case. If this murder were on television, he would rush into the room and stare blankly at the screen, completely unresponsive to those around him. As you may have guessed, this man was Gary Shara. He was 24 years old at the time. He was in a very troubled marriage with a 1-year-old son. He and his wife were constantly fighting and had begun divorce proceedings shortly after their child's birth. According to the police statement, they developed a theory that Gary was involved in 1993, but found no evidence to back it up. On the contrary, using his ex-wife as a source of information raised concerns. The truth is that she suffered from a variety of mental disorders and had a long history of alcohol abuse. Furthermore, during their divorce, Gary obtained custody of their son through the courts, but his wife secretly relocated the child to another state. Another important point to note is that this was not the first time former or current wives had called the police, alleging that their husbands were involved in Lisa's murder. Surprisingly, there were many such calls, so the detectives assumed Gary's case was just one of them. However, they questioned him, and the man denied his involvement and refused to provide a DNA sample. Because no one could legally force him to provide a sample, the police were left with few options. Later, detectives compiled a list of all the men interviewed in the case who refused to provide a DNA sample. Gary was among them, and the police called him in for questioning several more times. During the third interview in 2008, it was apparent that Gary was trying not to touch anything, not even the table. He was offered a bottle of water, but he refused. He looked as if he had only one thing on his mind: how the cops wouldn't get his DNA sample. By 2017, detectives had a list of 11 suspects on their hands, including Gary. All of them had been interviewed at various stages of the investigation and refused to voluntarily submit to DNA testing. In fact, there were many more suspects on that list, but through DNA phenotyping, investigators were able to weed out unsuitable candidates. They did not match some of the characteristics that experts determined from the DNA sample of Lisa's killer. In August 2017, detectives gathered all available information and went to court. They asked for an order compelling all the list members to provide DNA samples, and the court agreed. On September 13th of that same year, police went to Gary's apartment to notify him of this obligation, but the man was not home. The door was opened by his neighbor with whom they shared an apartment. The detectives left him their business card and asked him to give the information to Gary urgently. The very next day, something unexpected happened. Gary's current girlfriend came to the police station and reported that he had left 3 letters in her apartment. The researcher was surprised to find an apology to the secret family, as well as a detailed confession of Lisa's murder on 2 sheets. Gary wrote that he had violent and uncontrollable desires since childhood, and that evening he was obsessed with the idea of kidnapping and abuse. Gary, as he stated in a letter, allowed himself to do something horrible while driving past Lisa. The man stated that he did not intend to kill Lisa, but events allegedly spiraled out of his control. Gary stated that he wanted to surrender to the police hundreds of times but was unable to do so due to cowardice. He admitted to having suffered from self-loathing for many years. At the end of the letter, he stated his intention to commit suicide. Police immediately began looking for Gary, and his car was soon discovered in. Another suicide note was found on the windshield of a car in Stafford Springs Hospital parking lot. The man had ingested some powerful drugs, but he immediately got into his car and drove to the nearest hospital, where he was pumped out. When the doctors finished helping Gary, the police arrested him and took him to the station. At the same time, a judge issued a search warrant for both his and his girlfriend's apartments. The police discovered several objects containing his DNA. No one was surprised by the results of the analysis. It matched the killer's sample exactly, as well as several other potentially significant leads. Gary's wife, who had reported suspicions about him back in 1993, died in 2014. However, investigators discovered documents drafted by her lawyer in which the woman revealed numerous gruesome details. One day Gary told her in plain language that he could not engage in intimacy with her unless he had a knife in his hand. The day after Lisa's murder, the woman called her sister and told her that Gary had come home late at night, was extremely disturbed, and his body was covered with scratches. He also gave his wife a music box and said that he had bought it at the very store where Lisa worked, except according to Gary himself, it was an older woman with gray hair who sold it to him. The problem is that no such employee has ever been there. It is not clear why all these details were not reported to the police in 1993, and it is impossible to find out now. While in custody, Gary suddenly proclaimed his innocence and refused to confess to what he had done. In all likelihood, he was driven by simple fear, but with that kind of evidence, there was no chance of getting away with it. The only thing he was able to achieve was a postponement of his sentence. The trial was not to begin until 2 years later, but Gary, who had been in a cell the whole time, suddenly decided to confess on September 21, 2019. He appeared before a judge and pleaded guilty to the murder of Lisa Sievert. This charge qualified as first-degree murder, and in Massachusetts, a defendant on such a sentence faces life in prison without parole. Lisa's family was present in the courtroom. Her mother, who had waited 25 years to learn the truth, spoke. She thanked everyone involved in the investigation, as well as the ordinary concerned people who had been there for her family throughout. As a result, the killer went on to live the rest of his life. Despite taking a quarter of a century, one of the state's longest-running criminal cases was finally closed behind bars. The harsh reality in such a situation is anything but endless ignorance. Take care, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A terrible crime is depicted in the tragic events of November 28, 2014 in Fort Worth, Texas. An apartment complex resident named Ashlea Ann Harris, 31, was the target of a vicious and premeditated attack. The events that transpired on that fateful day raised troubling doubts regarding the motivation behind this barbaric deed. The incident started when a worried apartment complex resident called 911 on December 12th. Having called day 1 on a telephone, she called day 209. Emergency personnel hurried to the scene after they reported a fire in one of the units. The fact that this incident would turn into a murder investigation was unknown to them. The apartment was occupied by Ashlea Ann Harris when it caught fire. Nobody was able to verify at first whether Ashley was in the burning apartment. Firefighters fought the fire with courage and were able to contain it. The terrible truth was revealed only after the fire was extinguished. Since Ashley had been in her apartment the entire time, police concluded that the fire was not an accident because of Ashley's body. Ashley had been severely beaten, as evidenced by the pool of blood surrounding her lifeless body. Her ankles suffered the same fate as her hands, which were brutally bound with duct tape, leaving her helpless. There were more indications of violence. Her body was scarred by burns, and she had endured the pain of strangulation. Moreover, her throat had been brutally cut, adding to the horror. As the investigation progressed, it became evident that this was a carefully thought out and horrifyingly carried out murder, rather than merely a tragic accident or an isolated act of violence. After committing this horrible crime, the evidence suggested that someone had purposefully set the apartment on fire. The offender had also sprayed rubbing alcohol on Ashley's bed and other parts of her apartment, seemingly in an effort to cover up any evidence of their actions. But the horrific reality had not been hidden by the fire. The case's apparent lack of motivation was one confusing feature. Since Ashlea's keys were the only item missing from her apartment, investigators were left wondering, what could motivate someone to attack an innocent woman in such a vicious and heartless manner? As law enforcement looked for answers, justice, and closure for Ashlea Ann Harris's bereaved family, the murder investigation would surely be a difficult and heartbreaking one. The police started looking for answers. Interviews with Ashley's neighbors marked the start of their adventure. One of them, Stephen Lee, lived in an apartment next door. He described an odd sighting at around 6:30 a.m. that fateful morning. He was smoking a cigarette on his balcony when he spotted an unknown car parked close by. The car in question was a sleek black Infiniti G35, which was unusual in their peaceful neighborhood. This observation would turn out to be a key clue in the mystery that was developing. But Stephen Lee's story wasn't the only piece of the puzzle. At around 7:30 a.m., Ashley's neighbor Patrick Sweet, who lived directly below her apartment, told the police a terrifying revelation. A spine-tingling scream reverberated from above, startling and upsetting Patrick as he was startled out of his morning routine. After that, he heard a number of disturbing sounds, such as what sounded like a heavy thud and frantic, gasping breaths. He was terrified, but his carbon monoxide detector's blaring alarm was what finally got him to act. He became aware that a fire was occurring, so he quickly called 911 to solve the mystery of Ashley's disappearance. Ashley was employed as an assistant manager at an American Eagle store in the Hulen Mall, and the police painstakingly tracked her movements on the day in question. Their investigation revealed that she had eaten dinner in one of the apartments in their complex on Thanksgiving Day with her close friend Alexis Torres and a group of acquaintances. After dinner, Ashley went to work. The Black Friday sales craze during Ashley's work shift made for a long and exhausting evening. Alexis kindly volunteered to watch Ashley's cherished dog, Nala. Ashley is back at home. Was marked by the early morning. At approximately 3:15 a.m., Alexis visited briefly before leaving after 4 a.m. The timeline started to become crucial to the investigation at this point. According to the police, Ashley died suddenly between 4:15 and 7:30 in the morning. Because of this crucial period, the authorities were keen to find and talk to the owner of the enigmatic black Infiniti G35 in order to provide insight into what happened during those hours. After discovering the black Infiniti G35, the police made the decision to interrogate Alexis, Ashley's friend. She said she didn't know who owned the car. They are intrigued, though, by a tip from Christopher "Chris" Cravey, Ashley's boss. He told the police that he knew a woman named Carol Cervantes, who was a driver of one of these vehicles. The plot twist was that Carter had been fired in August after having previously worked at Ashley Leah's American Eagle store. The police began monitoring Carter's home after obtaining this lead. The following Saturday morning at 8 a.m., their patience paid off when they saw Carter leave her apartment and get into her Infiniti G35 with a man. After that, the man drove her to Hulen Mall, where he parked after dropping her off at the entrance. When the police came to question him, they found that he was actually Clarence, Carter's boyfriend. David Mallory, who used to work at the same American Eagle store, became suspicious when Clarence was unable to provide his driver's license when asked, which resulted in his arrest. Officers observed some odd details about him while he was at the police station. The plastic price tag fastener was still on his brand new ski mask, which showed no signs of wear. In addition, his lower lip, which was visibly swollen even after Clarence was arrested, looked like a recent injury. Despite being seen entering the mall, Carter was never seen again. Instead, she was apprehended at her apartment complex, where she appeared to be doing laundry and taken in for interrogation. Her initial claim that she had not left the apartment complex that day was refuted by surveillance footage, which showed her leaving the mall and making her way home. According to the police, she may have decided to walk the 2 miles home after spotting them conversing with Clarence in the mall parking lot. Notably, they noticed minor scratches on her arms as the puzzle pieces came together. The police had to determine whether Carter and Clarence were involved in Ashley's terrible death, and if so, what the motivation was for the gruesome events that had taken place. A troubling picture of the circumstances leading up to Ashley's untimely death was painted by additional evidence that surfaced. An important turning point in the investigation was when Ashley's missing keys were found, since it turned out that they also provided access to the American Eagle store where she worked. Given that Ashley's keys could open the store safe, the police concluded that Carter and Clarence had planned Ashley's murder. Stealing what they thought was tens of thousands of dollars, presumably amassed from Black Friday sales, seemed to be the crux of their evil scheme. Armed with Ashley's keys, they carried out their plan on a fateful Saturday morning, but when they got to the store, they ran into an unforeseen problem. Their attempt at robbery was foiled by the fact that the locks had already been changed. Additional incriminating evidence was discovered during the search of Carter and Clarence's apartment. They discovered a taser box, a plastic tub with bungee cords and a rope, a lock in a kitchen drawer, and some discarded duct tape. They also found a broken deadbolt lock, 2 more locks that looked like they were used for practice and were marked as lock-picking practice locks, and the black Infiniti G35, a key vehicle in the investigation, which also had sinister secrets inside. They found a plastic bag inside a black garbage bag, a sharpening stone that was probably used for a knife, a 9mm cartridge, a cell phone, a walkie-talkie, and a sheathed buck knife. Notably, They also discovered a kitchen knife, an unopened tarp, and a toboggan with a hole cut in it. The finding was perhaps the most concerning. 3 of a loaded Glock 19 concealed beneath the driver's seat with a bullet in the chamber. The disturbing picture of Carter and Clarence's role in Ashley's murder was painted by these strong pieces of evidence. The state decided not to pursue the death penalty after both defendants were charged with capital murder. Instead, it sought life in prison without the possibility of release for both of them. Carter and Clarence upheld their not guilty pleas in spite of the overwhelming evidence against them, paving the way for a torturous court battle that would ultimately decide their fate. Although the prosecution gave both defendants a largely consistent story, the court cases of Carter, Carol Cervantes, and Clarence, David Mallory, developed independently. But after Carter's case was heard, attention turned to proving that she was the alleged mastermind of the crime. The prosecution believed that Carter and Clarence had several reasons for wanting to hurt Ashlia. First, they thought the two wanted Ashlia's keys, which would allow them to enter the store safe and the large amount of money they assumed was kept there, especially after the Black Friday sales. The prosecution also claimed that Carter and Clarence wanted to exact revenge on Ashley. An additional layer of personal animosity was introduced into the situation when they blamed her for their dismissal. The court proceedings explored the individuals' personal histories. In June 2014, Ashley took over as store manager while her boss, Chris, was on medical leave. An important part of the operation had been played by Carter, the store's assistant manager. Notably, on August 24, 2014, she had also employed Clarence, her boyfriend, to work with her at the same place. A sizable amount of $18,000 inexplicably vanished from the American Eagle store's safe. When Ashlia, who was in charge of locking the store that evening, noticed that the back door had been left open, suspicion was cast on Carter. Clarence was identified in surveillance footage as the person who had broken into the safe and stolen the cash. This finding signaled the start of a series of events that would ultimately result in a tragic conclusion. Chris, Ashlia's boss, didn't find out that Carter had employed Clarence until after the theft. It was shocking to learn that Clarence had a history with the American Eagle brand, having worked at an Amarillo store. However, his record in the American Eagle system was marked as non-rehirable, meaning he should not be employed at any American Eagle location. Chris revealed something shocking. In order to evade detection and get around any warning signs, Carter had changed Clarence's name and social security number in the system and manipulated his personnel file. This information implied a troubling degree of Carter and Clarence's collusion. It became clear as hostilities increased that Carter and Clarence had been plotting Ashley's kidnapping and key retrieval. Images of Ashley's apartment, her apartment door, and her car were among the incriminating evidence found on their cell phones. On their cell phones, police also found latitude and longitude coordinates. The terrifying story was further enhanced by Detective Cedillo's testimony, which disclosed that one of Clarence's texts included coordinates that, when entered into Google Earth, identified a location close to Lufkin, Texas. Detective Cedillo discovered a terrifying hole at this location that was 6 feet long, 2.5 feet wide, and 3 feet deep. It looked grimly like a grave for a human. The prosecution argued that the original plan was to kidnap Ashlia, threaten her with a pistol, and then kill her somewhere else. But when Ashley refused to let them into her apartment, their plans took a sinister turn, and she tragically died there. More disturbing evidence surfaced. 2 shovels, a box of plastic sheeting, and a box of Craftsman sockets were found by police when they searched Clarence's Cadillac, indicating a sinister and planned motive. These disclosures presented an unsettling image of a well-thought-out crime in which Carter and Clarence were purportedly driven by retaliation as well as financial gain. As the trial went on, the prosecution called witnesses who provided more insight into the terrible circumstances surrounding Ashlia's passing. Jeff Kaiser, Ashley's close friend and neighbor, was one such witness. Jeff described the terrifying morning when he was startled awake by the sound of fire alarms, recognizing that Ashley's apartment was in danger, and he acted quickly after noticing her car was still parked outside. He hurried upstairs without thinking and kicked down Ashley's apartment door with courage. When Jeff walked in, he saw a chaotic scene. The apartment was filled with smoke, and the sprinkler system sprayed water, making the place dangerous and confusing. Even though it was dangerous, Jeff tried to crawl toward the kitchen to get to Ash, but the dense smoke soon overpowered him and he had to back off to get some fresh air. Unfazed, he made 2 more heroic attempts, but the smoke was too thick to handle. Luckily, rescue efforts were taken over by firefighters who had already arrived on the scene. Arson investigator Wallace E. Hood Jr. offered crucial information about the fire's cause. He stated in his testimony that he was able to pinpoint several places where the fire started, including Ashley's bed and the closet. One particularly unsettling discovery was the smoke detector's purposeful removal and hiding under the mattress. These discoveries suggested a malevolent and deliberate act meant to hide the fire and make Ashley's chances of surviving even more difficult. With a string of gripping incidents and testimony, the courtroom drama went on. The prosecution showed surveillance footage taken in front of the American Eagle store on November 29 at around 2 in the morning, which showed an enigmatic individual trying to operate the gate lock. The prosecution claimed it was Carter, but the person's face was hidden. The altered locks made it impossible for them to unlock and raise the gate, despite their obvious attempts. This implied that Carter might have had plans involving the crime or the store. Unaware that the police were observing them, Carter and Clarence returned to the mall at 8 a.m. that same day, the court was informed. Given the previous unsuccessful attempt to enter the store, this raised concerns about their intentions and behavior. In the parking lot of the mall, Clarence was taken into custody. He told the police that Carter had gone inside to get some documents. Carter was not present in the mall when the police searched it, though. Suspicions regarding her movements and activities were raised when she was eventually found at her apartment complex. Important details regarding Ashley's injuries were supplied by Dr. Richard Fries, a deputy medical examiner at the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office. The extent of her physical trauma was graphically depicted by the autopsy. Among Ashley's many wounds were cuts to her cheek, scalp, and left side of her face. Her chin was scraped, her lip had laceration and scrape marks, and her right side was marred by a patterned bruise, with additional bruises discovered around her left eye and between her eyes. The most unsettling finding was probably a star-shaped cut behind her left ear with a bruise surrounding it, which the medical examiner determined was the result of a pistol blow. The testimony described Ashley's experience in a distressing way, implying that she had been beaten viciously and savagely. Ashley sustained multiple wounds, including a knife wound to her neck, bruising and abrasions to her right arm, chest, and neck. Ashley suffered multiple blows to her face, according to testimony from Dr. Fries, a witness in the case. Additionally, he mentioned that Ashley's eyes had patachi, which suggested that she might have been strangled or suffocated. Dr. Fries clarified that a fractured cricoid, a neck cartilage, is more frequently linked to severe force or auto accidents and is rarely observed in asphyxia or strangulation cases. Ashley's death was ruled a homicide after he determined that she died from asphyxia and blunt force trauma to her head and neck. Carter's trial was surrounded by a compelling and heartbreaking courtroom drama. The foundation of her defense was the claim that she was not responsible for Ashley's untimely death. She bravely removed the layers of fear and manipulation that had surrounded her life by taking the stand to testify in her own defense. Carter's testimony portrayed Clarence as a domineering and dangerous man, painting an unsettling picture of their relationship. She disclosed that he had a terrifying amount of control over her day-to-day activities, including deciding when she was allowed to eat and drink. As she admitted to trying to rob the American Eagle store, the entire courtroom listened intently, but she maintained that Clarence's threatening words were what forced her to commit this crime. She told of the terrifying time he pulled out a gun and gave her the order to steal. To make matters worse for her, he claimed that if she refused to accept the money, a dangerous threat would be waiting outside her parents' house, threatening their lives. Carter's story took a darker turn when she described a horrific experience in which she was raped by 2 unidentified men. She claimed that Clarence himself had allowed these attackers to enter her apartment, and she had to endure the unspeakable cruelty of their acts. Carter adamantly insisted that Ashley was innocent on the fateful night of her murder. She testified that she was asleep in her bed and did not know where Clarence was at the time. She strongly denied any role in Ashley's death and firmly stated that she was not involved in the tragic incident. In a remarkably quick decision that took only 2 hours, the jury remained skeptical despite Carter's compelling testimony and returned a guilty verdict. Carter was given a life sentence without the chance of release as a result. That was not the end of the case. Clarence also appeared in court, arguing that he was innocent of Ashley's murder, but the same lack of response was given to his claims. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, just like Carter, after the jury, clearly unimpressed by his claims, found him guilty as charged. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The phone rang early on April 27, 2006, in a comfortable home in a small Michigan town. The homeowner's previous life was instantly shattered by the sound she heard when she answered the phone, but the second phone call she would have to take 5 weeks later was nothing like that conversation. Whitney Sarek, an attractive and outgoing 18-year-old student, was crossing campus to attend a lecture on Wednesday, April 26, 2006. Whitney attended Taylor University in Upland, Indiana, as a freshman. Both Whitney and her older sister were now students at the same university where her parents had previously attended. Whitney actually wanted to attend a different university, but her parents assured her that they would pay 2/3 of her tuition if she attended a Christian university. They wouldn't even cover the cost of her education if she chose to go to a non-religious school. Whitney's decision was clear-cut, given the high expense of higher education. Whitney became anxious as she made her way across campus, negotiating crowds of other students, as she realized how quickly the school year was coming to an end. She was thrilled to spend the summer vacation with her parents in the small Michigan town of Gaylord, but she was also saddened by the thought of bidding farewell to her new friends, whom she wouldn't see again until the fall. During her first year of college, Whitney had made a lot of new friends. She soon found that the older students were just as amiable as the freshmen and had gone through many of the difficulties of college life, so she also had a few older friends. They were willing to help if she asked for advice. Because she thought she might learn something useful, Whitney seized the chance to engage with older students whenever she had it during her studies. Whitney saw a poster asking for student volunteers to help decorate the banquet hall for a celebration honoring the new university president just that morning as she was making her way to her lecture. As she got closer, Whitney found that the majority of the volunteers who had signed up were older than she was. When she heard this, she also wrote her name down. The student had a typical rest of the day. After studying and hanging out with friends, she went back to her dorm room in the evening and fell asleep quietly. Naturally, she had no idea that the events that would alter her life would occur just 24 hours later, when she laid her head on the pillow that night. Whitney got up early the following morning, showered, brushed her teeth, and took her time choosing her outfit. Whitney wasn't conceited, but she wanted to look respectable because she knew she would be interacting with university employees and senior citizens all day. As she got closer to the parking lot meeting place, she noticed some students standing close to a university van. Despite not knowing them, she greeted them with confidence, introduced herself, and since she was the first person they had been waiting for, they all boarded the van. With ease, the car began traveling north on Highway 69 in the direction of Fort Wayne. It was the banquet hall, where the event was scheduled to take place, and it was only an hour away. Whitney immediately started talking to Laura Van Ryn, a 22-year-old who was seated beside her. Another student questioned whether Whitney and Laura were related, despite the fact that they were strangers. In addition to having similar appearances, the two stunning blondes who were tall and slender learned that they had been raised in small Michigan towns. Whitney's hometown of Caledonia, 2 hours south of Gaylord, was where Laura had traveled to study. In addition, they were both younger daughters of devoutly religious parents and were involved in sports, playing football, basketball, volleyball, and running. The students went into the banquet hall as soon as the van came to a stop. It was their responsibility to get ready for the celebration. As they set the tableware, arranged the chairs, and arranged the tables over the course of the following few hours, Laura and Whitney remained together and spoke amicably. The volunteers ultimately determined that their work was finished at around 7 p.m. They took their seats on the van again, and the van drove back south. Laura and Whitney chatted for a few more minutes on the drive, but they soon felt the weariness from their work, just like the other children. They fell silent as they looked thoughtfully out the window at the passing landscape. When the van was within 2 miles of the campus, about 30 minutes later, a bright beam of light filled the van's interior. It quickly grew stronger, bouncing off the faces of those inside, and in a matter of seconds the whole interior of the van was blazing. After a horrified scream, there was total quiet. In a matter of minutes, distressed drivers on Highway 69 called the 911 hotline to report that something horrible had happened. Rescue personnel were shocked by what they saw, even though they had prepared for the worst when they got to the scene. Bodies, glass fragments, and wreckage littered the area. The headlights of a fully loaded truck driven by Robert Spencer were the source of the sudden light that filled the van's interior. While traveling north on the highway, the truck driver had dozed off behind the wheel. The truck didn't stop when it swerved off the road and onto the grassy median strip. After veering back onto the road, it struck the southbound van that was transporting the students. The truck literally tore off the van's back end when it hit it, sending it spinning uncontrollably. The pupils were thrown out and dispersed in all directions, since half of the vehicle was gone. Sadly, 5 of the 9 people in the van could not be saved. But when the rescue crews arrived, they discovered Robert still alive inside his truck. A few hours later, on April 27, Whitney's mother and Gaylord got a call early in the morning. Her husband wasn't at home because he was helping the church rebuild houses following Hurricane Katrina's devastating effects. The coroner, who was on the other end of the line, told the woman that her daughter had died in a terrible accident. The Van Ryn family also had to take a late phone call at the same time, 3 hours south of Gaylord in Caledonia, but they were informed that Laura had survived the same accident and was in critical condition. Early in the morning, the girl's boyfriend, Aaron, and her parents arrived at the hospital. In the hallway, Laura's classmates were already anticipating their arrival. The girl was in a coma, swollen, bandaged, and wearing a neck brace as she lay in a hospital bed. Laura's leg, elbow, collarbone, and ribs were all broken, the family was told, but the brain trauma was the most serious injury. The patient had been stabilized, but it was unclear if she would ever awaken from her coma. Even if she did, she would probably not be able to live independently because of the severe damage to her brain. Laura's family made the decision to move her to a Grand Rapids rehabilitation facility that specializes in brain injuries because they knew that her recovery would be a long one at best. Additionally, Whitney's sister and mother showed up at the hospital. Even though they were only a few feet from her body, the coroner reassured them that they didn't need to identify her and even discouraged them from going inside the mortuary. They were also given Whitney's handbag, which was filthy, stuffed with broken items, and smelled horribly of gasoline. When the handbag was discovered close to Whitney's body, the women knew that her body would be in an even more appalling state. They didn't want to remember her that way, so they couldn't bring themselves to look at the body. They merely returned their daughter's body to Gaylord, their hometown. Whitney's 19th birthday fell on her farewell, so her family chose to play a collection of videos from her past birthdays. More than 1,400 people, or roughly half of the town's total population, came to bid her farewell. She was laid to rest in a closed casket the following day. Meanwhile, Laura's family members, who alternated between sitting in the girl's hospital room, received a startling update. Brain scans suggested Laura would emerge from her coma, but it was not clear when. For the next few weeks, Laura stayed in a coma, but her injuries healed over time, and there were all indications that she would get better. After 30 days following the incident, Laura finally regained consciousness on Tuesday, May 16. At first glance, her brain appeared to be operating normally. It was a miracle, and her family was incredulous. The girl was getting better pretty quickly, and she soon had the ability to sit up and move her hands and legs. Laura's loved ones discovered a lot of new information about her at the same time. Laura's 3-year boyfriend, Aaron, whom she intended to wed after graduating from college, was astounded to see that her eyes had changed from being greenish to a much deeper shade of blue. Additionally, her sister discovered that Laura had a belly button piercing when she inadvertently lifted her shirt. Additionally, the girl appeared to have shifted her teeth to one side. All of this, however, seemed trivial. What mattered most was that Laura was still alive and making progress toward recovery. Or did she? Before long, she did something that caused her family, doctors, and others to question whether her brain was working correctly. A week after emerging from the coma, Laura sat on a hospital bed with her family and medical staff on Monday, May 22. She was given a pencil and paper by the doctor, who asked her to write her name. Laura took the pencil, nodded as though she understood the assignment, and began writing the letters slowly. But her scrawls didn't make sense when she was done and the doctor saw what she had written. He requested that the girl repeat the action. She began writing even more intently, but the name was still wrong. Laura was mistakenly identifying herself as someone else, and the doctor had to acknowledge that her brain injury might be more severe than he initially believed. But that was not the problem, as everyone would soon discover. There was something far more serious going on. Her father was deeply hurt when Laura told him that they were fake parents. This was the next warning sign. Although it was impossible to accuse them of being bad parents, he took it to mean that she thought their relationship with her was phony. However, his wife also started to believe that if Laura wasn't who she claimed to be, after Laura's face stopped appearing swollen, friends who saw her also came to the conclusion that she was not herself. Compared to their parents, her sister Lisa found it a little easier to accept the truth. Lisa once paused as she was escorting the girl back to the room following therapy, knelt beside Laura, and expressed her pride in the girl's development. She then requested that she respond to a single question: what was her name? The girl said, Whitney. However, they clarified to her that people who have experienced brain trauma occasionally mispronounce their own names. Because of this, when Lisa inquired about the names of her parents, she replied, Sarah Newland and Laura and Whitney had only known each other for a short while, so Laura was unable to provide an accurate response. Despite her understanding, Lisa didn't want to frighten the poor girl who was seated in front of her. She summoned the courage to compliment her, carried her back to the room with composure, and told their mother and father everything. A horrible reality hit the entire family when their father discovered that his daughter had been identified only by appearance. The parents of the girl they had been caring for all this time deserved to know that Laura had been dead for 5 weeks. Rescue services began working at the scene on that terrible day of April 26, following the accident, attempting to ascertain who else they could assist and who was beyond saving. On the side of the road, they discovered a girl who was critically hurt and barely surviving. Medical personnel hurried to her, loaded her into an ambulance, put her on a stretcher with a nearby handbag, and drove her to the hospital. While treating the injured girl, the doctors looked at the identification in the handbag and recognized her as Laura Van Ryn. As the bandages were gradually taken off, it was clear that Laura's appearance had changed dramatically as a result of the accident. But her appearance didn't matter to her family. Her survival was a great relief to them. However, when they gave Laura paper and a pencil on Monday, May 22, and asked her to write her name, she wrote Whitney instead of Laura. It turned out that there had been a terrible error, but no one had been aware of it until that point. The medics thought Whitney's handbag was hers when they discovered her by the side of the road. They came to the conclusion that it was the same person after comparing the girl's photo with the one on the identification. Surprisingly, Whitney's purse had landed beside Laura at the same moment. The case of mistaken identity was formally confirmed 1 week after Whitney wrote her name on the paper. And once more, in the middle of the night, the Sarok family's house rang with an unsettling phone call. In order to spare Whitney's mother from hearing the news alone, the coroner asked her to bring a companion. She invited Carly, her eldest daughter, to accompany her. After that, the coroner started talking about the possibility that Whitney was still alive. They were terrified of what they would see on the way to the hospital. If Laura's parents were unable to identify that it wasn't her, how should the patient appear? However, their worries were unjustified. They knew it was Whitney as soon as they walked into the hospital room. For Laura's loved ones, the miracle for the Sarok family became a nightmare. They were afraid that Whitney's parents would be upset with them for preventing them from seeing their daughter for so long, in addition to learning that their daughter had been dead for 5 weeks. Nonetheless, the Sarok spouses realized that they shared some of the blame. Laura's family believed what they were told, and they didn't recognize Whitney's body. All the clues were compared to pieces of a puzzle, but how could they be certain that a puzzle needed to be put together? Since one family had already gone through what the other had not, they were able to empathize with one another. Laura's body was exhumed and shipped to Caledonia a few days later. Despite their brief acquaintance, Laura and Whitney's shared tragedy united the two families for all time. They respected each other's sentiments, emotions, and personal space by not talking about what had happened for 2 years. However, they later made the decision to write a book in which they detailed every incident and offered their own interpretation of it. It was discovered that the driver responsible for the incident, Robert Spencer, had been operating a vehicle for 9 hours beyond the permitted limit. He was given a 4-year prison sentence after acknowledging his guilt. He was incarcerated for 2 years in total. He recovered from the accident at the same hospital where Whitney was thought to be Laura. By asking Laura's parents what they would say and how they felt about the person responsible for the accident, reporters attempted to incite them against Robert. But Laura's family overcame it. Neither of the two families brought legal action against him, and they were kind and understanding. To make sure that such an error would not occur again, the state of Indiana modified the process for identifying incident victims. Whitney acknowledges that she only remembers the banquet preparations and the pizza they had as a post-work snack, not the actual incident. The time she spent with Laura's family is completely forgotten. She recalled waking up with her mother close by. She gradually recovered physically and finished her studies. She married in the same church where her funeral was held 4 years later. Her boyfriend, Matt Wheeler, was her pick, and he helped her get better. They are parents to 2 kids. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In the suburbs of Manchester, Karen Spooner and John Lewis, their children Jane, Nicola, John, and Jamie, were a typical family. In 1997, everything was different. In Britain, May 5th was a holiday, therefore kids were exempt from attending school. 11-year-old John and 8-year-old Jamie, the family's youngest sons, were having fun in a nearby supermarket parking lot. They were great friends even though they were 3 years apart in age. Despite their disagreements, John always looked out for Jamie. John was playing with pals that day when he failed to see his brother vanishing from view, but it didn't disturb him. An 8-year-old being bored and going home, or to see a friend, was not unusual. But his brother was still gone when John got home at around 6 o'clock. When the two brothers left the house at 8 a.m., Jamie had not been seen since. For Jamie, who enjoyed wandering the streets but frequently returned home to hug their mother or have a snack, it was highly unusual. Initially, no one was concerned, since they assumed the youngster was with his pals and had lost his sense of time. He was terrified of the dark, so they were sure he would return before dusk. However, Jamie's family went out into the street to look for the child when their father got home from work at around 8 o'clock in the evening. They went to every street where he liked to play, visited all of his pals, and called his name, but all they got was an echo. They went home exhausted and called the cops. Jamie was raised in the Manchester district of Openshaw, which is well known for its numerous shuttered factories from the mid-century. This implies that it is a somewhat dangerous but alluring area for a young adventurer to play. A number of worried residents joined the police search as they started looking through these structures. Karen asked anyone with information regarding her son's whereabouts, or who may have seen him, to call the police. The boy was short for his age of 8, she said, and he frequently wore clothes for children of 5 or 6. Jamie's family's anxiety drove them insane. How such a young youngster could go for his regular walk and not come home was beyond comprehension. As time went on and Jamie didn't show up, folks started to worry. Numerous calls and texts were sent to the police claiming to have seen Jamie in different locations throughout Manchester. However, all of these leads were later found to be untrue. A few days following Karen's public appeal, a man claiming to have seen Jamie's sibling approached Jamie's older sister. The girl nodded in agreement when he inquired as to whether the boy was dressed in a dark blue suit. The man was identified as 28-year-old bus driver Darren Vickers. He reported seeing Jamie on his bus to the police and his family. He clarified that the boy was able to travel all day on any bus in Manchester, since he had bought an all-day rider ticket. Darren's bus was the one Jamie had picked, and they rode it together all day from Ashton to Manchester on Route 219, looking out the window and getting off at the same stop where he had boarded. Because Jamie enjoyed automobiles, railroads, and buses like most boys his age, his parents thought it was their kid right away. He probably went to the bus stop to buy a gift for his mother's birthday at the store, but the bus trip distracted him. Darren Vickers gave off the impression of being a really nice guy who honestly wanted to help the missing boy's family. He volunteered to help Jamie's relatives if they needed it after visiting their house. He was invited to supper by Karen and John, who were astounded by his kindness and empathy. Jamie's family was going through a lot at this trying period. To assist in caring for her brother and sister, their 15-year-old daughter Nicola even dropped out of school. Darren sympathized with their predicament and offered assistance. By serving as their spokesperson, he attempted to lessen the load that had been placed on them. Speaking on the family's behalf, he encouraged anyone who may have seen the boy to call the police. He appeared to be a gift from God, and John and Karen had complete faith in him. On the other hand, the police did not fully believe that Darren Vickers was as amiable as he seemed. His story contained contradictions that made the investigators suspicious right away. First off, it was illegal to sell tickets to minors, so the boy could not have had the one that Darren claimed he had, allowing him to go all day on any bus in Manchester. Why then would the driver let Jamie accompany him for 6 hours? Out of compassion for a youngster who is enthralled with transportation, or for a worse motive? Other travelers on Route 219 also started calling the police. They claimed that Darren had misled them regarding Jamie's actions that day. Instead of spending the entire day sitting by the window, the child transformed the bus into his playground. Because Jamie was permitted to sit close to the driver, play with the controls, hand out tickets to passengers, and even use the gear lever, witnesses deduced that he must have been the driver's son or younger sibling. The detectives were certain that Darren had done something to win the child's trust. They discovered that Vickers had been lying to them from the start after watching the security camera tape. The camera at the bus stop captured Darren getting off the bus and going up to the boy. Before they boarded the bus, Darren even brushed the child's hair during their brief talk. In the evening, Jamie and Darren did not show up at the same bus stop. Prior to the youngster going missing, Darren had only been a bus driver for 2 weeks, the police found out. Darren had submitted bogus references on all of his prior employment applications, with the exception of one that belonged to a convicted felon with a history of targeting minors, according to more research into his background. The investigators invited Darren Vickers, who was a very nice person, to the station to be questioned when he unexpectedly became the main suspect. Unexpectedly, Jamie's family was incensed by this. They thought the cops were desperate, so they concentrated all of their attention on their new acquaintance, since they had no other suspicions. They waited for him outside during his time at the station, supporting him in the same way that he had always supported them. The detectives had to free Darren because they had no concrete evidence against him, and their investigation of his house turned up nothing. Jamie's family organized a party for him right away. Not only that, but Darren also moved in with them, taking up residence in Karen and John's bedroom while the parents, unable to find any rest, slept on the living room sofa. This was shocking and unbelievable to the police and many residents of the community who suspected that Darren was not who he claimed to be. The more he spoke to the media on behalf of the family, the less people thought he was innocent and sincere. Darren specifically gave himself away during interviews by repeatedly shaking his head and shrugging his shoulders when addressing reporters, according to body language and gesture expert Cliff Lansley. Because people make these tiny head motions without realizing it, and because they obviously contradict the statement they are conveying, they were a gift for a gesture master. In an attempt to restore control, Darren called a radio station and begged everyone to stop holding him responsible for the kidnapping of the boy. He said that because he lived close by, he offered Jamie a ride home in his own car after the boy had spent the entire day on his bus. This claim exposed more contradictions in his account. After all, he first stated that he had driven him to his grandmother's house after dropping him off at the same bus stop where he had picked him up. Darren seemed to have taken the child home now. The man's feigned affection and his desire to bring their kid home alive blinded the Lewis family, despite the fact that everyone could see through his falsehoods. He stayed with them all the time, going to locations where they might have seen the youngster and occasionally even taking the lead in the hunt. One of the cops even claimed that the family trusted him more than the police because of his peculiar behavior, which made their job much more difficult. Given that the police have a duty to tell the victim's family during the inquiry, Darren likely believed it was shrewd of him to try to persuade them to back him. However, it was not a good idea to be as open with the family as he wanted to seem when the police knew that the enemy was inside the family. They had to be separated by the investigators. Luckily, the police used Darren's traffic infractions as justification to put him in jail for 10 weeks in September. The investigators searched for any evidence against him during this period. They determined on October 14 that they had sufficient circumstantial evidence to accuse Darren of kidnapping the child. Even though they were certain that Jamie was dead, they were still unable to charge him with murder. Luckily, Darren's frequent TV appearances worked against him. 2 adolescents came to the police and told them a terrifying story about how a man who looked like Darren had attempted to kidnap them one night. After luring the kids to a quiet area of the neighborhood park, he showed them a picture of Jamie and yelled, "There he is! He was there, you see!" and tried to guide them deeper into the park. The children, however, were alarmed by the man's peculiar actions and were able to flee. The detectives shared their findings with Jamie's family. When Jamie's brother John told them a similar story, they were even more shocked. John held himself responsible for his younger brother's disappearance during this period. Darren became aware of this and began to show John more love by buying him gifts and supporting him all the time. But Darren took John to the park a few days after he moved in with the family, handed him a smoke, and said that his younger brother was there. However, John would wind up there himself if he spoke to anyone, and neither he nor Jamie would ever be seen again. John was frightened and startled by this confession, so he honored his oath and vowed to remain silent. It's interesting to note that the boy's older sister acknowledged that she was first uneasy about Darren's treatment of John. He obviously became attached to him, purchasing him a variety of things, such as a bicycle and pricey shoes, while utterly disregarding the older girls. Like the rest of the family, though, she soon came to feel that the man had been sent to support them at their darkest moments. The police and forensic specialists started searching the location that the teenagers had told them was where Darren had tried to lure them. Police found a jacket that matched Jamie's outfit and children's sports pants during the search. They discovered a piece of a jawbone when they took the garments to the lab for analysis and spread them out on the table to dry. According to experts who examined the bone, it was a human bone and belonged to a child between the ages of 7 and 9. The jawbone was identified as belonging to Jamie Lewis by subsequent DNA testing. Jamie's torso was eventually found in a secluded area of the park close to Stockport by the Reddish Vale Golf Course. A sizable percentage of the remains, nevertheless, were never located. The investigators came to the conclusion that Jamie was still alive when the murderer carried him to the spot, which was hard to get to. When Vickers gave his cellmate a different account, he was charged and in prison awaiting trial. He said Jamie was fatally struck after he fell and struck his head on a handrail in the bus. The bus driver threw him in the trunk and hurried him into the woods in a frenzy. The prosecutor, however, was certain that this account did not accurately reflect the events that took place. Even though it was challenging to pinpoint the exact cause of death due to the body's decomposition, Jamie's family's suffering persisted as the trial got underway. They were the targets of the murderer's horrible charges, in addition to being made to listen to what he had done to their son. Darren claimed to have a close relationship with Karen and that she was expecting his child. He also claimed that his father John killed Jamie. Even pictures of Darren and Karen touching hands were used as evidence by the defense lawyer. In order to show that Darren was lying and to stop the rumors that were spreading about her behind her back and creating repulsive graffiti on the walls, poor Karen had to submit to a DNA test. Darren Vickers was convicted guilty of kidnapping and murder by the jury following 7 weeks of trial proceedings. He was given a life sentence in jail with the chance of release after 25 years in April 1999. He unexpectedly asked to speak with the case's main investigator a day after the guilty verdict was handed down, and he admitted to killing, raping, abducting, and dismembering Jamie. According to the murderer's detailed account of the incident, Jamie called for his mother, but that didn't stop him from strangling him. He then made several trips back to the crime scene, most likely to dispose of the body pieces one at a time. Darren made this startling admission in the hopes of receiving a lighter sentence, but as his ruse backfired, he made a last-ditch effort to recover control by calling the media and taking back his confession. Another prisoner used a hammer to strike Darren in 2014. He suffered multiple severe head injuries. Despite spending some time in the hospital, the man recovered completely. In 2024, 3 years later, he is requesting a parole hearing. The police in the case pledged to do everything in their power to keep him from being released if the parole board determines that it is feasible. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When a distressed man called the Las Vegas, Nevada Rescue Service on Saturday, April 5, 1997, to report his wife missing, the dispatcher took the call. The man, who was identified as Mark Hollinger, clarified that Ginger Rios was the name of his wife. They had recently moved into a new home the day before and had only been married for 5 months. When Ginger walked into a store and appeared to disappear, they were shopping for a new house. The police started looking into it. Even in a city with its share of sins, detectives had never heard of a disappearance so enigmatic. The unusualness of this case, where you believe you know exactly what happened, but you are wrong and have to start over, was beyond their wildest expectations. Ginger Rios was a 20-year-old Las Vegas resident and worker. Ginger and her younger sister Daniela were beloved daughters of her parents, George and Denise. The girls were surrounded by care and attention as they grew up. Ginger had always wanted to be a performer, and she was lucky to be born in Las Vegas because, by the time she was 20, she was a part of a popular group that played in casinos and hotels. Additionally, she met Mark Hollinger, a man who was 14 years her senior. Mark was very kind to Ginger. The young couple quickly made the decision to legalize their relationship after he helped her in every way. They were married in November 1996, when Ginger was just 20 and Mark was 34. Because Mark was a quiet introvert and Ginger was a happy extrovert, some people thought their union was unusual. However, they were already planning how to construct their family nest and were a perfect match. Ginger discovered a fantastic house with a buyout option that was for rent in the spring of 1997. Ginger could already picture converting the house's large basement into a dance studio. She dreamed of eventually buying the house because she liked it so much, but she and Mark needed a good credit history in order to make this dream a reality. Ginger wanted to purchase books that offered pertinent advice because they needed a clear plan for how they would handle their money. In the city, a store that carried the exact books Ginger was looking for was becoming well known. Spy Shop was an odd moniker for it. It resembled an adult candy store. Its bookshelves were stocked with lockpicks, police badges, concealed surveillance cameras, automobile alarms, image transmitting glasses, and even tools for removing store security tags from clothing. It was ideally situated in the heart of the city. The young couple went shopping, including buying books, on Friday, April 4th, which was literally the day after they had moved into their new house. Mark parked right in front of the entrance at about 4 in the afternoon. Ginger took her wallet, which contained some cash and her identification, and went inside after telling her husband to wait in the car. Mark thought she would emerge quickly, but he was able to finish his cigarette and she hadn't shown up yet. He waited a bit longer, thinking she might be in line, and then made the decision to see how his wife was doing. The store was small enough for him to notice Ginger's absence right away. He inquired if the man and woman behind the counter had seen Ginger and gave them a description of her. Naturally, they responded that she had simply entered, purchased 2 books, and departed. She couldn't have gone very far, they added. Despite his surprise, Mark chose to browse other stores in case she needed to buy something else. He entered each one and inquired if anyone had spotted the slim brunette, but nobody had. There were no limits to his awe. She couldn't have just slipped past the car, which was parked directly in front of the entrance. In the middle of the day, Ginger had just vanished. Mark went to his wife's parents because he had run out of options. George, Ginger's father, thought right away that the spy shop would undoubtedly have security cameras if any store had them. After she left the store, they might be able to see at least which way she went. In addition to being notable for its distinctive merchandise, this store closed earlier than other establishments in Vegas. So Mark and George rushed back, praying the storekeeper hadn't already left. Mark was able to identify the man and woman getting into a van with a baby, even though the store was closed. They came over and gave an explanation. The man identified himself as John Flowers and asserted that he was the shop's owner. He clarified that in order to avoid traffic, he and his spouse had already closed the doors and set the alarm because they intended to depart before the weekend. He would be pleased to show them any video on Monday, but they had to move quickly. Despite their extreme frustration, Mark and George didn't want to clog up traffic for a family with a small child. The men went home and decided to call the police in the morning if the young woman wasn't there by nightfall or evening. Mark dialed 911 as soon as the sun came up. After being assigned to the case, Detective Jeff Rosen naturally started his investigation by attempting to find out more about the girl's life prior to her disappearance. She seemed to have a very happy life. She was truly loved by her sister and parents. Her career was booming. She had recently moved into a new house, and she had only been married for 5 months. She didn't seem to have any reason to flee, or did she? Is there something that nobody is aware of? What if she had purchased something else that made her disappear in the store instead of financial books? A few weeks ago, George remembered, his daughter had talked about going to that same store, but he had no recollection of her discussing anything out of the ordinary or buying anything during her visit. Her family came to the conclusion that she had to have been kidnapped in some way, but how could this have happened so quickly without her yelling or phoning for assistance? Did this mean she was acquainted with her kidnapper? The young woman did not take out her most recent paycheck or use her credit cards after she vanished. This implied that her disappearance was probably not voluntary. The detective also talked to the girl's friends and co-workers, who had a very different perspective on Ginger's life. Initially, the girl was not as ecstatic about her career advancement as it may have appeared. She felt that she ought to have pursued a solo career by now, instead of serving as a backup vocalist. Second, some strangers who saw her on stage made persistent advances and even harassed her, which she didn't like. Thirdly, she experienced severe mood swings as a result of having to take weight loss pills. Lastly, she had been living in a hotel for a while in order to avoid going home because her marriage was not going well. Detective Rosen believed Mark was concealing something because he had heard enough, but Mark's tale had remained unchanged. Ginger's parents maintained that it was a waste of time and money to suspect Mark because he had no apparent reason to hurt his wife. However, there were no other leads in the investigation. Only Mark's story had been told. The girl's purchases were verified by the shop owner, of course, but could anyone be certain that Ginger didn't go back to the car before Mark did something to her? Mark fervently hoped his wife had just escaped. At least she was safe, even though it wounded his pride. He even made an effort to carry out his own investigation, interviewing people and looking for Ginger or any leads in the city with George. Mark was Ginger's husband, so on the one hand he loved her and undoubtedly spent every moment he had free looking for her. Detective Rosen, however, interpreted this as an effort to deflect attention away from himself. In fact, Mark's leads were insignificant compared to the police's subsequent lead, which was aimed directly at Mark. Patrol officers discovered what turned out to be Mark's burning car in the parking lot of a nearby shopping center. What did he say about this? He was unaware. He just left the car in the parking lot and took a cab home after work when the engine began to make odd noises. To put it another way, the police had to assume it was a coincidence because the probable crime scene, assuming Mark had actually done anything to Ginger, was on fire. Despite the fact that it would take some time, forensic specialists took the vehicle for examination. The detectives decided to restart the investigation from the location where she was last seen by someone other than her husband because they had spent too much time concentrating on Mark. Although John Flowers, the proprietor of Spy Shop, was not there at the time, one of his staff members gave the police permission to search the area. They went through every room, but they didn't perform a thorough search. When Detective Jeff Rosen entered the storeroom, the overpowering smell of bleach nearly knocked him off his feet, but he didn't find anything odd in the store itself. He saw a small reddish-brown stain on the wall that might have been blood. Just in case, they made the decision to take it for analysis. John Flowers was notified by Rosen that the police had come to his store. Although John was shocked that they hadn't located the girl yet, he was happy to answer all of the questions. He clarified that the reason for the bleach odor in the storeroom was that he had to clean up after his dog using it as a toilet on a regular basis. A small drop of blood might have gotten there that way. He would have to visit the store to locate the security camera footage and the book purchase receipts, then turn them over to the police. When Rosine inquired about the books Ginger had purchased, the surprise was revealed. One book focused on contract killers and the other on establishing a new identity. However, why did Ginger purchase these? Did someone coerce her into purchasing these books and then murder her in one of the ways outlined in the second book? Or did she truly intend to vanish? Though it was too small to analyze, the tiny spot on the wall may have bled. But since everyone already knew Ginger had been in the store and gone, determining her subsequent whereabouts was far more important. Given Ginger's remarkable beauty and public appearances, there were, in fact, a number of potential leads. She could have been seen by a large number of people, including those with malicious intent. In addition, her father was a dealer at one of Vegas's most well-known casinos. Things can get messy when it comes to money. Weeks passed, and there was less and less chance that the girl would be found alive. When the response about Mark's car arrived, guess what? They discovered nothing at all, including no blood or indications of struggle. It was then that Rosine remembered John Flowers. He thought about watching the security camera footage to see if Ginger had been approached at the store's exit, but it was too late for him. "Where have you been all this time, guys?" John exclaimed, explaining that he had watched the video and witnessed Ginger walk into the store, select the books, pay with cash, and walk out. The video had been replaced with fresh footage from the security camera because no one had arrived to watch it. John was also unable to locate the book's receipt, even though he was positive it was somewhere. John appeared reluctant to continue working with the detective after this, in part because of the negative impact that the police, the media, and interested bystanders had on his business following Ginger's disappearance. Although it made sense, selling lockpicks and phony police badges in a store already stocked with law enforcement gear severely strained his small business. Rosin was aware of this, and John had nothing to encourage him to speak with them. The police had no fresh leads, and the case was put on hold. The truth was there, in fact, but it would take several more months for the detectives investigating Ginger's case to realize it. A team of hunters discovered a shallow grave in the Mojave Desert on May 5, almost 400 miles from Las Vegas. The body in the grave was identified by the medical examiner as that of a young, dark-haired girl between the ages of 15 and 18. The murderer had not taken her very distinctive jewelry, which included a pink ring with 3 different colored stones and another ring that resembled wire loops intertwined to form the letter Mem or W. Could the M represent Mark? Or was it a family heirloom because Ginger's mother's maiden name was Waterworth? However, she had no identification on her person. The local police released pictures of the jewelry in the hopes of garnering public support, but they would not find out for a very long time. Meanwhile, the detectives needed a body or a lead to solve the case. On August 16, 1997, Jeff Rosin was suddenly contacted by phone. The caller claimed to have a lead on the Ginger case and identified himself as an Arizona federal agent. Rosin was curious. What was the connection between Ginger and John Flowers' alleged sale of unlawful eavesdropping devices? The agent clarified. The agent went on. John had fled because he didn't want to be taken into custody, but Cheryl Subzone, his wife, had been taken into custody to be questioned. She abruptly began discussing Ginger Rios, who had vanished in Vegas a few months prior. While they were curious about the whereabouts of her husband, the agent went out of the room to call Rosin. Only now did Rosin realize that he had never asked the proprietor of the spy shop where Ginger was last seen a formal question. Nevertheless, Ginger's spouse had mentioned that a man and a woman were behind the counter. Rosin rushed to Arizona after requesting that the agents keep an eye on Cheryl. Rosin had no idea what would come out of Cheryl's interrogation. John Flowers turned to Cheryl and asked her to go buy film when Ginger came in to look at the books. When they worked together at the store, she frequently ran errands, so this wasn't out of the ordinary. After 10 minutes or so, Cheryl came back, and Mark entered. John informed Mark that his wife couldn't have gone very far because she had just left. After thanking them, Mark walked away. Cheryl's husband appeared to be a completely different person. His face was filled with fear. The man said, "I did something terrible. Whatever you do, don't go into the storage room." Cheryl didn't know what he meant, and she never thought her husband had hurt anyone. She asked him what was going on. She was disturbed by his actions, though, and after a little while she made the decision to look in the storage room. She discovered a young girl's lifeless body inside. with a pool of blood encircling her head, and there was blood on the carpet. The girl had suffered severe physical abuse. Before John sent Cheryl to get film, the same girl had come into the store. When Cheryl realized that John was right behind her, her disgust quickly gave way to fear. He took her by the neck before she had even turned around, warning her that if she talked about what had happened there, something bad would happen to both her and their child. Although Cheryl complied with his orders, she made the decision to speak the truth now that John was fugitive. John's explanation of the situation to Cheryl was of interest to the detective. John informed her that Ginger was in possession of a note from 2 of his former workers requesting payment. John was allegedly so enraged by Ginger's impudence and the contents of the note that he struck her so forcefully in the face that she fell back, struck her head, and passed away. But Cheryl had never seen the note and was certain that this was a lie. She was certain that John had spent hours in the storage room, wrapping the girl's body in plastic bags and dousing her in bleach after stealing garbage bags. He had informed the staff member that the dog had urinated in the room. After placing the body in his van, he instructed Cheryl that they must depart for Arizona right away. At that point, Ginger's husband and father came up to them and begged them to play the security camera footage. Ginger was lying inches from John and Cheryl, but they looked them in the eyes and lied. That's not all, though. Cheryl was also aware of the location of her husband's burial. You see, John and Cheryl had visited the Mojave Desert on multiple occasions. John once drove off with their baby and the body of the girl, leaving Cheryl in the middle of nowhere. He obviously drove home after burying her and coming back for Cheryl. For him, though, this was insufficient. In order for John to cover the shallow grave with a layer of concrete, they returned there multiple times. Cheryl was pretty sure the police had already found Ginger's body because it was the last time John had run back, screaming in panic, "They found her! They found her!" At any rate, she consented to show the detectives the place in return for not being charged. Since they didn't think Cheryl had anything to do with the murder, they accepted her offer. They followed her to the location. Upon their arrival in the desert, the local officers began to make connections between Cheryl's revelation and the body discovered by hunters in May. After asking them to stop, Cheryl took them to the location where her husband had been. Instead of discovering an empty grave, the police arrived at what appeared to be an undisturbed concrete slab. They found the body wrapped in plastic bags there. They were initially identified as Ginger because of a tattoo on her lower back, but they chose to hold off on telling her family until DNA testing was completed. Several questions were left unanswered by this. Were there 2 victims? Did John murder them both? Why, if so? Who was the other girl? They were now able to obtain a search warrant for the store in Vegas, where they discovered evidence of Ginger's blood. Later, the DNA analysis verified that she was also the owner of the body found in the desert. Mark was devastated because he had hoped that his wife had just moved on and started a new life. He held himself responsible, believing that he ought to accompany her to the store. But how could he have thought that his wife, a mother and his devoted wife, would be attacked by a total stranger, the proprietor of a well-known and often visited store? After a brief period of hiding, John was taken into custody at a Los Angeles hotel. The detectives found that John Flowers, the proprietor of the spy shop chain, was not present when the extradition procedure started. Rather, a 26-year-old man named Craig Jacobson was wanted for offenses in Florida. The boy had battled mental health problems since he was 10 years old, with borderline personality disorder, paranoia, and probably antisocial personality disorder. After a year in a mental health facility, he was sentenced to 30 months in prison and 3 years of probation. However, he vanished in 1995. John appeared in his place. In addition to this discovery, 2 months earlier, the police had discovered another possible victim of Craig or John. Before she could even look at the merchandise, the owner of the Vegas store came up to the adolescent girl, slung her over his shoulder, and carried her into the storeroom without saying a word. She was extremely lucky, because John Flowers let her go after being frightened away by another customer who entered the store. Fear prevented this young woman from calling the police, and it might have been problematic for her to contradict the statement of a well-known businessman. Naturally, this was prior to the revelation of John's true identity. Psychiatrists examined him several times over the next few months and concluded he was not fit to stand trial. Despite being certain that Craig was lying, The prosecutor was concerned that the crime might go unpunished. He informed Ginger's family that a plea bargain would be the best course of action. Prior to being eligible for parole, Craig was sentenced to 25 years in prison after entering a guilty plea to the murder. Craig said that the other girl's name was Mary Stoddard. When he abducted and murdered her, she was the 18-year-old daughter of a chiropractor who had traveled to Vegas. In order to at least receive a life sentence or perhaps even the death penalty, Ginger Rios' family hoped that he would be charged with Mary's murder. The catch is that Mary Stoddard, who Craig described as the daughter of a chiropractor, was still alive and well. They had already taken a DNA sample and made a 3D model of the unidentified girl's possible appearance, but her body had already been exhumed. As it turned out, the documents containing information about her place of burial were lost, and no one knew which grave she was in, so this was all the police had. To put it another way, they had lost the body. The police, however, persisted in their efforts to identify her. There were 300 people on their list of missing persons. After 13 years, they were finally able to identify the girl on June 30, 2010. She was, more specifically, a 15-year-old girl from Phoenix, Arizona named Christina Mary Martinez. The girl lived in a group home, but she was mistreated there, so she frequently fled. She was taking a load of laundry to a self-service laundromat when she vanished on May 3, 1997. She passed Phoenix's spy shop on her way. Even though Christina had a rough upbringing, she had a lot of loved ones who were always looking for her, including her friend Valerie. To raise awareness of Christina's disappearance, Valerie set up a number of social media accounts. Valerie used to say, "I will never stop thinking about her, and I won't give up, no matter how long it takes. She is more than just a case number to me. I cherished her." Never giving up on finding someone is the essence of true love. Valerie had no idea that Christina, who was 16 years old when she vanished in the desert, had been found a week later. Regarding the girl's ring's mystery, the letter M on it stands for Martinez. It's interesting that Craig dated Mary Stoddard when they were both younger, according to the real Mary Stoddard's sister. If this is accurate, the man was already acting strangely at the time, and he might have become so obsessed with Mary that, after they broke up, he would constantly look for women who looked like her to vent his resentment. Given that Mary is still alive and Craig referred to Christina as Mary, it's plausible that, like many murderers, particularly serial killers, he had this fantasy in his mind when he committed the murder. Like the teenage girl from Vegas who survived because another customer scared the killer away, Craig most likely didn't plan his crimes, but instead gave in to impulsive behavior. Given that we know Ginger had visited the store prior to her disappearance, it's also possible that he specifically targeted victims. Craig never gave an explanation for his actions, but because Ginger's underwear was discovered around her ankles, investigators think the killings were motivated by violence against women. In any event, he will now be imprisoned for the remainder of his life after being charged with a second murder. Craig's ability to fool so many people with such ease is astounding. Mark and George, who were looking for Ginger, his own wife Cheryl, who was unaware of his secret personality, and even seasoned Vegas police officers who had seen a lot in their careers. A store owner with his wife and infant behind the counter makes you wonder where one can feel safe. He really seemed like a typical family man. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. I'll see you in the morning, Mom. Misty Morse never spoke to her mother again after making that unfulfilled promise. What would motivate someone to take such action? How will Misty Morse never spoke to her mother again? Now is the time to start looking for answers. On April 10, 1978, Misty April Morse was born in Springfield, Ohio. When her family finally relocated to Indian Harbor Beach, Florida, it was a significant turning point in her life and gave her the opportunity to develop and discover new interests. Misty had an exciting and adventurous childhood in the Sunshine State, but when her parents divorced in 1996, her life took a dramatic turn. Misty and her mother, Linda, moved to a new house in Brevard County following the divorce. She stayed close to her father in spite of the change. Misty found work at a number of local bars and clubs during her late teens and early 20s, working a variety of jobs to make ends meet. After some time, she made the decision to continue her education and enrolled in a nearby college. Misty was characterized by friends as an adventurous, carefree young lady who never took life too seriously. When Misty got home from work early on July 22, 2000, she started preparing for a night out with a friend. Linda, her mother, was also up, getting ready for her 3 a.m. shift. Misty got a few brief phone calls while she was chatting with her mother. Misty promised to see her in the morning, as she said goodbye after the call. She had no idea that this would be her final farewell. Misty wasn't home the following morning when her mother got home. At first, she didn't give it much thought, assuming Misty must have spent the night at a friend's house. Misty had not returned or gotten in touch after another day. Her mother started calling Misty a lot out of concern. Misty rarely checked in, especially if she was going to be gone for a day or two. Fearing that no one had seen or spoken to her, her mother contacted Misty's friends and then her father. The more days went by, the more she worried. A retired judge went for a peaceful walk on July 24, 2000, to see how his boat, which was moored in the lagoon behind his house, was doing. He had no idea that a somber discovery would soon upend this serene moment. He was walking along the wooden dock when he noticed an odd object floating in the water below. His eyes widened in surprise as he leaned in to get a better look. When he followed the strong odor to the edge of his property, he initially believed he had discovered a dead manatee that had washed up in his backyard. Then, to his surprise, he soon discovered that it was a young woman's body. The man, appalled, hurried back to his home, picked up his phone and dialed 911 telephone. Upon their prompt arrival, Brevard County Sheriff's Office officers immediately began their investigation. They observed that the body was in a highly decomposed state, indicating that the woman had been dead for a number of days. Her death was clearly not a coincidence. A marine rope was used to tie her hands and feet, with elaborate knots holding her wrists to her ankles, and white duct tape was used to firmly bind her mouth, eyes, and neck. Rolls of spline, a rubbery black substance, held the Publix plastic grocery bags strapped around her body. To sink the body, investigators thought these bags might have been weighted with sand or rocks. Due to the body's decomposition, detectives were unable to find any clues along the shoreline, including a wallet, phone, or purse that could be used to identify her. Medical examiners suspected asphyxiation but were unable to determine the cause of death. After that, investigators looked for any recent missing persons reports that might be related to the unnamed woman, but they were unable to find anything. The police had not yet been notified of Misty's disappearance. Finally, they attempted fingerprinting. She was eventually identified through the database after forensic specialists used a technique known as degloving to lift fingerprints despite the skin's deterioration. Officers called Misty's mother, Linda, to break the terrible news after verifying the identity of the body. The harsh reality of her daughter's fate completely broke Linda's heart. Her voice trembled and broke into screams of anguish as she called a family friend, her grief echoing in every word. Investigators later showed up at Linda's house to conduct an interview. She tried her best to relive those last moments, now permanently altered by loss, as she described the events of the last night she saw Misty, her voice laden with grief. Although Misty had not disclosed her intended date for the evening, Linda saw her daughter's casual attire and deduced that Misty was probably meeting someone with whom she was totally at ease and with whom she didn't feel the need to impress. Linda remembered that early on July 20, Misty got 2 calls. Investigators quickly subpoenaed Misty's phone records just before she left, but in 2000, it could take weeks to get such information back. They continued interviewing Misty's closest friends and co-workers in the interim. Brought up the possibility that Misty was pregnant, which investigators couldn't ignore as a possible lead. Was her pregnancy a contributing factor? Linda also provided some names to the authorities, including Teddy Underwood, Misty's boyfriend. Investigators questioned whether Teddy might have reacted negatively to the news of Misty's potential pregnancy, given that they had only been dating for 2 months at the time. When Teddy was brought in for interrogation, it soon became clear that he didn't think their relationship was serious. Additionally, he stated that he was unsure if Misty was pregnant. He gave an alibi for the early hours of July 20 by claiming to be at work. which investigators subsequently verified, exonerating him from suspicion. The intricate knots that bound Misty's body caught the attention of detectives as they combed through the crime scene's evidence. This degree of specificity implied that the murderer may have had knot-tying experience, which made them think about careers as a Coast Guard member, a boat captain, or a person with Navy training. They hoped that this clue would bring them one step closer to the truth. Misty's hands and legs were tied with a rope that featured a cow-hitched knot, which isn't something that most people are familiar with. Investigators focused on the numerous layers of tape that were wrapped around the victim's hands, limbs, and face. She had a hat on. Her freedom of movement was limited. The head had tape wrapped around it. She was under control. She was tied up and bound. Despite having the appearance of duct tape, this tape was unique because it was white instead of the usual metallic gray. Because white duct tape was so uncommon at the time, the authorities were more interested. Their hopes were dashed when no trace evidence, such as DNA or fingerprints, turned up on the tape's adhesive. Another dead end, it seemed. They then discovered a few short black hairs adhered to the tape, almost by accident. Given that the victim's hair was a distinctive shade of brown with a hint of red, the detectives knew these couldn't be hers. This finding raised the possibility that the hairs belonged to the murderer. All of the evidence was sent for testing after the crime scene was carefully examined. Unfortunately, this lead could not be fully pursued in 2000 due to the lack of precise DNA analysis technology. As they met with the medical examiner the following day to discuss the autopsy results, their frustration increased. The body had been submerged for less than 72 hours, according to the examiner's report. However, it was impossible to determine the precise cause of death due to exposure to the weather. There were no visible signs of trauma, no broken bones, and no gunshot wounds. Detectives were left with two terrifying options. Either the victim had been thrown into the water while still alive, or the tape covering her mouth and nose had strangled or suffocated her. In an effort to reduce the number of suspects on their list, investigators continued to interview people. Linda recommended that they investigate Bobby Cooper, whom Misty had recently met at a house party. Given that Bobby had visited their house only a few days prior to Misty's passing, Linda was especially wary of him. Bobby, though, was promptly disqualified as a suspect. He didn't match the murderer's description. He didn't own a boat, he hadn't been in the military, and he had no criminal history. Bobby's interview, however, proved to be a pivotal moment in the investigation. Brent Huck, Misty's ex-boyfriend, gave the detectives a name that appeared to fit the profile they were looking for, even though he wasn't the murderer. Investigators tracked down Brent Huck, who resided on South Merritt Island, just south of the location where Misty's body was found. After receiving a tip from Bobby Cooper, Brent accepted their invitation to participate in an interview. Brent disclosed in the interview that he was a charter boat captain and that he was from a wealthy family. He also acknowledged having been a member of the Navy SEALs. Brent acknowledged that he had kept up his relationship with Misty after their breakup, even though he was now in a new one. Brent admitted that he was the likely father of Misty and that he had spoken to her the night before she vanished in the early hours of July 20, 2000. He also acknowledged that he knew she was pregnant. Brent was a prime suspect because of his background as a former Navy SEAL and charter boat captain, his relationship with Misty, and his contemptuous demeanor during the interview. After that, Brent gave the authorities permission to search his house. When investigators arrived, they saw a Rottweiler with short black hair that matched the duct tape that was used to bind Misty. According to Brent, Misty gave him the dog as a gift. A roll of rubber spline, which is usually used to weatherproof windows, was found during their search, an odd item for a home. Red flags were raised by this and other items discovered in Brent's bedroom and kitchen that matched evidence from the crime scene, such as white duct tape and Publix bags. Outside, Brent gave officers permission to search a boat he claimed was his, which was anchored in the nearby waterway. They discovered matted hair next to a fishing rod holder and 2 hair strands on the floor. The boat's ropes were identical to the kind that were used to restrain Misty. When investigators questioned Brent after gathering the evidence, he said something startling. There couldn't be an explanation for a woman tied up and thrown in the river. He was further implicated by this statement, which disclosed knowledge of information that had not yet been made public. The state attorney was reluctant to file charges because, in his opinion, the circumstantial evidence was not strong enough. He maintained that commonplace supplies like rubber spline, rope, and duct tape could be found anywhere, and that Misty's hair on the boat might just indicate that she had paid Brent a visit. Both the investigators and Misty's family were extremely frustrated by this setback. Authorities persisted in their investigation in the hopes of a break, unfazed. Pet DNA became admissible in court in 2002 after a landmark decision in a California case. The black dog hair discovered on the duct tape was compared to Brent's dog's DNA by investigators, and the results verified that they were a match. The state attorney's office decided to move forward with the prosecution after receiving this crucial piece of evidence along with the mounting circumstantial evidence. Brent Huck was taken into custody and accused of killing Misty Morse on October 23, 2002. Prosecutors claimed during the trial that Brent killed Misty because he was afraid her pregnancy would jeopardize his new relationship. They described in graphic detail how he used the pretense of reconciliation to entice Misty to her demise. The crucial DNA match from the dog hair discovered at the crime scene was among the strong circumstantial evidence gathered by detectives and presented by the prosecution. It was time to decide Brent's fate after all the arguments and supporting documentation had been presented. Brent Huck was found guilty of first-degree felony murder and felony kidnapping in May 2003. He received 2 consecutive life sentences without the chance of release. He is presently incarcerated at the Apalachicola Correctional Institution in Florida. This decision ensured that Misty's terrible death was not unanswered and gave her family a sense of justice and closure. This case emphasizes how crucial it is to persevere in pursuing justice despite obstacles. It also reminds us how important it is for communities and committed investigators to hold people responsible for their actions. Even though Misty's life was tragically cut short, her story would live on thanks to the pursuit of justice. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. You just heard a 16-year-old boy make a last-ditch plea for his family's survival. Subsequent attempts to contact him were unsuccessful shortly after the call ended. The Kitsap rescue team later discovered a terrifying and unsettling scene. 3 burned bodies, 2 boys and a woman, were discovered inside the burning house. The father, John Derek Carriga, was absent from the scene though. It was highly suspicious because the father was not present, suggesting that he may have been involved in planning this gory scene. The quiet surroundings of Kitsap County were the scene of this terrifying incident, which left the community in shock and in search of answers. John Derek Carriaga, 43, Crystal Lynn Carriaga, 37, and their 2 teenagers, Hunter Evan Shape, 16, and Jonathan Felipe Higgins, 16, made up the Carriaga family. They shared a home in Washington's Kitsap County, with the 2 teenagers from prior relationships. John and Crystal married in 2009, combining their families. But their joy was short-lived, and as their 8 years as a family were coming to an end, an unexpected guest turned everything upside down. Kitsap County, Washington, saw another ordinary Friday on January 27, 2017. The Carriga family gathered in their quaint 1-story ranch home on West Tenino Drive as evening approached. According to reports, Chris Cale had some friends at the house. While at the house, Johnny got a call and left to meet someone, informing the family that he would be back soon. Later, Johnny was back on the property, but he didn't go inside the house. They snacked and indulged in late-night activities like watching TV or browsing through their phones, just like any other family. On that fateful Friday night, however, 16-year-old Hunter Shape made a terrifying 911 call to Kitsap County dispatchers, shattering the peace of the evening. He begged authorities to come to their aid immediately. When the rescue crew finally reached the Carriga home, they were met with a somber scene. All members of the family, including Hunter Shape, had been shot and killed inside their house, which was later burned down. The community was shocked to learn of the tragedy that had occurred when they woke up on Sunday morning, January 29, 2017, to the terrifying headline, "3 people found dead in Kitsap County home after fire." The headline in the newspapers was incorrect. "Homeowner missing." This made the already unsettling situation even more concerning and uncertain. Initial reports stated that the victims, a woman and 2 teenagers, had been found inside a burning house. The community was left reeling from the shock of such a violent and senseless crime after authorities confirmed that the deaths were classified as homicides. John Carrigaw, the homeowner, was nowhere to be found, and it was confirmed that the crime had occurred the Friday before. Authorities asked people to be on the lookout for Carrigaw and his truck, a brown 2005 Ford F-150, and to report any sightings. Although John was listed as missing, rumors started to circulate that he might have been complicit in the horrible crime. Public opinion was greatly influenced by the press, with headlines stoking conjecture and doubt. The reference to "someone here with a gun" only served to heighten anxiety about Carrigaw, but it quickly became clear that the media had erred greatly in reporting that 16-year-old Hunter Shope, who had made the upsetting 911 call before tragically passing away from his injuries, was still alive. Some startling information surfaced as investigators worked on the case, highlighting the heinousness of the crime. More than $50,000 in cash was found concealed in a strong box in the main bedroom, along with an additional $7,000 in a money bag, and shell casings, mostly 9mm, were found on the back deck. In a desperate attempt to find clues, law enforcement used every resource at their disposal to find Johnny Carrigaw and his truck over the course of the following few days. The ongoing investigation was eventually shaken by a significant development: the finding of John Carrigaw's truck. On a secluded road in North Mason County, the burned wreckage with Johnny's lifeless body inside was discovered. Authorities acted quickly after a bystander walking through the area made the discovery. The local community was asked for help by the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office, which encouraged anyone with information to come forward. The area was thoroughly examined by crime scene investigators in an effort to find any hints that could provide insight into John's death. One of the most important pieces of evidence they discovered was a single latex glove that was discovered close to the burned-out truck. Authorities appealed to residents and businesses with security cameras for any footage that might offer important insights into the case. After this discovery sparked speculation and raised questions. Lieutenant Earl Smith, the sheriff's detective, stressed the value of video evidence and urged anyone with pertinent footage to assist law enforcement. The community responded quickly to the appeal, with people coming forward to offer support in any manner they could. Although there was a collaborative spirit throughout the investigation, the specifics of John's death circumstances were still unknown. Detectives reported that there were indications of forced entry and visible damage to the gate on the road leading to the tree farm. There was a clear sign of some struggle amid the confusion and uncertainty, as if Johnny's truck had crashed through the gate. Many people were troubled by the memory of Hunter Shope. In her somber announcement, North Kitsap High School Principal Megan Swayze honored Hunter's memory and urged everyone who knew him to treasure their time together. When Detective Elizabeth Lisa Gundrum was assigned to the case, a glimmer of hope appeared as the community grieved the loss of the Carrigaw family. Due to a severe lack of eyewitnesses and conclusive evidence, investigators began looking into the victims' personal lives. They discovered a number of perplexing but plausible motivations in the process. In essence, these were conjectures regarding the family's financial transactions and business endeavors, which fueled theories of potential illegal activity and criminal ties. The unsettling 911 call made by one of the victims was the first thing that caught investigators' attention. What prevented Hunter from bringing up the fire, or was he perplexed? This complicated an already perplexing investigation by raising questions about the timing and motivations behind the arson. Authorities had a lot of questions and uncertainties as the investigation went on. The circumstances surrounding John Carrigaw's kidnapping, the identity of the person or people involved, and the motivation behind the attack were all still unknown. Months went by with little improvement, but in February 2017, a breakthrough came when surveillance footage showed John Carrigaw purchasing cigarettes at a nearby grocery store. He appeared to be acting normally in the hours before his disappearance. Although this shed some light on his whereabouts, it produced no noteworthy leads. Then, A picture of a person of interest that was taken from surveillance footage at a Target store just days prior to the killings was made public by authorities in June 2017. Suspicions regarding their possible involvement in the crime were raised by the image, which showed a person entering the store. This demonstrated the urgency of the investigation and was the first official communication in months. Sheriff Gary Simpson confirmed that multiple people were involved in the painstakingly planned killings and underlined the need for public assistance. This made the case more complicated and led to clues regarding the suspects' intentions and relationships to the victims. Questions concerning their potential purchases and connection to the crime were raised by the request for information on the unidentified suspect who was spotted at Target 12 days prior to the killings. Could materials discovered at the crime scene or firearms purchased at the store be connected to the killings? The investigation advanced in September 2017 when Danny Kelly Jr. was identified as a person of interest. Danny had been Johnny's best man at his wedding and had been a longtime friend. According to reports, Danny and his estranged mother had a troubling encounter during which she accused him of misbehavior. According to the case report, he was arrested after repeatedly groping and approaching his mother. Authorities explained that he had not been formally charged in relation to the killings, despite his suspected involvement in the Carriga case, which caused some concern. The murders of the Carriga family were the year's most important local news story, as 2017 came to an end. An anonymous donor who gave $16,000 to Crime Stoppers, boosting the reward fund to $20,000, further stoked the community's long-standing sentiments. Investigators were determined to follow leads in the case even after Danny J. Kelly Jr.'s assault charges against his mother were dropped. Authorities published a longer version of Hunter Shop's terrifying 911 call on January 11, 2018. As they worked, investigators discovered that Danny was dressed in Bandito's motorcycle club gear in the video. Members of the motorcycle club were urged to provide information by investigators. This was an important step because investigators made Danny Kelly Jr.'s affiliation with the Bandito's motorcycle club public and named him as a person of interest. For those who don't know, law enforcement and intelligence organizations in several nations have identified the Bandito's motorcycle club as a motorcycle gang. Despite the club's denials of being a criminal organization, a number of its members have been found guilty of committing crimes. Over the years, the club has been the focus of numerous law enforcement operations and has a significant presence in Washington state. The Department of Justice claims that Bandito's members have been actively involved in violent crimes and methamphetamine trafficking in Washington. Surveillance footage that showed Johnny Carriga meeting someone at a nearby grocery store just before the killings drew more attention. Authorities reiterated their conviction that Bandito's motorcycle club members were directly responsible for the Carriga family killings in January 2020. The biker community was urged to provide any information that could help with the investigation. Since then, though, the case had made little to no headway and had stalled for almost 5 years. After more investigation, it was discovered that Johnny had a lengthy history of transporting and distributing drugs. During his frequent visits to California, he allegedly obtained kilograms of cocaine to distribute in Kitsap County. One of Johnny's close friends, Danny, started selling drugs directly to Robert James Watson, the head of the local Banditos chapter, as a result of his involvement with the Banditos Motorcycle Club. Indeed, despite their close relationship, the first suspects, Danny J. Kelly Jr., had a falling out with Johnny prior to the murders, allegedly over money that Danny had stolen. Other Banditos Motorcycle Club members who were considering joining the club were contacted by Johnny as he grew his distribution network in Kitsap County. The locations of Carriga and the suspects prior to, during, and following the murders were displayed by detectives using cell phone tracking. In the 10 days preceding the murders, Danny Kelly Jr. made extensive use of a prepaid mobile burner phone that he had purchased at the Silverdale Target to communicate with John Carriga. Despite the fact that the phone didn't expire until April 2017, communication ceased thereafter. When members of the Banditos were suspected of being involved in the killings, detectives in January 2020 obtained a search warrant for Robert Watson's cell phone. One of the recovered texts between Duneen and Robert Watson, dated January 23, 2020, included a comment from Duneen about the weather. "A little humid today." The Carriga family had guests over the night of the killings. but Johnny left right away after getting a call. He briefly parked next to another car in a nearby grocery store parking lot before leaving, according to surveillance footage. The friends left the Carrigaw residence in the meantime. 3 men showed up and started shooting before Johnny could get back. According to reports, Johnny's wife Christielle was shot in the driveway first, then her son Jonathan Higgins, and finally Johnny's son Hunter Shape. Jonathan Higgins was shot after he came out of his room to see how the disturbance was going, and Christelle was shot in the head. At least one shooter ambushed Hunter Shape as he was bringing a pizza inside the house. The evidence suggested that he caught the murderer off guard. He was hit by 2 more shots after the first one missed. Sheep was still alive when he called 911, but he was presumed dead. The call ended abruptly, indicating that the shooter may have damaged or tampered with the phone before shooting Hunter to death. The attackers then used accelerants and fire starter logs to start fires at various points throughout the house, and they threw rocks through the windows to feed the flames. The suspects later displayed questionable conduct, and this evidence connected them to the crime. A witness saw Danny driving Johnny's truck away from the scene of the crime. Days prior to the killings, Danny reportedly bought a prepaid phone from a nearby Target, which he used to speak with Johnny frequently, a common tactic in criminal activity, according to surveillance footage. Only during the 12 days before Johnny's murder was that burner phone used for communication. Interestingly, the phone stopped working just before the murders. Watson claimed to have gotten into a fight with a homeless black man while at a club member's house without his pants. Later that night, Watson called 911 to report that a loaded Glock handgun and another loaded magazine had been stolen from his truck, which had been broken into a few days prior. Watson was fired from Kitsap County Public Works after he stopped showing up for work. Detectives discovered in September 2017 that approximately $303,000 had been deposited into his accounts that year, including multiple cash deposits that were untraceable. According to reports, Johnny Carrigaw concealed $200,000 beneath his house, but it was never discovered. On the night of the murder, a neighbor also saw Carrigaw's truck speeding down Tonino Drive and heard gunshots. The driver was recognized by the neighbor as Donnie, whom he had known when Donnie's family shared a home. Nearly bumper to bumper, a silver car followed the truck. Because Donnie and John Carrigaw disliked each other so much, detectives found it suspicious that Donnie would be at Carrigaw's house or drive his truck. Robert's brother Johnny Watson's 2006 Mercedes was discovered stripped and abandoned in the Puyallup River less than a week after investigators made public footage of Carrigaw's truck and the unidentified vehicle at the Camp Union supermarket. The car had not been reported stolen, but its license plates were missing. Later on, though, Robert and his brother paid $1,500 to have the car returned. Why he only thought to report it then, the day after a quadruple murder nearby, was the question that emerged. The second car that was spotted in the grocery store parking lot the night of the killings was thought to be driven by Johnny Watson, the third person. Additionally, his DNA and that of one of the rocks found at the crime scene matched exactly. The community was finally rocked by a major development on June 6, 2022, when 3 men were officially charged with the Carrigaw family's quadruple murder. In the lengthy investigation that had engulfed the area for years, this was a pivotal point. The arrest operation, which took place over several weeks and involved about 70 police officers from various counties, was carefully planned. The suspects, who were identified as Danny J. Kelly Jr., 43, Johnny James Watson, 49, and Robert James Watson, 50, were arrested in various locations throughout the state. About an hour later, Johnny Watson and Danny were arrested in their Bremerton apartments, while Robert Watson was stopped in traffic at Gig Harbor. The 3 men were charged with a total of 16 felonies each after being arrested and taken to nearby jails. These charges included first-degree burglary, first-degree arson, first-degree murder, and first-degree aggravated murder. A whopping $20 million was set as bail for each defendant. Each of the suspects entered a not guilty plea to the alleged felony charges. When they appeared in court the next morning, the judge placed severe restrictions on their possession of firearms, alcohol, and drugs unless prescribed, and ordered that they be detained without the possibility of release on bond. The court also ordered the defendants to refrain from any communication with one another. Investigators had established a specialized task force to investigate the quadruple homicide in response to the Carriga family murders. The seriousness of the case and law enforcement's resolve to prosecute the offenders were highlighted by this cooperative effort. In the hopes that the arrests would be a major step toward closure for the families impacted by the tragic loss of the Carriga family, the community awaited further developments in the legal proceedings. However, as people gathered to honor them, there was a glimmer of hope despite the gloom. Those affected by the tragedy eagerly awaited the 3 suspects in the Carriga family murder case to be apprehended. Hunter Shope's mother, Carly Scott, had been praying for justice for years, and now her prayers had been heard. Over the years, she had pleaded so passionately for someone to come forward, and it was successful. The public provided the detectives with tips that enabled them to solve the case. Accused of ruthlessly murdering a whole family, the suspects were brought before a Kitsap County judge while being escorted into the courtroom and clearly restrained. The community was deeply scarred by their alleged crimes, which were motivated by disrespect and greed. Emotions were running high during the trial as relatives confronted the defendant and voiced their desire for justice. Given the seriousness of their acts, the suspects gave off an eerie aura. The arrests gave the victims' loved ones a sense of relief and closure despite the suffering and heartache, and this was evident throughout the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office as family members gathered to give detectives and one another nervous hugs following the arrest. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.